Chapter 1. Unwittingly entering the Marvel Universe, gaining the power of talismans. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in New York City, the most prosperous city in America, as two towering monsters, each over 3 meters tall, engaged in a furious battle. Buildings, cars, and even helicopters hovering in the sky appeared to them as mere toys, becoming collateral damage in their conflict. Hulk, you are far too weak. I am the strongest. One spiked beast taunted while relentlessly pummeling the other. Hulk was the only response, a resounding roar echoing through the chaos. Helicopters circled above, their blades thrumming ominously. Attack now, urged a white-haired elder, pressing the soldiers wielding Gatling guns. General, which one should we target? Both our monsters attack them together. Father, please don't harm Banner. A female voice cautioned. There is another person over there. What? Just a short distance away, amidst the ferocious clash of beasts, a figure emerged suddenly. The spiked creature hurled the other monster aside and charged toward the figure. What the hell is that? The figure barely had time to react, managing only a hasty greeting. Ding host in life-threatening danger. System activation. The entire space-time continuum froze, all movements suspended as if captured in a photograph. Huh, that was close. Li, haven't done anything deserving of this, so why am I here? The figure gasped for breath. Indeed, this person was named Li, now inexplicably transported to this chaotic world. Li was not of this realm. He was originally a carefree recluse from Blue Star, making a living by leveling up characters for others in games, and he relished indulging in various novels, anime, and films. He had no idea how he ended up in such a perilous place. Having neither been struck by lightning nor hit by a car's transition was utterly bewildering, yet he was quite content with his previous life. Wait, I recall hearing some strange voice earlier, mentioning a system. System, are you there? Li called out tentatively. Yes, host, came the immediate response. System, did you bring me here? What is this place? Host, it is not this system that brought you here. I do not know who did. However, my mission is to cultivate you into the strongest being of this time-space. You should be quite familiar with this realm according to your original world's nomenclature. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. Those two green monsters are the Hulk and Abomination, right? Li gasped in astonishment. He had seen the Avengers series and was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this world. It was a realm dominated by superheroes and supervillains, where ordinary people could only survive at the mercy of fate. The supervillains, driven by their twisted desires, perpetually plotted the world's destruction, annihilating streets one day and cities the next, with a certain purple-skinned fiend obsessing over collecting 6 Infinity Stones to obliterate half of all life in the universe. Even if he could evade the wrath of these supervillains, Li could not guarantee he would escape the consequences of the fiend's fateful snap. System, can you transport me back to my original world? Li pleaded. I am sorry. Host, this system currently lacks that capability and cannot provide such service. After a minute of self-reflection, Li sighed. Well, if I am here, I might as well make the best of it. System, you mentioned that you would turn me into the strongest being of this time-space. Tell me about your functions. Certainly, host. This system is known as the Divine Lottery System. By completing tasks assigned by this system, you could draw items, bloodlines, techniques, and more from the vast multiverse. There is nothing the system cannot provide, only what the host cannot conceive. With a hint of boastfulness, the system elaborated. Enough with the exaggeration. Do you have any means to help me navigate my current predicament? Li interjected. It turned out that when the system was activated, the entire space-time was paused, leaving only Li Yes' body unaffected. However, he could not move from his position, nor could he allow the system to initiate. The moment it did, the massive form of the Hulk would surely crush him into oblivion. Ding! The system has detected that the host has yet to claim a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Isn't that obvious? Claim it immediately. A colorful box materialized before Li, opening to emit a dazzling array of colors, revealing images of 12 animals. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of 12 talismans. What? System, are you referring to those talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures? Li inquired excitedly. Indeed, host. The system confirmed. Fantastic. System, I adore you. Host, This system possesses no gender and cannot fulfill such desires. Oof. You truly lack a sense of humor. Now, how do I proceed? Quickly grant me the Talisman Powers. Li Yi was eager. For those familiar with Jackie Chan adventures would understand the immense strength of the 12 talismans. The 12 talismans originated from an ancient demon known as the Master. The Master was a terrifying entity that ruled over all of Asia, and its subjects, unable to bear its tyranny any longer, ultimately overthrew it, splitting its power into 12 talismans. Each talisman contained one of the 12 powers of the Master: lightning vision, dragon blast, immortality, immense strength, levitation, and various other abilities remarkably comprehensive. The Master was arguably the mightiest among all demons. The Master's son, the demon Little Dragon, despite absorbing the magical essence of 8 other demons, was still defeated by the Master. The combined power of the 12 talismans was scarcely inferior to that of an average superhero, essentially rendering one a diminutive Superman. Now, fuse the talisman powers into the host's body. The images of the animals began to merge into Li Yi as if returning home. Fusion complete. Wow, is this the power I possess now? Li Yi marveled as he felt the overwhelming strength coursing through him. Thanks to the system's direct fusion, the knowledge was imparted seamlessly, requiring no acclimatization on his part. System, release the pause. Understood. Waves rippled across the space, reminiscent of a water surface. In an instant, the entire space-time resumed. As the Hulk flew backward, Li Yi clenched his fists, feeling the divine power granted by the talisman, and threw a punch. Boom! The punch struck the Hulk's back, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into another street. Ugh, there's a little bug here, Abomination exclaimed, perplexed at the sight of Li Yi. Chapter 2. Brutally defeating Abomination, mercilessly assaulting the Hulk. Little bug, are you referring to me? Li Yi replied coolly. Aside from you, is there anyone else here? Abomination sneered, regarding Li Yi as a mere insect that could be crushed at will. Despite having witnessed Li Yi send the Hulk flying with a single punch, Abomination brimmed with confidence in his own strength, believing himself invincible. You repulsive creature, at least the Hulk has a semblance of humanity. Look at yourself, resembling a heap of refuse. How dare you roam about here? Being ugly is not your fault, but choosing to disgust others while looking like a pile of trash is indeed your wrongdoing. Having narrowly escaped death moments earlier, Li Yi was brimming with indignation, showering Abomination with his scathing remarks. Roar! Little bug, you seek death. Abomination bellowed furiously, charging forth, his massive form barreling through the streets like an unstoppable tank, demolishing cars in his wake. You seek your demise. In an instant, Li Yi vanished and reappeared beneath Abomination, delivering an uppercut that struck the creature squarely on the jaw. Abomination was violently propelled backwards, his teeth scattering through the air. You little insect, I will not spare you. He bellowed as he regained his footing, charging forward with colossal fists raised. Li Yi stood his ground, retaliating with a punch of his own. A resounding explosion echoed, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Abomination staggered several steps back, while Li Yi remained unyielding. Impossible! How can this little insect possess such formidable power? Abomination exclaimed in horror, unable to comprehend that anyone could surpass him. Not only are you grotesque, but your vision is also impaired. Now tell me, who is the true insect? Li Yi roared triumphantly as he lunged forward. With no means to evade, Abomination fell prey to Li Yi's grasp, initiating a relentless barrage of blows. Ora, 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 he exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his foe. Abomination's body bore the marks of countless injuries, devoid of any unmarred flesh. Is this truly a human? Could he be a mutant? A soldier aboard a helicopter gasped in astonishment. This is the super soldier I've always dreamed of, powerful, controllable, far superior to that wretched Hulk. General Ross gazed at Li Yi with fervent admiration. Come on, insect. Now tell me who the true insect is. Li Yi shouted. Curse you. Abomination spat angrily. Waste. Li Yi seized Abomination's arm, planting his foot against the creature's chest, and with a forceful pull, he tore it asunder. Ah! Abomination cried out in agony. Trash! Li Yi twisted Abomination's legs into a pretzel shape, Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Fear gripped Abomination, who now wailed for mercy. Li Yi paid no heed, wrapping his hands around the creature's head and applying pressure. What are you doing? I am a military personnel. If you kill me, the American military will not let you go. Abomination, realizing his pleas were futile, resorted to threats. You worthless green filth, perish. No. Crack. Abomination's head was twisted a full 360 degrees, extinguishing his life entirely. Those who witnessed this brutal scene swallowed hard and instinctively touched their own necks. Having vented his pent-up rage, Li Yi was still unsatisfied. He hurled Abomination's corpse into the sky. Clasping his hands together, a brilliant radiance emanated from his palms. Kamehameha. With a powerful thrust, a massive yellow energy wave erupted from Li Yi's hands, illuminating the entire street and visible from afar. No, General Ross cried out in despair. That was crucial experimental material. Under the blinding light, Abomination's body was utterly reduced to ashes. Hulk! A tremendous roar echoed from behind. It was the Hulk, who had been knocked to the adjacent street by Li Yi's previous punch, returning in haste. The events that transpired felt prolonged, yet in reality, they had unfolded in the span of mere minutes. The Hulk scrutinized Li Yi cautiously, his primal instincts warning him of the imminent danger posed by this man. Hey, big guy, stop staring and come me. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Li Yi, still thirsting for conflict, taunted the green giant. Hulk! Enraged, the Hulk charged forward, his colossal feet pounding the ground, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Before he could close the distance, Li Yi's eyes began to glow, and two beams of yellow light shot forth from them. Electrifying gaze. Electrifying gaze. Laser eyes. The beams struck the Hulk, who despite his resilient hide, felt the searing heat of the laser beams, causing him to shield his head and stagger backward. Li Yi pressed forward, intensifying the power of his laser eyes. Go for it. Superman, take down that green monster. The entire street erupted in enthusiastic cheers as the onlookers, reassured of their safety, returned to witness the spectacle. Hulk, the green giant, enduring the pain, approached Li Yi and swung a massive fist. Li Yi ceased his barrage of laser eyes, seizing Hulk's hand and executing a shoulder throw that slammed him to the ground. Knowing he could not afford to grant the Hulk any opportunity to retaliate, Li Yi swiftly mounted him and unleashed a relentless series of punches upon the Hulk's head. Bang! 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 Li Yi's fists rained down, disorienting the Hulk, who barely had time to respond in anger. However, the Hulk quickly acclimated to Li Yi's assault and, suppressing the pain, retaliated with an uppercut that sent Li Yi soaring into the air. Damn! Li Yi hovered midair, cursing. He can fly. How many abilities does he possess? He truly mirrors the powers of a comic book superhero. If I can obtain him, my plans will come to fruition. General Ross gazed at Li Yi with fervent obsession, murmuring to himself. Li Yi, targeting the Hulk, began a rapid descent, coiling his right hand to gather strength. Hulk, he shouted, calling the green giant's attention. Hulk! The Hulk roared in fury, swinging his colossal fist toward Li Yi. Boom rumble. The two fists collided, generating a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the vicinity, lifting every vehicle off the ground and toppling the crowd in a sweeping wave of force. Chapter 3. The Great Battle with Hulk. After a fierce exchange of blows, both Li Yi and the green giant, Hulk, were sent hurtling backward. Roar! The Hulk swiftly regained his footing. After such a prolonged battle, his rage had entirely overwhelmed the suppressants administered by the Blue Doctor. He charged once more at Li Yi. It appeared that a direct confrontation was no longer viable. Li Yi rubbed his sore arms, resolving to exploit the Hulk's vulnerability, his speed. While the Hulk was indeed fast within this cinematic universe, he paled in comparison to Li Yi, who possessed the agility bestowed by the Rabbit Talisman. In an instant, Li Yi vanished from the Hulk's line of sight. The enraged Hulk, upon realizing his target had disappeared, let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, Li Yi had already positioned himself behind the Hulk and unleashed a punch that shattered the sound barrier, striking the Hulk's back with tremendous force. Roar! The punch that initially sent the green giant flying merely caused him to stumble backward this time. He turned to roar dismissively, slapping his back as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Enraged, Li Yi shouted, then launched a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at the Hulk at a speed that surpassed the naked eye. The Hulk could barely keep up, crossing his arms in front of him to defend his head, bracing against Lie's onslaught. Hud, 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 hud. The Hulk was forced to retreat repeatedly, yet Lie's rapid strikes failed to inflict any real damage. Instead, the Hulk's fury intensified, causing him to grow even larger, towering at 5 meters. Withstanding the barrage, the Hulk raised his fists high before bringing them down with tremendous force. Lee narrowly evaded the attack, just in time. Boom! The immense power created a massive crater several meters wide, cracking the entire street. The Hulk's eyes blazed a deep crimson, clearly enraged beyond reason. This must come to an end. Allowing him to rampage further may spiral out of control. Lee pondered. He quickly disappeared, reappearing behind the Hulk. Before the Hulk could react, Lee seized his leg and began to spin him in a whirlwind of chaos, hurling the green giant into the air. Roar! The Hulk, unable to fly, flailed helplessly in the sky. Enjoy the ride. Lee clasped his hands together, and the debris from the surrounding ruins, abandoned cars, shattered fragments of buildings, and steel rebar began to levitate, hurtling toward the Hulk. The objects that struck him adhered firmly, accumulating layer upon layer until a massive sphere formed, ensnaring the Hulk within. No matter how mighty he was, for the moment, he found himself trapped. Celestial Cataclysm. Lee whimsically cosplayed as a ninja from a certain franchise. Oh my god, was this a miracle? Only a deity could wield such power. Honey, come see the divine. Superman, Superman, Superman. The onlookers gasped in awe at the astonishing scene, until someone yelled Superman, and the entire street echoed with the name. What was it like to have tens of thousands of fervent fans chanting a single name? Lee finally experienced it. Stop. Don't harm him. He can't control himself. A discordant voice resonated from a helicopter hovering above. It was Bruce Banner's girlfriend. Unable to bear the sight of the Hulk's suffering, Lee paid her no mind. If he possessed the power to vanquish the Hulk, he would certainly consider it. However, given his current abilities, such a feat was clearly beyond his reach. He controlled the sphere and hurled it toward the uninhabited outskirts, ensuring the Hulk would not pose a threat to anyone. Absent provocations, he would gradually revert to Bruce Banner. Hero, hero, hero. The crowd erupted in heartfelt cheers upon witnessing the two monsters thoroughly defeated, encircling Lee Yi in a frenzy. Superman, please sign my book. A throng clamored. Mr. Superman, are you free tonight? We could share a drink. A sultry blonde teased. Uncle Superman, can you come to my house? My mommy cooks delicious meals. A sweet child said, nestled in a woman's arms. Having been a recluse in his previous life, Lee had never encountered such fervor, reveling in the adulation. Shouldn't a hero be above fame and fortune? Oh, come now, he exclaimed with a wave, akin to a grand leader addressing his people. Make way, make way. A swarm of reporters with cameras pushed through the crowd to reach Lee Yi. Hello, sir. I'm Triple X from the New York Times. May I ask your name? Why are you here? Are you a mutant or a Kryptonian? Why do your powers resemble those of Superman in the comics? The barrage of questions left Lee Yi flummoxed, for he was not of this world. Would he be mistaken for an extraterrestrial? System, will my status as an undocumented individual be revealed? Lee anxiously inquired. Host, do not worry. The system has arranged for you an existing identity in this world. To everyone, you are one of them. There is no risk of exposure. The system assured him. Everyone? Does that include Ancient One, Odin, Thanos, and even the ancient deities of the cosmos? Lee questioned in astonishment. Indeed, host, all of them. The system replied unequivocally. The system was astonishingly powerful. Lee was taken aback. Yet, he soon felt reassured. If that divine being could bypass numerous formidable entities to deliver him to this realm, their strength must far surpass that of the natives. And thus the system's capabilities could not be weak. With this thought, Lee flashed a confident smile at the camera. Greetings, everyone. I am a hero driven by passion. To be continued. Chapter 4. The Arrogant Ross Powerful Force. Absolute Rationality. This is the weapon I crave. General Ross, aboard the helicopter, gazed greedily at Lee Yi. Are you out of your mind? Betty Ross, the girlfriend of the Hulk and Ross's daughter, looked at him in shock. I am not insane. Once I possess him, I can develop the most formidable weapon. General Ross had succumbed to the intoxication of power. "You just saved us. How can you do this?" Betty implored her father to reconsider. "What do you understand? I am not going to kill him. I merely need him to cooperate with our research. His power is so immense that even the Hulk is no match for him. Do you think he will surrender?" "Oomph. As long as he resides in America, I will find a way to deal with him." Ross scoffed dismissively, speaking coldly. "You monstrous person, I will not allow you to do this." Betty stood protectively in front of Ross, attempting to thwart him one last time. "I do not require your consent. Soldiers, take her to a secure location and do not release her without my orders." Ross commanded a tall soldier nearby. "Yes, sir." The soldier disregarded Betty's protests and escorted her away. "Have we located him?" Ross inquired of a technician on the plane. "We have found the information, General. Here are the details of that superhuman." The technician handed over a file. "Li Yi, Chinese, orphan, welfare institution, residing in Queens, New York." Ross frowned as he examined the file. "Does this individual have any relatives?" Ross asked the technician beside him. "Report, General, there are none. This person is quite reclusive and lacks any close friends or family. This complicates matters." Ross sighed. "I had hoped to find Li Ye's family and use them to coerce him into compliance. It is a common tactic employed by those in power to manipulate superheroes. Who would have thought I would encounter such an anomaly in Li Yi, who possesses no vulnerabilities? It appears we may need to resort to force. Deploying the military in the city, though fraught with the risk of complaints, pales in comparison to the potential gains of capturing a superhuman." On the ground, Li Yi was basking in the cheers of the crowd when suddenly a line of armored vehicles appeared on the street, and helicopters descended from the sky, encircling him. What is happening? What does the military want? They did not intervene when the monster was rampaging through the city. Now that it has been defeated, what are they doing? The surrounding crowd murmured, questioning the military's actions. A line of fully armed soldiers disembarked from the armored vehicles and began to disperse the crowd. "What are you doing? You have no right to do this. I will file a complaint against you. Your superiors will hear about this." From one of the helicopters, a soldier pulled out a loudspeaker and began to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, please step back. This individual is suspected of damaging vital experimental materials and vandalizing city property, committing crimes against national security. We are now arresting him. Please do not interfere. Are you blind? It was the superhuman who saved us. What do you bastards intend to do? My father is a congressman, and I will demand accountability when I return." The surrounding crowd expressed their outrage, but faced with armed soldiers, they complied and moved beyond the cordon. "It seems they intend to take action against me." Li smiled faintly, unconcerned. A helicopter descended slowly, and a robust, silver-haired elder emerged. It was General Ross. "Good day, sir. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your assistance." Ross approached Li Yi, speaking in a remarkably friendly manner. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am General Ross, a military officer of the United States." "Gratitude for what? Surrounding me with the military is your idea of gratitude?" Li Yi pointed at the soldiers around him, a cold smirk on his face. "Sir, the creature you just killed was crucial experimental material for our military. You have not only slain him, but also damaged his body, which has resulted in significant losses for us. Moreover, your actions during the battle have caused considerable property damage, violating the laws of America. We need to discuss this matter with you, and we hope for your cooperation. Just cooperate with your inquiry. There are no plans to dissect or study me." "Of course not. You are the hero who saved New York City. How could we ever treat you in such a manner? Please trust the American military," Ross proclaimed with righteous fervor. "And what if I refuse?" Li asked, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Sir, I am not jesting. I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. This is the duty of every citizen of America. If you do not cooperate, these soldiers will assist you in complying." As soon as Ross finished speaking, all the soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Li Yi. The helicopters above trained their Gatling guns and even missiles on him. "You scoundrels! Is this how you treat a hero? You bastards! I will rally all my friends and family to protest at the White House tomorrow. If XXX does not dismiss you, he can forget about being president. Release him! Release him! Release him!" The crowd behind began to roar in anger, and at the cue of a single voice calling for release, thousands joined in the chorus. Li remained unfazed, He merely wished to be a hero out of interest. Huh. If this is your reliance, it is utterly feeble. Li chuckled coldly. Oomph. Do not underestimate the military of America. We are the strongest force in the world, equipped with the best armaments. The earlier monsters only evaded engagement in the city due to the risk of civilian casualties. Now that the crowd has been evacuated, if you are wise, you will surrender. Is that so? With a simple gesture, Li caused all the soldiers' weapons to float away from their grasp and hover in the air, and back at them. The helicopters also became uncontrollable, with all weaponry trained on Ross. What are you doing? Ross exclaimed in terror as he saw the weapons of the helicopters aimed at him. General, this is bad. All the aircraft are out of control. The pilot's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Ross's face turned a ghostly white, trembling as he asked, "Is this also your ability? What do you think? What do you intend to do? Please, remain calm. If you kill me, you will be opposing the entire United States." Ross invoked the name of America in a desperate attempt to intimidate Li Yi. Smack! Li Yi delivered a powerful slap, sending Ross flying, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, spitting blood and losing several teeth in the process. To be continued. Chapter 5 H-I-E-L-D shout. Keep shouting. Li Yi slowly approached the fallen Ross. No one dared to intervene. The mere act of movement could lead to their demise, as the guns above them were poised to extinguish their lives. They enlisted for the lucrative salary, but this situation was far beyond their capacity to manage. It was not worth sacrificing their lives for a superior officer. America will not spare you. Ross still clung to his bravado. The earlier slap had nearly rendered him unconscious. Had it not been for his years of military training and decent physical condition, he would have already succumbed. Can you truly represent America? As Li Yi neared Ross, he delivered another kick to his abdomen. Ah! Ross cried out in agony. Li unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Shout! Keep shouting. Let us see who can save you. What do you think you are, trash, an old dog? Do you think I care about your America? If you provoke me, I could easily eliminate your president alongside you. Li Yi's brutal actions rendered the previously vocal crowd silent, their expressions frozen in shock. Cool me. Let me see who can save you. Call for help, quickly. Hurry up, you fool. At that moment, a thunderous noise echoed from the sky as a sleek fighter jet descended gracefully. Li paid it no mind, continuing his assault on Ross. Mr. Li Yi, please wait. The jet's door opened to reveal a seemingly earnest Caucasian man with a balding head. Li Yi recognized him at once. Phil Coulson, a formidable agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., under the command of Nick Fury. What do you want? If there is nothing, do not hinder my beating of this mutt. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. 1 foot planted on Ross. Hello, Mr. Li Yi. My name is Phil Coulson, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. I am here to resolve the misunderstanding between you and General Ross. Might you consider releasing him? He appears to be on the verge of death. Coulson spoke with politeness and poise. This man was indeed talented and adept at interpersonal relations. Li couldn't help but think he was a good person. Coulson maintained an outward calm, yet internally, he was in a state of panic. He had witnessed Li Yi's ruthless slaughter of the abomination and the colossal sphere he had conjured to confine the Hulk, which he then hurled out of the city. Not only did he possess powers akin to Superman, but he could also manipulate gravity, far surpassing Magneto's magnetic control. Coulson had never encountered a being with such an array of superhuman abilities. Director Nick Fury had even called him, urging utmost caution, warning that provoking Superman could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics? What is that? I've never heard of it. Li feigned ignorance. That falls under national security, Mr. Li Yi. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it, but our department is indeed legitimate. If you doubt us, you may verify at XXX. I have no time for that. You mentioned a misunderstanding? This old dog was preparing to ambush me with an army, Gatling guns, and even missiles aimed at me. Do you call that a misunderstanding? Li Yi retorted, laced with sarcasm. It is indeed a misunderstanding. Those soldiers and weapons were intended to confront the creature you have defeated. We did not anticipate your swift victory over those 2 monsters, thus saving New York City. This old dog threatened me just now. That too was a misunderstanding. General Ross has always been a paragon of justice, committed to protecting civilians. In witnessing your battle against the two monsters, he lost his composure, causing minor damage to the surrounding structures. In his attempt to protect the populace, such losses were unavoidable. Therefore, I implore you to spare him. Coulson spoke with a straight face, absurdly attempting to paint Ross as a hero. Enough with the nonsense. Let's cut to the chase. If you continue to waste words, I assure you, this old dog won't last much longer. Leah decided. Eager to get to the point, Coulson immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Mr. Lee, we hope you can release General Ross and the soldiers present, allowing us to handle the situation. And what do I gain from this? What you have done today will go unseen by America, and no warrants will be issued against you. Coulson felt his proposition sounded absurd, but it was a condition imposed by the politicians behind him, which he had to relay earnestly. Are you joking? Lee regarded Coulson as if he were a fool. I am not joking. Will you agree, Mr. Lee? I do not agree. Lee replied flatly. Since you do not agree, we shall take over this matter entirely. My boss wishes to speak with you personally. With that, he produced a peculiar device and pressed a button, causing all nearby cameras to malfunction. He then retrieved a tablet displaying a figure with an eye patch, a black, bald man. This was Nick Fury, the future director of SHIELD, colloquially known as the Mother King guy. Mr. Lee, greetings. I'm McFury, and I am fully responsible for negotiating with you. What would it take for you to spare General Ross and the soldiers? You may propose any reasonable request, and we will accommodate you. Now that shows sincerity. Lee nodded in satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he had arrived at an answer. Today, I helped you eliminate those two monsters, preventing greater devastation. Surely, you should express your gratitude. Lee made a gesture as if rubbing his fingers together. Money? Nick Fury inwardly sighed with relief. Matters that could be resolved with money were no matter at all. He had embezzled enough funds over the years. Those were the funds siphoned to repair bases, and as a man suffering from severe paranoia, he needed to build dozens of secret bases to feel at ease. How much do you require, Mr. Lee? Let us make it a casual $1 billion. That doesn't seem excessive, does it? This amount would afford me a very comfortable life. Lee sought no lofty aspirations. With the system in place, even the Infinity Stones held no rarity in his eyes. He had no grand ambitions, merely wishing for a life of ease, free of labor, to indulge in pleasures and squander his existence. With the ability bestowed upon him by the dog Talisman, Lee had achieved what emperors throughout history had longed for: immortality. Cough, cough. Nick Fury was taken aback by Lie's audacious demand, choking slightly. That sum was merely a fraction of what would be required to build a base. Mr. Lee, could we possibly negotiate for a lesser amount? Just $1 billion, and I also want a luxurious house in Queens. Those are my only requests. If you cannot agree, I will execute this old dog right now. As he spoke, Lee raised his foot, poised to stomp down. Wait, we agree to your terms. Nick Fury hastily replied. To be continued. Chapter 6. Hero or villain, hero or villain. Witness interviews. The New York Times, the monster's emergence. The military must bear full responsibility. Economic special report monsters rampage. Heroes descend from the skies, yet are threatened by the army. The Pioneer Daily on the day of catastrophe. Where was Spider-Man? The Horn Daily last night's battle in New York sent shockwaves around the globe. Monsters? Supermen? Superpowers? For the first time, these phenomena were brazenly unveiled before the public eye. The clash among the monsters obliterated a street, affecting several others, resulting in dozens of fatalities and hundreds of injuries, with economic losses that are incalculable. The collective sense of crisis among the populace reached its zenith, with many fearing that they might be the next victims. People spontaneously took to the streets, demanding the truth be revealed and calling for the military, responsible for creating these beasts, to be held accountable. The integrity of the American military took a severe blow, leading them to present General Ross, who lay half-conscious and still in slumber, as a scapegoat. The most fervent discussions revolved around the appearance of the Superman last night. What are your thoughts on the Superman's emergence? A reporter asked a blonde beauty. Oh my God, he is just too handsome. He is my hero. Mr. Superman, if you can hear me, I want to tell you that I love you. You are my God, and I want to bear your children. The blonde woman declared passionately. All right, photographer, pull her away. What is your opinion on Superman? inquired a middle-aged, balding man. He is nothing but a villain. Did you not see? He wielded his devilish powers to control military weaponry and assaulted an American general in broad daylight. This is utterly unforgivable. He is a demon, and God will not spare him. Had he witnessed Li extorting $1 billion, this Mediterranean gentleman would have surely fainted. When Coulson disembarked from the plane, S.H.I.E.L.D. employed special measures to obstruct all cameras. Only nearby soldiers were privy to Li's extortion, while videos of his brutal assault on Ross circulated worldwide. What do you think of Superman? A freckled young boy was asked. Oh my God, he was incredible. He defeated that monster in an instant. But my mom won't let me emulate him, saying he is too cruel. I just want to know who is stronger, Superman or Iron Man or Spider-Man. The debate around Superman intensified, centering on whether he is a hero or a villain. Some argued that Superman saved countless lives by vanquishing the two monsters, thus earning the title of hero. Conversely, others contended that his actions caused greater destruction, and his assault on the military firmly marked him as a villain. What is your perspective on this incident? A renowned host queried an expert beside him. Well, cut all his segments. The director snapped at his assistant. As the commotion outside reached a fever pitch, Li comfortably settled into the luxurious villa arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the agency's reputation, it was rife with surveillance. Yet that night, Li shattered all the monitoring devices, tossing the observing agents from hundreds of stories high, much to Nick Fury's chagrin. Though his complexion was likely already dark, he dared not express his anger. According to calculations from S.H.I.E.L.D. specialists, Li possessed no fewer than 10 superpowers, his abilities surpassing their initial assessments of the mightiest Hulk. His speed even eclipsed that of the latest Cohen-style fighter jets, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective against him. Phil Coulson arrived in a luxurious vehicle at Li's villa, accompanied by a stunning red-haired beauty in the passenger seat. They halted before the villa. Natasha, it will be up to you now, Coulson said to the enchanting woman beside him. This red-haired beauty was Natasha Romanoff, a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., born in 1984 in the cinematic universe. Trained from a young age by Soviet operatives, her body was enhanced by the former Soviet government, significantly delaying the aging process while bolstering her immune system and resilience. Coupled with years of physical and mental training, she transformed into the lethal Black Widow, later defecting from the Red Room to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury believed no normal man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman, thus dispatching Natasha with hopes of fostering a cordial rapport with Superman, ideally persuading him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Since Tony Stark, that rogue, revealed his Iron Man identity, the world seemed to spiral into chaos. With superpowered beings emerging one after another, first Spider-Man swinging through New York, then two monsters battling in the streets, and now even Superman from the comics had manifested. Witnessing the rise of these superheroes sparked an immature notion in Fury's mind. The target is exceedingly powerful and possesses a highly unstable temperament. We must not provoke him, or we may not leave alive, Coulson stated gravely. What a hassle, Natasha complained. Her mission was not only to assist Coulson in communicating with Superman, but also to gather intelligence on him, analyzing his personality, weaknesses, and preferences, as well as the circumstances surrounding his awakening of powers. This was a necessary precaution, given that Superman's strength posed a tremendous threat to the world. We must be vigilant. Coulson reassured her. Understood. I will do my utmost to accomplish this mission, Natasha replied. They approached the front door, and Coulson pressed the doorbell. After a considerable wait, the door finally opened to reveal a handsome Asian youth. Is that you, Coulson? Li greeted with a beaming smile, then turned to Natasha with a puzzled expression. And who might you be, beautiful? Hello, Mr. Li. I am Natasha, a colleague of Coulson, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistic Support. Natasha replied with a smile, extending her hand. Your department's name is rather lengthy. Can it be shortened? Li inquired, shaking her hand with curiosity. To be continued. Chapter 7. The Recruitment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Li, we have received numerous reports regarding this issue, and we are currently deliberating. Coulson remarked with a smile. Is there a particular reason for your visit today? Feigning ignorance, Li Yi pretended to be high-minded, unaware that it was he who had been threatened with death unless $1 billion were paid last night. Mr. Li Yi, aren't you going to invite us in? Coulson inquired. How could I forget my manners? Li Yi quickly ushered the two into the room. Coulson opened the black briefcase he had been carrying and solemnly revealed its contents, layer by layer, akin to a Russian nesting doll. At last, a luxurious black card wrapped in expensive silk emerged, adorned with delicate golden patterns. Mr. Li Yi, this card signifies your promised $1 billion held within this account. It is an exclusive black card from XXX Bank, available only to those who make an initial deposit of $100 million. Coulson explained, respectfully handing it over to Li Yi. Li Yi accepted the card, inspecting it with interest. It was indeed quite exquisite. Excellent. I am very pleased with your attitude. That is all we desire, Mr. Li Yi. Natasha replied with a gentle smile. Last night, you valiantly vanquished 2 monsters with your extraordinary abilities, saving an entire street. Truly a hero in every sense. Natasha flattered Li Yi, and he chuckled. We are an organization dedicated to global security, and due to our work requirements, we wish to learn more about you. Would that be acceptable? Of course, it's a matter of professional necessity. Li Yi replied cheerfully, showing no concern. Natasha produced paper, a pen, and even a recording device. Once we gather the information, we must report back, and we hope you do not mind. Mr. Li Yi, may I inquire when your superpowers first manifested? Superpowers? I discovered them when I was around 8 or 9 years old, but I have always concealed them. Li Yi began to spin tales. Natasha, however, diligently recorded his words. Might we know how many superpowers you possess? Based on the footage from last night, you exhibited more than 7 distinct abilities. Initially, we presumed your powers were akin to those of comic book superheroes, but your later displays of object manipulation and energy wave projection shattered our assumptions. I'm not entirely sure. I can casually wield over 50 types, I suppose. Li Yi replied nonchalantly, fully aware of his own cunning. Upon hearing this, Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, and after seeing Coulson nod, she continued writing. Mr. Li Yi, how did you come to be on that street last night? None of the surveillance cameras captured your presence. It was as if you appeared out of thin air. Actually, I was flying in the sky, but I must have been moving too swiftly for the cameras to catch me. Li Yi continued his fanciful tale. Mr. Li Yi, have you ever contemplated the origins of your powers? I'm not quite sure. They awakened suddenly when I was 8, but I chose to live a mundane life, hiding my abilities until I could no longer ignore my sense of justice upon witnessing those monsters wreaking havoc. That is, when I descended to confront them. Natasha and Coulson wore expressions of disbelief. Justice? Wasn't he who had threatened the military, assaulted General Ross, and extorted $1 billion? Mr. Li Yi, are you familiar with mutants? Of course. I even know about the X-Men. You don't think I'm a mutant, do you? Li Yi replied, puzzled. While I harbor no prejudice against mutants, I am certainly not one. It seems we may have misunderstood. By the way, what became of that green giant I trapped in the earth-shattering star and tossed into the countryside? Li Yi abruptly inquired. The earth-shattering star? Natasha and Coulson exchanged bewildered looks. That's the name I gave that move. I see. According to our intelligence, after you hurled him into the countryside, he angrily smashed a few hills before disappearing. Clearly, he transformed back into Bruce Banner. Li Yi internally scoffed, but he paid it no mind. After all, both parties were merely weaving tales, and it was a game of who could deceive whom more effectively. At that moment, SHIELD had become so infiltrated by Hydra that it could be dubbed Hydra's shield. There was always the possibility that they would suddenly attack him, incapacitate him, and whisk him away to a lab to study his genes and begin cloning. Yet Li Yi's response to such threats was simple: kill. No matter the number of adversaries, he would eliminate them all. In this world, he felt unburdened, and engaging in such conflicts was far more entertaining than leading a dull existence. After a few more inquiries, the conversation drew to a close. Mr. Li Yi, are you aware of the precarious situation you find yourself in? Natasha asked, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Numerous factions are watching you, all eager to seize your powers. Let them come. I am curious to see who among them possesses true strength. Li Yi replied casually. While you are formidable, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Even someone as powerful as you could fall victim to their machinations. What exactly are you trying to convey? We would like to extend an invitation for you to join our organization. By aligning with us, our resources will assist you in dealing with those who seek to harm you. Natasha offered, her expression filled with concern for him. Not interested. Li Yi rejected her without hesitation. Mr. Li Yi, please reconsider. Our organization offers exceptional benefits. Coulson interjected, such as a multi-million-dollar salary, a mere 2-hour workday, a 4-day work week, and various perks. I'm not interested. I already possess $1 billion, and I have no particular need for luxury items. This fortune will sustain me for quite some time. So why should I work? Mr. Li Yi, do you not wish to seek meaning in your life? With such immense power comparable to that of a deity, do you not want to contribute to humanity and society to be a true hero? Coulson pressed on, attempting to sway Li Yi's perspective. The feeling of being cheered as a hero is indeed appealing. Li Yi mused. Thus, if you join us, we can cultivate you into a hero. Coulson believed he had struck a chord with Li Yi and continued his persuasion. Why must joining you be a prerequisite for heroism? I have decided I shall be a hero motivated by my own interests. A hero motivated by personal interests? To be continued. Chapter 8. Greetings, failed man. What constitutes a hero driven by personal interest? Natasha inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. A hero driven by personal interest is one who remains indifferent to the opinions of others and the consequences of their actions. When I yearn for the adulation of the crowd, I take to the streets to act heroically. When that desire wanes, I retreat into solitude to pursue my own interests. To me, being a hero is merely a hobby. Li Yi stated earnestly. That is hardly heroic. Coulson's expression darkened, though he masked his discontent well. As an agent, one must always regulate their emotions. His idol was Captain America, a true hero willing to sacrifice for others. He believed Li Yi's interpretation of a hero was an affront to the very essence of heroism and an insult to his idol. Each person has their own understanding. Mine is simply this. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I shall not see you out. Li Yi declared, dismissing them. Then we shall take our leave. Natasha and Coulson felt it inappropriate to linger any longer and bid farewell. Once back in the vehicle, Natasha donned a Bluetooth earpiece and started the engine. Boss, Mission B has failed. The target possesses an unwavering resolve and refuses to join us. Natasha reported as she drove. Never mind. Individuals of such formidable strength are inherently difficult to recruit. Return for now. There are new complications with Tony Stark that require your assistance. The cold voice of Black Egg reverberated through the earpiece. Understood. As night enveloped the city, Li found himself restless and desired to stroll. However, his visage had been broadcast across the globe via surveillance, and stepping outside would undoubtedly lead to immediate recognition. While he was mired in indecision, the system suddenly made its presence known. Host, our system has a delightful little gadget that you might find amusing. Would you like to know more? What gadget? Li asked, intrigued. Glasses akin to those of Superman, Clark Kent. Once donned, these spectacles will emit a mystical magnetic field, rendering your true identity unrecognizable to others. They will perceive you as an entirely different individual. The system elucidated. Splendid. Please provide it to me. What is the cost? Li exclaimed eagerly. You need not pay anything. The system offers it to you free of charge. I adore you, system. Li responded excitedly as he put on the glasses. Host, I must reiterate, the system possesses no gender and cannot fulfill such desires. The system replied with unwavering seriousness. Enough with the trivialities. Just hand it over. Very well. Please check your inventory. Superman glasses. A brilliant glow suddenly enveloped Li Yi's hands, revealing a pair of stylish black-frame glasses that exuded coolness. Impatiently, he adorned himself with the glasses and gazed into a mirror. Indeed, my visage is quite dashing. With these glasses, I remain handsome, perhaps even more refined. Li mused narcissistically before stepping out in casual attire. The streets of America were undeniably different from those back home, much less crowded. After meandering for a while with little amusement, Li employed the invisibility ability of the serpent talisman and ascended into the night sky. admiring the splendor of the most vibrant city in America beneath the stars. Suddenly, he noticed a crimson figure darting through the skyscrapers, moving in an unusual manner that resembled swinging rather than flying. Is that Spider-Man? Lee pondered, recalling a familiar silhouette. Yet, this was not a cinematic realm. According to the timeline, Spider-Man should not be present at this moment. Despite his confusion, he decided to follow, maintaining a discreet distance to avoid detection while ensuring he did not lose track of the figure. Following Spider-Man led him to a secluded alley where he witnessed several thugs cornering a student. "What do you want?" "I have no money. Please don't come any closer." The student pleaded in a panic. "Little brat, still defiant? Get him, teach him a lesson." The gang leader commanded his henchmen, ready to strike. Just as they were about to attack, white webs descended from above, ensnaring the two thugs completely. "Who is it?" the gang leader exclaimed in alarm. "Why, it's your friendly neighborhood, Fail Man." Spider-Man leaped down from above. "Do you not know that New York City is under my protection? Violence is not tolerated here." Spider-Man. "Oh, you mean the superhero? Where is he? I'm a huge fan. I want his autograph. My whole family adores Spider-Man." The gang leader stammered. Starstruck. "Let me go, or I shall not hold back." The gang leader seethed, brandishing a gun from his pocket. Oh, how frightful. With a swift motion, two webs shot from Spider-Man's hands, pinning the gang leader against the wall. "Children should not play with guns. You all belong in prison." Assuming the role of a teacher, Spider-Man scolded the thugs as if they were his students. "Spider-Man, please, I can't go to jail. I beg you." The gang leader whimpered. In response, a web sealed his mouth shut. "I do not bargain with criminals. You should obediently accept your fate in prison." "Thank you, Spider-Man. You are my savior," the student exclaimed, rushing over with excitement. "No need for thanks. This alley often attracts troublemakers. You should avoid it," Spider-Man admonished like a concerned guardian. I know, but today my friend left early, and I was alone, so I thought I'd take a shortcut," the student explained, looking remorseful. "Promise me you won't take this route again." "I understand, Spider-Man. Can I take a picture with you?" the student asked, retrieving a small camera from his backpack. "You know how to take pictures?" Spider-Man replied, somewhat surprised. "Yes, I taught myself. I aspire to be a photographer." The student excitedly shared his dreams. "Well, keep at it. You will surely achieve your aspirations," Spider-Man encouraged, posing for several photos before calling the authorities and swinging away. "Hello, Fail Man." Spider-Man suddenly heard someone calling out to him while swinging through the air. To be continued. Chapter 9, Greetings, Failed Man. Suddenly, an unexpected sound distracted Spider-Man, causing him to lose his grip on his web and plummet from the air. With a swift motion, he shot out another web, propelling himself onto a nearby skyscraper. "Who is it?" Spider-Man shouted, bewildered. Moments passed in silence. "Could it be an illusion?" "You are not imagining things," Lee declared, revealing himself from invisibility in midair. "Wow." Spider-Man gasped in surprise. "Did I just see correctly? You were invisible just now, and you're flying. This defies Newton's first law. It's utterly astonishing." "Hey man, how did you accomplish that? Can you teach me? Though I can swing between skyscrapers with my webs, it's hardly comfortable. If I could fly, I would never resort to such a method of travel." "Oh, I forgot, I'm a spider. It would be quite peculiar for anyone to see a flying spider." Regaining his composure, Spider-Man began to chatter excitedly. "Stop," Lee interjected, making a gesture to silence him. "Ugh." Spider-Man exaggeratedly covered his mouth, finally taking a closer look at Lee's features. "I remember now. You're the superhero who appeared last night," Spider-Man exclaimed, astonished. Lee had already removed his glasses. "Indeed, it is I. Oh my goodness. How fortunate am I to encounter a superhero on my outing." "Superhero? Have you come to seek me out?" "Precisely. I wanted to witness the renowned superhero of New York City." "Ha ha. I didn't realize I was so famous." "Not exactly. I learned about you from the Daily Bugle. That little mustache James. I had no idea he provided me with such exposure in addition to his critiques." "Didn't you sell him your photos?" "Indeed. That little rascal is quite unscrupulous. He offered me $200. Spider-Man suddenly paused, realizing something. "What are you implying? I mean, didn't you sell him your photos?" Lee had not uttered a sound, Yet Spider-Man could still read his lips. Peter Parker. Who on earth are you? What is your purpose? Spider-Man's expression paled beneath his mask, his voice trembling with excitement. Calm down, I mean no harm. Lee reassured him. I am merely a curious hero. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lee, currently residing at XXX in Queens. You actually revealed your real name. Spider-Man exclaimed, taken aback. His identity was his greatest secret. He could never allow anyone to uncover it, for it would endanger his family, especially his beloved Aunt May. Why do you not fear? Do you not worry about putting your loved ones in jeopardy? Not at all. I have no family in this world, and I am powerful enough. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I would obliterate them without mercy. Lee stated calmly. I apologize. I do not mean to bring up something so painful. Spider-Man hurriedly apologized, thinking he had touched on a sensitive subject. Do not concern yourself. It matters not to me. Lee waved dismissively. With both parties aware of each other's true identities, Spider-Man's wariness began to dissipate, leading to a casual conversation between the two. I am curious, do you produce your webs naturally, or do you employ some device? Lee inquired, eager to ascertain which version of Spider-Man he was dealing with. This device is my own creation. It can emit various types of webs based on the user's needs. For instance, when I wish to swing through the air, I can shoot this long web, or if I need to ensnare someone, it can produce a net-like web. Spider-Man enthusiastically described his invention, pride evident in his tone. After all, he was merely a young man, brimming with youthful exuberance. Impressive. You are truly a genius. Lee praised without reservation. It seems he is not the Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man. Lee mused internally. Lee, I saw the video of you defeating those two monsters last night. You are just like the superhero from the comics, incredibly strong. Compared to me, you are far superior. Had I been present, I certainly would not have been able to handle those two. Spider-Man lamented. No, you are not inferior to me. True strength lies within one's spirit. Lee recalled how Spider-Man, despite facing numerous challenges, remained steadfast to his motto. With great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man looked perplexed. You will understand one day. By the way, Spider-Man, how about we engage in a sparring match? Lee suggested with a smile. Why? We are not enemies. Spider-Man replied, puzzled. I wish to test the extent of your abilities. It will be beneficial for you. You have likely never fought against someone of comparable caliber. In the future, your adversaries will possess many superpowers and will not be as easily dealt with as those pawned from earlier. Future? How do you know? Spider-Man asked, intrigued. Well, I may possess the ability to foresee the future. Lee said half seriously. How could that be possible? According to the movement of fundamental particles. Spider-Man began to rattle off scientific jargon to counter. Stop. Lee interrupted impatiently. Do you want to fight or not? Of course, Spider-Man declared, flipping backward with a surge of fighting spirit. To be continued. Chapter 10. Confrontation with Spider-Man in his customary battles against criminals. Spider-Man consistently exercises restraint over his immense strength. He is acutely aware of his capabilities, able to lift heavy trucks weighing several tons. A mere fraction of his power could easily reduce a criminal to a pulp. Here we go. Whoosh. Spider-Man immediately shot out 2 strands of webbing. Spider-Man, do you truly believe such tactics will affect me? Of course not. The main event is yet to come. Suddenly, it became clear that Spider-Man's webs were not intended for an attack, but rather to anchor himself to the building across. With a vigorous tug, he propelled himself forward with remarkable agility. Lee remained unfazed, deploying a gravitational barrier in front of him. Bang! Spider-Man's kick met the gravitational shield with a resounding explosion. Lee's defense was effortless. Even the Hulk's strength could not escape his gravitational cage. What on earth? Spider-Man exclaimed, astonished. One of my abilities? Be cautious. Lee responded casually before delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The blow struck Spider-Man squarely in the chest, sending him flying. What tremendous force! Spider-Man thought he might faint as he careened through the air. With agile reflexes, he shot a web to regain control just before colliding with the opposite building. Lee, your strikes are far too forceful. Spider-Man complained. Is that so? I haven't even used my full strength. Li Yi replied with a grin. In truth, he had scarcely utilized a tenth of his power, not wishing to frighten the young hero away. He merely sought a legitimate opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing. You brute, Spider-Man retorted, then swung through the air, launching a surprise attack from behind to ensnare Li Yi. Now you cannot move. Admit defeat. In a typical scenario, one ensnared would be rendered powerless. However, Li Yi's strength far exceeded Spider-Man's, and he forcibly pried Spider-Man's hands apart. Impossible. Spider-Man was left in disbelief. Li Yi effortlessly executed an over-the-shoulder throw, flinging Spider-Man away. Spider-Man spun around a nearby pole, managing to regain his balance after a dizzying rotation. I'm done. I concede. I am no match for you. Seeing Li Yi advance, Spider-Man quickly waved his hands in surrender. Is that your admission? We've barely exchanged a few blows. Li Yi remarked, unimpressed. Are you merely looking to beat me up? Spider-Man grumbled, rubbing his bruised arms. Very well. Let us call it a day. Li Yi expressed his disappointment. You truly are a violent man. By the way, Li Yi, during your introduction, you mentioned being a hero by interest. What does that entail? Spider-Man inquired, now seated on the ground, intrigued. Quite literally, it means I'm not a pauper like you. I'm a billionaire. I enjoy life. And being a hero is merely a hobby for me. Something I pursue at my leisure, unbound by anyone or anything. You scoundrel. Spider-Man felt a pang of envy. I truly envy you. He sighed. Do you not consider such a hero to be less than genuine? I possess immense power, yet do not utilize it to aid others. Li Yi questioned. Coulson would not agree with such sentiments. Why not? No one is obligated to be a hero. Your actions last night saved many lives. You have already become a hero, Spider-Man asserted confidently. He did not impose this belief upon anyone, as the notion of with great power comes great responsibility was merely a personal standard instilled by his Uncle Ben. Spider-Man, I admire you. Should you face an insurmountable foe in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Li Yi clapped Spider-Man on the shoulder, as if to say, I've got your back. Brat, I am not your subordinate. Spider-Man snapped, shaking off Li Yi's hand in irritation. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and contact details, Li Yi soared into the sky. Upon returning to his villa, Li Yi surveyed the expansive room, feeling an air of solitude. Yet, he remained unfazed, as a recluse. He had long since acclimated to loneliness. While other introverts might wish to resurrect their beloved partners with the power of the mouse charm, such was not the case for Li Yi. Although he had followed many anime series in his previous life, most were action-oriented, leaving him with little knowledge of romantic tales and no particular attachment to any fictional character. Thus, the mouse charm held little practical value for him. Moreover, the resurrected characters lacked formidable combat capabilities, rendering them ineffective in battle. Stretching lazily, he eagerly turned on the television. The news reported, billionaire playboy Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, is set to attend the Monaco Grand Prix tomorrow. The plot of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold. To be continued. Chapter 11. The first encounter with Iron Man Tony Stark, having utilized the reactor as his heart, fell victim to palladium poisoning and believed he had but a few months to live. Consequently, he relinquished all restraint, entrusting his company to his secretary and lover, Pepper Potts, and embarked on a perilous racing competition in Morocco. Reflecting on this, Li Yi retrieved his newly acquired smartphone to search for the location of Monaco, planning to visit the next day. He yearned to witness the flamboyant billionaire who also embodied the essence of a true hero. While watching Avengers Endgame, Li Yi was profoundly moved when Tony Stark selflessly sacrificed his life with a snap of his fingers. Such a spirit of sacrifice was one Li Yi could never possess. Had he faced a choice that required giving his life to save others, he would have mercilessly eliminated those in need of rescue, followed by a brief moment of silence. This was Li Yi, a man of extreme selfishness. Monaco, a city-state nestled in the southern part of France, is the second smallest country in the world, trailing only the Vatican, with a mere land area of 198 square kilometers. Li Yi planned to fly directly there, after the restoration of his powers. It seemed to take only a short time to traverse from America to Hong Kong. As he soared through the skies, he admired the scenic vistas below, assured by his serpent talisman that he would not be detected. After over an hour, he arrived in Monaco, halting midair at the most advantageous vantage point. In an instant, he spotted a furtive figure lurking in the shadows. It was Ivan Vanko. However, Lee refrained from making a move, knowing that saving Tony Stark in his moment of peril would create a far greater debt of gratitude. Setting aside Stark's immense fortune, Lee was envious of his ingenious designs and inventions. The Iron Man suit was of little concern to him. If the Hulk could effortlessly rend it apart, Lee surely could too. His primary objective was to seek Tony's assistance in creating an artificial intelligence akin to JARVIS. Given that Tony later designed another AI named FRIY, it was evident that such a task was within his capabilities, and, as a savior, he would find it difficult to refuse a request for aid. Welcome to the Monaco Grand Prix. This is the long-awaited racetrack, and the competition will commence in half an hour. Please take your seats according to your ticket numbers. The announcer's enthusiastic voice sought to invigorate the atmosphere. As time ticked away, the audience erupted in cheers as the contestants made their entrance, signaling that the race was about to begin. Suddenly, a deafening roar of excitement filled the air. The renowned billionaire, Iron Man Tony Stark, had donned his racing suit and appeared before the eager crowd, seemingly prepared to participate in the race himself, even pushing one competitor aside to do so. As Tony threw open the car door, he proclaimed loudly to the camera, "If you have a car and don't race it, that would be a terrible shame." This declaration ignited another wave of fan fervor. The event officials promptly substituted the name of one participant with that of Tony Stark. Lee noticed Ivan Vanko standing not far from the racetrack, anticipating the unfolding drama. The deep growl of engines echoed as the competitors prepared themselves. With the green light illuminating the track, all vehicles surged forward like rockets. Ivan Vanko removed his cap, revealing disheveled hair and a reactor embedded in his chest, leisurely strolling onto the racetrack. "Sir, the race has begun. You cannot change positions at will. It will disrupt the other spectators," an official urged, alarmed by Vanko's bizarre behavior. As a car sped towards him, Ivan remained unfazed, striding boldly forward, oblivious to the approaching danger. Just as the vehicle was about to collide with him, Ivan conjured a pair of whips energized by the reactor, crackling with electricity. With a swift motion, he struck the car's front, cleaving it in two. The vehicle was utterly destroyed, and its occupant met a grim fate. "Oh my God!" The announcer gasped at the shocking scene, while the audience gasped in horror and security personnel rushed to the scene. At that moment, Tony, who was in second place, arrived just in time to witness Ivan's reactor. His eyes widened in alarm, but before he could react, Ivan lashed out with a whip, reducing Tony's vehicle to rubble, flipping it over. Yet, true to his nature as a child of fortune, Tony emerged relatively unscathed. However, Ivan approached him menacingly, whip in hand, intent on enacting shameful vengeance. "It is time," Lee thought to himself as he descended from the sky. "Die, Tony Stark," Ivan shouted as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the arena, and when the spectators looked again, a figure had appeared, grasping Ivan's electrified whip, the high-voltage current proving ineffective against him. "Who are you?" Ivan bellowed in fury, nearly achieving his revenge. "I am but a curious Superman," Lee retorted with bravado, exerting force to seize the whip. As Ivan attempted to wield another whip, Lee vanished and reappeared before him, plunging his hand into Ivan's chest to extract the reactor. Without it, Ivan crumpled to the ground. "Hello, Iron Man." Lee greeted the astonished Tony Stark with a smile. "Am I dreaming?" Tony stammered in disbelief, suddenly recalling something. "Wait. I think I've seen you before. You're the one who defeated that monster in New York, the one who calls himself Superman." "Indeed, I am the embodiment of justice, Superman." To be continued. Chapter 12. Tony Stark, quick, apprehend him. The police rushed into the venue, seizing the fallen Ivan Vanko. "Mr. Superman, I am immensely grateful for your assistance." The leading officer saluted Lee. The video of Superman vanquishing the monster had gone viral, becoming the most viewed clip on Twitter and Facebook. "It was nothing. I merely did what I could. You all are the true heroes. It is thanks to you that societal stability is ensured. It's all just showmanship. Who can't do that?" Lee thought, having just finished watching 3 seasons of The Boys, and he regarded it as nothing short of professionalism. "Mr. Superman, may I trouble you for an autograph?" The leading officer, visibly excited, produced paper and pen. Of course, Lee flamboyantly pinned the name Superman on the paper. "Hey, what brings you here? Aren't you in America?" Tony, ever the proud and arrogant man, interrupted, feeling a pang of jealousy upon seeing someone more popular than himself. "This is hardly the place for a conversation," Lee casually remarked. At that moment, a car barreled in, carrying Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, and his driver, Happy. "Oh my goodness," Pepper exclaimed, seeing the chaotic scene as she leaped from the vehicle and into Tony's embrace. "Tony, are you insane?" "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm fine," Tony reassured her. "You lunatic. Are you trying to throw your life away?" Pepper scolded, tears streaming down her face, berating Tony for recklessly participating in a car race that nearly cost him his life. "Can we discuss this later?" Happy quipped. "Of course," Tony replied, then approached Lee Yi, handing him a business card. "Mr. Superman, I sincerely thank you for saving my life. If you ever need anything, do come by Stark Tower. Done deal. I've accrued a favor. When I need assistance, you won't be able to refuse." Lee mused inwardly as he accepted the card. Shortly thereafter, Tony departed in his vehicle. As Lee noticed the crowd clamoring for autographs, he waved and soared into the sky. In a mere minute, he returned to his residence in New York. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters director, Target Number 1 has made contact with Iron Man. Tony Stark, an agent who had been monitoring Tony, promptly reported to Nick Fury. As for Lie's presence, after hidden agents were uncovered and tossed from several hundred floors up by Lee Yi in under 30 seconds, Nick Fury had temporarily abandoned surveillance on Superman. "Understood. Return to your duties," Fury commanded, pacing anxiously in his office. "How do we contain this individual?" After spending 2 days in his abode, Lee surmised that Tony had returned to America and set off towards Stark Tower. "Halt, sir. This is Stark Tower. You cannot enter without permission." Upon arriving at the entrance, Lee was stopped by security. He had no choice but to dial the number on Tony's business card. This card was Tony's personal one, given only to those close to him. "Hello, who is this?" came a lethargic voice from the other end. Clearly, the toxins affecting Tony Stark had taken a toll on him. "Do you remember the person who saved you a couple of days ago in Morocco?" Lee casually replied. "Oh, it's you. What do you need?" "I require your assistance." "Certainly. After all, I owe you a favor. Just come to Stark Tower. I'm downstairs, but the security won't let me in. I'll notify them." After hanging up, it wasn't long before security approached, respectfully ushering Lee inside. "I apologize, sir. I had no idea you truly knew Mr. Stark. You were simply doing your job. Now, may I enter?" "Of course, please come in." Soon after, Tony had arranged for a lovely assistant to escort Lee Yi to the top floor where he awaited. "Superman? Or should I call you Lee Yi?" As a genius, Tony had thoroughly researched Lee Yi's background that very evening. "Just call me Lee Yi. It feels more normal. Can't you fly? Why did you crawl up from below like a turtle? I thought you would soar in like the Superman from the comics." Tony teased as he poured himself a drink. If one were unaware of his character, they might have already knocked him to the ground. "I could have flown in, but I wasn't certain what you were up to. You wouldn't want me to inadvertently catch you in the midst of some unsavory business, would you?" Lee Yi retorted, not backing down. After exchanging pleasantries, they became somewhat acquainted. "You saved a life a few days ago, and now you come seeking a reward. You're nothing like Superman." Tony chuckled, taking a sip from his glass. "What heroes are merely facades." Lee Yi shrugged casually. "What brings you to me?" Tony inquired directly. "I heard you've designed an artificial intelligence." "How did you know?" Tony asked, perplexed. "I heard it." Lee fabricated with ease. "Ha ha. You don't actually possess all of Superman's abilities, do you?" "JARVIS. Say hello to Lee Yi." A cold voice resonated in the room. "Hello, Mr. Lee Yi. I am JARVIS. Hello, JARVIS." Lee responded. "Why do you mention JARVIS? I want an artificial intelligence akin to JARVIS." "What? You want JARVIS?" Tony exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. "You misheard me. I said an artificial intelligence similar to JARVIS. For a genius like you, Creating another should be a trivial matter, right? Li Yi remarked coolly. I'm afraid JARVI's success was the result of various factors converging fortuitously. I lack the capacity to create another AI. Moreover, in my current state, I simply do not have the energy. Choose something else. Tony declined. How about the latest model of Iron Man armor? Li Yi suggested anew. Absolutely not. There's only one Iron Man in this world, me. Tony retorted, becoming more animated. As the title of Iron Man was something he held as dearly as life itself. To be continued. Chapter 13. Treatment. Are you on the brink of death? Li Yi suddenly shifted the topic. You? How did you know? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. To use the reactor as a heart, one must be exceedingly foolish, Li Yi remarked, pointing to the protrusion on Tony's chest with a nonchalant demeanor. I am fully aware of the folly of this act, yet it is an indispensable element for sustaining my life. With it, I can survive for a few more months. Without it, I would perish within mere minutes. Tony Stark grasped his chest, his complexion ashen. I happen to possess a method to save you. Li leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. What? Tony was taken aback, his excitement palpable. Are you serious? Do you believe I would deceive you? I possess a power that can cure all ailments. You have seen my videos. You must know I wield various super abilities. Li replied coolly. Your condition is an artificial intelligence akin to JARVIS. Tony inquired, regaining his composure with a hint of skepticism. No, that was merely compensation for saving you in Morocco. Treating the toxins within you requires a different form of remuneration. What remuneration? If it pertains to the Iron Man suit, let's not even discuss it. There can only be one Iron Man, Tony asserted firmly. I was merely jesting earlier. That fragile toy would be of no use to me. What? You dare call my Iron Man suit a toy? Tony seethed. To me it indeed is. If you're displeased, feel free to don it and challenge me. You. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. He had witnessed Li Yi's combat prowess in videos, and he knew his suit could not endure even 30 seconds in such a confrontation. Just wait. I will continuously upgrade my Iron Man suit, and one day, I shall develop one capable of defeating you. You might want to ensure you remain alive until that day arrives. Now state your terms. I require 5% of Stark Industries shares, in addition to the right to utilize all inventions you create henceforth. Impossible. Tony rejected outright. Stark Industries, founded during World War II as a munitions company, had become a renowned multinational giant through the unparalleled ingenuity of 2 generations of Stark. In the realm of high technology, only a few industrial titans, such as Osborne Industries, Hammer Industries, and Japan's Yashida Industries, could rival Stark's prowess. To put it frankly, Stark Industries was the leader in its field. This colossal enterprise could effortlessly overshadow nearly half of the European nations with its financial might, rendering its structure rather complex. Firstly, there was its owner, Tony Stark, who held approximately 23% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder and the proprietor of numerous patents that sustained the company. These patents belonged not only to Tony Stark, but also to his father, Howard Stark, thus solidifying his unassailable position within the company. Next was Obadiah Stane, Tony's father's partner and a founding member of the company, who held about 11% of the shares, undoubtedly making him Stark Industries' second-largest shareholder. The remaining shares were divided among the American military, Wall Street financiers, and various powerful entities like Osborne Industries. After successfully eliminating Obadiah, Tony reclaimed the 11% of shares, now possessing 34%. Li Yi's audacious request for 5% was akin to carving flesh from his body, as it represented a value in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Then you may await your demise, Li Yi declared without hesitation, turning to leave, harboring no regrets, as he had initially intended to exploit the situation. Without Li Yi's HIELD would eventually rescue him. Perhaps this would allow him to endure a bit more suffering. Li Yi's abrupt departure left Tony dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to negotiate? Why was he so blunt? Wait. Tony interjected urgently. 5% is genuinely impossible. Even if I consent, that cadre of American politicians would never allow it. No individual, rather than a collective entity, ought to hold such substantial shares. Then tell me, what can you offer? Li Yi replied casually, open to whatever could be negotiated. I could offer you a maximum of 1%. Do not underestimate that 1%. Given Stark Industries' scale, it equates to several $billion. Well, very well. Li Yi feigned contemplation before acquiescing. With the title of a board member at Stark Industries, any future aggression against Li Yi by the United States would necessitate careful consideration of the repercussions, as this nation was one ruled by capital. You must also agree to the artificial intelligence and the additional condition. Otherwise, I shall depart at this very moment. Li Yi pressed further. All right, I concede, but the Iron Man's suit is off limits. It remains exclusively mine. Tony gritted his teeth in agreement. Excellent. I shall commence your treatment now. You will treat me without waiting for the shares to be transferred to your name? Aren't you afraid I might renege? Tony questioned, astonished. Trust me, when you possess power akin to mine, the majority of threats in this world will become inconsequential, for you will be capable of obliterating them effortlessly. Power is eternal, Li stated calmly, placing his hand upon the arc reactor on Tony's chest. How long will this take? This position feels rather peculiar. It seems as if we are engaging in something inappropriate. Tony complained. Believe me, were it not for the treatment, I would never place my hand upon the chest of a man such as you. What? Do you know how those beautiful women perceive me? They say I. Tony could not resist retaliating. Silence. Do you wish to forfeit your treatment? Li interrupted sharply. Ugh. Tony dramatically covered his mouth. Li disregarded Tony's antics and activated the healing spell, Cure All Ailments. A radiant white light emanated from Li Ye's hand, enveloping Tony's body. What is happening? Why does my chest feel so itchy? With a thud, the arc reactor fell from Tony's chest. Immediately, Li Yi withdrew his hand. The treatment is complete. So simple? Tony, still skeptical, lifted his shirt. The gaping hole in his chest had miraculously healed, and the shrapnel within his heart had vanished entirely. Ensure that you've finalized the procedures for transferring the artificial intelligence and shares. Do not make me seek you out over this matter. With that, Li turned and departed, leaving Tony in a state of shock. To be continued. Chapter 14. The Ambush from a Brotherhood after leaving Stark Tower. Li did not opt for a swift return home. Instead, he noticed an intriguing development. Someone was tracking him. This should not have been the case. He was equipped with Superman's glasses. How could anyone detect his presence? Besides his identity as Superman, Li could not fathom any other reason that would lead someone to follow an ordinary civilian like himself. He turned into a narrow alley, intending to lure out the puppet master and then break their limbs. Indeed, a group of oddly dressed individuals surrounded him, led by a Caucasian man. Who are you? You should know the consequences of provoking me, Li inquired nonchalantly. The leader remained silent, merely gesturing into thin air. Li sensed a disturbance in the air before him, where there appeared to be no figures. Invisibility, the word sprang to his mind, and he smirked. Playing invisible was child's play for him. With a swift kick aimed at the source of the air disturbance, he struck. A resounding thud echoed as an unseen figure materialized, crashing violently against the wall, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated. Attack! The leader shouted, startled by the sudden turn of events. Immediately, the group commenced their chaotic display. Some brandished firearms, submachine guns, and even missiles. Others were covered in spikes, crackling with electricity, or spewing flames. An array of bizarre and grotesque abilities. Whoosh! Bang! Thud! Li transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving through the throng with rapid precision, the sounds of blows reverberating in the air. When he returned to his original position, all but the leader lay defeated on the ground. Now, can we converse? Li asked with a grin. You. The leader stammered, unable to articulate his shock. Li, unyielding, advanced and seized the man's throat. Who are you? Who sent you? Cough. Let me go, I know nothing. The leader protested, still defiant. Refuse to speak, and you shall perish. Li coldly snapped the man's neck. He harbored no remorse, for he sensed others lurking in the shadows. Clap. Applause resonated from afar as a figure emerged. Slowly approaching, hands clapping in a blend of amusement and admiration for Li Ye's brutality. Such ruthlessness was precisely the quality they sought. And you are? Li inquired casually. Why are there so many clowns tonight? Good evening, Mr. Li. I am known as Red Devil, sent to escort you. The figure stepped from the shadows, revealing striking crimson skin, reminiscent of a hellish demon. Truly a fitting name for him. Red Devil? I believe I have heard of you. You were sent by Magneto, weren't you? Upon hearing the name, Li pondered for a moment before recalling its significance. Indeed, Mr. Li, you possess considerable knowledge of us. I anticipated that Professor X would send someone to find me. It turns out to be Magneto. Charles is overly cautious. He was among the first to discover you. But it seems your actions toward the American military have raised his concerns regarding your temperament. Truly a pacifist who won't strike back. The absurdity of Professor X's ideals amused Li Yi. The world was ruled by those with strength, not by lofty notions of peace. Indeed, Charles embodies such antiquated views. You clearly belong on our side. Red Devil exclaimed excitedly. I am curious. How did you discover me? I appear to have assumed an entirely different identity. Li Yi questioned. Mr. Li Yi, your ability is remarkably flawless. We discern no flaws. We were able to locate you due to a device that detects individuals with superhuman abilities. I see. Li Yi nodded in understanding. So, can we proceed? Eric is awaiting your arrival. Certainly, let us meet him. Li Yi harbored no intention of joining the Brotherhood of Mutants. Rather, he sought to witness the true extent of Magneto's power. Professor X and Magneto represented the duality among mutants, legendary figures of immense power. Professor X wielded telepathic abilities, an almost divine force capable of altering and implanting memories, rendering individuals loyal slaves until death. With specific devices, he could annihilate humanity in an instant. His telekinesis possessed unfathomable might, capable of disintegrating matter at the atomic level into mere ash. The authorities labeled Professor X's brain a weapon of mass destruction. His intellect was terrifyingly formidable, instilling dread and confusion. Magneto, on the other hand, commanded one of the four fundamental forces, magnetism. This power was exceedingly potent. The Earth was akin to his playground. The technological weaponry of modern human society was but a jest before Magneto. Firearms, missiles, even nuclear weapons were mere toys in his hands. He could manipulate the planet's magnetic field at will, capable of lifting continents and triggering cataclysmic tsunamis, thereby rewriting the course of human history. In X-Men, Apocalypse Magneto, empowered by Apocalypse, demonstrated such feats. Both beings possessed the capability to obliterate humanity. Fortunately, Professor X and Magneto were adversaries. One sought to protect the world and maintain amicable relations with the authorities, while the other aimed to exterminate ordinary humans and establish a mutant dominion. Their conflict maintained a precarious balance that offered a sigh of relief. In comparison, where did Li Yi stand? Though they were formidable, Li Yi remained unconcerned. Should he face Professor X, the telepath's abilities would prove utterly ineffectual against him. The system residing within Li Yi's consciousness had sealed his mind to protect its secrets, akin to the brain-sealing spell in Harry Potter. Only one stronger than the system could breach this barrier. However, in this narrative's universe, no entity would ever surpass the system, rendering Professor X's telepathy utterly useless, a complete failure. As for telekinesis, with the existence of talismans and charms, even Wolverine's regenerative abilities paled in comparison to Li Yi. How could one disintegrate what could regenerate? Moreover, Professor X's speed was negligible. Once detected by Li Yi, he could deliver the professor to the afterlife in an instant, given Li Yi's near-light speed capabilities. To be continued. Chapter 15. The Outbreak of War. What if one were to confront Magneto? Even if he possessed the power to annihilate all of humanity, he would remain powerless against Li Yi. Magneto wields control over magnetism, but Li Yi commands a force far superior, gravity. Given sufficient time, Li Yi could warp the very gravitational pull of the Earth, potentially leading to the obliteration of civilization. The methods at his disposal are myriad, summoning meteorites, lifting an entire city into the heavens only to bring it crashing down, unleashing cataclysmic floods. These are all within his capabilities. This is due to the system granting him a superior version of spell-casting power, far exceeding that of the Holy Master, as the system later revealed. Li grasped the back of Red Devil and vanished amidst a swirl of smoke. The substantial movements of the Brotherhood of Mutants could not escape the watchful eyes of S.H.I.L., which monitors global activities. Coulson submitted the latest analytical report to Black Egg. This report was a comprehensive synthesis derived from various departments within S.H.I.E.L.D. The agency had never relinquished its surveillance of Li Yi, although they could not monitor him closely without risking detection by Superman. They had mobilized a satellite to surveil the area where Li Yi was located. The costs associated with such surveillance were exorbitant, but the threat posed by Superman was immense. He was akin to a walking nuclear bomb, a veritable Ivan the Terrible among nuclear weapons. Should he erupt unexpectedly, the entire American nation, or rather, all of human civilization, could face obliteration. What is the current status of Superman? Black Egg inquired solemnly, his tone laced with urgency. According to our monitoring, Superman has disappeared alongside the Redhead Demon, presumably to meet Magneto, Coulson replied. Black Egg's expression darkened further. This was the scenario he dreaded most. Magneto had already thrown the world into chaos. The addition of an uncontrollable Superman could spell doom for the world by morning. Based on the psychological model specifically devised for him, the probability of Superman joining the Brotherhood of Mutants was assessed to be below 1%, Coulson noted. We still do not understand how his powers awakened. During our visit, though his words were largely nonsensical, one statement bore significant weight. I am not a mutant. Regardless of the truth, his self-identification implies he will not align himself with a mutant perspective. Thus, he is unlikely to heed Magneto, who prioritizes mutant interests above all else. Furthermore, Superman is an excessively self-centered individual with a robust sense of self, making him resistant to persuasion. He is exceptionally obstinate. Convincing such a person with mere words is nearly impossible. Only the mental abilities of Professor X could subtly influence him. Though their attempt to recruit Superman had failed, S.H.I.L.D. had never abandoned the notion of continued efforts. A godlike being could suppress all dissent. Should S.H.I.L.D. secure such a formidable ally, they would no longer need to curry favor with anyone. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded tremendous power, yet it was effective primarily within smaller nations. In the eyes of larger powers, particularly the 5 major rogue states, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a cleanup crew, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Yet, what recourse did they have? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding was provided by others. Should those benefactors sever the financial lifeline, S.H.I.L.D. would be powerless to resist. Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was unwilling to accept the status quo and sought alternatives to alter the situation. Being perpetually beholden to others is not a viable solution. It seems we must accelerate our research into the cosmic cube. He pondered inwardly. The headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants was located on an island in the sea. This entire island had been transformed into a steel metropolis, constructed from vast quantities of metal that Magneto had acquired from around the globe using his powers. This island was purchased from the United Nations during World War II, making it Magneto's private domain. Legally, he was the owner of this territory, which had become a refuge for a multitude of mutants, a nation of their own. Various countries harbored envious glances towards this place, eager to raze it to the ground. Yet they were deterred by Magneto's terrifying abilities, forced to turn a blind eye and allow the mutants to thrive. Upon teleporting into a room, a throng of mutants immediately surrounded Li Yi. Is this truly your way of welcoming guests? Li Yi remarked, unfazed by his predicament. Even jesting at the absurdity of it all. Step aside, commanded a silver-haired elder, adorned with a peculiar helmet and a flowing cape, as he glided through the crowd. This was Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Greetings, my fellow, and welcome to our family, Magneto said warmly, clearly regarding Li Yi as one of his own. So direct? You are so certain that I am a mutant? Li Yi responded, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, my compatriot. We share extraordinary gifts, abilities that elevate us above humanity. Every mutant is a rare gem, a child of destiny. Magneto launched into a fervent discourse on his ideology, attempting to indoctrinate Li Yi. Stop. I came here to meet the legendary leader of the mutants. But I must clarify, I am not a mutant, nor are we kin. Li Yi interjected bluntly. I understand that you may struggle to accept your identity as a mutant, given the severe stigmatization we endure from humanity. However, once you embrace your abilities and accept your true self, you will inevitably come to terms with your identity as a mutant. Join us, and together we shall fight for the future of our kind. Magneto continued his entreaty. Had Li Yi been a genuine mutant, he might have been swayed, but alas, he was not. It seems you are too old to hear my words clearly. I have stated unequivocally that I am not a mutant. Moreover, I am a billionaire, with immense wealth awaiting my enjoyment. Why would I join your precarious terrorist organization? Li Yi scoffed dismissively. Are you thus rejecting my offer? Magneto's expression darkened, his voice turning icy. Isn't that plainly obvious? Li Yi retorted. Then perish. Attack. Magneto bellowed, inciting the mutants around him to charge. Very well, let us play. Li Yi shrugged, dispatching the first mutant to charge at him with a single kick, reducing him to a puddle of mush. Thereafter, he moved through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, each punch and kick claiming the life of a mutant. This was merely Li Yi holding back. Had he chosen to unleash his full power, the battle would have concluded in an instant, before Magneto could even comprehend the threat to his life. To be continued. Chapter 16. The Great Battle with Magneto. Is this all you've got? After dispatching the dozens of mutants charging at him, Li Yi scoffed. He took a step forward, causing the remaining mutants to retreat in fear. Useless. Useless. All of you are useless. Magneto erupted in fury. Old man, why are you afraid to confront me yourself? Why send your subordinates to their doom when you are well aware of my strength? Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi attempted to sow discord. Yet he underestimated Magneto's stature among the mutants, who paid no heed to Li Yi's taunts and stood their ground resolutely. Stand aside. I shall handle this personally. With a flourish of his cape, Magneto stepped out from the throng. I shall ask you once more. Do you still refuse to join us? Laser eyes. In response, Li Yi's eyes glowed ominously, and he shouted to ensure Magneto was aware of his intent. A beam of searing laser light shot forth from his eyes. Magneto swiftly manipulated the surrounding steel to form a shield in defense. Since you insist on seeking your demise, I shall oblige, and you shall witness the power of a level 4 mutant. With one hand controlling the shield and the other outstretched, the ground trembled violently. The floor and walls of the room began to crack, and countless metallic blades surged towards Li Yi. His laser beam was abruptly interrupted as the blades struck him, producing a cacophony of clashing steel. Get out of my way, Magneto bellowed. The remaining mutants wasted no time, fleeing the building in mere seconds. In this city, I am a god. Realizing the metallic blades were ineffective against Li Yi, Magneto waved his hand again, causing the entire structure to implode. Countless metal shards ensnared Li Yi, but Magneto was not satisfied. He expanded the range to encompass the entire island. Gradually, the metallic sphere enclosing Li Yi grew to hundreds of meters in size. Under Magneto's control, it sped toward the sea, clearly intent on drowning Li Yi. Damn you, old man. This is a blatant rip-off of my earth-shattering star. Li Yi, encased within the metal sphere, remained unfazed, even taking time to mock. He conjured a gravitational shield to envelop himself, preventing the metal from making contact. All right, I've had my fun. Let me show you whether your magnetism or my gravity reigns supreme. Instantly, Li activated his powers, and the entire metallic sphere froze in midair, beginning to shake violently. What's happening? Magneto exclaimed in confusion, clearly unaware of Li Yi's abilities. Boom! The metallic sphere exploded in an instant, and the debris began to swirl around Li Yi. Old man, you were mistaken. I am the god here. A nail floated in Li Yi's hand, which he then aimed at Magneto and propelled with incredible speed. Swish! The nail grazed Magneto's face, leaving a prominent scar. This strike was potent enough to eliminate him before he could react, for aside from his magnetic prowess, Magneto's physical capabilities were merely those of an ordinary human. However, Li Yi was not inclined to finish him off just yet. After all, Magneto was a principal antagonist of the X-Men series, and his absence would diminish the forthcoming enjoyment. Li Yi, enraged at having narrowly escaped death, Magneto enveloped the entire city with his powers, summoning all the metal to soar into the air, forming a terrifying metallic storm. How dare you defy me, you mere child who has just awakened? Did you truly believe you could defeat me? Magneto unleashed the metallic storm upon Li Yi. Beholding the apocalyptic scene, Li Yi calmly extended his hand toward the storm. The metallic tempest abruptly halted mid-air. Old man, what a spectacle! But coincidentally, I am equally adept. Li Yi chuckled. He then set up a gravitational field around Magneto, trapping him in place. Impossible. What is this ability? Why can I not move? Like your magnetism, it is one of the 4 fundamental forces, gravity. How can one person possibly possess so many formidable powers? Magneto uttered in disbelief. Because I'm a god, Li Yi replied with a hint of mockery. Disregarding the suspended metal around them, he slowly floated toward Magneto. What you can control, I can control. What you cannot control, I can still control. Li Yi hovered before Magneto. So now, do you wish to continue this battle? What do you intend to do? Kill me? Magneto maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Yet internally he was in turmoil, fearing that Li Yi might indeed end his life. Magneto was not yet ready to perish. He had yet to realize his grand vision of leading mutants to overthrow human dominance and establish a world governed by mutants. You all approached me first, and it was you who initiated this conflict. Why do you now play the victim after losing? Li Yi stated incredulously. We approached you because you are one of the mutants, hoping you might contribute to our cause. Magneto began to extol his ideology of mutant supremacy. Silence. Li Yi's booming voice interrupted him. Old man, if it weren't for your 2 fine daughters, I would truly relish the opportunity to teach you a lesson. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no daughters. Magneto retorted. That is information you need not concern yourself with. Li scratched his ear dismissively. Since you choose not to kill me, there must be something you desire. Feel free to state your request directly. Magneto declared straightforwardly. I have no particular demands. I merely wish for you to cease bothering me in the future. I shall repeat, I am not a mutant, nor do I possess your unique X gene. This time I spare your life, but should you provoke me again, I will sink this island and eliminate all the mutants upon it. Do you understand? I understand. Magneto roared in fury, for no one had dared speak to him in such a manner throughout the years, let alone threaten him. He was accustomed to being revered as the exalted leader of mutants, regarded with utmost respect by all. Yet he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that Li Yi was not as merciful as Professor X. He was capable of taking lives. The mutants he had dispatched to capture Li Yi had all perished at his hands, and he had recently slain dozens more, with the total count of mutants who had met their end at his hands exceeding 3 figures. Very well, old man. A wise man knows when to yield. In your old age, you ought to enjoy some tea, partake in the square dance, and refrain from constantly plotting world upheaval. Ha. Magneto replied with a cold smirk. If you choose not to heed my advice, so be it. Li Yi shrugged in resignation. With a wave of his hand, the metallic storm began to descend like rain. What is happening? It is not raining, yet iron is falling from the sky. My head, which accursed soul has struck me? Li Yi paid no mind to the lamentations as he soared skyward. To be continued. Chapter 17. After delivering a stern warning to Magneto, Li Yi promptly flew back home. Unbeknownst to him, the entire confrontation had been observed by SHV via satellite, though even if they were aware, it would hardly matter. Coulson, what is your take on this? Nick Fury inquired, his brow furrowed. It seems we've underestimated Superman's power. His ability to manipulate gravity is far beyond our initial estimates. Even Magneto's magnetic prowess was utterly defeated before him. According to the XX formula and XX theory, we can deduce that. Coulson began to rattle off a series of technical jargon, leaving Nick Fury with a pounding headache. Enough with the data. Just get to the point. Fury snapped impatiently. Right. Well, previously, we assessed that all weapons on Earth were ineffective against him, primarily due to his incredible speed and formidable defense. Now, All the weapons we deploy could potentially become instruments of his offense against us. Coulson stammered out his conclusions. Does that mean we are utterly powerless against him? What if one day he decides to annihilate humanity? Fury's expression darkened. I'm afraid that is indeed the case at present. Damn it. This creature, unlike the Superman of comics who has kryptonite as a weakness, possesses no vulnerabilities whatsoever. How can such a monstrosity exist in nature? Fury erupted in frustration. If Superman ever truly set his mind to eradicating humanity, our only option would be to summon her back. Fury touched the red beeper he always carried, capable of summoning the superhero he considered the strongest. Director, there's one more thing. Speak. Superman has displayed a new superpower. Our agents monitoring Tony Stark reported that the arc reactor in his chest has vanished, and he now appears to be just like any other person. It is speculated that his toxicity has been eradicated, and all of this occurred following his meeting with Superman. Our specialist hypothesized that Superman possesses a healing ability that probably only extends to minor ailments like colds. What is there to be concerned about? Fury dismissed, but they speculate that Superman's powers could cure any known disease in humanity, including cancer and AIDS. What? Fury was instantly taken aback. This ability is simply unfathomable. Its existence signifies that humanity could ultimately conquer illness, leading to a seismic transformation in society. This power is more precious than any other. If the wealthy become aware of Superman's capability, they would descend into madness. A healthy body is a universal aspiration. The scientific community hopes that SHIELD can persuade Superman to cooperate with their research. Cooperate with their research? Have they lost their minds? Do they not comprehend the magnitude of Superman's strength? Tell them that SHIELD will not intervene. Anyone wishing to conduct research on Superman must convince him themselves. Fury responded with newfound composure. Convincing Superman? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. They have already informed the President, Congress, the American military, and representatives of various financial magnates. This is the latest directive from the President, demanding our involvement. What? These fools, do they not understand the peril they are courting? This is playing with fire. If Superman were to become enraged, the entire nation could face annihilation. Fury cursed vehemently, yet the reality remained unchanged. SHIELD had to act. As their funding originated from the United States. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Contact Tony Stark. He has some rapport with Superman. Perhaps Superman will spare others in consideration of him. Yes, Director. What a perfect weapon of a man. If I could harness his power, I would ascend to become the supreme crime lord of the world. On the top floor of a skyscraper, a rotund man in a tailored suit watched the footage of Superman effortlessly dispatching two monsters, reflecting on his ambitions. This man was none other than the notorious crime lord, Kingpin. Kingpin was the arch-nemesis of superheroes such as Spider-Man and Daredevil. His real name was Wilson Grant Fisk, the most formidable crime figure in New York and indeed all of America. He was meticulous and possessed intellect far exceeding that of the average person, with over 90% of his physique composed of muscle, granting him extraordinary strength capable of punching through walls. He was also a world-class martial artist, boasting combat skills on par with the Punisher. Additionally, his cane could emit lasers and smoke, rendering opponents defenseless. Known as Kingpin, which signifies the mastermind. His criminal network spanned the globe, often clashing with superheroes like Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man, and even tangling with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. So, how do we control such a monster? One of his subordinates inquired. Isn't it obvious? We threaten him. Mobilize immediately to capture the person Superman cherishes most. Surely, he will comply with my wishes, Kingpin declared confidently. Indeed, whether deemed heroic or villainous, both sides often resorted to threatening those close to heroes. Hence, Spider-Man would never unmask himself, desperately concealing his true identity. Meanwhile, another superhero, Iron Man Tony Stark, frequently found his home under siege. Of course, that was due to their insufficient strength. If anyone dared to target Lee, he would annihilate their entire lineage. But boss, based on our investigations, this Superman, known as Lee, is an orphan with an introverted personality and lacks any particularly close relationships. Damn it, what a loser. Why does he possess such extraordinary luck? Awakening such formidable powers? This world is truly absurd. Kingpin raged. Having reached his current status, he had survived countless brushes with death. Yet this Superman might have merely awoken one day to find himself endowed with such immense strength. Target, can you handle him? Kingpin asked, turning to a shadowy corner. Leave it to me, boss. I will make him listen to your commands. Emerged a bald man with a prominent target tattooed on his forehead, his demeanor fierce and brash. This man was Kingpin's trusted enforcer, Bullseye. Bullseye possessed an innate talent for throwing objects, able to launch any item with astonishing precision. His past feats included using playing cards to slice through throats, spitting teeth to penetrate skulls, tossing paper airplanes to distant rooftops, and even launching a toothpick through a window over 100 yards away, resulting in a fatality. He boasted physical abilities and agility beyond the norm, with endurance, speed, and reflexes that made him a professional athlete. Bullseye had even had parts of Edmund alloy fused into his bones, rendering them nearly indestructible. He had once fallen several stories onto a car and emerged unscathed. Filled with confidence, he remained oblivious to the grim fate that awaited him should he encounter Superman. To be continued. Chapter 18. The terrifying target. Within the confines of a dimly lit tavern, a group of burly men indulged in their libations. Drink up. Hey, Jack, why are you sulking here all alone? Oh my God, that wretched woman, my wife Rose, has betrayed me. While I was out working, she was with that scoundrel Blake next door. Damn that filthy woman. Jack cursed vehemently. Jack, Rose does not seem like the type to do such a thing. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? My friend, I wish it were a mere misunderstanding, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. I returned from a business trip early yesterday, hoping to surprise her, and what did I find? She was sprawled on our marital bed with that black scoundrel. God, what sin have I committed? I never imagined she could be such a woman. I truly misjudged her. How did you handle it? What else could I do? I confronted that black brute, of course, but as you can see from the bruises on my face, it was I who ended up taking a beating. That man is incredibly strong. Jack lamented. Damn, how dare that brute treat my brother like that? If I had been there, I would have helped you give him a good thrashing. And what of you and Rose now? It's over. Everything is finished. We divorced this morning. She had the audacity to say she looked down on me as a poor fool, poor and inadequate to satisfy her. Then she ran off with that black scoundrel. Jack replied sorrowfully. Oh, what a tragic tale. Brother, do not be disheartened. Let us drink away our sorrows. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was thrust open with great force, capturing the attention of all present. A bald, white man entered, his head adorned with a target painted upon it. He appeared menacing, radiating an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Although the patrons were displeased with the bald man's entrance, they chose to ignore him after a cursory glance. The bald man approached the bar. One nightshade lover. His voice, cold and gravelly, sent shivers through the crowd. Why, yes. The bartender, trembling with fear, hurriedly retrieved a bottle and filled a glass for him. The bald man raised the glass to his lips, and, seeing no further disturbance from him, the patrons resumed their raucous revelry. Come on, keep drinking. Cheers. Jack, I need to hit the restroom. Jack's friend rose leisurely, but as he passed the bald man, the latter abruptly stood up. Crash. The two collided violently. Watch where you're going, you blind bastard. Jack's friend began to hurl insults. Are you addressing me? The bald man replied coolly. Yes, you. Are you incapable of seeing me pass? If I were you, I would not wish to provoke the man standing before you. Damn it. Are you threatening me? Do you know who I am? I am the boxing champion of XX state. If you anger me, I will make you regret it. Jack's friend continued his drunken tirade, peppering his speech with expletives. Hey, buddy, take him down. I'll bet 100 you can knock that bald guy out. Go on, brother. First, break his legs, then deliver an uppercut. The crowd, emboldened by the alcohol, cheered in support of Jack's friend, for the bald man's demeanor was most irksome. Come on, let us fight together. Encouraged by the raucous atmosphere, Jack's friend fancied himself a boxing champion, striking poses and taunting the bald man. Yet the bald man chose to ignore him. Turning to leave, clearly uninterested in engaging with the drunken fool. Oh, just like that, huh? Run back to your mother's arms and cry. Son of a bitch. Jack's friend continued to taunt from behind. Waste of space. Coward. Trash. The crowd continued to jeer. Suddenly, the bald man spun around, swiftly throwing something at Jack's friend. No one could discern what he had thrown. Jack's friend remained standing, speechless, before he crumpled to the ground. What just happened? What was going on? Why did he just fall? Jack rushed over to his fallen friend, checking for signs of life, only to discover that his friend had ceased to breathe. Oh, brother, wake up. Damn it. He killed my friend. That bastard killed him. Call the police. Jack shouted in panic. What? How'd he do it? Did anyone witness it? I remember now. He is the killing machine target one of Jean Bing's men. Heavens, why is he here? Quick, run. Upon hearing the notorious name, chaos ensued, and the patrons scrambled to escape. The target unfazed, retrieved a small box filled with tiny iron nails from his person. He then began to fling the nails with deadly precision, each one finding its mark in the back of the heads of those attempting to flee. The struck individuals collapsed instantly, their lives extinguished. With the ability to drive a nail into the hardest human skull, the target's prowess was evidently far beyond that of an ordinary man. In mere moments, out of the 30 patrons in the bar, only Jack remained alive. The rest lay lifeless. Please, don't harm me. I haven't done anything. Jack, paralyzed with fear, pleaded from the floor. The target leaned closer. Earlier, you called me a bastard. I didn't mean it. Please, spare me. If I were God, I would forgive you, but alas, I am not. In an instant, a nail pierced Jack's brain. Rose were the final thoughts that flickered in Jack's mind, as he recalled his unfaithful wife. All he had wanted was to enjoy a drink, then perhaps engage in some fun with that superhero. The target, paid him no mind and turned to leave, casually dialing a number. Soon, a group of masked individuals stormed into the bar, swiftly collecting all the corpses and loading them into a vehicle. They then set the establishment ablaze, reducing it to ashes. The next day, as headlines read, last night, a fire erupted at the XX bar on XX Street in Queens. All patrons perished, totaling 32 victims, including employees of XX Company, Jack Doug. To be continued. Chapter 19. The Sudden Incident Whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, scattering debris across the ground. Oh no, my dress. Did the weather forecast not promise a clear, windless day? Damn it. I will never trust their nonsense again. Something flew into my eyes, cursed wind. Amidst the cacophony of curses, the crowd remained oblivious to the fact that the source of the disturbance was not merely the wind, but a person. Li Yi, once again utilizing the snake talisman to become invisible, soared freely through the sky. How exceedingly dull. Is there not a significant event unfolding? System, do you have any tasks to issue? Li Yi inquired. Ding. Host, there are currently no mainline tasks, but there are several side quests available. Would you like to take them on? Behold. Side quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current task. Side quest 2. Earn 1 million points of reputation. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current task. Current reputation value 1000000000. Side quest 3. Side quest 4. Quite a few tasks indeed. Do these tasks carry any penalties? Li asked. Ding. Host need not worry. This system's purpose is to cultivate you into the strongest individual in this realm. It will not impose any harmful consequences, whether for mainline or side quests. The system merely issues tasks and does not enforce penalties. You truly are a benevolent system. In the novels I used to read, the protagonist systems often threaten them with various punishments, like reducing their manhood by 5 centimeters, changing their gender, or even erasing them from existence. Rest assured, host, this system is not akin to those nefarious entities. The system replied, then I can relax. With nothing better to do, I might as well tackle these tasks. The feeling of being cheered by others is genuinely exhilarating. Li mused. However, I must devise a way to acquire a combat suit. After all, how can a superhero engage in battle while clad in casual attire? Superman's costume in Man of Steel is incredibly stylish, but how to procure one? System, since you've already gifted me Superman's glasses, How about extending your generosity to include a matching combat suit? System. Host, you have quite the audacity. The system retorted. Thank you for the compliment. One who is shameless is invincible. Host, consider yourself fortunate. This system indeed possesses a combat suit that complements the Superman glasses. Please prepare to receive it. The system declared. As soon as the words left its mouth, a burst of colorful light enveloped Li Yi, and once the brilliance faded, he found himself clad in a black superhero suit complete with a cape. Black. System. How did you know this was precisely what I desired? I truly adore you. Host this system once again. I know. You have no concept of gender. Li interrupted the system before it could finish. By the way, aside from the indestructible feature portrayed in the films, does this suit possess any additional capabilities? Ding. This superhero suit, in addition to being impervious to damage, can also automatically conceal itself. If the host merely utters the word hide, it will vanish into an alternate space. To don it again, simply say where, and it will automatically adorn you. The system explained. Impressive. Truly, the hallmark of a superior system. My gratitude, esteemed system. Now, this superhero is ready to take action. Clad in a suit, Li Yi ascended high into the sky, scanning the entire city. The powers of the talisman fortified his body in every aspect, granting him unparalleled clarity of vision. While not on par with Superman, he could still spot a fly several kilometers away. On the other side of the city, hurry up, Gwen. A girl ahead called out. NIS, wait for me. Today, being Sunday with no school, Gwen had ventured out shopping with her friend NIS. Come on, Gwen. This outfit suits you perfectly. NIS beckoned. Let me see. Indeed, what a beautiful dress. As Gwen and her friend reveled in their shopping, suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the mall. What on earth is happening? Help! Mommy, where are you, NIS? Panic ensued. A group of individuals clad in black emerged, brandishing firearms and unleashing gunfire at the ceiling. Shut up. Everyone lie down. The leader shouted while firing his weapon. The crowd was instantly subdued, complying without resistance. Gwen, what should we do now? NIS whispered anxiously. Cooperate with them. They're likely terrorists. We must not provoke them. Gwen replied coolly. Now, everyone take out your phones. Anyone caught hiding their phone will meet their maker. New York City Police Department. Hello, what? A robbery on XX Street? The robbers are armed with numerous firearms and heavy weaponry. The entire precinct erupted in chaos. Quick, prepare to deploy. Under the command of Chief George Stacy, the officers sprang into action. The wail of sirens echoed throughout the streets. Gwen, please be safe. Shortly thereafter, the police surrounded the entire mall. Confronting the robbers, media reporters and onlookers flocked to the scene, cordoning off the area and causing a frenzy. This significant incident rapidly became the focal point across the nation, with nearly everyone glued to their televisions. Chief Stacy, what are your plans to handle this situation? Chief Stacy, the robbers are holding thousands of hostages. Can you guarantee their safety? Chief Stacy, step back. Do not hinder our operations. Breaking free from the throng of reporters, Chief Stacy brandished a megaphone and called out to those inside. I am Chief George Stacy of the New York City Police Department. Present your demands. Do not harm the hostages inside. Inside the mall. Boss, what shall we do now? One of the masked men asked. Our home has become a hell due to these damned Americans. Now, they must pay the price. Reply to him. We do not accept negotiations. Hey, something seems to be happening over there. Let's go take a look. Li Yi, soaring high above, spotted the unfolding incident and swiftly descended. To be continued. Chapter 20. Rescue, listen up, you American bastards. We do not accept negotiations. Everyone in this mall is destined to die today. This is retribution against you. Upon hearing this, Director George's face turned ashen. His beloved daughter was inside, and regardless of his duty as a police officer or his paternal love, he could not allow such a calamity to unfold. The news sent shockwaves across the nation. The robbers' motives were not driven by greed. Rather, they sought vengeance. Fundamentally altering the nature of the incident, those inside could no longer be merely referred to as robbers. Director George, who are they, and why do they claim this is retribution against America? Director George, what actions will you take next? Director George, do you have confidence in rescuing the hostages? The reporters bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Please, everyone, remain calm. I understand your urgency, but trust us, we will ensure the safe rescue of the hostages. The deputy director, noticing George's distress, stepped forward to shield him from the relentless queries. Nearby, officers seized the opportunity to escort George to the command room in the rear. Have we identified the individuals on the other side? George gulped down a mouthful of water to suppress his anxiety before inquiring. They are mercenaries from a certain faction, and this incident is a retaliatory act aimed squarely at America, replied his assistant. How did they infiltrate America, armed with such heavy weaponry? Is the Customs Department incompetent? George erupted in anger. The weapons were not smuggled in from abroad. They were procured within America itself. The assistant trembled as he spoke. These scoundrels are willing to sell anything for profit, disregarding the safety of citizens. George seethed. In this capital-driven nation, as long as the profits are high enough, there are those who will dare to engage in any business. Director, should we request military assistance? They possess ample lethal weaponry capable of neutralizing any threat. This is no longer a mere cat-and-mouse game. It has escalated into a war, suggested the assistant. No, if the military intervenes, they will undoubtedly resort to a full-scale assault, endangering the hostages. As police officers, our foremost duty is to ensure their safety. George asserted firmly. We must continue communication with them. If this were just a straightforward act of revenge, they could have acted decisively. Their current control over the mall indicates they have ulterior motives. Understood, Director. Should we storm in and eliminate those terrorists? Li Yi, perched atop a nearby building, observed the chaotic scene below with a furrowed brow. I'm not a true hero. I merely play one out of curiosity, though I could dispatch them with the speed of a lightning bolt. Vanishing into obscurity while leaving the accolades to the New York police, I prefer to remain an anonymous guardian of the city. Oh my God, how noble. I'm almost moved to tears. Let someone else take on such foolishness. The essence of my heroism lies in relishing the applause. If I can't enjoy that, let them perish. Whoever wishes to save them may do so. I possess the strength to act as I wish. With that, Li descended gracefully before the crowd. What is that? It appears to be a person. Are you out of your mind? How could a human fly? Oh my God, it's the superhero from a few days ago. The arrival of Li Yi ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. They cheered wildly, chanting Superman. The footage captured by cameras spread across the globe, reigniting the fervor surrounding Superman. Hello, everyone. Li smiled and waved, his grin reminiscent of a beloved figure. Wow, Superman waved at me. Are you blind? He's clearly waving at me. I love you, Superman. Your new outfit is so cool, just like you. Everyone, step aside. Superman, look at me. I love you, and I want to have your children. Even days later, the enthusiasm surrounding Superman showed no signs of waning. If anything, it had intensified. A throng of reporters quickly surrounded Li Yi. Mr. Superman, are you here to save the world? Mr. Superman, will you bring those terrorists to justice? Mr. Superman, is that your battle suit from Krypton? Please hold your questions until I have resolved the situation. Li Yi replied with a smile. Excuse me, everyone. Li Yi ascended slowly, avoiding the crowd, and flew directly to Director George. Hello, Director George. How may I assist you? One word, showboating. A hypocritical charade. But George was captivated by the spectacle. This was a moment of utmost crisis. The police were utterly at a loss. Although George had previously harbored disdain for these so-called superheroes, particularly the failed man who swung around like a spider, disrupting police operations, he now realized that the world had changed. There were indeed disasters beyond the police's capacity to manage. The monstrous events at Broadway just a week prior had proven that human effort had its limits, necessitating the intervention of those with extraordinary abilities. Mr. Superman, hello. The two engaged in a symbolic handshake. The entire mall is under the control of terrorists armed with automatic weapons and RPGs. Thousands of hostages are inside, and the situation is dire. We urgently require your assistance. George succinctly explained the circumstances. Li Yi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. If we storm in, the terrorists will undoubtedly execute the hostages, and we cannot ascertain whether they have explosives attached to them. Mr. Superman, do you have a plan? George inquired. No tingliese contemplative de manor. I do indeed have a plan. You will draw the terrorists' attention, while I will discreetly approach from behind and neutralize them. As you know, my speed is remarkable. I can eliminate them before they even realize what's happening. Lee proposed a so-called strategy, but in truth, he needed no assistance from these inept officers. At his full capacity, he could eliminate the terrorists multiple times within a second. This was merely a performance. Superman, can you guarantee the safety of the hostages? George asked solemnly. No, I cannot assure you of 100% safety under current circumstances. The hope of saving everyone is but a fantasy. I can only promise to minimize casualties. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Dream on if you think you can outsmart me. Although Li Yi is indeed capable, he detests moral coercion. Should he encounter the moral arbiters from his past life, they would undoubtedly cast him to the moon, leaving him in the company of Chang'e. Apologies, perhaps my ideals are too lofty. Upon hearing Li Yi's indifferent tone, Director George, who has navigated the corridors of power for many years, instantly recognized his misstep and hastily offered an apology, as his precious daughter's safety now hinged upon this extraordinary individual. We shall continue to use negotiations as a facade to capture their attention, and the remainder will be entrusted to you. I shall do my utmost. Subsequently, Director George descended to orchestrate the operation. To those inside, since you have not resorted to immediate violence, you must have some demands. We can discuss anything. What shall we do now, boss? Inquired a subordinate nearby. Having allowed them some time to ponder, they likely have abandoned all hope of rescue. It is time to engage them. Bang! Before the terrorist leader could finish speaking, a deafening sound erupted from the top of the mall. The hostages screamed in terror. Someone has intruded. Damn it. We have been deceived by those Americans. This must be their secret weapon. Everyone, be cautious. Dozens of terrorists gripped their weapons anxiously. One by one, the terrorists' necks twisted grotesquely, their deaths profoundly horrific. This was Li Yi's deliberate torment. Otherwise, he could have exterminated them countless times within a mere 0.01 seconds. Witnessing their comrades perish in such a bizarre and terrifying manner left the remaining terrorists trembling in fear, dreading their imminent fate. This was a profound psychological torment. They're ghosts. It must be a superhuman. In the span of mere seconds, only the leader of the terrorists remained. Li Yi then revealed himself. At this moment, the leader sat paralyzed on the ground, utterly terrified. What manner of monster are you? The leader stammered. Is my attire not sufficiently indicative? Seeing this, I am Superman. To be continued. Chapter 21. Star of the City. No, you are not Superman. You are a devil. A demon sent by Satan. For an evil being like you, I am indeed a demon from hell. Li stepped forward, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. As long as I am here, do not even think about harming these good people. With that, he hurled the man onto the rooftop, where his head crashed through the concrete wall, becoming lodged at the shoulders, left hanging in midair like a lifeless corpse, meeting an instant demise. Clap, clap, clap. The hostages present erupted into applause, cheering loudly for Li Yi's words. Superman, you are so impressive, a partner of justice. You shall henceforth be my idol. A handsome young man shouted. Superman, my entire family are your fans. My 5-year-old daughter sleeps with a pillow bearing your picture every night. Could you kindly sign it for her? A beautiful woman exclaimed. Superman, I misunderstood you a few days ago. You are the true hero. And those foolish military personnel got what they deserved. From this day forward, I shall be your steadfast supporter. A middle-aged, balding man proclaimed. Thank you all for your support. Now, please remain in place as we await the police's rescue. We still do not know if any terrorists are hiding among the crowd. Li Yi reassured them. He then opened the system panel, which had transformed entirely. Side Task 1. Save 10,000 people. Subsequent tasks will be updated upon completion of the current task. Current completion. 3456 10,000. Side Task 2. Gain 1 million points of reputation. Subsequent tasks will be updated upon completion of the current task. Current reputation, 1789-100-0000. System, this task of saving people is quite understandable. But how is this reputation value calculated? I am, after all, a household name. Why is my reputation so low? Lee wondered. Ding host. The system quantifies each individual's admiration and reverence for you into a numerical value, calculated as follows. The system elaborated with a plethora of incomprehensible terms, which Lee found perplexing. Fine, let us leave it at that. He interrupted hastily. After rescuing the hostages, Lee did not depart immediately. Having saved them, he aimed to maximize the benefits, to relish a bit more of the applause, and to elevate his reputation further. It would all be a waste otherwise. He soared from the rooftop and signaled to the police with a gesture indicating that all was resolved. At the command of Director George, the fully armed SWAT team stormed into the mall, temporarily securing those present before beginning to meticulously check the hostages for any hidden terrorists. These matters were of no concern to Li Yi. Li Yi returned outside, where reporters once again swarmed around him. Superman, how do you feel right now? Superman, are you still single? Have you considered dating? According to the latest rankings from XX, you are the most desired man among American girls. What are your thoughts on this? Superman, may I ask you? A barrage of peculiar questions ensued. Even one bold reporter inquiring about the color of Li Ye's underwear, laden with innuendo. Thank you all for your support. Please step aside, make way. A group of police officers forcefully cleared a path through the reporters. Who are you? By what right do you push me? I have the right to interview. Tell me who your superior is. I shall not hesitate to berate him and his ancestors. After some tussling, the officers managed to create a passage. Then, a short, stout man in a suit approached. Superman, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved those unfortunate hostages. You are a hero of America. And you are? Oh, forgive me for my forgetfulness. I am John Charles, the mayor of New York City. You may call me John. The mayor? Huh. Where were you during the crisis? Hiding while a police chief took the brunt? Now that the trouble is resolved, you come out to bask in the glory and bolster your political standing. Indeed, American politicians are utterly despicable. However, Lee chose not to confront him, smiling as he shook his hand, discreetly placing a gravitational barrier on his palm to avoid contamination. Mayor, how do you view today's events, and how would you evaluate Superman's heroic actions? The reporters, upon noticing the mayor, immediately began to fawn over him, clamoring for interviews. Firstly, the occurrence of such an event today implicates the government with undeniable responsibility. We shall earnestly heed the public's opinions and implement reforms. In this terrifying assault, not a single hostage was harmed, all thanks to our hero Superman. After deliberation, we have decided to bestow upon Superman the title of Star of the City. Oh. Superman. The crowd erupted in unison, chanting his name. Standing aside, Gwen gazed at Superman with adoration. Star of the City? That title seems to be awarded by my father. Little did they expect that Superman would engage in such deeds. Our deductions suggest he is not the type to act altruistically. Coulson remarked in confusion. He must have ulterior motives. At his core, he remains a selfish and brutal individual. Observe how all those terrorists perished by his hand, leaving no survivors. Nick Fury frowned, contemplating, convincing Superman to cooperate with research. Those antiquated fools have a sense of humor. I need not speculate. Should they employ forceful measures, Superman will undoubtedly show no mercy. This Superman is starkly different from the one in the comics who refrains from killing. To be continued. Chapter 22. Under currents, the headlines blared across the newspapers the following day. Terrorist strike at XX Mall. Superman collaborates with police. The New York Times, Superman. Hero of New York, hero of America. Economic Tribune, eyewitness interview. Superman is by your side. Pioneer Daily, on the day of disaster, where was Spider-Man? Horn Daily. It was the first time Superman had made an appearance since the Green Monster incident a week prior, and the media was ablaze with reports of his heroic deeds. How do you perceive Superman's gallant actions? A reporter inquired of a beautiful hostage who had been rescued. I was utterly terrified yesterday, convinced I was destined to die. I swore to God that I had never committed any wrongdoing in my life. Why had I been subjected to such a fate? It was not until Superman appeared that I realized this was not divine punishment, but rather a path to my true love. Oh, Superman, my prince, you're the most significant part of my life. Superman, my true love, if you can hear me, please come find me. My life cannot exist without you. She professed passionately. And what is your opinion of Superman? The reporter asked a middle-aged, balding man. Superman is the hero of New York City, the hero of America, the hero of the world. He is the Son of God, the Savior, come to redeem us sinners, the bald man exclaimed fervently, resembling a zealot. Get him away from the camera. Wait, isn't he the one who previously claimed Superman was a demon sent by Satan? A keen observer recognized the man as the one from the previous interview. What do you think of Superman? The reporter posed to a little girl. Superman is my hero. I need to hug him every night to fall asleep. Uncle Superman, my mother adores you. She says you gave her courage. She divorced that abusive jerk because of you. Can you be my daddy? When I grow up, I can marry you. The little girl blushed and declared, Cut it. Cut it. That cannot be aired. In any case, Superman's reemergence plunged America into a frenzy dubbed Superman. It also ignited a flicker of hope in some individuals regarding how to confront him. On the top floor of a towering skyscraper, Boss, we have found no trace of Superman. A trembling subordinate reported to Kingpin. What? I provided you with the best resources, and you dare tell me you found nothing? Kingpin seethed, gripping his subordinate by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Cough. Cough. Boss, it's not that we haven't tried. It's just that someone above is deliberately obscuring all information related to Superman. The last data we gathered on him was from a week ago, and now all news about him has been completely suppressed. The subordinate explained. Completely suppressed? Who possesses such power and influence? Kingpin frowned. Of course it's SHIELD. They immediately sealed off all information regarding Superman after the incident. Despite Kingpin's formidable reputation, he was merely an underground overlord, far from the reach of a global organization like SHIELD. Damn it. We'll have to employ some special measures then. Superman loves saving people, doesn't he? Ha ha. Kingpin laughed, unaware that he had entirely misjudged Superman, who cared little for the dead and merely reveled in the adoration while fulfilling his duties. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor, should we attempt to make contact with him? Storm suggested. I believe it's best not to pursue this connection. Such a person would not align with our values. Cyclops countered, frowning. Professor, a person's growth is inextricably linked to their environment. If we can guide him. Jean Grey interjected. Cyclops, seeing my girlfriend not side with me leaves me somewhat uneasy, Cyclops thought. Very well, let us proceed with caution. Professor X ultimately decided to reach out to Superman. Despite the peculiarities surrounding him and the fact that his abilities seemed ineffective against Superman. Nevertheless, the Professor's conviction was to never abandon a fellow being. Aurora Scott, I entrust this to you. Yes, Professor, they replied. Though Cyclops wished to voice more concerns, he hesitated to challenge the Professor's decision. Daddy, will Superman be attending the City Star Awards ceremony later? Gwen inquired. I'm uncertain. If Superman does not come, we'll have to present it symbolically. George replied. Bestowing the City Star honor to a so-called superhero was a ludicrous notion that he would have staunchly opposed in the past. Even if the mayor insisted, he would have refused. However, Superman had saved his precious daughter and managed the situation without casualties, which significantly altered his perception of superheroes. Daddy, may I ask you a favor? Could you take me to the ceremony? I want to personally thank Superman. Gwen pleaded. But George furrowed his brow. He had always been a man of principle, never abusing his authority. Daddy, please take me. I truly wish to express my gratitude to Superman. Gwen implored. All right, I will grant your request. George eventually conceded, realizing that family was paramount above all else, and taking Gwen to the event was no great burden. Daddy, thank you, Gwen exclaimed, skipping back to her room. Nat, you won't believe it. I'm about to meet Superman. Really? To be continued. Chapter 23. The date with Gwen in a certain park. Due to Superman's successful intervention in thwarting the terrorist destructive plans and rescuing all three, 456 hostages, we have decided, after careful consideration, to bestow upon him the honorary title of City Star of New York City, in gratitude for his heroic deeds. Director George solemnly declared from the podium. Applause erupted from the audience. Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd cheered loudly, clapping their hands in jubilation. Oh dear system, how is it that I am so well loved? It is rather perplexing, Li Yi remarked to the system from high above. Ding. Host, I believe a phrase aptly describes you. Which phrase? Is it loved by all, blossoming like flowers, and causing vehicles to have flat tires? It is the most despicable, is invincible. Humph. Li Yi responded to the system with a dismissive gesture. I suppose I should go down and see. This is a special event prepared by the people of New York City for me. Slowly, Li Yi descended. Look, it's Superman. He really has come. Don't just stand there. Quick, take pictures. Greetings, everyone. Li Yi smiled and waved. Superman smiled at me. No, he smiled at me. Superman, I am your most loyal fan. Mr. Superman, it is a pleasure to have you here. Director George said with a grin. Of course. I am honored to receive this recognition. Subsequently, Director George handed Li Yi a large model of a key symbolizing the city star. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to fight for justice, Li Yi proclaimed, raising the key model high. What a farce. Li Yi was merely reveling in the adoration of the crowd. Such a hypocrite. Superman, Mr. Superman. A melodious voice suddenly rang beside Li Yi. A beautiful blonde girl holding a bouquet of flowers stood next to Director George, wanting to step forward but hesitating. Finally, encouraged by Director George, she timidly spoke up. Hello, beautiful miss. How may I assist you? Li Yi asked with grace. Mr. Superman, I am one of the hostages you saved yesterday. My name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen mustered her courage to say, I remember you. You have a friend with brown hair. Li Yi's memory was remarkable. Typically, the stronger one's mental faculties, the sharper their memory. The enhancement of his spells was all-encompassing, naturally bolstering his mental acuity. Once Li Yi had seen something, he would remember it even 10 years later. Indeed, her name is Niece. Mr. Superman. How did you know? Have you been watching us all along? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. This is not mere narcissism. Gwen was a goddess in school. Not only strikingly beautiful and academically gifted, but also exceptionally sociable, with many boys vying for her attention, all of whom she deemed too immature and thus rejected. Her father was the chief of police in New York City, a background that deterred anyone from troubling Gwen. I tend to have a profound memory of remarkable individuals or events. Li Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, Gwen's cheeks flushed, evidently misinterpreting his words. Mr. Superman, thank you. Gwen offered him the flowers. Then I shall graciously accept your gratitude. Li Yi took the bouquet. After presenting the flowers, Gwen did not leave immediately, but stood still. What is it? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, Gwen leaned in and kissed Li Yi on the lips. The square, which had been filled with cheers, fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by Gwen's audacious act. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Gwen finally pulled away. Mr. Superman, that was my way of thanking you. Li Yi, however, was left wanting more. What a delightful gift indeed. Alas, it was far too brief. Director George, who had been serious, was utterly taken aback, his astonishment evident. My precious daughter, my cherished daughter, after all these years, was just kissed? He was so furious, he nearly pulled out his gun to take down Superman. Ah, you shameless hussy. How could you kiss Superman? Superman, why did you kiss her and not me? I am far more beautiful than she is. Superman, take me away. The cries of female spectators echoed throughout the square, mostly directed at Gwen. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. Some threw objects, while others attempted to breach the police barricades to rush the stage. Stop them. Quickly. Restrain them. Director George hurriedly stepped in to regain control. Gwen, however, wrapped her arms around Li Yi's waist. Mr. Superman, take me away. Gwen softly implored. Indeed, she was the quintessential American girl, her hidden fervor and boldness suddenly surfacing. Well, Director George, I shall take Gwen with me now. Do not worry. I will ensure her safe return. Then, amidst Director George's astonished gaze, he soared into the sky. To whisk away the daughter before her father's eyes was truly exhilarating. No, Superman, you should take me. Superman, I am your true love. Superman, you are mine, and I am yours. Each time I gaze upon you, I feel I might explode, and if I draw closer, I might melt. I simply wish to possess you. My darling. Li embraced Gwen as they ascended into the sky. The reason he could carry someone while flying was that his ability to fly was achieved through manipulating gravity. He enveloped Gwen in a gravity shield, isolating her from the external air, thus eliminating any concerns about breathing difficulties. Within the gravity shield, Gwen felt as though she were in a transparent airplane. Am I flying? This is utterly incredible. According to the laws of physics, humans cannot fly, especially at such speeds, merely the friction with the air. And yet you are able to carry someone while flying? This is truly astonishing. Is your ability akin to that of the Superman from comic books? The one with the life stance. Gwen rambled on with a plethora of technical jargon, truly the epitome of a scholarly girl. Gwen, are you certain you wish to discuss scientific knowledge at this moment? Lee chuckled helplessly. I apologize. I am just accustomed to it at school. Gwen said shyly. It seems you're not very certain that I can carry someone while flying, yet you still ask me to take you away? Well, I don't really know. I just got a bit carried away earlier. Never mind. Do you have a destination in mind? I could take you there. Really? I have been fascinated by the starry sky since childhood. Can you take me a bit higher? I want to observe the stars up close. Certainly, Lee replied. He then ascended once more, the surrounding air growing increasingly thin, and before long, they broke through the atmosphere. This is unbelievable. Here, where there is seemingly no air, we can still breathe and speak normally. Your abilities are truly extraordinary. Gwen gazed at Li Yi with fervent admiration, not of romantic affection, but of a profound love for science. Gwen, weren't you supposed to be looking at the stars? Li Yi had to redirect the conversation. My apologies, Gwen said bashfully, instantly captivated by the beautiful starry sky. The scene is utterly enchanting. Indeed, the cosmos is remarkably vast, rendering humanity strikingly insignificant in comparison. The two individuals reveled in the breathtaking night sky. After a considerable time, Lee escorted Gwen back to her residence. Thank you, Superman. This has been the happiest day of my life, Gwen exclaimed, embracing Lee tightly and speaking softly. You're most welcome. Your happiness is all that matters. Lee replied with a smile. Superman, may I ask you one more thing? Of course. I wish to know your true name. I am Li Yi, a hero driven by curiosity. To be continued. Chapter 24. A changed future. Li Yi returned to his residence. Gwen Stacy? Isn't she the future girlfriend of Little Spider? How'd she end up kissing me? Li Yi murmured. System, is this really appropriate? He inquired. Ding. Host, this is a real world, devoid of a fixed future. It is filled with uncertainties. So, are you suggesting that Gwen may not necessarily become Peter Parker's girlfriend? Lee exclaimed with delight. Host cut the pretense. Are you truly the type to be concerned about a predetermined fate? If you have feelings for this girl, you could seize her even by force. The system retorted. Hee hee, you caught me. After all, the host is quite the shameless individual. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury commanded Coulson. Immediately dispatch someone to protect that girl in secret. We must ensure her safety. Understood, boss. Coulson replied, swiftly arranging the necessary measures. Director, are you worried that someone might exploit this girl to target Superman? Maria Hill, a fellow Level 10 agent, interjected. She, like Fury, possessed the same authority, as she was part of the coalition that aimed to distribute Fury's power within SHIELD. Indeed, being associated with Superman is not good news. My greater concern is that if someone harms this girl, it could provoke Superman's wrath. Even Magneto was defeated by him. I fear that no one on this planet can hinder his actions. In the mystical sanctuary of Kamartaj, the Ancient One, as usual, peered into the future using the Time Stone. After safeguarding the Earth for centuries, she yearned for retirement, and through the Time Stone, she finally identified her most suitable successor. Suddenly, the Ancient One's body began to convulse violently, as if afflicted by a seizure. She gasped, awakening abruptly. Why is the future changing? Superman Li Yi. Who is this individual? It seems I must investigate, she murmured. At the intersection of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, in the streets designated as the no-go zone by gang members, two figures were engaged in conversation. Mr. XX, if you successfully lure out Superman, our boss will grant you the business on XX Street. Mr. Kingpin is indeed generous. However, this task, the other man hesitated. Are you joking? That's Superman we're talking about. Provoking him? Are you looking to endanger your life? If you refuse, your gang has no reason to continue existing. I understand. I will do my utmost. Not just your utmost, but you must succeed. Remember, no one bargains with Kingpin. All right, I comprehend. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, what is happening outside? Boss, a freak in red attire has attacked us without warning. Many of our brothers have been taken down. The subordinate reported urgently. What? You mean there's only one person? Then what explains the screams? Are you all useless? You can't even handle one person. What use do I have for you? The boss exclaimed in frustration, primarily concerned about appearing incompetent before Kingpin's envoy. B-Boss, this freak's reflexes are astonishingly fast. Our bullets can't even hit him. The trembling subordinate replied. Must be another one of those tiresome superheroes. Kingpin's envoy remarked. B-Boss, the freak is about to break in. Should we retreat? Fool. Is that even a question? Gather our forces to hold him off. I will retreat with this esteemed individual. Yes. The subordinate complied. Esteemed one, let's depart. For now, we can only proceed this way. Swiftly attend to the matter I entrusted to you. Of course. With a swift motion, a figure clad in a red bodysuit, wearing a mask reminiscent of the old Spider-Man, dispatched the last of the obstructive henchmen with a baton and made his way to the earlier meeting room. Regrettably, they escaped. The figure lamented. This individual was none other than Daredevil, a sworn enemy of Kingpin, also known as Matt Murdock, the son of a boxer. Matt discovered his father's hidden life as a thug when he sought him out at the factory. Disappointed, he dashed away, nearly colliding with a forklift. The driver swerved, causing a barrel of chemicals to spill into Matt's eyes, leading to his tragic blindness. However, in losing his sight, Matt's other senses, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, became extraordinarily acute. Through rigorous training, he developed a radar-like ability that allowed him to perceive every corner of the city, even with his eyes closed. Years passed, and Matt kept his secret hidden. But after his father was murdered by thugs, he vowed to avenge the innocent victims and combat the forces of evil in the city. By day, he was an ordinary lawyer in New York, but as night fell, he donned his red suit and became Daredevil. With lightning-fast reflexes and the agility of a hawk, he fought crime in the city, addressing grievances that the law could not resolve. He then retrieved a cell phone from a henchman and dialed the police, declaring, "These scumbags have committed enough crimes to warrant 10 or 8 years in prison." To be continued. Chapter 25, the first main quest boom. A tremendous explosion suddenly erupted on a street. All the crowd fled in a frenzy. The American people truly live in dire straits. Just 2 days ago, there was a massive terrorist attack, and now another unexplained explosion has occurred. Beat police and firefighters swiftly arrived at the scene. The officers conducted a meticulous investigation. "Sir, we have discovered that this bomb is of the same model as the previous ones," reported the technician. In other words, this is a series of bombings. Officer Jason, responsible for the area, frowned. Clearly, the frequency of these incidents is alarmingly high. In just 2 days, this marks the 5th occurrence. His assistant replied, "Typically, a perpetrator's actions are driven by a clear motive, yet I fail to discern the intention behind these attacks. Is it for money? For wealth? Or is it an act of deliberate vengeance?" The locations of these 5 explosions are vastly distant from one another, with no apparent commonality. "Sir, we have an encrypted call coming in, specifically requesting to speak with you." A young officer interrupted Jason before he could finish. "What? Hand it over." Jason accepted the call with a puzzled expression. "Hello, this is Jason speaking. Who are you?" Jason inquired, furrowing his brow. "Just an unknown individual. What do you want? If you don't speak, I will hang up." "Sir Jason, if I were you, I wouldn't hang up. I orchestrated all 5 explosions." "What? Haha. Don't be too excited. The reason I'm calling is to inform you that the previous 5 bombings were deliberately staged in uninhabited areas. Now, I'm on the XX bridge, where I have planted enough explosives to obliterate the entire structure. The moment I press the button, boom, everything will vanish into thin air." Ha! The caller erupted into maniacal laughter. "Sir, the XX bridge is one of the most densely populated areas in this region." The assistant murmured. "You madman! What exactly do you intend to do?" Jason seethed with anger. After 5 consecutive bombings, no one doubted the authenticity of the caller's words. We need Superman. Bring him here. How on earth am I supposed to know where that Superman is? I can't be held responsible for that. The caller abruptly hung up. Damn it. Jason cursed vehemently. Do we have enough time to evacuate the XX bridge? Jason pondered anxiously. Sir, I'm afraid not. The perpetrator is already on the bridge, and if we attempt to evacuate, they may trigger the explosives. Damn, 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 that bastard. Sir, it seems we have no choice but to seek assistance from above. Soon, an emergency news broadcast interrupted the television programming. Superman, wherever you are, the situation is extremely urgent. We need your help. If you can see this news, please rush to XX location. A police officer spoke gravely on the news. At home, Lee happened to catch this information. However, he felt indifferent. After all, he wasn't the American police's babysitter. Why should he respond to their call? As for the casualties, it wasn't his doing. Helping would be a courtesy, while not helping would be his right. Lee stretched lazily, about to change the channel when suddenly, the system sent him a message. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered your first main quest, Kill to Warn 100. The hidden rats dare to covet the power of the divine. The divine shall unleash its wrath, devouring all petty beings. Quest objective: uncover the mastermind behind the conspiracy against the host and tear them apart, demonstrating to the world the consequences of provoking the divine. Quest reward: 1 lottery draw. Quest duration: 10 days. Quest penalty: none. So, you mean to say that this incident is a deliberate trap set for me? Lee asked, puzzled. Indeed, host. The system replied. Haha, I am eager to discover who possesses such audacity. If I find them, I will make them wish for death. Lee sneered. It seems I have no choice but to intervene. Let me embrace the role of a superhero once more. With that, Lee donned his black superhero suit and soared into the sky, swiftly making his way to the XX location. At the XX location, police, reporters, and Superman's fans gathered at the scene. Do you think Superman will return? Of course. Superman is the hero of New York City, the hero of America. He will definitely come. You're too naive that Superman is clearly just putting on a show. Do you really believe he is a hero? Before the speaker could finish, he was pinned down and beaten by nearby Superman fans. How dare you insult Superman? Everyone, put in some effort. My father is a congressman. If anything happens, I'll handle it. The scene descended into chaos. Just then, someone shouted, "Look up!" The crowd collectively gazed upwards to see a figure clad in black, emblazoned with a prominent sun on his chest, descending slowly. Superman! 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 The onlookers chanted in unison. Tomorrow's headline is secured. Hurry and take photos. Everyone, please don't push. Be cautious to avoid accidents. Superman certainly wouldn't want such a thing to happen. Superman, I love you. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see you again. I missed you all dearly over the past 2 days. Lee smiled, radiating warmth. Superman. The fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. Lee glided toward the center, where Officer Jason stood upright. Upon seeing Superman approach, Jason immediately saluted. I heard on TV that you needed my assistance. Lee smiled, his expression filled with kindness. Yes, Mr. Superman. It's not convenient to discuss here. Could you please follow us to the back? Of course. Despite the crowd's pleas, Lee followed Jason to the command room at the back. Chief George, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Lee said somewhat awkwardly, recalling the last time he had taken George's daughter away in front of him. However, Chief George wore a stern expression, showing no sign of emotion. Mr. Superman, this incident is... Chief George explained the background and circumstances of the situation to Lee Yi. So they are targeting me? What audacity! Lee chuckled, though his smile concealed a terrifying bloodlust. To be continued. Chapter 26. Interrogation Mr. Superman. What are your plans? Director George inquired. Of course, I will rush in and apprehend him. Lee replied matter-of-factly. In truth, what Lee envisioned was tearing that scoundrel to shreds, but such thoughts seemed inappropriate in the presence of law enforcement, especially since he harbored a certain affection for the man's daughter. Had it been any other officer, Lee would have disregarded them entirely and recklessly unleashed chaos. Mr. Superman, please remain calm. This situation differs greatly from the last. The explosives planted on the XX bridge possess the capability to obliterate the entire structure. Director George hastily urged. Director George, I have matters to discuss with you privately. Lee stated coolly. Very well, I understand. Everyone, please step outside. Director George nodded knowingly and promptly dismissed all personnel from the command room. System, disable all surveillance. Lee commanded. Understood, host. The system complied, instantly shutting down all monitoring, including the satellite deployed by SHIELD to observe Superman. This system, a gift from a powerful entity, undoubtedly possessed more than just a lottery function. In the presence of Director George, Lee activated his invisibility. The enhanced power of his serpent sigil enabled him to achieve perfect invisibility. Not only was he imperceptible to the naked eye, but also undetectable by various human instruments, such as thermal or infrared sensors. This was why Lee had previously revealed this ability in front of the little spider, as it was nearly impossible to defend against. Once concealed, even Thanos without the Infinity Stones would be oblivious to his presence, unless the opponent wielded the power of rules. What do you mean by unscientific? Apologies, but this is magic. What? What is happening? Mr. Superman, are you still there? Director George exclaimed, his anxiety palpable upon witnessing Superman's sudden disappearance. Thousands of lives hung in the balance. Only Superman could save them, and if he vanished, all those individuals would face certain death. I am right here, Lee responded. What? What is happening? This is another one of my abilities, visibility. As long as I remain hidden, no human can detect my presence. With that, Lee gradually revealed himself. Oh my God, such a power exists. It is utterly terrifying. Director George exclaimed in shock. If Superman were to misuse this ability, who would be able to identify him as the perpetrator? A flicker of wariness towards Superman ignited within Director George's mind. Therefore, I shall take charge from here. Mr. Superman, I implore you, please do your utmost to rescue those people. Director George beseeched, abandoning moral coercion in favor of a tone laced with desperation. I shall do my best. With that, Lee vanished, soaring towards the XX bridge. Thank goodness Superman embodies justice. At least for now, Director George murmured. Lee arrived invisibly at the bridge, scanning the area for any anomalies. Finally, amidst the crowd, he pinpointed a suspicious figure and approached stealthily. The individual donned a black hooded jacket with a mask, carrying a black backpack. After surveying the surroundings, he produced a phone. Beep, beep. Beep, it is already the agreed-upon time. Yet I still have not seen Superman. A cold, rasping voice emanated from the man's throat. Please remain calm. We have exhausted all means to contact Superman. Kindly wait a little longer. The voice on the other end replied anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lee was nearly certain that this person was the bomber. How audacious to be on the bridge. It appeared he was either a coward or that the so-called explosives were mere fabrications. In the final 5 minutes, if I do not see Superman arrive at this bridge, you can prepare to inform those on the bridge to rest in peace. The man then ended the call. I am curious why you are on the bridge, if you intend to blow yourself up. A voice suddenly resonated from thin air. The man jumped in alarm, akin to a startled bird, glancing around in confusion. Who? Unfortunately, no response came. Am I imagining things? Crack. The man's hand twisted grotesquely, eliciting a cry of agony. The commotion instantly drew the attention of other pedestrians who began to gather around. Lee enveloped him in gravity and ascended into the air. Oh my, that fellow can fly. Could he be Superman's brother from the television? This world was indeed magical. Regardless of any explosives, they needed to be manually detonated. So Lee first broke both of the man's hands. Of course, if it were a triggering device, Lee could swiftly relocate everyone on the bridge in a mere 0.1 seconds, much like Quicksilver. Lee ascended several kilometers into the sky with the bomber, then came to a halt. The bomber screamed incessantly. Lee then revealed himself. I hear you have been searching for me? Superman. The bomber stammered in shock. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. Is that acceptable? Lee grinned. Superman, we mean no harm. We merely sought to draw you out. Whoosh. A yellow laser shot from Lee's right eye, piercing through the bomber's shoulder. I ask, you answer. Can you comply? Yes. The bomber nodded fervently. Are the explosives capable of destroying the entire bridge real? And no, that was merely a ruse to lure you out. Who sent you, and why do you wish to meet me? I do not know. I'm just a lowly pawn. The previous explosions were not my doing. I was simply tasked with waiting for you. Whoosh. Another laser penetrated his leg. Who sent you? Lee reiterated. It was my boss. His name is Jack, the leader of the Viper gang in New York City. He promised me $1 million if I could draw you out. Where's your gang's headquarters? At 13 XX Street in Queens. The bomber divulged all he knew. Superman, please spare me. I cannot die. My mother is still waiting for me. The bomber pleaded. Having seen the news, he was well aware that this Superman was capable of killing, and fear gripped him. Lee pondered for a moment. What use was a mere lackey? It was better to turn him over to the New York City police, thereby boosting his reputation before he hunted down that gang and extracted the mastermind behind it. To be continued. Chapter 27. The Slaughter. Lee, bearing a bomb, soared through the air with astounding speed, swiftly returning to the designated location and unceremoniously tossing the criminal before Director George. Mr. Superman, you are remarkably quick. Director George remarked, perplexed. Indeed, I have explained the situation. Do you require me to elaborate further? Lee replied nonchalantly. Yes, I understand now. My name is Triple X. The purpose of this is to target Superman. The bomb-wielding criminal gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he confessed his intentions. So, there's no bomb at all? Director George inquired, his brow furrowed. Precisely. You imbecile. Do you have any idea how much police manpower you have squandered because of your antics? I will petition the higher-ups to apprehend all of you scoundrels, and you shall rot in prison, Director George exclaimed, seething with anger. That won't be necessary, Director George. They are ultimately my adversaries, so I believe it is more appropriate for me to deal with them. Lee countered. But, Mr. Superman, Director George hesitated, recognizing the lethal nature of the being before him. A gang with hundreds of members. Should he allow Superman to intervene? Yet, it was evident that he could not obstruct Superman. To do so would only risk inciting his wrath. Mr. Superman, then, I must trouble you, Director George finally conceded, realizing that since he could not prevent it, it would be better to leave a favorable impression on Superman. Lee nodded indifferently and departed, heading towards a location indicated by the bomb wielder. Meanwhile, Director George remained behind to handle the fallout from the chaotic incident, pondering how to explain to the media that such an uproar had culminated in nothing more than a prank. In Hell's Kitchen, the lair of the Viper gang, within an opulent skyscraper. Ironically, though this group engaged in the most unspeakable deeds, they adorned themselves in tailored suits and resided in luxurious villas. Meanwhile, certain superheroes, who acted valiantly and stood for justice, toiled daily to make ends meet, even resorting to selling their spandex pictures to scrape together a living. This epitomizes the adage, the wicked thrive while the virtuous perish. A particular spider, dangling from the building after snapping a photo to sell to the Horn Herald, suddenly sneezed. Am I catching a cold? How could I possibly be sick? Achoo! Why hasn't Triple X returned with news? The television is broadcasting Superman responding to the police's call for help. Jack, the leader of the Viper gang, furrowed his brow. Boss, don't fret. Triple X will undoubtedly succeed. That so-called Superman is not as righteous as depicted in the comics, as long as there are sufficient benefits. Haha. One of the underlings replied. Just wait to accept the reward from Gene Bing. P.S. Quite generous. The entire street will be ours. Once we secure Triple X Street, the strength of the Viper gang will undoubtedly soar. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows shattered, and Lee soared in amidst a shower of glass. Superman. The gathered members gasped in shock. Hello there. I heard you were looking for me, so here I am. Lee greeted, waving. Attack now. Jack, the gang leader, bellowed upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of Superman. Crack! Crack! His subordinates hastily brandished their weapons, aiming at Superman, ready to fire. Although they knew firearms would have no effect on him, the presence of guns emboldened humanity, giving them the audacity to confront even a deity. Draw arms? You seek death. Lee scoffed, slowly raising his hand. Shinra Tensei. A colossal repulsive force surged through the space. The shockwaves struck the gang's minions, sending them hurtling through the air, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Their bones shattered, their insides crushed, they lay on the brink of death. Alas, I may have been a tad too forceful. Such a troublesome predicament. Lee feigned concern. Seeing this scene, Jack was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Do you consider this deliberate murder? Lee inquired with a smile directed at Jack. Of course, Mr. Superman, this cannot be classified as intentional homicide. They were the ones who brandished weapons against you. According to American law, this is merely self-defense. Jack fawned. Is that so? You nearly made me think I would be locked away, Lee said, reclining casually on the sofa with his legs crossed. Now tell me, what business do you have with me? Well, Mr. Superman, I have a benefactor who is quite interested in you and wishes to meet. However, we cannot ascertain your whereabouts. So we resorted to this desperate measure to draw you out. I hope you won't take offense. Jack explained. So you are merely a pawn. Leah's interest waned instantly. He had expected to capture a significant player, only to discover he had ensnared bait instead. Indeed, I am merely a pawn. Who is your benefactor? Apologies, Mr. Superman, but I cannot disclose that information just yet. I can only reveal it once you agree to meet with my benefactor. At this, a glint of cold light flashed in Leah's eyes. Zing! 2 beams of laser light shot from Leah's eyes, piercing through Jack's kneecaps. Jack shrieked in agony, collapsing to the floor, utterly blindsided by Superman's sudden aggression. Did you think I was bargaining with you? Leah's tone turned icy. Now, I shall ask you once more. Who is your benefactor? I cannot say. If I do, he will not spare me. Jack gasped, struggling against the excruciating pain. Clearly, you have yet to learn your lesson. Lee gradually rose from the sofa and approached Jack, seizing his arms with growing intensity. Mr. Superman, what are you doing? Jack exclaimed, panic rising as he felt the searing pain in his limbs. Mr. Superman, you are the embodiment of justice, a superhero. I implore you, do not. Crack! Lee forcefully dislocated both of Jack's arms from their sockets, a torrent of blood erupting forth, splattering across Leah's face, rendering him even more akin to a demon from the abyss. The scene grotesquely sanguinary. Jack's wails echoed through the air. To be continued. Chapter 28. The recruitment of Kingpin now. Will you speak? Lee remarked coolly, gazing at the Viper Gang leader lying in a pool of blood. You, this demon. You are unworthy to be called a superhero. Jack uttered through gritted teeth, enduring excruciating pain. Still not willing to talk? Then perhaps I shall remove your legs as well. I will tell you. It was Kingpin. Jack, unable to withstand the torment any longer, finally divulged the mastermind behind it all. You see, had you spoken sooner, you could have spared yourself this agony. Why not cooperate? Lee said with a faint smile. Grant me a swift end. Is this your final wish? Very well, then, Lee replied, advancing with outstretched arms. Bang! Jack's head exploded like a watermelon. Having learned from the previous blood-splattering lesson, Lee cleverly set up a gravitational barrier to shield himself from the filth. Kingpin, I never imagined it would be that fat fool. How dare he provoke me? He truly does not know the meaning of his own demise. Lee murmured, Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the mission, identifying the audacious puppet defying the divine. The dimensional area exploration function is now activated. The system suddenly announced, Is this truly complete? Lee inquired, puzzled. Ding, the host has only accomplished the first phase. You must proceed to eliminate the target for the mission to be deemed fully completed. What exactly is this dimensional area exploration function? It is one of the system's features, allowing the host to investigate all entities within a specified range. Oh my, this function is incredible. Thank you for the compliment, host. System, what is the extent of this specified range? Currently, the range encompasses the entire planet, essentially the scope of Earth. Excellent. This is precisely the ability akin to Superman's super hearing that I have been lacking. Being targeted has rendered me vulnerable, as exemplified now. With this function, it feels as though I have acquired the perspective of a deity. Lee exclaimed with excitement. Let me conduct an experiment. System, switch scene to Kamar Taj. Leah's mind immediately conjured the image of a certain bald woman. Affirmative. Ding. Scene switch failed. What is the situation? Kamartaj is magically protected. Exploration is temporarily impossible. As expected, that is the domain of the Ancient One. How could someone like me even begin to pry? Let me try something else. Switch to the current location of Tony Stark. Affirmative. Soon, an image appeared before Lee, revealing Tony Stark in a laboratory, tirelessly refining his Iron Man armor. Next, Lee switched to the location of S.H.I.E.L.D. There sat Nick Fury, looking troubled, pressing his temples while muttering to himself, Superman. How to prevent him from destroying the world. This man is truly a victim of his own paranoia, Lee remarked sarcastically. He then shifted to the perspective of Spider-Man, swinging between skyscrapers. This is genuinely fun. Hee. I wonder what those perverts from my previous life would do with such a power. Lietot vikidli. Ding. Host, please refrain from such nefarious thoughts. Otherwise, the claws of the colossal beings roaming the void will soon descend upon you. Cough, cough. I was merely contemplating. I wouldn't stoop to such actions. Besides, who am I? A billionaire. If I desire companionship, I certainly wouldn't lack for it. Lee coughed awkwardly. Now, let us locate Kingpin. I wish to have a serious discussion with this heavyweight character. Kingpin's image swiftly materialized before Li Yi. Following the system's guidance, he soared skyward toward Kingpin's location. Soon, he arrived above a resplendent, technologically advanced skyscraper. Indeed, this must be the place. These criminals are truly affluent. It is no wonder so many have succumbed to the depths of crime. The thrill of easy gains is undeniably enticing, provided one possesses sufficient power. Through the system, Lee could distinctly see Kingpin, donned in a white suit, on the top floor. He accelerated toward him, preparing to deliver a surprise. What is happening? Why haven't they reported back? Truly a bunch of useless fools. Kingpin coldly gripped his scepter. Boss, according to the plan, Superman should have already been lured to the designated location. There may have been some unforeseen complications. A henchman spoke up. Kingpin's scheme involved using the Viper gang to draw Superman out to a specified site, where a prearranged decoy would engage him in negotiation. If Superman could be swayed to his side, that would be ideal. If not, they would exploit his weaknesses to coerce him. Should Superman resort to violence, they would detonate pre-placed explosives to eliminate him. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Superman may be, he was still fundamentally human. Little did they know, underestimating Superman was their gravest error. Bang! The glass of the balcony shattered instantly as Li Yi flew in amidst a flurry of shards. Intruder! Kingpin's men shouted, swiftly drawing their weapons to shield their boss. The professionalism of Kingpin's bodyguards and henchmen starkly contrasted with the amateurishness of the Viper gang. All present fixed vigilant gazes upon the intruder. You must be Superman, Kingpin stated, encircled by his subordinates. The insignia adorning this individual was unmistakable, clad in black, capable of flight, and most notably, emblazoned with a prominent sun on his chest, making identification effortless. I heard you've been searching for me, so I hastened to arrive. Lee grinned. Superman, I indeed have been seeking you. Please elaborate. Lee unceremoniously settled into Kingpin's rightful seat, crossing his legs in a display of authority. Kingpin frowned, yet he dared not act rashly, having viewed videos of Superman. He was well aware of the terrifying power he wielded. Superman, your strength surpasses that of anyone I have encountered, yet you squander it on trivial pursuits. Do you not find it a pity? Oh, I engage solely in acts of rescue, thwarting crime. How can my efforts to protect this city be deemed meaningless? Liefine inogenge. Ah, Superman, the public is often the most foolish and complex of beings. Today, you save them, and they will elevate you to a pedestal. Yet, one day, should you falter or fail to meet their expectations, they will cast you into the abyss. Just like in Man of Steel, where despite saving the world, a portion of the populace still blamed Superman. Though they would have perished without him, they cared not, fixating only on the damage incurred during his battle with the enemy. Thus, Superman, assist me. With your strength, combined with my wealth and wisdom, the entirety of America, nay, the entire world shall be ours. To be continued. Chapter 29. Seizing everything from Kingpin Mr. Superman. What do you think? Proposed Kingpin. It has seemed so. The fate of heroes is indeed rather grim. Lee murmured as he stroked his chin. True to his reputation as a seasoned underworld kingpin, Kingpin possessed exceptional eloquence. An ordinary person might have been swayed by his words. However, Li Yi was inherently selfish. To him, heroism was merely a fleeting interest, and he relished the adulation of the masses. Yet, what if the crowd treated him with the same reverence as they did the great Superman? Hela. All those who dare to confront me would mysteriously perish that very day, even those responsible for judging me. I would send them and their families to meet Satan. So, Mr. Superman, does that mean you agree to assist me? Kingpin, misinterpreting the situation, exclaimed with excitement. You think too highly of yourself. I never said such a thing. Li Yi replied casually. Mr. Superman, do you not understand? God has bestowed upon you such formidable power. If you do not utilize it, do you not think it a waste? It is indeed essential to engage in something meaningful. Li Yi cast a glance at Kingpin's entourage, feeling a twinge of envy. A single person can hardly manage everything. Perhaps I should establish my own faction? This thought took root and blossomed uncontrollably. Arriving in this capitalist-dominated land, not becoming the mightiest force would be a disservice to this journey. Li Yi then shifted his gaze to Kingpin, noting the considerable influence he wielded. Although his power paled in comparison to organizations like SHIELD and Hydra, one must not forget Li Yi himself. If he desired, his influence could expand to any magnitude. Those considerations were for another time. For now, the priority was to seize that power. Ahem, Mr. Kingpin, I would like to join your ranks, but I have a small request. Li Yi feigned seriousness. Please, Mr. Superman, do share. Kingpin responded, his excitement palpable, even resorting to honorifics. I wish to be the boss. Well, in other words, your current position. What? Kingpin's fury erupted instantly. He had toiled from nothing to establish his dominion over the New York underworld, creating his own empire, only for this person to threaten to usurp it with a single sentence? Huh, Mr. Superman, you truly have a penchant for jest. Kingpin scoffed. Mr. Kingpin, I assure you, I am not joking. I intend to take your position, Li Yi declared with a grin. Die, you bastard. Target. Kingpin could no longer maintain his FAAD and shouted at the nearby target. At Kingpin's command, Target, adorned with a target painted on his forehead, swiftly drew a throwing knife. In an instant, dozens of throwing knives hurtled towards Li Yi's vital areas, heart, brain, throat, and more. Li displayed no interest, allowing the knives to approach. Clang, clang, clang. The blades fell uselessly to the ground. As I designed, the bull talisman not only amplifies strength but also fortifies the body. Otherwise, how could the diminutive Shao you have kicked the colossal true away? Merely increasing strength will have torn her muscles apart. The origins of her invincible physique need not concern us. Daring to make a move? Have you prepared to face the consequences? Open fire. Despite having seen videos of such encounters, facing a bulletproof monster left Kingpin in a panic as he hurriedly commanded his subordinates. Rat-tat-tat. Countless guns erupted in flames aimed at Li Yi. An instant gravitational barrier enveloped him, stopping all bullets 30 centimeters from his body, encasing him in a metallic cocoon. The gunfire gradually ceased, accompanied by the sound of click, click, indicating that the ammunition had been exhausted. Oh dear, how can such a monster exist? We attacked him. He will surely not spare us. Demon. Everyone flee. Kingpin's subordinates, confronted with this despairing spectacle, could no longer contain themselves, erupting into chaos and scattering in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Ah, ah, ah. Li Yi manipulated the bullets, sending them back at breakneck speed, piercing the legs of those attempting to escape. They collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The game isn't over yet. You think you can leave? Li Yi chuckled softly. Yet, to those present, that smile appeared devilish. All were paralyzed with fear, save for one, Target. In a flash, Target unsheathed a dagger from his waist and charged at Li Yi, still convinced this false Superman could not possibly match the real one and that his flesh was fragile, attributing the earlier failure of his throwing knives to insufficient power. What courage! I admire you, Li exclaimed, with no need for other abilities. He reached out barehanded to seize Target's dagger. Clang! Li caught the dagger effortlessly and, with a swift motion, snapped it in two, With his left hand, he grasped Target's arm, forcing him to kneel. No matter how hard Target struggled, he could not rise. Aside from a slight lack of intelligence, he bore no other flaws. When his boss issued a command, whether right or wrong, strong or weak, he would act immediately. Such tactical discipline and unwavering obedience made him a valuable asset. Li Yi almost felt reluctant to kill him. So what say you? Will you join me? Hearing Li Ye's words, Target ceased his struggles but remained silent. Are you concerned about your current boss? Do not worry. He will soon meet his end. Li Yi released Target, unafraid of a potential counterattack. If he remained obstinate, he would simply be eliminated. Mr. Kingpin, you have truly invited the wolf into your lair. I had not even noticed you, yet you presented yourself. Haha, Mr. Superman. Is there truly no room for negotiation? I have ruled the New York underworld for nearly 15 years. My presence would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Kingpin replied with a rueful smile. There was sorrow, there was regret, there was hope, yet there was no fear of death. When he chose this path, he accepted that this day would inevitably come, though he had not anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. He had provoked forces beyond his control, leading to his own demise. Do you think it possible? Would you spare your enemies? Li Yi scoffed. Of course not. I will never leave an adversary alive. I would send their entire family to hell. Kingpin shook his head resolutely. Farewell, Mr. Kingpin. In your next life, be more discerning in whom you provoke. With that, a laser beam erupted from Li Ye's eyes, piercing straight through Kingpin's skull. To be continued. Chapter 30. Subjugation. After Li Yi eliminated Jean Bing, he turned his gaze toward the target. Now that your leader has fallen, you have indeed exerted your last effort for him. What do you say? Care to join me? His words dripped with menace, his eyes glowing with a sinister yellow light. Should the target refuse, the laser beams would pierce his brain without hesitation. Even if he donned an adamantium alloy, could it withstand the searing heat of the laser eyes? While adamantium was remarkably resilient, it could still melt under extreme temperatures. The target, demonstrating his awareness, knelt before Li Yi. From this moment onward, I shall be your most loyal subordinate, your sharpest blade. Ha ha ha, splendid. There is an ancient saying in the distant East. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. As long as you follow me faithfully, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Li Yi declared with satisfaction. Boss, how should we deal with these individuals? The target inquired, gesturing to Jean Bing's wailing subordinates sprawled on the ground. Ah, it hurts. My lord, please do not kill us. We are still of use. I can serve you like a loyal beast. I beg you, spare my life. They clamored for mercy, desperation evident in their voices. Should I eliminate them? Li Yi hesitated, seeking the target's counsel. Boss, these men are the core members of Jean Bing's organization, privy to many secrets of his criminal empire. If you wish to swiftly take over his operations, it may be wise to spare their lives. The target suggested. Very well. Let's grant them a reprieve for now. Li Yi pondered, ultimately deciding to spare them, with their future fates contingent upon their subsequent behavior. Thank you, my lord. Your commands shall be the very essence of my existence. They exclaimed, pledging their allegiance. Shall we transport them to our hospital? Their legs appear to be. The target hesitated. We have a hospital? Li Yi queried, perplexed. Indeed, my lord. No, it is a hospital funded by Jean Bing, as his subordinates often suffered injuries and required treatment while evading the scrutiny of the law. Thus, he invested in several large hospitals, all the while masquerading it as charitable work. How ironic that a crime lord, drenched in blood, is lauded as a philanthropist. That will not be necessary. I shall attend to their injuries myself. Li Yi asserted. My lord, you possess medical knowledge? The target asked incredulously, finding it difficult to reconcile Li Yi's lethal prowess with the compassion of a healer. Observe, Li Yi did not elaborate, but extended his hand toward the fallen individuals. With a flicker of power, the incantation surged forth, banishing all external afflictions. A radiant white light emanated from his palm, enveloping the injured. In an instant, their wounds healed, bullets expelled from their legs. This is a miracle. Is our Lord a deity? I can feel my leg restored, and even my long-standing rheumatism has vanished. Truly astonishing. The group, now rejuvenated, rose and fell to their knees, singing praises. Enough, enough. As long as you work diligently, I shall ensure your well-being. Li Yi waved them away, eager to dismiss their adulation. Target. After Jean Bing's demise, do you aspire to assume his mantle and become the next Jean Bing? Li Yi inquired, scrutinizing the target. My lord, I harbor no such ambitions. The target hastily knelt, affirming his loyalty. Rest assured, I hold no suspicions against you. I simply lack interest in such matters and entrust them entirely to you. Do you possess the confidence to manage the empire he left behind? Li Yi pulled the target to his feet, patting his shoulder in a gesture of trust. Jean Bing's influence was vast, dominating New York's underworld, with 40% of criminal activities nationwide tied to him. His reign had endured for over a decade. Had Li Yi not intervened, his position could have persisted for 60 years. His subordinates had been under his control for many years, their loyalty deeply ingrained. With a slight modification, Li Yi could inherit a significant portion of the American underground network, becoming the new Emperor's shadows. Regrettably, Li Yi was disinterested in such power. He preferred a life of solitude, intending to elevate the target instead. His focus would be on eliminating obstacles. Those who opposed him, whether human or superhuman, would meet a singular fate, death. My lord, I am truly grateful for your trust. However, I fear I cannot fulfill that role. The target shook his head. Why? Li Yi frowned, puzzled. Wasn't this an opportunity for the target to showcase his worth and seize his moment? Why the refusal? Could it be that the approach of applying a stick and then offering a carrot was ineffective here? Li Yi realized he had underestimated the situation in his previous life. He had been an ordinary person, devoid of exposure to such underworld dynamics. Now, despite his formidable powers, he remained a novice in terms of experience. He failed to consider that Jean Bing was the true crime lord, while the target was merely a skilled enforcer. Even with Jean Bing's downfall, those who had once bowed to him might not easily submit to the target, nor to the one who vanquished Jean Bing, regardless of their strength. Though Jean Bing was brutal and merciless, his methods, vision, and status eclipsed Li Yi's. The criminal code he established had governed the underworld for over a decade, and its denizens had acclimated to his rule, unlikely to accept Li Yi as their new sovereign. With Jean Bing gone, Li Yi lacked the authority to command Jean Bing's remaining subordinates and expressed his regrets. I am sorry, my lord. If you wish to take over Jean Bing's territory, I fear it may take over a year for me to accomplish your desires. Li Yi stroked his chin, contemplating. He then summoned the system. System, as a vessel of incantation power, can I bestow others with such abilities? Ding. Query in progress. Affirmative. The system confirmed. Remarkable. Li Yi mused, returning to the present. Noticing Li Yi's prolonged silence, the target grew anxious, fearing he had incurred his lord's displeasure. Target, if I were to grant you powers akin to mine, how long would it take for you to seize control of Jean Bing's empire? To be continued. Chapter 31. Bestowal Boss. What do you mean? The target's eyes inquired with uncertainty upon hearing Li Yi's words. It is precisely as it sounds. You possess power akin to mine. How long would it take to govern the empire of Jean Bing? Li Yi reiterated. It turned out that Li Yi had previously inquired of the system, discovering that the power of the talismans was entirely at his command, and he could replicate this power for others. It should be noted that this replication does not diminish his original strength. Thus, granting others the power would not render him weaker. Furthermore, this replication is without limit. If Li Yi so desires, he could bestow the power of talismans upon as many as he wishes, even distributing it to every one of the 7 billion inhabitants of Earth. Li Yi alone embodies a legion of supermen, much like the transformations of our Monkey King, albeit with the distinction that the Monkey King's transformations utilize his hair as a medium, while Li Yi must employ living beings as vessels. In other words, the potential hosts of Li Yi's talisman power are not restricted solely to humans. Any living entity could serve as a conduit. Imagine 7 billion supermen. Not even Thanos could contend with such a force. Even those deities capable of obliterating planets would be overwhelmed. The Earth would achieve true equality, devoid of distinctions of nobility or wealth, realizing a genuine world of harmony. Of course, this equality excludes Li Yi himself, As the protagonist, he remains exalted above all. This realization is what astonished Li Yi. Moreover, those who receive Li Yi's talisman power could have it revoked at any time, eliminating any concerns of rebellion. If Li Yi were indeed noble enough to establish the aforementioned world of harmony, he could do so. However, he harbors no such lofty ideals. The fates and feelings of others do not concern him. Only those who are beneficial to him or have earned his favor will receive his power, and even then, it is only temporary. For instance, the target in front of him is someone of use to Li Yi. Boss, are you saying I can become as strong as you? The target's breath quickened with excitement at Li Yi's words. That is one way to interpret it. Li Yi replied dismissively. Boss, if I become as strong as you, it would take me at most a month. No, half a month to subdue all the rebellious leaders and unify the empire of Jinbing once more. The target pounded his chest in assurance. Very well, I shall grant you half a month. Within this time, you will possess a portion of my strength. Li Yi smiled. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yi decided to bestow the gravitational talisman, the indestructibility talisman, the penetrating vision talisman, and the talisman of immense strength upon the target. Li Yi extended his hand, and 4 beams of light shot forth from his fingertips, merging into the target's body. Boss, what just happened? The target marveled in surprise. Do not be alarmed. I merely transferred power into you. Power? This is power. I feel invigorated. The target exclaimed in astonishment. I have granted you 4 abilities: control over gravity, laser vision, immense strength, and immortality. Li Yi succinctly introduced. Now, demonstrate the abilities you have acquired. Yes, boss. The target replied eagerly. First, gravity. Following Li Yi's instructions, the target slowly lifted off the ground, soaring into the air, darting around like a child with a new toy, entirely disregarding Li Yi's earlier command. Target, did you not hear my previous command? Li Yi frowned at the target's reckless abandon. With a thud, the target fell from the air. I apologize, boss. He stammered, kneeling on the ground in contrition. While it is common to lose oneself in newfound power, Li Yi hoped this would be the last occurrence. If you dare defy my orders again, I will not hesitate to replace you. Li Yi warned coldly. Yes. Boss, I assure you there will be no next time. The target's spirits were dampened by Li Yi's reprimand. To maintain loyalty among his subordinates, one must wield both kindness and authority. Having discovered the remarkable capabilities of the talisman power granted by the system, Li Yi no longer regarded the target with the same reverence. Even a fool could become a Superman with the talisman power. Thus, why concern himself with the absence of subordinates? Continue. Yes, boss. The target responded, trembling. Now, showcase your laser vision. The target's eyes began to glow, unleashing a beam of yellow light that pierced through a sturdy wall, creating 2 small holes. Next, immense strength. The target approached a massive marble desk, weighing over a ton, and effortlessly lifted one corner of it. Finally, immortality. The target hesitated, but ultimately, in a display of loyalty, he drew a dagger from his waist and thrust it into his vulnerable neck. With a snap, the dagger penetrated his neck without drawing a single drop of blood. I am unharmed, the power of immortality. This is nothing short of miraculous. The target withdrew the dagger, astounded. Boss, rest assured, with these formidable abilities, I will surely take command of the empire of Jinbing. Remember, these abilities will only last for half a month. Whether you receive them again depends on your performance. Li Yi reminded him. Yes, the target replied begrudgingly, lamenting that he had not requested a month. The exhilarating sensation of power was overwhelming. While he reveled in excitement, the target's reverence for Li Yi grew as well. To possess godlike power and the ability to bestow it upon others was akin to divinity itself. Previously, the target had never believed in any deity, let alone religion. Yet now, he placed his faith solely in his Superman boss, convinced that if there were a god in this world, it would undoubtedly be Li Yi, the Superman. To be continued. Chapter 32, The Lottery. Boss, since we are a brand new force poised to supplant the Golden Empire, shouldn't we adopt a new name? Suggested the sharpshooter beside him. A name? I hadn't considered that. Li Yi mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Forget it. Let us call ourselves Dawn. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Lee hastily appropriated the name of the antagonistic organization from the Naruto universe. Whether to change it later was a matter for the future. Dawn. What a splendid name. The sharpshooter quickly lavished praise, though inwardly he pondered on. Could it be that the boss aspires to rule the world? Shifting focus, Li Yi inquired, "Please enlighten me about the industries under Golden's command." "Yes, boss. The primary enterprises under Golden include..." The sharpshooter proceeded to elaborate on the various sectors, which prominently feature gambling, usury, narcotics, extortion, and an array of other nefarious enterprises. In addition to these clandestine operations, Golden also invested in legitimate sectors such as finance, real estate, and healthcare, owning multiple hospitals, nightclubs, and even holding shares in several major newspapers, as well as serving as honorary chancellor in numerous prestigious universities. It could be said that Golden's enterprises straddled both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Upon hearing about the drug trade, Lee furrowed his brow. As someone hailing from an ancient land, he possessed a profound understanding of the perils of narcotics and harbored a deep-seated aversion to them. Sharpshooter, continue with the other businesses as usual, but cease all operations related to narcotics. I have no desire to involve myself in that, Lee declared nonchalantly. But boss, that is our most lucrative venture. If we halt it, we will not only incur significant losses, but also provoke the suppliers. The sharpshooter hesitated. If we lack sufficient funds, we shall seize from other factions. If this city is insufficient, we shall extend our reach across the entire nation. Should anyone dare to retaliate, we will obliterate them and their faction. I have bestowed upon you such formidable power. What do you still fear? Li Yi replied with discontent. But, boss, those factions have governmental support. If we strike against them, it may lead to... Enough. It's merely the American government. You need not worry about the consequences. I will take care of any fallout. Li Yi dismissed the concern. To oppose the American government? He had ceased to care the moment. He had incapacitated General Ross. At most, it would result in war. What weapon could the American government wield against Li Yi? Nuclear bombs? Lasers? Or the fabled space-based weaponry? With the power of the talisman, Li Yi could approach near light speeds. Any weapon that required human manipulation could not hope to strike him. Even with the powers of the dog and horse talismans, even Wolverine's regenerative abilities would seem trivial before Li Yi. A direct nuclear strike would merely be an itch. Yet, how would they confront Li Yi's wrath if they chose to attack? If that black egg were to summon Aunt May from the cosmos, or if a certain bald woman intervened, Li Yi might find himself in a spot of trouble. Yes, boss, the sharpshooter replied, resigned. Boss, what's next? We have several nightclubs in our enterprises. Take me to see one. I wish to inspect the environment and ascertain if it meets the guests' expectations. Li Yi stated earnestly. Yes, you're absolutely right, boss. Haha. The sharpshooter smiled knowingly upon hearing Li Yi's words. He promptly arranged for a luxurious sports car to take Li Yi to the most opulent nightclub. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Identify and eliminate the mastermind behind the conspiracy against you. Task reward: 1 lottery draw. Task completion time: 1 day. Task evaluation: perfect. The host currently possesses 1 lottery draw. Would you like to use it? As Li Yi made his way to the nightclub, the system suddenly emerged, inundating him with a flurry of messages that left him bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had successfully completed his task. Li Yi was filled with anticipation for this lottery. The novice gift pack had bestowed upon him the formidable power of the talisman. He wondered what this draw would yield. System, initiate the lottery. Li Yi commanded. Yes, host. The system replied. Before him appeared a grand spinning wheel, densely populated with an array of items, totaling a staggering 126,852. The wheel featured an assortment of treasures, longevity techniques from the cultivation world, body refinement methods from the fantasy realm, laws of fire, laws of time, Scion bloodlines, Panga's essence, the Donghuang bell, the open heaven axe, and much more, a dazzling array that made Li Yi's mouth water. He even spotted the Infinity Stones, exclusive to the Marvel Universe. Acquiring any one of these items would render him nearly invincible. The pointer began to spin rapidly, so fast that even Li Yi, enhanced by the talisman's power, could barely discern its motion. Gradually, the pointer slowed and then settled, a radiant glow emerging from the wheel, transforming into a scroll. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the A-rank ninjutsu, shadow, clone technique from the Naruto universe. What? Upon seeing this, Lee nearly spat blood in disbelief. It wasn't that the shadow clone technique was particularly inferior, but in comparison to the treasures he had glimpsed earlier, it barely registered as valuable. Had he drawn this upon his arrival in this new world, he would have been eternally grateful. However, now, endowed with the power of the talisman, the shadow clone technique held little relevance. The stark contrast between expectation and reality left Li Yi feeling deeply disheartened. Host, this is a standard occurrence. It is improbable to draw desirable items every time. Just as life is often imperfect, your previous draw of the talisman power was extraordinarily fortunate. Typically, the first draw does not yield such an unblemished, high-capacity ability. The system comforted. You mean there are others with systems? Li seized upon the key phrase in the system's explanation, responding with curiosity. Indeed, the system confirmed. I am not unique. Li's composure shattered. He had always believed himself to be exceptional, only to learn that others possessed systems as well, instilling a sense of fear within him. Encounters between traversers are seldom cordial. It is not simply a case of fellow countrymen meeting with tears in their eyes. Under normal circumstances, if two traversers were to cross paths, one would surely emerge victorious while the other perished. Resources are limited, and when it comes to women, cough, cough, traversers typically find themselves in opposition. This was a conclusion Li Yi had drawn from his previous life as readings. Moreover, with the existence of other traversers, Li Yi would lose his ability to foresee the future. How could he not be alarmed? Do not worry, host. The other systems are dispersed across myriad worlds, and encounters between hosts are virtually impossible. In this Marvel universe, you are the only one. The system elucidated. I see. You could have mentioned that earlier. You nearly gave me a fright. Li Yi retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Boss, we've arrived. Just as Li Yi was engaged in this exchange with the system, the sharpshooter interjected. Excellent. Let us disembark. Li Yi responded. To be continued. Chapter 33. The arrival of Daredevil in Tony Stark's villa. The relentless sound of hammering echoed from the basement. Sir, you've been working continuously for 3 days without rest. Continuing this way could pose a serious risk to your health. Jarvis urged. Just a little longer. My latest suit is almost complete. That insufferable Li Yi had the audacity to claim my Iron Man suit is merely a child's toy. The next time we meet, I shall show him, Tony replied, swinging the hammer vigorously. At that moment, Tony's face was unshaven, his hair greasy. He bore no resemblance to a wealthy heir, but rather looked like a vagabond. After a while, the clanging finally ceased. Finally done, Tony exclaimed. Congratulations, sir. Jarvis responded with enthusiasm. Thank you. Jarvis, have there been any significant updates over the past 3 days? Yes, sir. Miss Pepper has left you 32 messages during this time. Pepper, what does she want? Of the 32 messages, 20 are requests for your signature on documents, while the remaining 12 express her concern for your well-being. Jarvis informed him. It's always nice to know Pepper cares. Tony chuckled. Although they both harbored feelings for each other, neither had yet broken the ice. By the way, Jarvis, has anything major occurred recently? Indeed, sir. 2 days ago, a terrorist attack took place at the XX Mall, where nearly 1,000 hostages were taken. Just when the police were at a loss, Superman appeared. Ultimately, he was honored with the title of City Star of New York. Jarvis succinctly summarized recent events. What? Why did you not inform me of such a significant occurrence? Li Yi has stolen all the glory. Tony expressed his dissatisfaction. Sir, I did remind you. However, you chose to ignore it. Jarvis replied. You ought to continue reminding me until I acknowledge it. Sir, there is someone at the door. As Tony continued his complaints, Jarvis interjected suddenly. Oh, who is it? Tony asked quizzically. I apologize, sir. There is no corresponding information in my database. Never mind. Let's go take a look. Sir, I suggest you tidy up your appearance. There's a lady among the visitors, and it would be impolite to present yourself in this manner. Jarvis, I need not bother, for I am simply too handsome. Any woman who lays eyes on me will undoubtedly be entranced. Tony boasted. yet he began to straighten himself up. Standing outside the villa were a striking red-haired woman and a bald man wearing an eye patch. None other than S.H. Oh, Agent Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, and director Nick Fury. Boss, Superman has cured Tony Stark. Moreover, given Tony Stark's arrogant demeanor, the recruitment task may. Natasha hesitated. The recruitment task is secondary. Our primary mission is to communicate the demands of those politicians to Superman through Tony Stark without provoking him. Nick Fury responded. Understood. Let us hope Superman does not. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, Lee stretched and pushed away the two beautiful women clinging to him like octopuses. He then proceeded to swim by the poolside. After a while, a hotel staff member arrived with a sumptuous breakfast before him, which Lee leisurely began to consume. Boss, did you enjoy yourself last night? Bullseye approached with a beaming face. Quite satisfactory. I am pleased with your arrangements. Lee replied nonchalantly. Has the assimilation plan begun? Yes. Boss, the power you bestowed upon me is unparalleled. No one can rival me. Last night, I eliminated the leader of XX Street and replaced him with our own. Bullseye grinned. At this rate, within half a month, your name will resonate throughout the underworld. I care not for fame. I am solely interested in profit. Lee replied coolly. By the way, arrange a comfortable residence for me. Now that I have established my own power, the villa previously extorted from S.H.I.L.D. is no longer needed. Yes, boss. Bullseye responded respectfully. Following Bullseye's departure, Lee continued to indulge in his lifestyle. Nearby, atop a building, a figure clad in a red suit observed Lie's location intently. It was Daredevil, known as Matt Murdock, one of Kingpin's sworn enemies. Kingpin, this time I shall bring you to justice. Daredevil muttered to himself, unaware that Kingpin had already fallen to Lie's hands the previous night. He then withdrew his billy club, pressing a button on it. The tip of the club shot out, connected by a long, specialized cable. The club's end secured itself to a distant pole, and Daredevil swung across, oblivious to the monster that awaited him. To be continued. Chapter 34. Daredevil's defeat. Daredevil swiftly swung onto the building where Lee was located. Jean Bing, you cannot escape this time. For my father, and for all those you have harmed, he murmured to himself. Creak. The door swung open, and there stood Bullseye. The two locked eyes, each stunned by the presence of the other. You? The one who repeatedly sabotaged our plans. Bullseye shouted in realization. Daredevil, realizing he had been discovered, wasted no time. He swiftly drew a long, cylindrical vial from his waist, twisted it open, and hurled it at Bullseye. A thick cloud of smoke erupted from the vial. A concoction Daredevil had specially crafted for Jean Bing and his minions. Anyone inhaling the smoke would succumb to unconsciousness within moments. Daredevil immediately distanced himself from the fog. Massive ethanol? You think such a trivial substance can affect me? How naive. Bullseye scoffed, quickly advancing towards Daredevil, the gust from his movement dispersing the smoke. What? Daredevil gasped, only to be enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness. Boss, look what I've caught. Bullseye exclaimed, tossing Daredevil at Lie's feet as if he were refuse. What is this? It looks somewhat familiar. Lee questioned, puzzled. Boss, this is the tight-suited freak who often disrupted our plans, calling himself Daredevil. Bullseye replied. So it is this fellow. Where did you capture him? Lee inquired. He snuck into our building from who knows where, and I just happened to find him. Wake him up. I wish to see what his intentions are. Yes, boss. Bullseye then delivered several harsh slaps to Daredevil's face, causing it to swell and redden. It seemed Bullseye had suffered greatly at Daredevil's hands in the past, and now he was seeking retribution. Where am I? Daredevil slowly regained consciousness. I remember now. This is Jean Bing's hideout. He sprang upright, scanning his surroundings with caution. On the sofa sat a striking young Asian man, flanked by Bullseye. Who are you? Where is Jean Bing? Bring him out, Daredevil demanded. Jean Bing is dead. His empire no longer exists. Now only Dawn remains. Lee replied coolly. What? Jean Bing is dead, Daredevil exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it was my doing, Lee declared. How is that possible? Jean Bing, dead? You must be lying. Huh? Does the boss need to deceive a waste like you? Bullseye interjected. Bullseye, Jean Bing's top assassin. Since you are here, it confirms that Jean Bing has indeed perished. Daredevil lamented. I spent so long seeking justice against Jean Bing, only to find he died at your hands. Does this mean you have taken his place? One could say that. I will not allow another Jean Bing to arise. The city will not permit it. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps the judge will consider leniency for your confession. Daredevil proclaimed with righteous fervor. Ha ha! Bullseye couldn't contain his laughter at Daredevil's proclamation. Lee glanced over coolly. Boss, forgive me. I simply couldn't hold it in. This guy is too amusing. Bullseye chortled as he stifled his laughter. I am not jesting. Should you refuse to surrender, I will have no choice but to take action. Daredevil warned, his brow furrowed. Kid, have you forgotten how you were just taken down? Bullseye taunted, cracking his knuckles. Just now, I remember it was you. Daredevil replied, adopting a defensive stance. Don't kill him, Lee said casually, taking a sip of his drink. He is merely an unenhanced blind man, no matter how skilled. He is merely at the pinnacle of ordinary human capability. Against Bullseye, endowed with the powers of four seals, he is merely courting death. Understood, boss. Let's have some fun. Bullseye grinned as he approached Daredevil, who swiftly unsheathed his baton, extending it towards Bullseye. Thwack! The baton struck Bullseye with a sharp sound. Yet it had no effect. Are you tickling me? Bullseye mocked. He seized the baton and yanked it, delivering a knee strike directly to Daredevil's abdomen. Oof! Daredevil doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach as he fell to the ground. Is that all? Bullseye, still unsatisfied, kicked Daredevil's legs twice. Crack! Ah! Daredevil howled in agony, convulsing on the floor. His legs had clearly been broken. That's enough. Lee waved his hand, signaling Bullseye to cease. He approached Daredevil, crouching before him. Can we speak now? How? Is this possible? Bullseye cannot be this strong. Daredevil gasped through his pain. That you need not know. Now, answer my questions, and perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might consider sparing you. Daredevil fell silent. What was your purpose in infiltrating my building? Lee pressed, undeterred. I discovered this was Jean Bing's hideout, and I intended to capture him, Daredevil admitted, surrendering amidst the terror of life and death. Yet you encountered me instead, Lee interjected. What a dreadfully dull cat-and-mouse game. Bullseye, take him away, but do not kill him. Find a doctor to treat his legs as well. A blind man is already pitiable enough. If his legs are broken, he would be utterly incapacitated, Lee nonchalantly ordered. He held no personal vendetta against Daredevil and saw no reason to kill him. Moreover, Daredevil had a multitude of allies, such as Iron Fist and the Punisher. If he were to kill him, those individuals would undoubtedly seek vengeance, and Lee had no desire to eliminate them all. After all, he held a certain admiration for some of them, particularly the Punisher, who believed in an eye for an eye, far preferable to the no-kill philosophy of Batman. Lee even contemplated the potential to recruit some of those he found agreeable to form a Justice League of sorts. However, he held no interest in individuals like Batman, whom he regarded as neurotic, though that was merely his personal opinion. Lee did not wish to utilize the powers of the seals to heal him. He would consider it a price for Daredevil's reckless intrusion. How? Did you know? Daredevil asked in astonishment. Lee ignored him, returning to his drink. Yes, boss. Bullseye, indifferent to the conversation, hoisted Daredevil over his shoulder and carried him out. A blind man? The infamous Daredevil is blind? Bullseye repeated Lie's words as they reached the elevator. Could it be that the man who had defeated Bullseye so many times was merely a blind man? Though he was reluctant to accept it, he found himself believing Lie's words implicitly. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. Eventually, I found a corner and unceremoniously cast Daredevil to the ground. What do you intend to do? Daredevil inquired uneasily. Let me see who you truly are. I cannot believe I was bested by a blind man. With that, I decisively removed Daredevil's mask, revealing an exceedingly familiar visage. You are that lawyer? The blind man? Bullseye exclaimed in astonishment. I have been defeated countless times by a blind man. Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, I began to strike Daredevil's face. Slap. Crash. Instantly, Daredevil spat forth a copious amount of blood. You wretched blind fool. Bullseye unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Daredevil, knowing that the boss merely required this man to remain alive, just as long as he was not killed. After a prolonged assault, leaving Daredevil on the brink of death, Bullseye finally ceased his onslaught. He then retrieved his phone and dialed. "This is Bullseye. Prepare an emergency ambulance immediately. I have a patient here who requires urgent medical attention." To be continued. Chapter 35. SHIELD. Recruits Tony's villa. "Ah, beautiful ladies. Who might you be? Do I know you?" Tony commanded JARVIS to open the door, welcoming two unfamiliar visitors. "Greetings, Mr. Stark. We are affiliated with the National Security Agency, SHIELD. I am Natasha Romanoff, and this is our director, Nick Fury." Natasha introduced. SHIELD? What is that? I've never heard of it. Tony poured himself a drink, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. The two visitors remained unfazed by Tony's nonchalance. As professional agents, they were trained to suppress any emotional responses during missions. "It is quite normal for Mr. Stark not to have heard of us. SHIELD is a covert agency, accountable to the United Nations, tasked with monitoring global anomalies and maintaining world peace and stability." Natasha succinctly explained the agency's responsibilities. "Stop. Enough with the formalities. I detest this sort of thing. Just state your purpose." Tony interjected impatiently. "Mr. Stark, your brilliance and intellect are unparalleled across the globe. We wish to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks in the pursuit of global peace," Nick Fury stated, exchanging glances with Natasha. "Huh, join you in maintaining world peace." Tony scoffed at the notion. "Isn't that precisely what I'm already doing? Why on earth would I need to join you? Perhaps I was not clear earlier." SHIELD is. Natasha attempted to clarify. "No need for further explanation. If that's your agenda, then I kindly ask you to leave. Tony Stark, will not join any organization." Tony interrupted decisively. Noticing Tony's unwavering stance, Nick Fury pondered for a moment before producing a laptop and opening a folder. "Mr. Stark, you may be unaware, but SHIELD was originally known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." "And what of it?" Tony inquired, perplexed. "This agency was established during World War II, and among its founders was your father, Howard Stark. Here are the original documents." Nick Fury slid the laptop towards Tony. "My father?" Tony accepted the laptop with skepticism, glancing through the contents. When did the old man engage in such activities? Howard Stark was a patriotic scientist who made significant contributions to the nation's victory during World War II. Nick Fury narrated the legacy of Edward Stark. "This old man kept so much from me," Tony murmured. "Mr. Stark, this is, after all, a matter of national security. So Mr. Howard could not. I'm not merely referring to this. Are you trying to play the emotional card? You've miscalculated. Even if my father was the founder of SHIELD, what of it? I refuse to walk the same path as him. I have my own methods." Tony could never forget his father's negligence, as Edward left scant traces during his youth, even absent from his graduation ceremony. The two continued to persuade him, yet recognizing Tony's obstinacy, they shifted to Plan B. "Mr. Stark, since you prefer not to join us, we shall not press the matter. However, our doors will always remain open for you. Should you reconsider, feel free to contact us." Nick Fury then provided a means of contact. "Good luck waiting for that." Tony casually tossed the business card onto the table. "Mr. Stark, we have one more question. Are you acquainted with Superman?" "Superman? I suppose I know him to some extent. Why do you ask?" Tony responded casually, unwilling to divulge Superman's identity. Though he found Lee's antics somewhat irritating, he acknowledged the life-saving intervention. "To know him only to a limited degree?" "Mr. Stark, our records indicate that Superman saved your life. Is that merely a cursory acquaintance?" Nick Fury chuckled. "How did you learn I was poisoned?" Tony queried, puzzled. "Mr. Stark, please do not underestimate our intelligence department. We are, after all, a global organization, and your recent behavior has been quite peculiar." Nick Fury replied. "Enough. What did you just say? How was I saved? Even without that fool, I could have devised an antidote myself. He merely expedited the process." and I paid a hefty price for it, Tony retorted defiantly. Mr. Stark, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. If not handled properly, it could result in significant casualties. Nick Fury interrupted, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Tony's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Despite his carefree nature, he possessed an inherent sense of responsibility. Nick Fury then disclosed the recent discovery of Superman's ability to heal all ailments. The politicians wished for Superman to collaborate with the relevant personnel to uncover the secrets of this power for the benefit of humanity. However, given Superman's temperament, it was likely that such demands would lead to bloodshed. Are these politicians out of their minds? Tony exclaimed incredulously. Having regarded Superman as an adversary, he had thoroughly studied his powers, witnessing both his battles with the Hulk and Magneto through his satellites. Tony was acutely aware of Superman's formidable strength. Even the combined might of Earth's weaponry would likely prove ineffective against him. To provoke such a terrifying entity was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, inviting doom. They must have believed Superman would comply out of a sense of duty, yet they had no true understanding of him. This Superman was far removed from the benevolent figure depicted in comics. He was a merciless force. Are you suggesting I should approach Superman about this? Tony exclaimed in shock. Mr. Stark, we have no one else to turn to. After all, you're the one most familiar with Superman. Absolutely not. There's no way I would engage in such a foolish endeavor. Tony stood up, shouting vehemently. Mr. Stark, please. Natasha interjected, attempting to speak. J.A.R.V.I.S. Show them out. Tony shouted, cutting her off. Understood, sir. Please, may I escort you out? J.A.R.V.I.S. Open the door. Very well. We shall take our leave. Seeing the situation unfold, Nick Fury departed with Natasha. His expression darkened. The mission had completely failed. To be continued. Chapter 36. Visitors from a mutant school, are you asking me to make such a request to Superman? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Tony remarked, his hand resting on his chest, still shaken. Sir, a message has just arrived from Mr. Nick Fury. Shall I retrieve it? Jarvis inquired. What message? Open it. Tony commanded. Very well, sir. A virtual screen materialized before Tony, displaying a video. It was a recording of his father, Howard Stark. Tony, my greatest creation has always been you. Dad. Following the video's prompts, Tony discovered a futuristic city planning blueprint left by his father. Boss, the plan has failed once more. What should we do now? Natasha said, driving. These so-called superheroes, each with grand aspirations, are not so easily swayed. Let us return to headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Before Nick Fury could finish, the communicator in his grasp suddenly erupted to life. This is Nick Fury. Director, it's Coulson. Came the voice of Fury's loyal assistant from the other end. What is it? Director, we have located the individual in Antarctica. The instruments indicate he still possesses vital signs. Coulson stammered, evidently overwhelmed with excitement. Calm down. Apologies, Director. Captain. We found Captain America at coordinates XX in the Arctic, and he is alive. What? Nick Fury was equally astonished. We must return immediately. Since seizing control of the Gene Bing faction, Lee had completely succumbed to depravity. Clutching a fine bottle of wine, surrounded by alluring beauties, he reveled in the vices of capitalism. Darling, I never realized your physique was so remarkable, remarked a red-haired beauty, caressing Lie's chiseled abs in admiration. My dear, not only is your physique impressive, but you are far more handsome than those so-called stars. A blue-eyed beauty chimed in, feeding him fruit. Lee held one of them in his arms. Aside from these pleasures, there is something else I excel at. What is it? The red-haired beauty inquired, puzzled. This. Suddenly, a melodious cheer echoed softly. Hours later, after his workout, Lee took a solitary flight to the streets to clear his mind. Truly, a life of doing as one pleases is quite comfortable, he mused while gazing at the slowly descending sun. Suddenly, two figures approached side by side, a man and a woman. The woman had silver hair and a curvaceous figure, while the man sported dark hair and peculiar glasses. How familiar they look, Lee chuckled. With such evident traits, he recognized the identities of the newcomers. Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Aurora, and this is Scott. We hail from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The duo were none other than Storm and Cyclops from the X-Men. Pleasure to meet you, Lee responded courteously. He was not surprised that they were aware of his whereabouts. For Professor X, there exists no individual he cannot locate. He can sift through the memories of countless people to find what he seeks. However, for certain unique entities, Professor X's abilities fall short. Lee is one such unique being. Mr. Lee, you must be aware of the origins of your powers, correct? Of course, I am a Kryptonian, having come to Earth to absorb the energy of its yellow sun. Lee retorted, jesting. Haha, Mr. Lee certainly has a sense of humor. In truth, we are of the same ilk, possessing similar abilities. There is no need for you to conceal anything from us. Storm laughed. You are aware of my battle with Magneto, right? I explicitly stated there that I am not a mutant. Lee denied. Afraid to admit it? Is being a mutant a source of shame for you? Cyclops, who had remained silent until now, interjected. I have already stated that I am not a mutant. Lee's tone grew icy, clearly displeased with Cyclops' attitude. Unable to accept your identity, and still dare to call yourself a Superman. You are far inferior to the Superman of comics. The title of Superman was not one I claimed for myself. It was bestowed upon me by the public. I have no desire to become a Superman. Such power is truly wasted on you. Enough, Scott. Storm interjected swiftly to halt Cyclops from speaking further. Seeing Cyclops persistently antagonizing him, Lee's irritation escalated. Whoosh! A bolt of yellow lightning struck the ground beside Cyclops. Are you out of your mind? If you don't shut that foul mouth of yours, I shall gladly tear it apart. Lee warned coldly. He had always been the one hurling insults. When had he ever tolerated being insulted? What do you intend to do? Cyclops, taken aback, stepped back several paces, hastily placing his hands on his glasses, which began to emit a red glow. Stand down. Scott, have you forgotten our mission? We did not come here to fight. As the two appeared poised to engage in conflict, Storm quickly intervened. Humph, Cyclops scoffed, lowering his hands. Mr. Lee, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely our fault. Scott has a bit of a temper. Please bear with us. Shouldn't have ventured out if he was ill-tempered. Lee scoffed. If a confrontation were to ensue, he could eliminate Cyclops hundreds of times within a second. You. Cyclops bristled at Lee's words, eager to retaliate. Scott, Storm shouted, restraining Cyclops. Mr. Lee, our actual intention is to invite you to visit our school. Would you be amenable? Lee stroked his chin, contemplating. Meeting Professor X, the amiable old man, would be worthwhile. It would also afford him the opportunity to witness other mutants. Very well, I shall go take a look. Lee replied. Splendid. Mr. Lee, please follow us. Thus, Lee accompanied Storm and Cyclops to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, an institution dedicated to the training and nurturing of mutants. At the entrance stood several figures, one of whom occupied a wheelchair, the glistening bald head drawing immediate attention. None other than Professor X. Welcome, child. To be continued. Chapter 37. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, a mysterious institution nestled in the heart of New York City, is known to only a select few, primarily those in the upper echelons of society. This establishment is no ordinary school. It is a sanctuary dedicated solely to mutants. At the helm of this institution is Charles Xavier, affectionately known as Professor X, a revered leader among mutants who has devoted his life to fostering harmony between humans and mutants. The school itself is a legacy of Professor X's family estate. In a world where only 2 mutants exist at the 4th level, possessing extraordinary powers capable of annihilating billions of lives instantaneously with specialized equipment. The presence of such a school in New York is tolerated due to the Professor's formidable abilities. Nevertheless, should any issues arise with the Professor, those in power would not hesitate to take action against the school, viewing Professor X and his allies merely as pawns in the larger game of maintaining balance against Magneto, a resource to be discarded when no longer needed. The Professor's ideals can be described as somewhat naive. As evidenced in Logan, humans have resorted to administering drugs that suppress mutant abilities through food, illustrating the failure of Xavier's vision. Welcome to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, my dear child. I am Charles Xavier, the professor greeted with a warm smile, his eyes glimmering with joy as he beheld this new arrival. He was particularly pleased to see Li Yi, whose displayed power surpassed that of a typical fourth-level mutant. Having even bested Magneto, Xavier recognized the potential within him to contribute to the preservation of global peace should he be guided correctly. Although the professor's abilities seemed ineffective against this young man, he could still glean superficial insights about Li Yi's character through his telepathic prowess. Despite a hint of mischief, Xavier perceived him fundamentally as a good soul. Professor X, it is an honor to meet you, Li Yi responded. Standing beside Professor X was a strikingly elegant woman with short brown hair, whom Li Yi immediately recognized as Jean Grey, the world's sole fifth-level mutant. He could sense the immense power lying dormant within her, causing the energies within him to stir restlessly. Jean Grey, also known as Phoenix, possesses the ability to read and manipulate the consciousness of others, as well as the capacity for psychokinesis, enabling her to control various objects, create energy barriers, fly, and generate rapid shockwaves. As one of the hosts of the Phoenix Force, she wields an unparalleled power that allows her to soar through the skies, unleash devastating shockwaves, and even resurrect the deceased. However, this power is notoriously uncontrollable, giving rise to a darker persona within her, a personality characterized by brutality and a relentless desire to consume Jean's primary self. Should this darker aspect prevail, Jean would be transformed into a mere instrument of destruction. For years, Jean's safety has been ensured by Professor X, who brought her to the school upon the emergence of her powers, creating a mental cage to seal away the Phoenix Force and her darker persona. Yet as time passes, the professor's psychic barriers weaken while the Phoenix Force grows increasingly volatile, threatening to break free and wreak havoc. At present, Jean remains the kind-hearted individual she has always been, blissfully unaware of her second persona. "Hello, I am Jean Grey," she said, smiling and extending her hand. "Dr. Grey, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have read some of your papers presented at the National Congress, and I was fortunate enough to study a few of them." Li Yi replied, shaking her hand. "Oh, you've read my work? We should discuss it. I heard you attended university, Empire State University. I have read your papers on biodiversity and other topics. They were immensely helpful." Li Yi responded. The system had crafted an inspiring narrative for him, portraying a youth who grew up in an orphanage and, through sheer determination, gained admission to one of America's top institutions, the very same university as Spider-Man. Next to them stood a short man with a bushy beard, who, noticing Li Yi's attention, introduced himself with a carefree demeanor. "My name is Logan, but everyone calls me Wolverine. I just arrived here not long ago." "Li Yi, I know you. You are the recently famous superhero. I've heard you're quite impressive. We should spar sometime." Logan grinned. "Absolutely," Li Yi replied courteously. Logan, whose real name is James Howlett, possesses the ability to slow aging and regenerate. His claws, made of indestructible adamantium, were a result of the Weapon X program led by William Stryker in the 1980s. This augmentation further enhanced his abilities, allowing him to endure even against the destructive force of Jean Grey's Phoenix powers for several seconds. Though he appears youthful, Logan is, in reality, far older than Professor X, having been born in 1832, making him over 2 centuries old. An unfortunate accident involving an adamantium bullet resulted in memory loss, leading him to join the X-Men at Professor X's invitation. After exchanging pleasantries, the group proceeded deeper into the school. Many mutant students looked curiously at Li Yi. Without his superhero glasses, was quickly recognized by those who followed television. "Look, everyone, it's Superman," a girl exclaimed, as if she had encountered a celebrity. "Superman, you're so handsome. Can I have your autograph?" "Ganyu-kyo, I'm your biggest fan. I'm in your fan club." The girls surrounded Li Yi, their excitement palpable as they expressed their admiration, some even daring to touch his arm and abdomen. "What is so special about him? He just happened to awaken powerful abilities," some boys muttered, feeling envious of the attention Li Yi received from the girls. "Everyone, one at a time. Please be careful." Li Yi adeptly managed the throngs of fans. The number of admirers paled in comparison to his previous experiences. Soon, All the girls had received their autographs and left, satisfied. In a corner, however, stood a girl hesitating, torn between approaching him and holding back. Noticing her, Lee walked directly towards her. As she saw him approaching, she blushed and lowered her gaze. "Hello." Lee greeted her with a warm smile. Superman. "Hello," she replied softly. "What's your name?" he inquired. I'm Anna, but people call me Rogue." "Ah, so it's you." Lee thought to himself. In the comics, she is known as Rogue, and in the films, as the character Anna Marie. Her ability allows her to absorb the memories and powers of others through physical contact, which explained her initial reluctance to approach. "Hello, I am Lee." He introduced himself, extending his hand. "No, we cannot come into contact. I will hurt you." The little rascal retreated in fear, clearly aware that her abilities had harmed others before. "I am different. Your powers are ineffective against me." Lee chuckled, seizing her hand before the little rascal could comprehend the situation. "No, stop," she exclaimed, struggling in excitement. "Wait, see? Nothing is wrong." "Huh? Why are you unharmed?" The little rascal questioned in confusion. "Because I am a superhero." To be continued. Chapter 38. A Journey to X Academy. Are you an angel sent from heaven to save me? "Mr. Superman, can we be friends?" "Of course," Lee replied with a smile. "And as friends, you could just call me Lee. I finally have a friend." "Thank you, Lee." "Yee," Little Mischief said, her eyes welling up with tears. Once, she had a happy family, and her parents treated her well. But all of that shattered on that fateful day. On her way home from school, she was followed by a strange man who attempted to assault her. In her panic, she awakened her own abilities, touching the man and instantly siphoning away his life energy. When she looked at him again, he had lost all signs of life. Hastily returning home, she recounted her ordeal to her parents, only to be met with accusations of being a mutant, a monster, and they even threatened to throw her out. Heartbroken, Little Mischief left her home and began to wander, eventually being discovered by companions from the Mutant Academy, who brought her to their institution. Despite finding companions, Little Mischief felt alone, devoid of true friends. Her inability to control her powers meant that anyone who came into contact with her risked losing their abilities or life energy. Thus, she harbored a deep resentment for her abilities and her identity as a mutant. Just when she believed she would remain alone for the rest of her life, Lee appeared, unafraid of her powers, a radiant light dispelling the darkness of her existence. They began to converse joyfully, completely ignoring the others present, until a gentle cough from Cheen interrupted their exchange. Realizing what she was doing, Little Mischief's face flushed crimson. It was her first time talking so long with a boy. "Little Mischief, we have a few matters to attend to. Could you wait a moment before continuing your conversation with Lee?" Cheen said with a knowing smile, recognizing the girl's shyness. "Okay, I'm sorry, Teacher Cheen. I'll go now," Little Mischief replied, covering her face as she hurried away. The group continued along the cobblestone path into the building. "Lee, you really are quite popular with the girls." Logan chuckled. "What can I say? It's just my natural charm," Lee said, tousling his hair with a self-satisfied grin. "You're full of yourself," Logan retorted. "If you shaved your beard, you might attract a crowd of older women. Shave my beard? That's absolutely out of the question." Soon, they arrived at an ancient, charming little building, its elegance enhanced by the orderly arrangement of Eastern glazed bricks that adorned the exterior, creating a stunning picture. Upon entering, they were enveloped in classical beauty. Professor X invited Li Yi to sit, and the two began a converse. "Li Yi, now that we are alone, could you share when your abilities first manifested?" Professor X inquired gently, presuming Li Yi to be a mutant, much like Magneto. After all, most individuals who awakened superpowers were mutants, with only a rare few exceptions. The distinction between mutants and other superpowered beings lay in the presence of the X gene within their bodies. "Professor, to be honest, I'm not one of your kind. This isn't a superpower, it's magic," Lee replied. "Magic?" Professor X echoed, puzzled. "Come on, even if you want to deny your identity as a mutant, there's no need to fabricate a tale of magic. There's no such thing in this world. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Before Lee could respond, Cyclops chimed in with derision. "Is that so? Don't embarrass yourself with your ignorance." Lee shot back, adhering to his life principle. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one does, I will respond in kind. What did you say? Cyclops seethed. What's the matter? Can't handle being called ignorant? Tell me, do you know about Camartage? Do you know about the Sorcerer Supreme? What on earth are you talking about? Cyclops continued, incredulous. If you haven't even heard of those, how can you claim that magic doesn't exist? You're not just ignorant. You're an arrogant fool. Upon hearing Camartage and the Sorcerer Supreme, a spark of recognition flickered in Professor X's eyes, prompting him to intervene before the situation escalated. That's enough, Scott. Yes, Professor. Cyclops reluctantly complied, though he continued to glare at Li Yi with disdain. Cyclops' animosity towards Li Yi stemmed from the latter's actions during the battle against Magneto, where he had inadvertently caused the deaths of nearly 100 mutants, even if they were Magneto's followers. This understandably struck a chord with Cyclops. Furthermore, when Storm suggested inviting Superman to X Academy, Cyclops vocally opposed the idea, only to find his girlfriend, Jean, siding with Storm instead. This only deepened his resentment. When Professor X tasked him with inviting Superman, an uncomfortable encounter ensued, culminating in Superman threatening him, further fueling Cyclops' disdain for this so-called superhero. Li Yi, while I'm unaware of the tensions between you, I must apologize for Scott's rudeness, Professor X said. You needn't bother, Professor. I truly wasn't bothered by it, Li Yi replied, though inwardly he plotted to find an opportunity to teach that scoundrel a lesson, ideally blinding him in the process. You mentioned Camartage and the Sorcerer Supreme. How do you know of them? Professor X inquired, intrigued. I saw them. Saw them? I possess a capability akin to the all-seeing eye from Eastern mythology. As long as I am on this planet, I can perceive anything I wish to know. Lee explained, not entirely lying. That is indeed a remarkable ability. Professor X marveled. Professor, you are aware of it? Yes. I stumbled upon it in the memories of others, and I was astounded to discover such guardians of Earth against malevolent forces from other dimensions. Professor, what are you talking about? Storm interjected, bewildered. The others were left in a haze, completely unaware of the conversation's true nature, which had shifted from discussing whether Li Yi was a mutant. Nothing significant, Professor X chuckled, shaking his head to dismiss the topic. You claim your abilities are magic, so you lack our unique X gene? Indeed, Professor. Although I am unsure why you persist in mistaking me for a mutant, I am not one. Li Yi affirmed. It seems we have indeed misjudged you. Professor X sighed. Though you are not one of us, since you are here, do take the time to explore our academy. To be continued. Chapter 39. The Challenge of the Fireman. Although Professor X had already discerned that Li Yi was not of his kin, he nonetheless chose to retain Li Yi's company and prepared a sumptuous dinner in his honor. Li Yi initially presumed that a mere gathering of several high-ranking mutants would result in a casual affair. However, to his surprise, the dining experience at Xavier's Academy was conducted collectively, reminiscent of the communal meals at Hogwarts in the Harry Potter series, where a multitude of individuals would come together to partake in dinner. In America, dinner holds significant importance, often serving as the backdrop for gatherings among friends or business engagements, thus rendering the evening meals notably extravagant. To welcome their esteemed guest, Xavier's Academy laid out an array of delectable dishes, including fresh fruits and juices, fish soup, and salads. An assortment of desserts, cakes, fruit pies, cookies, and ice cream was also on display. The main course featured an impressive selection of steaks, pork chops, roasted beef, chicken, shrimp, ham, and lamb chops, accompanied by vegetables, bread, butter, rice, and noodles. The food and cutlery were neatly arranged on the table, readily accessible for all. For a carnivore like Li Yi, the Western cuisine was particularly appealing. However, one could only imagine the outrage of animal rights activists should they witness such a feast. The students sat orderly at their respective places, enjoying their dinner, although a few mischievous individuals discreetly indulged in illicit drinks they had procured from unknown sources, only to be swiftly apprehended by the mentors, as America maintains strict regulations regarding underage drinking. Li Yi remained quietly at his seat, sipping his drink while observing the jovial scene unfold before him, finding it quite entertaining. The memories of campus life had nearly faded from his mind, and the opportunity to relive them was indeed heartwarming. A mischievous girl, seated at a distance, frequently glanced in his direction, prompting him to raise his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement, only to see her blush and lower her head shyly. Just as Li Yi was engrossed in a lively atmosphere, a group of individuals suddenly surrounded him, occupying the seats beside him, whispering conspiratorially among themselves. With the enhancement of his abilities through enchantments, Li effortlessly overheard their murmurs, which clearly indicated their intent to stir trouble. "Do you have something to say?" Li Yi inquired. Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged glances yet remained hesitant to engage. At last, a disheveled youth, unable to contain himself, stepped forward, his impatience fueled by the drink he had consumed. "Are you the so-called Superman?" he demanded. "Indeed I am. And who might you be?" Li Yi replied with keen interest. "My name is John Allardyce, but you may call me Fireman." "Ah, so it is you," Li Yi thought to himself, recognizing the character from the X-Men universe. Fireman possessed the ability to control flames, yet could not conjure them himself, always relying on a lighter. Compared to his friend Iceman, who bore Omega-level potential, Fireman's abilities paled significantly. His temperament was volatile, and his skills were rather mediocre. Originally a member of the X-Men, he had defected to Magneto's side. Such an ineffectual adversary would pose no challenge for Li Yi. With a dismissive smile, Li Yi responded, "What is it that amuses you?" "Nothing. Just recalling some amusing thoughts." "So, Fireman, what brings you here?" "They say you have killed many people, including our kin." "Indeed. They were all minions of Magneto, dispatched to capture me, and I simply eliminated them all," Li Yi stated nonchalantly, showing utter disregard for the lives he had taken. You bastard," Fireman seethed, not only for the loss of his kin, but also due to his long-standing admiration for Magneto, who espoused the belief that mutants represented the next stage of human evolution, superior to their human counterparts. This ideology had driven him to betray the X-Men and align himself with Magneto. "Are you seeking vengeance for them?" Li Yi chuckled. "Do you dare to meet me in the square tonight? I challenge you to a duel," Fireman declared, his voice filled with bravado. "A duel? How intriguing. I accept your challenge." Though Li Yi was uncertain of the origin of Fireman's audacity, he welcomed the confrontation, as it was Fireman who had instigated the provocation. "Oomph. Let us go," Fireman retorted, leading his companions away. "Li Yi, what were you discussing with them?" Storm, with curiosity in her eyes, approached him. "Nothing significant. Just a jest." Li Yi shrugged, smiling. "Really? Care for a drink?" Storm offered, shaking her bottle of alcohol. Li Yi's gaze fell upon Storm. Her silver hair, sun-kissed skin, cerulean eyes, and rosy lips, complemented by her flushed cheeks from inebriation, ignited a spark within him. "Absolutely," he replied with a grin. "Would you share more about yourself?" As Storm poured him a drink, she responded, "My story? Yes, I am quite eager to learn about you as well." She playfully pressed her finger against Li Yi's chiseled chest. "Very well. I hail from the distant planet Krypton. When it exploded, my parents sent me to Earth, and the radiation from its yellow sun granted me extraordinary strength. I wish to hear the truth, such as how you sculpted your physique." Storm teased, her fingers caressing his 8-pack abs. It takes perseverance and discipline, along with a touch of luck." Li Yi chuckled. "Luck, you say? What sort of luck?" "For instance, encountering a beautiful lady, and then working tirelessly to win her heart." "And what about me?" "Quite alluring. Beautiful. You possess a wild charm that inspires a desire to conquer. Then allow me to bestow upon you some luck." With that, Storm pressed her lips against Li Yi's. Unyielding, Li Yi reciprocated the kiss, reveling in the absence of interruptions. Moments passed before they reluctantly parted. "Shall we engage in some delightful mischief?" "Absolutely." Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi enveloped Storm in his arms and vanished, guided by her, swiftly arriving at her chamber. Upon entering, he firmly shut the door behind him. Harder, don't stop the room," soon echoed with intermittent cries. The revelry persisted until the early hours of the morning, ceasing only when Storm succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Li Yi had utterly defied the adage that only exhausted cattle yield no crops, for he was no ordinary cow, but a divine bull capable of cataclysmic destruction. Afterward, Li Yi leisurely lit a cigarette. Indeed, it is lonely at the top, he mused, gazing at the luminous moonlight streaming through the window. Meanwhile, across the square, Fireman and his entourage waited the entire night. Yet Lee's absence was palpable. Has this scoundrel toyed with us? Just you wait. To be continued. Chapter 40. The challenge of the fireman continued the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the window. In the bed lay a couple entwined in each other's embrace. And the disarray of a room seemed to narrate the events of the previous night's tumult. The two were Lee and Aurora, the storm woman. After an evening of exertion, Lee had settled down here to rest, having long since discarded thoughts of a certain fool who had waited in the cold all night. As the bright sunlight graced his face, Lee gradually opened his eyes and stretched leisurely. Possessing the power of the dog talisman, he had no need for sleep, nor did he experience fatigue. Yet, the habits cultivated over the years were not easily cast aside. Perhaps Lee's movements were too vigorous. As Aurora beside him slowly opened her cerulean eyes. "Good morning, my dear. You were truly magnificent last night." Aurora smiled. It was primarily your alluring charm," Lee replied. Neither of them dwelled on the events of the previous night, understanding it was merely a matter of mutual desire. Both seasoned individuals, they had long since transcended the stage where a mere kiss could evoke profound passions. After engaging in light conversation, the two completed their morning routines and set off together for breakfast. As they walked side by side, the onlookers displayed expressions of amusement. "Lee, you're quite impressive. You've only been here for a day and already enticed one of our school's mentors." Logan whistled, grinning. "Keep it low-key. Good looks can only get you so far. Logan, if you were to shave off that scruffy beard of yours, you might just attract a fair number of mature ladies seeking companionship." "You have a problem with my beard?" Logan retorted. "Indeed, I would gladly assist in its removal." Laughter erupted as the two jested, drawing the attention of the crowd. Soon, they finished their breakfast, and Professor X arranged for Jean to lead Li Yi on a tour of the school. The professor's arrangements incited a glare of resentment from Cyclops, who shot a venomous look at Li Yi. Li Yi paid him no mind, regarding the man as a mere clown. This individual, narrow-minded as he was, would inevitably find himself outmaneuvered by Logan. The school was quite expansive. Traversing it on foot would take over an hour. "Is this where we hold our classes?" Jean led Li Yi into a spacious classroom that could comfortably accommodate over 100 students without feeling cramped. At the front stood a semicircular lectern, flanked by various high-tech instruments to enhance the educational experience. "Jean, I'm curious about the subjects taught at your institution," Li Yi inquired. "Mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and so forth. We teach much of what is found in ordinary schools. However, we also offer courses designed to help students understand their abilities, as well as practical combat training," Jean responded. Following this, Jean guided Li Yi through the cafeteria, playground, dormitories, and other facilities, which were quite similar to those of other American schools. Eventually, Jean brought him to a circular outdoor arena. Upon entering, Li Yi observed a group of individuals demonstrating their powers, some conjuring jets of water, others emitting electricity, and some soaring through the air. The most captivating sight was at the center, where two combatants faced off. "This is our training and combat arena," Jean introduced with a smile. "Today's duel features John and Robert. John is the fireman, while Robert is the Iceman." The Iceman, whose full name was Robert Louis Drake, possessed formidable abilities, capable of generating temperatures as low as -76 degrees Celsius within seconds, even approaching absolute zero. He could freeze the moisture in the surrounding air to create ice and manipulate its form into simple objects such as shields, slides, and various cold weapons. His molecular control allowed him to teleport by merging with water sources, and he could lower both his internal and external temperatures without harm. His capabilities were far superior to those of the fireman, categorizing him as an Omega-level mutant, though he seldom utilized his powers effectively. "Go for it, John. Defeat him," shouted Robert's supporters. "Don't let that arrogant fool win." "Robert, can you hear me? My supporters are here for you. Just concede already." The fireman boasted confidently. "Is that so? Why do I only hear my name? You're the one who should give up. You wouldn't want to catch a cold now, would you?" The Iceman retorted defiantly. "Since you refuse to concede, prepare to face my flames." With that, the fireman ignited a lighter, unleashing a massive fireball that he hurled at the Iceman. Without hesitation, The Iceman extended his hands, conjuring an ice wall that materialized before him. The fireball collided with the wall, generating a thick mist of steam that enveloped the surroundings. "Robert, this isn't over," the fireman shouted, launching another fireball. The Iceman, undeterred, placed his hands on the crumbling ice wall, causing it to shatter and form sharp ice spikes that he directed toward the fireman. The ensuing clash between the fireball and ice spikes created yet another dense cloud of vapor. The two engaged in a playful exchange reminiscent of children tossing objects at each other. Observing this, Lee shook his head in dismay. "What's wrong?" Jean inquired, puzzled. "These two are utterly misusing their abilities. The fireman is one thing, but the Iceman is squandering his potential." Lee exclaimed. "Oh, how do you believe he should utilize his powers?" Jean asked, intrigued. "In my opinion, the Iceman ought to focus on developing and controlling his abilities." Lee elaborated extensively. Jean listened, thoroughly convinced by his insights. "Lee, with your profound understanding of combat, would you consider becoming their mentor?" "Me? A mentor? Perhaps not." Their conversation reached the ears of the fireman below. He abruptly looked up, recognizing the one who had mocked him the previous night. A moment of distraction caused him to neglect his defense against the Iceman's assault. An ice spike grazed his cheek, leaving a streak of blood. Cold sweat broke out on the fireman as he realized how close he had come to peril. "John, what are you dawdling for? If I hadn't altered my trajectory, you would have been done for," the Iceman scolded, ignoring the Iceman's reprimand. The fireman glared at Li Yi with palpable fury. "I challenge you," he shouted, pointing at Li Yi. "What? Who is that? He looks familiar." A voice in the crowd pondered. "Wait, could it be Superman?" The fireman's declaration drew the attention of everyone present toward Li Yi, and soon, several recognized his identity. "You challenge me?" Li Yi asked, perplexed as he pointed to himself. "Indeed, do you dare?" The fireman continued to provoke. "John, what are you doing?" Li Yi is a guest invited by the professor. Jean interjected. "Jean, I am well aware that this is the renowned Superman. I hope he can provide us with some guidance." The fireman retorted, his final words directed at Li Yi. "Jean, is that acceptable?" Li Yi asked. Though he could easily subdue the fireman, he recognized the need to respect the host's domain. "Then I must trouble you." Jean lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, and subsequently agreed to the fireman's challenge to Li Yi. To be continued. Chapter 41. Battle against the X-Men. "Oh, John, give him a good beating. John, use your powers to turn that kid into a bald head. Don't let him walk off the stage." The boys on the field rallied almost unanimously behind Fireman John, likely because Li Yi had captured the attention of the girls they admired. "Superman, go for it. Superman, Superman, so handsome. Superman, teach that fool a lesson." In stark contrast, the girls cheered fervently for Li Yi. "Thank you. Thank you all. You are the best. I love you." Li Yi waved his hand with a smile. "Oh my gosh. Superman." The girls screamed in excitement. "Enough already. Let us get started." Hearing their cheers, Fireman grew irate, shouting out, "Heh, someone else eager." Li Yi chuckled, then playfully beckoned Fireman closer. "How dare you underestimate me, Die?" Fireman shouted, igniting his lighter and instantly conjuring a massive fireball, hurling it towards Li Yi. "Such an attack is still usable? Do you think this is child-esque play?" Li Yi scoffed, delivering a powerful punch at the fireball. The fierce gust from his fist extinguished the fireball in an instant. "What?" The outcome left everyone in the arena utterly astonished. "Superman is so cool." The girl screamed at the sight of Li Yi's impressive display. "How is this possible?" "Merely by the force of my punch," Fireman gasped in disbelief. "I refuse to believe it." Fireman quickly conjured several large fireballs to launch at Li Yi once more. "Heh, with your mental fortitude, if this were a real battle, you wouldn't last a moment." Li Yi sneered, swiftly creating a gravitational barrier in front of him that halted all the fireballs. With a flick of his hand, the fireballs flew back towards Fireman, crashing violently into him. "No, no, no, stop." Fireman spread his arms wide, exerting all his power. The fireballs ultimately halted just 30 centimeters in front of him. As Fireman sighed in relief, Lee rapidly moved in front of him. "Time to wrap this up. Lie down." He then delivered a powerful kick to Fireman's abdomen. Cough, cough. Fireman collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. This was only because Li Yi had held back. Had he used his full strength, that kick could have obliterated him. Is this it? The swiftness of the battle surpassed everyone's expectations. Superman! 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 Once the girls regained their senses, they shouted in unison for Superman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Li Yi smiled. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause erupted from the entrance, revealing Storm and Cyclops escorting Professor X, who was applauding the spectacle. What a magnificent battle. You come up and take him down. Professor X instructed a few tall male students. Yes. Fireman was quickly carried away. Li Yi, your abilities are truly formidable. No wonder even Eric fell to you. Professor X marveled. Eric is Magneto. Ha, Professor, you flatter me. Li Yi replied modestly. It was merely bullying a student. Just then, a mocking voice chimed in, and Li Yi didn't need to look to know it was Cyclops, who harbored a grudge against him. So, do you want to get a try? Li Yi smirked. Huh, do you think I wouldn't dare? Cyclops retorted. Professor, is it all right? Li Yi turned to Professor X for approval. Scott, you? Professor X frowned. He was puzzled as to why Scott had become like this. This is not at all how a leader should behave. Professor X had initially intended to entrust the school to Cyclops as his successor upon retirement. But now he found Cyclops' demeanor quite disappointing. If we're going to fight, count me in. Storm suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed intensely on Li Yi. Whatever. Li Yi shrugged, casually agreeing. Although these mutant leaders possessed formidable combat prowess, they posed little challenge for Li Yi. Jean, you should join in too. Even Eric was defeated by Li Yi. You must remain vigilant. Yes, Professor. Jean nodded in agreement. Hey. How could I be left out of fight? Suddenly, a voice boomed from the entrance. It was Wolverine Logan, swaggering into view. You all should team up. Li Yi, be careful. Arrogance can lead to downfall. Storm laughed. Ororo, I am brimming with confidence. Li Yi replied with a self-assured grin. Thus, it was decided that Li Yi would face 3 mentors from Xavier's Academy and 1 opportunistic freeloader. Observing the mentors prepare to confront Superman, those on the combat stage instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide space. Li Yi stood alone on one side, while the 4 mentors aligned on the other. Li Yi, I've longed for the chance to battle you. Logan grinned, his fists clenched as his adamantium claws extended. What are we waiting for? Li Yi beckoned Logan. You arrogant fool. Logan lunged forward. Wait, Logan. Storm shouted urgently from behind, but Logan paid her no heed. He quickly closed the distance to Li Yi, the adamantium claws slashing towards him. Li Yi swiftly reached out, catching Logan's claws. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. What? Barehanded Logan exclaimed in shock. Is that all you've got, Logan? Li Yi chuckled. Damn it. Logan struggled fiercely, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Blood poured from the connection point of his claws and hand, yet Li Yi remained unmoved. Support Logan, Storm shouted, leaping into the air, proclaiming, the power of lightning. Dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, and a lightning bolt as thick as a thigh struck down towards Li Yi. Li Yi stood firm, allowing the lightning to strike him. To his surprise, Li Yi emerged unscathed, while Logan was charred black, his clothes tattered from the electric surge. This was Logan. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to ashes within seconds. Li Yi showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent Logan crashing into the wall, embedding him firmly within. Just as Li Yi contemplated his next move, he suddenly felt an unknown force binding him. Glancing sideways, he saw Jean with her hands on her temples, straining to exert her abilities. Hurry and attack. His power is immense. I can barely hold on. Jean cried out. In truth, Li Yi was not exerting himself. He was merely testing the waters. Had he truly tried, Jean would likely have been rendered unconscious by now. Upon hearing Jean's words, Cyclops placed his hand on his visor, his eyes glowing brightly. A crimson beam shot forth towards Li Yi. You think you're the only one? I could do it too. Cyclops shouted, unleashing his power. A yellow beam emanated from Li Yi's eyes, colliding with the laser emitted by Cyclops. ZZZZ. The 2 beams held their ground for nearly 2 seconds before the yellow ray began to push the red beam backward. What? Cyclops exclaimed in astonishment. Get out of the way, Scott. Jean cried out. Just as the beam was about to completely engulf Cyclops, Li Yi abruptly looked up at the sky, and the beam followed his gaze, shooting upwards. Whoosh! Instantly it cleaved the clouds in two. Witnessing such terrifying power, everyone could not help but widen their eyes, rendered speechless for a long moment. To be continued. Chapter 42. Battle against the X-Men 2. Is this truly the extent of Superman's power? It is utterly terrifying. Had that recent assault been directed at the ground, the entire school would likely have been cleaved in two. Superman is nothing short of a human calamity. The onlookers, struck by the sheer magnitude of his might, found themselves momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Scott, are you all right?" Jean inquired, glancing at the dazed Cyclops sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Cyclops' expression was one of profound distress. He had nearly met his demise. "Oh dear, are you unharmed?" Li Yi feigned concern with a smirk. "I assumed you were formidable, so I exerted a modicum of force. I never anticipated you would be so weak. This is entirely my fault. I shall be more cautious next time. You bastard. I will kill you." Cyclops roared, his fury palpable. "Enough, Scott. You are no match for Li Yi. This ends here." Professor X interjected firmly. "But Professor, he nearly killed me." Cyclops protested, his resentment evident. "That is not the case, Scott. Li Yi was merely showing restraint. You ought to express gratitude for his mercy," Jean urged, attempting to soothe him. Though Jean's intentions were noble, recognizing the vast chasm of power between them and Li Yi, her words ignited Cyclops' rage further. To him, it felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, only to find his girlfriend standing alongside his adversary instead of defending him. Indeed, Cyclops' animosity towards Li Yi had escalated to a profound enmity. "Li Yi, I vow to end your life today," Cyclops bellowed, adjusting the power on his visor to its maximum setting. The visor, crafted from a special material, enabled him to better control his abilities. In the early days of his powers, he struggled to manage them, resulting in devastating laser blasts that caused significant collateral damage. It was Beast from the X-Men who had ultimately fashioned this visor for him. The device allowed him to modulate the intensity, size, and shape of his laser beams. He had previously utilized his powers to assist a comrade during a critical surgical procedure. Cyclops' capabilities were formidable. The films often depicted them as diminished while in the comics. He could even pierce a 10-kilometer-wide asteroid. Although his powers did not reach such incredible heights in this universe, they were nonetheless formidable. Now, having set his power to maximum, he clearly intended to obliterate Li Yi. "Scott, do you truly intend to?" "Stop!" Professor X, aware of Cyclops' potential, shouted desperately in an attempt to intervene. Unfortunately, he was too late. Cyclops had already unleashed his power. A blinding beam of red light erupted from Cyclops' eyes, hurtling towards Li Yi with alarming speed. Li Yi moved quickly. Jean cried out in alarm. "Dodge?" Li Yi scoffed, seeing this as an opportune moment to test the limits of his canine and equine talismans. He stood his ground, meeting Cyclops' attack head-on with his chest. Boom! The beam collided with Li Yi, resulting in a tremendous explosion that released a cloud of black smoke, obscuring the view of the spectators. The entire arena trembled under the impact. "Hold on tight. Be careful not to be struck by falling debris," students lamented amidst the chaos. After a while, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the scene within. At the center lay a colossal crater, from which tendrils of smoke billowed. Due to their positioning, Jean and Aurora were relatively unscathed by the blast. "Ha ha ha, you bastard, you must be dead." Cyclops cackled madly, clearly losing his grip on reality. Rationality. Rationality. How can you expect me to be rational? The one I love, Jean, the one I care for, does not stand by me. Cyclops' internal turmoil was palpable. "Scott, why have you become this way? This is nothing like your usual self." Jean observed, disappointment etched across her face. "Li Yi is dead," Aurora lamented, gazing into the abyss of the crater. Though her encounter with Li Yi had been brief, she felt a strong affection for the young, dashing, and charismatic man. "Superman is dead. My Superman. He is a murderer." The surrounding girls, witnessing the scene, assumed their idol had been slain, unleashing their fury upon Cyclops. Among them, a girl named Mischief who had arrived at some point, wept uncontrollably. The only one not afraid of my powers is dead. The only one willing to be my friend is gone. In an instant, all eyes turned to Cyclops. Panic surged through him as he stammered. He was merely an outsider, not even of our kind. Hey, what are you all talking about? Suddenly, a voice emerged, drawing everyone's attention. Lee appeared unscathed before the crater, his upper garment absent, revealing his muscular physique, yet not a single injury marred him. Even his hairstyle remained intact. That was rather far from sufficient. Lee mused internally regarding Cyclops' attack. He conservatively estimated that to inflict damage upon his body, one would have to detonate a nuclear bomb directly at his center. The momentary temperature exceeding that of the sun's core might cause minimal harm. Perhaps one drop of blood from a total of 10,000 HP, but he would recover in less than 0.00001 seconds. As for radiation, such things only affected the weak. Lee, are you unharmed? Ororo exclaimed in disbelief. That level of assault would not even scratch me for another 20,000 years. Lee retorted dismissively. Look, Superman is still alive. Truly the strongest. The girls in the crowd erupted in cheers for Superman, their voices harmonizing in a chant. Mischief, wiping her tears, echoed, "This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. How is this possible? You are completely unscathed." Cyclops stammered, incredulous. Now it is my turn. Lee approached Cyclops with a chilling smile. What do you intend to do? Jean, help me. Cyclops, paralyzed with fear, implored Jean for assistance. To his dismay, Jean turned away, clearly at her wits' end with Cyclops. Well, how should I proceed? Shall I gouge out your eyes or sever your legs? Lee asked with a sinister grin. No, please no. Someone help me. Ororo, Professor, Logan. Cyclops scrambled backward, pleading desperately. Yet, who could stand against the wrath of an enraged Superman? You pitiful creature. Lee stepped forward, placing a foot upon Cyclops' chest. Do not kill me, I beg you. Cyclops shrieked in agony. Lee paid him no heed, instead intensifying his pressure to amplify Cyclops' suffering. Lee, could you perhaps spare him? Just as Laser Eye was on the verge of being crushed under Lee's foot, a voice interjected. It was Professor X. This moment clearly illustrated the professor's remarkable emotional intelligence. He chose to speak not when Laser Eye was pleading for mercy, but at this critical juncture. This allowed Lee to vent his anger while ensuring Laser Eye's survival. Professor, save me. Laser Eye gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Silence. Lee retorted. Professor, I just showed him mercy, and yet this scoundrel dared to ambush me. Fortunately, my abilities are rather unique, allowing me to escape death. Were it anyone else, their remains would have already turned to dust. Is there no reason left at Xavier's Academy? Lee furrowed his brow. Lee, I acknowledge that Scott's actions were misguided, yet he has been under my guidance for many years. Could you, for my sake, let him off this time? Professor X implored, his expression grave. Lee lowered his head in contemplation. Given the professor's earnest plea, it would be rather unreasonable to take Laser Eye's life. Moreover, Xavier's Academy had graciously invited him as a guest, treating him with great hospitality. It seemed that Laser Eye's transgression was merely a foolish act, and thus, some leniency should be afforded. Very well, I shall grant you this favor, Professor. Lee nodded. I am truly grateful, Professor X exclaimed, visibly relieved. Upon hearing that he would not face death, Laser Eye also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lee's next words sent a wave of anxiety through him. Nonetheless, mistakes must be met with consequences. What do you intend to do? Laser Eye stammered, panic rising in his voice. I have always had a penchant for pork, so let us transform you into a pig. Lee sneered. With that, he extended his hand towards Laser Eye, unleashing a beam of white light. The power of the monkey talisman activated, striking Laser Eye with precision. What have you done to me? Laser Eye exclaimed in terror. Before he could finish his sentence, his body began to swell, rapidly morphing into a rotund figure that tore through his clothes. His ears elongated and grew larger, while his nose gradually contorted into the shape of a pig's snout. In an instant, a living, plump pig, complete with peculiar spectacles. stood before the astonished onlookers. The crowd was utterly stunned by this astonishing transformation. To be continued. Chapter 43. Tony's troubles. The crowd was utterly astonished as they watched Cyclops transform into a large, plump pig. A human transformed into a swine? This was simply unfathomable. The sheer power of Superman was terrifying. To provoke him would indeed be a fate worse than death. The male spectators gazed at Li Yi with trepidation. How marvelous! Is this magic? Superman is truly remarkable, possessing knowledge of everything, even magic. He's indeed my idol. Superman. Superman. Oh my deity, I wish to bear your children. The girls were captivated by Li Yi's extraordinary prowess, shouting their confessions. Li Yi, what have you done? Professor X's expression darkened as he observed the plump pig grunting before him. Professor, we are no longer children. One must pay the price for their misdeeds. Mistakes must be met with consequences. Li Yi chuckled. Will he remain like this forever? Jean's concern was evident as she hesitantly inquired. Rest assured, it will likely last around 3 days. During this time, I kindly ask you to keep a close watch on him. Any unforeseen events could lead to, well, let's just say it wouldn't be pleasant. Only 3 days? That is a relief. Jean sighed, unaware of the torment that awaited the inhabitants of Xavier's Academy in those subsequent days. With the situation escalating, Li lost interest in further exploring Xavier's Academy. The crowd dispersed amid a cacophony of chatter, while Li turned to approach the mischievous girl. Hey, don't just chat away. Can someone please dig me out of this wall? Logan grumbled, still embedded in the structure. Li, are you really leaving? The mischievous girl clung to Li's arm, unwilling to let go. He was her first and only friend here, and she couldn't bear the thought of parting ways. I wish I could stay longer, but given how things have escalated, remaining here would only cause discomfort for everyone, Li replied, exuding a sense of resignation. The turmoil at Xavier's Academy was not part of his agenda. Although he had no concrete plans, Cyclops' outburst had certainly caught him off guard. Had he chosen to show leniency, perhaps a more favorable resolution could have emerged. Yet, Li had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. Out of respect for Professor X, he refrained from eliminating Cyclops. However, failing to impart some lesson would disturb his own sense of balance. Thus, he had no regrets about transforming Cyclops into a pig. Can you take me with you? The mischievous girl pleaded. What? Li was taken aback by her request. I have no friends here. You're my only friend. If you leave, I will be all alone, she implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Although I wish I could take you with me, it's not safe to be by my side. Many individuals and factions are secretly targeting me, Li sighed. In truth, this was merely an excuse. If he truly wished to bring her along, he could easily duplicate his abilities for her protection. What could possibly endanger a female superhero? He simply did not want to have a childlike companion. While she was attractive, her physique did not appeal to him at present, and he preferred to wait a while before making any decisions. This clearly illustrated Li Ye's beastly nature. While the girl considered him a friend, he was merely tempted by her appearance. Furthermore, having her around would impede his ability to engage in more intimate endeavors. In light of all this, Li declined her request. But, the mischievous girl collapsed into his embrace, sobbing. Li consoled her, gently patting her back. Ultimately, after a heartfelt conversation, she reluctantly accepted his departure. You must come to see me, she implored, clinging to him. Of course. Besides, we live in modern times. Leaving doesn't mean we can't stay in touch. If you miss me, just give me a video call. Li replied with a smile. They exchanged contact information, and he took the opportunity to replicate his canine talisman's power for her. He recalled that Magneto was planning something that would involve her abilities. Although the original timeline had seen the mischievous girl remain unharmed, with Li Ye's intervention, it was uncertain whether the events would unfold as they once did. Subsequently, Li soared into the sky, departing from Xavier's Academy. Meanwhile, Tony discovered a new element based on the futuristic city blueprint left by his father, Howard Stark. This element was more environmentally friendly and cleaner than palladium, and the energy produced from the reactor was significantly more potent. With this new energy source, I have become even more formidable. The next time I encounter that scoundrel Yi, I shall teach him a lesson. Tony laughed heartily. Sir, I have just established a mathematical model comparing your strength with Mr. Lies. Jarvis interjected suddenly. Oh, do tell. Tony responded, brimming with confidence. According to the calculations, Mr. Lee could effortlessly pull you out of your Iron Man suit with one hand, Jarvis stated matter-of-factly. What? Jarvis, are you joking? I've upgraded the suit and switched to a new energy source. Why does the calculation still yield the same result? Tony retorted, incredulous. Sir, I assure you, I am not malfunctioning, and the calculations are accurate, Jarvis replied, unfazed by Tony's agitation. Jarvis, it seems I need to reprogram you. Sir, even if you were to reprogram me, the calculation results would remain unchanged. Just as Tony prepared to argue further, Jarvis issued an alarm. Sir, the signal of the escaped convict Ivan Vanko has been detected. Where? At the Hammer Industries exhibition. Jarvis displayed a feed showing Justin Hammer, Stark Industries' rival, awkwardly dancing at his industrial showcase, surrounded by a crowd. If Ivan Vanko appears at the exhibition, we are in serious trouble. Jarvis, immediately prepare the Iron Man suit. Tony commanded. Sir, I must remind you that the new energy source has not undergone clinical trials and carries certain risks. Jarvis cautioned. There's no time. Hurry and prepare. Yes, sir. To be continued. Chapter 44. Tony's plea for help. A lively melody filled the air as Justin Hammer commenced an awkward dance. The music itself was quite pleasant, yet his dancing was so grotesque that the audience's expression soured, many wishing to flee the scene, yet compelled to endure due to Hammer Industries' formidable influence. After a time, Justin Hammer completed his performance and stepped up to the podium. Thank you all for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long, our nation has had to watch its brave sons and daughters face perilous situations. But then came Iron Man, and we believe the days of sacrificing lives were behind us. Regrettably, the technology remains out of reach for us. It is unjust, it is wrong, and it is a tragic loss. My heavens, Justin Hammer rambled on, predominantly condemning Tony for not making the Iron Man suit's technology public, his moral coercion reaching an artful level. The audience dutifully clapped along. Regardless, it was an extraordinary innovation that made headlines worldwide. Today, my friends, the media faces a new challenge. They have run out of ink at this moment. Hammer smiled lightly and passionately declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the new face of the United States Army, the Iron Soldiers. Rows of Iron Soldiers, accompanied by military music, emerged from the lift, categorized into land, sea, and air forces. Behold the power of technology. With these soldiers, our casualty rates will plummet to zero. What does Tony Stark compare to us? We have Justin Hammer. Even without Tony Stark, we possess the iron armor. As the Iron Soldiers made their entrance, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, did not appear in the iron armor as he had before, likely due to Lee having purged the poison from Tony's system, alleviating his despair, and consequently, he had not provided a suit to Rhodes. In a secluded room, Ivan Vanko watched with a cold smile as he seized control of the Iron Soldiers through his contingency plan. A grand surprise was imminent, he mused. Just as Justin Hammer prepared to continue boasting, a thunderous boom echoed from the sky, and a crimson figure, trailing flames, soared into the scene. It was none other than the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark. With a resounding thud, the iron armor landed firmly on stage. We're in trouble, Tony said coldly. The audience erupted into cheers and screams upon his arrival. All attention instantly diverted to Iron Man, leaving Justin Hammer's countenance visibly distressed. What defines an international superstar? What is universally recognized? This is it. Tactical lean back. What brings you here, Tony Stark? Justin Hammer demanded, unwilling to allow his meticulously planned exhibition to be disrupted. Where is Vanko? Tony disregarded the question, countering with his own. What are you talking about? Justin Hammer, sweating profusely, feigned ignorance. Though he was unaware of how Tony had discovered his collaboration with Ivan Vanko, he was well aware that Vanko was a wanted criminal, and thus would not divulge their dealings. Where's Ivan Vanko? Tony shouted, ignoring Hammer's protests. What are you on about, buddy? I don't understand. Justin Hammer stubbornly maintained his facade. Just then, the Iron Soldiers on stage suddenly turned their weapons toward Tony. In a nearby room, Ivan Vanko, observing Tony's entrance, smirked and pressed the attack button on his controller. The Iron Soldiers aimed their weapons at Tony. What is happening? What is going on? Those Iron Soldiers seemed suspicious. The audience was horrified by the soldiers' peculiar behavior, and Hammer, sensing trouble, made a swift roll off stage to hide. Truly, one who could elevate Hammer Industries to compete with Stark Industries possessed remarkable insight, far surpassing that of the audience present. "Sir, you have been locked on," Jarvis warned. "I know," Tony replied, then commanded his armor to take flight. "Follow me, we shall fight outside." He ascended into the sky. Rat-tat-tat, the Iron Soldiers disregarded his command and launched an assault, unleashing a barrage of bullets that shattered the circular glass above. Run for your lives. Justin Hammer, you scoundrel. What is the meaning of your Iron Soldiers?" The crowd began to scatter, some cursing Hammer as they fled. The airborne Iron Soldiers chased after Tony, while the land and sea variants wreaked havoc among the fleeing audience, injuring many and causing a cacophony of screams. On the ground, the Iron Soldiers began their assault on the spectators, resulting in significant casualties. Pepper Potts, representing Stark Industries, arrived at the scene, becoming a prime target for Ivan Vanko, who dispatched several Iron Soldiers to pursue her. Fortunately, Natasha was nearby, assisting Pepper in evading danger. Ivan Vanko was keenly aware that Pepper was Tony's beloved, and he intended for Tony to suffer in anguish. SHIELD, a global organization, had already detected the anomalies at the Iron Soldier exhibition, thus discreetly assigning Natasha as Pepper's bodyguard to protect her, while simultaneously hoping to win Tony's favor. In the sky, Tony, leveraging the superior performance of his iron armor, his adept skills, and Jarvis's assistance, systematically dismantled the pursuing Iron Soldiers. "Sir, enemies are targeting you at 6 o'clock. Jarvis alerted. "I'm aware. Draw fire away from the exhibition," Tony commanded as he executed a sharp maneuver, slipping behind the Iron Soldiers and unleashed his palm cannon, neutralizing the remaining airborne foes. "Jarvis, did you see that? I'm simply fantastic." "Sir, I've located Miss Potts on the ground," Jarvis continued. "Pepper?" Tony exclaimed, rapidly descending while simultaneously dispatching several ground-based Iron Soldiers. Just then, a mysterious iron armor intercepted Tony midair, pushing him into a nearby park. "Damn, what is happening?" "Tony Stark. We meet again." The visor of the mysterious armor retracted, revealing Tony's nemesis, Ivan Vanko. "Oh crap. To be frank, I have no desire to see your ugly mug again," Tony retorted. "That is truly unfortunate, for this will be the last face you ever see," Ivan Vanko declared, extending his hands as two electrified whips materialized in his armor, subsequently lashing out at Tony. Tony was struck and sent crashing to the ground with tremendous force. He cried out in agony. "Sir, we must act swiftly. Miss Pepper is being pursued." I understand, but I am currently unable to depart." Just as Tony found himself in despair, a certain scoundrel who had referred to his iron armor as a mere toy suddenly came to mind. "Jarvis, please assist me in contacting Lee immediately. I require his assistance." To be continued. Chapter 45. Timely rescue on the other side. Lee had just returned to the luxurious mansion prepared by the Target Eye after leaving Xavier Academy. He retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the refrigerator and began to savor it, contemplating calling a few beautiful women over to unwind. Just then, his phone in his pocket began to ring. How peculiar. Who could be contacting me? Lee wondered. This phone had remained unused since he purchased it, as he had little need to communicate with anyone. Moreover, only a handful of people knew his number, counting only the Target Eye and the mischievous one. He pressed the answer button. "Who is this?" "Lee, I need your help." A familiar voice came through the line. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Lee replied casually. "I am Tony Stark. Pepper is in danger, and I require your assistance." Tony responded, evidently in a state of urgency. "Location?" Lee's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After all, this man still owed him a debt. If something were to go awry, who could he turn to for his payment? "The exhibition at Hammer Industries on XX Street. I'll be there immediately," Lee replied, swiftly hanging up the phone and flying towards Tony's indicated location. In mere seconds, he arrived at the scene. The area was in disarray, with numerous Iron Soldiers indiscriminately firing their weapons. A quick glance revealed Natasha and Pepper, both being pursued. Ah, an opportunity to bolster my reputation has arisen. Li Yi chuckled, muttering a phrase. He donned a sleek black superhero suit and darted down towards the iron soldiers below. Watch out! Natasha yelled, pulling Pepper down to the ground just in time to evade another barrage from the iron soldiers. Thud, thud. Thud. The two on the ground could no longer evade and could only watch as the iron soldiers slowly approached. Natasha drew her pistol, aiming it at the mechanical foes, fully aware that her small firearm would be utterly ineffective, but feeling compelled to act nonetheless. The iron soldiers slowly raised their weapons towards them, just as they were about to attack. Boom! A figure zipped past, and suddenly, the iron soldiers before them lay in ruins. Natalia, what just happened? Pepper inquired, bewildered. I don't know, Natasha replied, furrowing her brow. Well, long time no see, gorgeous, came a somewhat flippant voice. The two women looked up to see Li Yi, cloaked in black, descending like a celestial warrior, clutching the head of an iron soldier. It's you, Superman, Pepper exclaimed, recognizing him instantly from her previous encounter in Morocco. Are you both unharmed? Li Yi asked, landing gracefully. We're fine. Natasha shook her head. Superman, there are still many of these mechanical soldiers elsewhere. Could you possibly lend us your assistance? Natasha inquired tentatively, uncertain of Superman's intentions, as his past behavior had been unpredictable. Not a problem, just wait here, Li Yi replied with a smile, eager to enhance his reputation. He soared back into the sky, heading towards the locations of the remaining iron soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of destruction echoed, and soon, all the iron soldiers were obliterated. What has transpired? Why are all these creatures lying on the ground? Is there a malfunction? The onlookers wondered in confusion. Everyone, you're safe. As long as I am here, they shall not harm you, Li Yi proclaimed, descending from the sky like a savior. It's Superman. My heavens! Superman has come to rescue us. I never believed in God, but from this day forth, Superman shall be my deity. Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd erupted in cheers. Are you all right? Li Yi approached an elderly man, kindly inquiring. I'm fine, Superman. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. The elderly man said, gripping Li Yi's hand tightly, his voice filled with fervor. It is my duty to protect this city. Your safety is the greatest reward for me. Li Yi responded with a smile, his white teeth gleaming under the lights. Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd chanted once more. Li Yi reveled in their adulation, content with their cheers. Superman, could you assist me with something? Suddenly, an out-of-place voice broke through, and Li Yi turned to see Pepper, her hand raised, hesitating to speak. Hello, ma'am, please go ahead. As long as it is within my capabilities. Li Yi smiled. Could you help Tony? Of course. Li Yi maintained a calm exterior, while internally he felt a wave of guilt. In his eagerness to showcase his prowess, he had completely forgotten about Tony. He hoped Tony was still safe, otherwise he might have to seize Stark Industries as payment. Li Yi soared into the sky, soon hearing intermittent explosions in the distance, prompting him to fly swiftly towards the source. Boom! Ivan Vanko swung his electric whip, ensnaring Tony's legs and throwing him with force. Tony Stark, today I shall repay the wrongs your family has inflicted upon my father and me. Ivan Vanko sneered coldly. That was merely your fate. Tony gasped, breathless. His armor, though his latest creation, was heavy and cumbersome. Ivan had sacrificed agility for raw power, rendering Tony unable to match him in a direct confrontation. Yet escape was not an option. If he fled, Ivan would surely unleash havoc upon the audience. Fate? Yes. It is your destiny to die by my hand today. Ivan ground out through clenched teeth, advancing with his whip once more. Hey, big guy, want to play a game? Just then, a voice rang out unexpectedly. It's you. To be continued. Chapter 46. Mastering the iron armor with one hand. Hey, big guy, do you want to play with me? Li Yi taunted Ivan Vanko, hovering midair. It's you, the self-proclaimed Superman. Ivan Vanko recognized Li Yi instantly, recalling him as the one who thwarted his attempt to kill Tony Stark in Morocco. Ivan had come to regard Li Yi as a nemesis, second only to Stark himself, believing that if it weren't for this meddler, he would have succeeded last time. Li Yi, you finally arrived, Tony exclaimed with a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Yi. knowing he was now truly safe. Rest assured, Tony, I won't let you perish, Li Yi assured him. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, a flicker of gratitude crossed Tony's mind. Despite Li Ye's dismissal of his armor as mere toys, he seemed to be a decent person. Tony, you still owe me a debt. If you die, who will repay it? At that point, I fear I might have to settle for Stark Industries as compensation. Li Ye's remark elicited a furious outburst from Tony, who had not entertained the thought for long before being provoked again. Are you two done yet? Ivan Vanko's expression soured as he realized the two were ignoring him. After all, he was the boss guarding this level. A little respect would be nice. You're not even taking the chance to flee. I can't tell if I should commend your courage or scold your stupidity. Li laughed. Flee? Why would I need to escape? Do you not see this suit of iron armor I wear? It represents the pinnacle of human technology, a testament to our industrial civilization, far surpassing Stark's garbage. Ivan boasted, oblivious to Li Ye's true capabilities. What? You dare call my armor garbage? Tony retorted, incensed by Ivan's words. He could tolerate Li Ye's teasing, given his prowess, but Ivan, a mere counterfeit, had no right to belittle his authentic creation. Isn't it? Look at that nearly obsolete armor of yours. Ivan scoffed, surveying Tony's suit with disdain. You counterfeit. Incomplete imitation. Once I upgrade my armor, let's see if you can still stand against me. Tony shot back defiantly. A lovely thought, but alas, you are about to meet your demise. No next time for you. Ivan sneered coldly. Is it really necessary for you two to quarrel over a mere toy? Li Yi remarked casually as he idly cleaned his ears. Li Yi, I told you my armor isn't. Tony began to counter. Until your armor can defeat me, it remains a toy. Li Yi interjected, effectively silencing Tony. Defeating this monster? With current technology and materials, how could such a feat be possible? A toy? Come witness the might of what you call a toy. Ivan taunted, swiftly aiming the weapon on his armor's shoulder at Li Yi. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Li Yi. He did not resist, standing tall as the bullets struck him. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets ricocheted as if hitting steel, producing mere sparks and proving utterly ineffective. How is this possible? Ivan gasped in shock. To withstand bullets with mere flesh? Remarkable. But perish. With that, he lashed out with two electric whips toward Li Yi. Li Yi effortlessly grasped one, allowing the intense voltage to course through him. Such a high voltage, and you remain unharmed? Ivan finally recognized the terrifying creature he faced and hastily released the whips, activating the thrusters beneath him in an attempt to flee. Trying to escape? Come back here. Gravitational pull, Li Yi commanded, extending his hand toward Ivan, who was instantly yanked back by an overwhelming force. You bastard! I'll fight you, Ivan shouted, realizing he could not elude his fate. Charging at Li Yi with a clenched fist, Li Yi nonchalantly delivered a punch, striking Ivan squarely in the chest. Boom, crash. Before Ivan could close the distance, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the park's ground, creating a crater 2 meters wide. His armor shattered, reduced to a heap of scrap metal, and Ivan himself began to cough up blood, clearly on the brink of death. Tony watched in horror, mouth agape. Jarvis, your calculations are indeed precise, sir. Thank you for the compliment. I have always asserted that the results are flawless. Jarvis replied. You lost, Tony Stark. It's you who has lost. Ivan laughed maniacally, blood spilling from his mouth. What do you mean? Tony rushed over, gripping Ivan's shoulder, demanding an explanation. Say goodbye to your beloved. Ivan chuckled as he pressed a button on his armor, waiting for something to happen. After a moment, nothing occurred. What is happening? Ivan muttered in disbelief. Are you referring to the bombs on those iron soldiers? It appears I damaged them too severely. Even the bombs have been reduced to tiny fragments. Li scratched his head, reminiscing. Impossible. How could this happen? Oh no. Ivan suddenly coughed violently, expelling blood, and ultimately succumbed to his fate. To be continued. Chapter 47. The conclusion. Li, you are truly a monster. Tony could not help but exclaim as he witnessed Li effortlessly dispatching the tormenting whip. He chuckled. Tony, it's not that I'm exceptionally powerful. Rather, you earthlings are exceedingly fragile. Li replied with a smile. Tony, you owe me a significant favor this time. How shall you repay me? Haha. Lee, we are friends. It's only natural for friends to assist one another, isn't it? Tony laughed, attempting to brush off the matter. The last time Li Yi had lent him a hand, it had come at a steep price. Not only had he relinquished shares of Stark Industries worth billions, but he was also tasked with creating an artificial intelligence for Li Yi, granting him usage rights to all his future inventions, aside from the Iron Man suit. Very well. Consider this a complimentary favor. By the way, how is the progress on the artificial intelligence you promised me? Li Yi asked casually, knowing that resolving this issue was a mere trifle for him. Yet the previous compensation was still outstanding. The shares Tony had promised were transferred to Li Yi the following day, but he had yet to see any sign of the artificial intelligence. You haven't even begun, have you? Li Yi's tone turned stern. Although it was a trivial matter for him, it was a rightful reward earned through his own labor. If Tony failed to deliver, their friendship could be strained. How? How could that be possible? I am Tony Stark. In a few days, you can come to Stark Tower to collect it. Tony replied nervously. He had indeed forgotten about it. He had been preoccupied with upgrading his Iron Man suit and had completely overlooked the artificial intelligence project. Initially, he intended to confess, but upon seeing Li Yi's disapproving gaze, he felt compelled to deny it. However, for someone who had developed JARVIS, creating another one was merely a matter of routine. Very well, I shall arrive on time in 2 days. Li Yi finally nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Tony hastily departed to find Pepper. Backstage at the exhibition. FCK, FCK, FCK. Justin Hammer stormed in, seething with rage. What on earth is happening? Why have those Iron Soldiers gone rogue? Upon entering, Hammer vociferously interrogated the scientists clad in white lab coats. This exhibition was a crucial platform for Justin Hammer to showcase Hammer Industries as a formidable contender against Stark Industries before the U.S. military, with the paramount goal of securing military contracts. If Hammer Industries could secure this military order, it would ascend to the pinnacle of the defense industry, trampling Stark Industries beneath its feet. However, he had not anticipated Tony Stark's sudden appearance in his Iron Man suit, nor the fact that his pride, the Iron Soldiers, would unexpectedly turn against the audience. Boss, our mainframe has been compromised. One subordinate reported. Compromised? What does that mean? What has been altered? Hammer furrowed his brow. He infiltrated our mainframe and gained control of all the Iron Soldiers. Who? It must be that damn foreigner. It has to be his doing. Track him down immediately. Hammer roared in fury. Sir, we located the point of his intrusion, but he has vanished. The subordinate stammered. Then why are we still here? Hurry, call the police. Sir, the lines have been cut. In that instant, Hammer realized he had been played by Ivan Vanko. This exhibition had turned into a farce at his expense. It's over. Everything is lost. He could even envision the headlines of tomorrow's news reporting on Hammer Industries. Trash manufacturing plant? A shoddy workshop? Or a murderer? Next would come investigations and evidence collection from the relevant authorities. Hammer Industries was doomed. Just then, a cacophony of screams erupted from outside, followed by Coulson storming in with a group of agents. Hey, who are you? This is private property. Get out. Hammer bellowed upon seeing them. Crack. He was swiftly subdued by a nearby agent, pinned against the table. Who are you? I'll sue all of you. Hammer struggled, shouting. CIA, Central Intelligence Agency of America. We have received information regarding your association with the fugitive Ivan Vanko. Justin Hammer, you are under arrest. Coulson expertly presented his credentials. 4S, H, I, E, L, D. Agents carrying official documents from U.S. enforcement agencies have become second nature. FCK. How could this happen so quickly? Then he noticed Pepper accompanying Coulson and instantly pieced everything together. It's you. Very well, very well. You finally have a semblance of CEO, but this matter is not finished. I will be out soon, and then we shall see. To be continued. Chapter 48. Artificial Intelligence Ding. The host has just saved 545 individuals in the recent event. Side Quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Further tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. Current completion, 4,000 to 10,000. Side Quest 2. Earn 1,000,000 reputation points. Further tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. Current reputation points, 2,501,000,000. Further tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. This side quest for saving people is quite manageable, but accumulating reputation points is indeed challenging. Surely, it cannot expect me to save the world to amass 1,000,000 reputation points, Lee lamented. Ding, host. The calculation method of this system is infallible. The more difficult the side quest, the greater the chance of receiving exceptional task rewards. The system responded, never mind. At least I have enough talisman power for now. Against those cosmic deities, ordinary task rewards are of little use. I would rather receive an extraordinary reward. He maintained a rather laid-back attitude towards side quests. Otherwise, like Spider-Man, who is constantly on the move, he would have completed the saving quest long ago. The reputation quest would likely be beyond reach. He is indeed globally recognized, yet the system's reputation points remain dismally low, indicating that reputation is not calculated in such a straightforward manner. Lee shook his head, dismissing the side quest from his mind, and swiftly returned to his luxurious residence, leaving the remaining mess for Tony to resolve. After all, this was an issue conjured by Tony's father, naturally to be shouldered by his son. Meanwhile, in a small town in America, a meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling down towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, it created a crater several meters deep. ZZZZ at the center of the pit lay a silver, intricately designed small hammer, crackling with sparks of lightning. Lee returned to his lavish abode. Feeling a bit bored, thus he reclined. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, while lounging idly in his mansion, he found that the gang did not require his attention. If he had granted such immense power to the target, and they still could not accomplish such simple tasks, Lee resolved to dispose of them. Beep, beep, beep. The phone suddenly rang. Hello, Lee. The artificial intelligence assistant you requested is complete. You may come and collect it now. Tony's voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. Could he not be excited? Ever since witnessing Li Ye's terrifying power 2 days prior, he had been fearful that Li Yi would discover he had not even begun constructing the artificial intelligence, and that he would unleash his wrath upon his home. Hearing Tony's words, Li Ye's interest was piqued. I'll be there immediately. He hung up the phone before Tony could respond. In a flash, he soared into the sky, activating the system's dimensional exploration feature to locate Tony, who was in the basement of his villa, specifically the one destroyed in Iron Man 3. In mere seconds, Lee arrived at his destination and found Tony. You were just on the phone. How did you appear here so swiftly? Tony, astonished, stared at Lee. He had just hung up the phone a mere 10 seconds ago, yet this individual stood at his doorstep. What Tony did not realize was that Lee had spent those few seconds pinpointing his location. Enough of that. Take me to see it quickly, Lee said impatiently. You rascal. Tony gritted his teeth in frustration, but felt utterly powerless, silently vowing to invent an anti-Superman armor to teach this guy a lesson. Betty, come out and greet your new boss. Tony suddenly shouted towards the wall. Certainly, sir. A gentle female voice echoed. Boss, greetings. I am your newly developed artificial intelligence assistant by Mr. Stark. You may call me Betty. Hello, Betty. Lee replied with a smile, genuinely pleased with the voice. Betty, what exactly can you do? Boss, my purpose is to assist you. I can analyze data and provide optimal solutions. Furthermore, through self-learning, I continually enhance my intelligence to offer you greater assistance. Betty responded. Lee felt a surge of surprise. The capabilities of this artificial intelligence far exceeded his expectations. This AI is truly remarkable. I believe she can be of immense help to me. Tony, you truly are a genius inventor. Lee lauded without reservation. He knew that intellect had never been his forte, but with Betty at his side, he could accomplish tasks with greater efficiency and delve deeper into the realms of the unknown. Ha ha ha, of course, I'm a genius. Are you only just realizing this? How terribly late. Tony chuckled triumphantly. By the way, how do I keep Betty by my side? Lee inquired with curiosity. I had already anticipated this. Look what I have. Tony suddenly produced a futuristic-looking watch. What is this? This is Betty's subsystem. As long as you wear it, Betty can maintain contact with you at all times. Moreover, This watch is my pride and joy, as it is shock-proof, impact-resistant, fireproof, and waterproof, all while being aesthetically pleasing. Tony rambled on enthusiastically. Li, lacking the patience for Tony's boasting, snatched the watch and strapped it on. It looks quite good. He then took to the skies, leaving Tony in a state of shock. To be continued. Chapter 49. The Tycoons in Action S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. What did you say? Nick Fury. Are you actually claiming that the mission cannot be accomplished? A colossal screen displayed the 3D images of a group of elderly men, holding Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., accountable. Among these elders were the heads of various conglomerates, prominent government officials, and military representatives from the United States. These individuals united to exert pressure on Fury, demanding that S.H.I.E.L.D. send agents to make contact with Superman and convey their intentions. However, Nick Fury was acutely aware of Superman's formidable nature and resolutely declined. Are you truly unaware of what that so-called Superman is capable of? It signifies transformation. It heralds the future. I am well aware of this. Fury interjected forcefully, interrupting them. You neither comprehend nor are willing to acknowledge the true extent of this Superman's power. Provoking him carries dire consequences. Do you truly believe he would willingly cooperate with you as a subject for your experiments? Nick Fury, mind your tone. They retorted. You may remove me from my position, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will categorically refuse this damned mission. The gathered individuals were left speechless by Fury's rebuttal. They could hardly proceed to dismiss him outright. Fury's ascent to the directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not solely due to the compromise of various factions. His own exceptional capabilities and years of adept management in his position rendered them momentarily powerless against him. The meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Nonetheless, they had not abandoned their pursuit of the miraculous ability to cure all diseases possessed by Superman. After all, the youngest among them was over 50, and the prospect of encountering a grave illness loomed ever closer. The secrets behind Superman's abilities could potentially grant them immunity from ailments, allowing them to live out their days in peace. Yet, this was merely a secondary concern. The primary motivation lay in the vast profits that could be garnered. If they were to thoroughly investigate this power, would they truly make their findings public as they claimed? Clearly, they would not. They would hoard the knowledge for their own gain. What? You wish to cure your terminal illness? Don't even think about it without $50 million. Heard your wife is gravely ill. If you provide me with intel on the Russians, I might help treat her condition. Is your time running out? If you bring your research findings to us, we can cure you. Such was the true, grotesque nature of humanity. The following day, the public was taken aback to find every newspaper reporting in unison. Superman possesses a miraculous ability to cure all known diseases. If the secrets of this ability can be unraveled, humanity will enter a new era, an era devoid of illness and suffering. Those who laid eyes on this news were filled with exhilaration. Countless lives were claimed yearly by disease. The prospect of a cure for all ailments seemed like a boon to mankind. Unbeknownst to them, a new sentiment began to proliferate in society. May Superman voluntarily cooperate with the government's research for the betterment of humanity. This sentiment grew increasingly fervent. Newspapers, television news broadcasts, and street banners echoed this mantra, with self-proclaimed Superman fans joining in the chorus. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nonsense, Fury exclaimed as he gazed at the screen, where individuals brandishing banners urged Superman to collaborate with government research. Do these old fools genuinely believe this tactic will sway Superman? They think they can pressure him through public opinion? They shall soon regret this folly. Director, shouldn't we do something? Agent Coulson inquired, perplexed. It is too late. These old fools have completely lost their minds, blinded by immediate gains while overlooking the abyss that lies ahead. Fury shook his head. Meanwhile, in his lavish estate, Lee sipped fine wine, keenly entertained by the unfolding spectacle. Although he did not know who was targeting him, he found it quite amusing. Boss, I will dispatch someone to uncover the mastermind behind this, said Hawkeye, visibly incensed. Yet, It was uncertain how much of this was genuine and how much was mere pretense. "Oh, no need. Do you not find this farce entertaining?" Lee replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, boss." With that, Hawkeye fell silent, having already pledged his loyalty. "How is the recruitment of Jean Bing's forces progressing?" "Rest assured, boss. Everything is proceeding smoothly. No one can rival me. We will certainly achieve our goals within the planned time frame." "Excellent. Now, I shall venture out to have some fun." Lee stood and stretched. "Boss, you have a new message. Should I connect the call?" Betty, in his hand, suddenly chimed in. Since acquiring Betty, his previously used phone had been rendered obsolete. "Put it through," Lee replied casually. Soon, an image materialized from his wristwatch. It was Tony. "Tony, what brings you here?" Tony appeared somewhat anxious. "Lee, how do you plan to resolve this situation?" "Huh, what other resolution is there but to eliminate them? I intend to obliterate a few military bases for sport." "Actually, I'm aware of this," Tony responded. "Oh, Nick Fury approached me. He asked me to persuade you, but I declined." "Tony, you are remarkably astute," Lee commended. "This time, Nick Fury reached out to me again. He provided me with a list of those targeting you and asked me to pass it along. He hopes I can persuade you to show mercy. Send it over." Lee laughed, though Tony could distinctly sense the chilling intent behind it. Quickly, Tony transmitted a list comprising several key figures from the United States. "Excellent. This time, I shall experiment with methods beyond merely blowing off heads." To be continued. Chapter 50. The ugliness of humanity. A throng of people on the street brandished banners, vociferously proclaiming that Superman ought to willingly cooperate with government research. A multitude of reporters trailed alongside them, broadcasting the parade in real time. "Why have you taken to the streets?" queried a journalist, addressing a blonde youth who held a banner aloft. "I fear that disease may claim my life. My grandmother succumbed to cancer. Now that Superman possesses the ability to cure all ailments, he ought to reveal it for the benefit of humanity," the young man fervently declared. "Whether the magical charms in anime can cure cancer, I cannot say, but it is indeed possible in my world." "And what about you? Why have you joined the protest?" The reporter inquired of a middle-aged man in his 50s. "My daughter, Alice, is merely 5 years old and afflicted with an incurable disease. She cannot even manage to walk." "Oh God, she is but a child. What fault is hers? I wish for her to lead a normal life." "Superman, are you watching this on television? I beseech you, save my daughter." The middle-aged man spoke, his voice trembling, before he buried his face in his hands, overcome with tears. "Superman is selfish. Such power should belong to all of humanity. God bestowed this ability upon him to benefit everyone, yet he hoards it for himself. Superman, I know you are watching. You must cooperate with the research. This power is not yours alone. It belongs to us all." A stout man in his 30s seized the reporter's microphone and shouted, "Why did you choose to participate in the march?" The journalist asked a fashionable young woman nearby. "No particular reason. I just didn't want to attend class. So I came along. It's quite lively," the girl replied nonchalantly. "And you?" The reporter queried a young man in his 20s with a pompadour and a leather jacket. "I envy Superman. Why should he alone possess such immense power? Why not me? Why not anyone else?" the young man expressed, his voice tinged with jealousy. The journalist subsequently interviewed various individuals, each offering a myriad of reasons for their participation. This gathering was not solely comprised of those demanding Superman's cooperation with the government. It included a diverse array of individuals, even those who simply harbored disdain for him. At that moment, the reporter spotted a young mother holding a small girl by the roadside, not participating in the protest. Intrigued, he approached her for an interview. "Excuse me, might I ask why you are not joining the march like everyone else?" "Because Superman is my savior. He rescued me just days ago. I cannot partake in actions against him," the woman replied softly, hastily moving away to shield her daughter from the reporter's influence. "Mommy, Superman saved you. He's a good person. Why is everyone speaking ill of him?" The little girl tugged at her mother's hand, bewildered. "Because these people are fools, dear. Mary, do not emulate them when you grow up," the mother admonished gently. "Understood, Mommy," the little girl replied innocently. In a luxurious residence, a group of individuals sipped fine wine, reveling in the news broadcast on television. "Huh, no matter how powerful Superman is, he must surrender this time," they jeered. How could individual strength ever rival that of the state? It's astonishing how easily these people can be manipulated, a mere nudge in public opinion, and they rally without a second thought. What if this tactic fails against Superman? One individual interjected with a new proposal. Even if Superman disregards the public, it won't harm him. He doesn't need to run for president. Can the masses truly threaten him? A middle-aged man in military garb, adorned with 5 stars, remarked, representing the American military. Yet you're aware of Superman's strength. A conventional army may struggle to subdue him, another voice concerned. Then let us dispatch special forces equipped with heavy weaponry. If that fails, we'll launch missiles, and if that doesn't suffice, we'll resort to nuclear options. Can he withstand a nuclear attack? Targeting. One individual? Isn't that rather excessive? One pondered. Consider the benefits of acquiring that extraordinary power. It is entirely worth the risk. These individuals were the apex of various powerful factions, capable of coercing the American president to resign within 3 days. Launching a few nuclear missiles was a trivial matter to them. As for public opinion, they were indifferent. Meanwhile, the parade continued, swelling in numbers, with most participants driven by self-interest, while only a few rational souls refrained from following the crowd. Look up. A keen-eyed individual suddenly spotted a figure approaching in the sky, prompting an uproar. It's Superman. The coward has nowhere left to hide. Let us go, everyone. Seeing Superman, the protesters were invigorated, believing their actions had finally drawn him out. Dressed in a black combat suit, Lee descended slowly from the sky. The reason for his predicament lay in his overly laid-back demeanor. He should have either uprooted those conspiring against him with decisive force or built a formidable faction to assert his influence. He had accomplished neither to the fullest extent. Teaching Ross a lesson had only left him incapacitated, and the faction he had established was not particularly formidable. I hear you were looking for me. Do you require my assistance? Lee smiled nonchalantly. Superman, you possess the power to heal all diseases. Why do you not disclose this? As soon as Lee spoke, voices rose in protest. Indeed, Superman, you are selfish. This ability belongs to all of humanity. We hope you will cooperate with government research. Huh? Lee scoffed coldly before retorting. Why should I? Just because you are human and have benefited from the state and society. Does that obligate me to give back? Why should I be the one to bear this responsibility? Why are you entitled to this power? Why do you consider yourself Superman? I have researched your background. Until the age of 13, you resided in an orphanage, meaning the United States raised you. Now that America requires your contributions, how dare you refuse? Enough. Hearing such repugnant moralistic rhetoric instantly reminded Li Yi of the moral arbiters of his previous life, inciting his wrath. With a wave of his hand, an invisible repulsion surged forth, sending the crowd of accusers tumbling. Superman is killing people. Upon witnessing Li Yi's retaliation, the protesters scattered in panic. To be continued. Chapter 51. Assault on the military base. The crowd of demonstrators quickly dispersed in panic. Was Li Yi truly a fool? Hadn't I provided him with a list? With his capabilities, he could have acted discreetly. So why confront the protesters so aggressively? Nick Fury, observing Li Yi's actions from within SHIELD, couldn't help but curse. He had given Li Yi the list precisely to prevent the situation from escalating, to avoid turning Li Yi against the entire United States. And sacrificing a few old-timers was entirely justified. Of course, no one would ever know that Nick Fury had leaked the list. Even if they did, they would need evidence. And without it, the director could easily dispose of them. The reason for not wanting to force Li Yi into opposition against the entire nation was not solely due to his terrifying power. Nick Fury had other motives as well. As more superheroes emerged, a thought began to form in his mind: to unite all superheroes to protect the Earth. He was aware of the existence of extraterrestrials, having encountered a certain green-skinned alien, and the loss of his eye was not an accident, but a testament to his battles against those fearsome beings. Li Yi's formidable strength made him the most suitable candidate in Nick Fury's mind, perhaps even on par with Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel. If Superman and the Hulk teamed up, even if a wave of extraterrestrial invaders from the 90s returned, they could eradicate them with Earth's own might, without requiring Carol's intervention. In Nick Fury's heart, he had also developed a sense of wariness towards the modified Captain Marvel, a pure manifestation of paranoia. Our assessment of his character was indeed correct. What now? Coulson inquired. Immediately mobilize all resources to suppress news of Superman's attack on the civilians and generate other trending topics to divert attention. We must minimize the heat on this issue. Nick Fury commanded. Subsequently, DS propaganda machinery was set into high gear to cleanse Lee Ye's reputation. The results were remarkably effective. After all, the notorious killing videos from the Black Cloak had circulated widely across the internet and could be scrubbed clean. After scaring off the protesters, Lee swiftly activated the dimensional detection feature of his system to locate the individuals on the list. He aimed to find a significant target first to set an example. In an instant, he pinpointed a prominent figure, the middle-aged general mentioned earlier, who unfortunately became Lee Ye's chosen prey. Boom! Lee soared into the sky, leaving a massive crater upon landing. This general was responsible for several military bases, and Lee Ye intended to annihilate them all, showcasing his power to ensure that these clowns would think twice before harboring any thoughts against him. News of Superman's appearance quickly reached all interested parties. As satellites and cameras were omnipresent, it was nearly impossible for Lee Ye to remain undetected amidst the crowd. Report: Superman is heading towards Military Base 13. His objective appears to be the destruction of Base 13. Seeing Superman engage with the protesters initially filled them with pride. But as they watched him accelerate towards the military base, panic set in. They hadn't deployed troops to confront Superman. How could he strike them first? This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Unbeknownst to them, Lee had deliberately allowed them to notice him. Otherwise, he could have easily remained invisible, as their so-called advanced technology would be incapable of detecting him. What does this bastard intend to do? The middle-aged general thought, nervously observing Superman's approach. All troops on alert. An enemy is about to attack the base. The general urgently commanded the soldiers to prepare for battle. What is happening? Is there an enemy assault? How could that be? We are on American soil. Even a terrorist attack like 9/11 would target buildings. Who would be foolish enough to attack a military base? The soldiers were utterly bewildered, having no idea who their enemy was, yet they dared not disobey orders, quickly arming themselves. Lee soon arrived at Military Base 13. Boom! He landed, creating another massive crater. The tremendous noise instantly drew the attention of most soldiers, who instinctively surrounded the suspicious figure of Lee. He could fly, donned a black suit, and bore conspicuous on his chest. He was Superman. Immediately, a soldier recognized Lee Ye's identity. What is happening? Why is Superman here? Could it be the enemy the general spoke of is Superman? The soldiers stood frozen in place. What are you all standing around for? Attack immediately, the middle-aged general commanded angrily upon witnessing the scene through surveillance monitors. But, General, that's Superman. The squad leader hesitated. The enemy is Superman. He has betrayed America and allied with other nations. Attack immediately, or you will all be charged with treason. The general roared in fury. Lee Ye, arms crossed, watched them with keen interest. Superman, please leave at once, or we will be forced to attack. The squad leader, not heeding the general's orders, realized that if a confrontation ensued, it would be them, not the general, who would perish. I am here only to find one person, General Jack. You had best clear the way. Lee spoke coldly. All personnel ready. The squad leader ignored Lee Ye's words, instead ordering the soldiers to aim their weapons at him. Click, click, click. Despite their inner fears, the soldiers resolutely followed orders. Superman, if you do not depart, we will attack immediately. Care to try? Lee chuckled. Attack! The squad leader shouted with all his might. Countless bullets shot towards Lee in an instant. Lee slowly extended his hand, and all the bullets froze mid-air, reminiscent of a scene from The Matrix. Click, click, click. Soon, an entire magazine was expended, yet no one reloaded, all stunned by the spectacle before them. Devil. He is a devil. I want to go home. I no longer want to be a soldier. Goodness, has the general lost his mind? How can we confront such a monster? Let us flee. Faced with an insurmountable adversary, the soldiers' morale shattered in an instant. Few seeing the collapse of morale, the squad leader felt a sense of relief. as this meant they would not have to confront Superman. Superman, you have won. This statement from the squad leader signified his surrender to Superman. Huh? Did you think it would end here? Lee retorted coldly. What else do you want, Superman? The squad leader asked, bewildered. You attacked me. Do you not think you should pay a price? What do you intend to do? Nothing much, just returning your bullets to you. With that, he waved his hand, and a multitude of bullets flew back at them. Stop! The squad leader shouted desperately upon witnessing Lie's action, but Li ignored him entirely. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Screams erupted in an instant, and bodies littered the ground. To be continued. Chapter 52, Missile Attack. Why? They have laid down their arms. Why must you still kill them? The squad leader asked furiously. They have families, children, parents. Why must you take their lives? You are not a superhero. You are a devil. Huh? Lee laughed maniacally, clutching his stomach. You think that just because you have surrendered, I must spare you? Who made up that foolish rule? According to the Geneva Convention regarding prisoners of war. Lee swiftly approached the squad leader, interrupting him. What do your rules have to do with me? Why must I adhere to them? You can attack me, yet I cannot retaliate? Their deaths are not solely on me. You cannot escape responsibility either. The moment you commanded them to attack, you sealed their fate. And no, it's not like that. The squad leader faltered under Lie's relentless barrage of words, struggling to respond. If Lie spared him, he would likely live the rest of his life haunted by guilt and remorse for having sent so many of his comrades to their deaths. Yet alas, Lie had no intention of allowing him to wallow in guilt for the remainder of his days. One hand slowly tightened around the squad leader's throat, lifting him off the ground. In this world, debts must be repaid. When one errs, they must face consequences. Lee said with a sinister smile. As Superman, please. Crack. Ignoring his pleas, Lee swiftly snapped his neck and tossed him aside like refuse. The lives of those American soldiers hung by a thread, entirely subject to Lie's whims. Had he been in a better mood, perhaps he might have spared them. Unfortunately, the events of the day left him feeling somewhat nauseated, and thus they became mere outlets for his frustrations. They were merely an appetizer. Jack, I shall soon find you as the main course. Lee smiled at the surveillance camera above, fully aware that his target lurked just beyond its gaze. General Jack, observing Lie's devilish grin from behind the monitor, was drenched in cold sweat. Superman, has he lost his mind? Is he truly daring to strike against the American military? Since his emergence, Superman had never truly engaged with official personnel, save for one unfortunate General Ross, who had been left crippled. This led many to believe that Superman harbored apprehensions towards the American government and would not easily attack its officials. Thus, Superman's decisive slaughter of those soldiers caught Jack entirely off guard. Send Missile XX at once. General Jack barked his orders. As a military base, it was equipped with an array of heavy weaponry, aircraft, tanks, and missiles. The reason they had not been deployed earlier was due to Superman's astonishing speed. The soldiers had barely armed themselves before he struck. Moreover, Jack was secure within the base's underground bunker, free from concern of missile collateral damage. General, we still have personnel within the base, a soldier hesitantly interjected. Do you think Superman will spare them? The remaining personnel will also fall victim to that monster. They're destined to die regardless, so why not let him take that monster with him? But, General, rest assured, I will report that they died heroically in battle. Their families will receive a generous compensation, and I will personally contribute $200,000 to each family. Jack promised, gripping the soldier's shoulder. I'm sorry, General. I cannot carry out such orders. Their families need them to return safely, not money and a cold corpse. The soldier stood firm, defiantly opposing Jack. Is that so? Then I suppose there is nothing more to be done. Jack turned away, but in that instant, he drew his sidearm. Bang! The soldier's heart burst into a bloom of crimson. General, why? The soldier looked down at his wound, bewildered. Dare to defy my orders? Then perish. Jack replied coldly. Thud. The soldier fell to the ground, filled with resentment and rage. Now, does anyone else wish to defy my orders? Jack surveyed the room, his voice chilling. Seeing the fate of their comrade, the remaining soldiers lowered their heads, afraid to meet the general's gaze. Good. Now execute my previous orders at once and launch missiles at the base. Also dispose of this body outside. Do not let it rot here. Yes. Meanwhile, Li Yi observed everything through the system's built-in function, viewing the entire scene from a godlike perspective. What a splendid show! That soldier possessed a sense of justice. Such a pity. Li Yi shook his head. What does it matter to me? Although the base was vast, locating General Jack was no challenge for Li Yi, who could pinpoint positions with ease. Primarily, he felt an itch, not to mention a desire to test the might of American missiles. Thus, he remained passive, merely watching as the base's missiles locked onto his position. Launch! Whoosh! At General Jack's command, a powerful tactical missile was swiftly launched towards Li Yi. This was the latest model from America, though its power was considerably less than nuclear weapons. It was still formidable, with a devastating lethal radius of 100 meters, typically used to incapacitate foreign military bases. Boom! The location Li Yi occupied erupted violently, engulfed in searing heat that incinerated everything nearby, while the shockwave resonated for over 10 kilometers, even shaking the small town adjacent to the military base. What has happened over there? Could it be a terrorist attack? No way. That is our mighty American military base. Who would dare strike it? The townsfolk murmured among themselves. In the aftermath of the explosion, the military base lay in ruins. Although the area consumed by flames was limited to 100 meters, the intense shockwave had claimed the lives of all soldiers on the ground. Ha 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 ha. General Jack watched the chaos unfold through the monitor, laughing triumphantly. What nonsense, Superman. You dare oppose me? General, look at the monitor. A soldier shouted urgently, interrupting Jack's revelry. Jack turned to the screen, where a dark figure was waving at the camera. It was Superman. Superman was not dead. Jack stared at the monitor, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a bowling ball. To be continued. Chapter 53, The Division of 5 Horses. On the surveillance monitor, the superhero appeared unscathed, a smile gracing his lips, his attire devoid of even a single wrinkle. How could this be possible? Not even a missile could bring him down. What sort of monster exists in this world? Oh God, are you jesting with me? Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, we still have nuclear weapons. Quick, contact the higher-ups and request their deployment. I refuse to believe this creature can withstand a nuclear strike. Jack hastily insisted, although he was a general with the right to propose such measures. It was evident that the control of nuclear arms should never rest in the hands of a single individual, lest the entire nation descend into chaos. General, it's too late. The superhero has located the entrance. What? How is that possible? The entrance to this underground fortress was designed with utmost secrecy to evade the Arctic Bear's nuclear attack. How could that monster find it so quickly? Could it be? A traitor has emerged. Jack gasped in disbelief. Yet he could never fathom that Li Yi possessed the divine perspective, a game-changing advantage in this world. Li Yi effortlessly found the entrance to the underground stronghold, only to be met by a heavy, circular alloy door. Huh, monster, even if you found the entrance. What of it? This door is crafted from a special alloy, designed specifically to withstand the shock waves of a nuclear explosion. General Jack laughed triumphantly, convinced of his safety. The superhero could never breach this specially designed barrier. He looked down on Li Yi on the monitor, dismissing him as merely a fortunate commoner who fancied himself a superhero. However, Li Yi's subsequent actions utterly shocked everyone within the base. With his hands clasped at his waist, glowing yellow light radiated from his palms. Hell's dual explosion wave cannon. Indeed, this was the legendary S-rank hero, the strongest man on Earth, known as the King Engine, who had vanquished countless monsters while silently safeguarding the planet. He was the only one in the world of One Punch Man to have defeated the protagonist, Saitama, a being whom Saitama could only dream of vanquishing. With Li Yi's furious shout, a terrifying beam of destructive yellow light erupted from his palm. Where the beam passed, all was incinerated, obliterated, reduced to ashes. Boom! An instantaneous explosion ensued, accompanied by a horrifying surge of heat that voraciously consumed everything in its path. The entire base trembled violently, the tremors rivaling those caused by the earlier missile strike. Being underground intensified the quaking, comparable to a moderate magnitude 7 earthquake. Damn it, what on earth is that monster doing? Jack clutched the wall's handrail, struggling to maintain his balance. Someone help me. I'm pinned down. On my leg, help. I don't want to die. Other soldiers were not as fortunate. Some perished. Others lay moaning in agony on the ground. Bang! The reinforced iron door was utterly obliterated by the Hell's dual explosion wave cannon. Jack, where are you? Daddy's coming to find you. Lie's voice echoed hauntingly within the vast underground fortress. Curse you, you damn monster. Jack's face flushed with rage upon hearing Lie refer to himself as Daddy, and he cursed angrily. Yet his audacity quickly waned as Lie's footsteps drew nearer, compelling him to silence, hoping the superhero would not detect him. The underground fortress lay in ruins, documents, equipment, and machinery strewn across the floor, while some American soldiers writhed in pain, resembling victims of a catastrophic world war. Lie paid little heed to these minions, following the system's guidance as he approached Jack's location. Little Jack, stop hiding. Daddy sees you. Lie chuckled. Jack clung to his last shred of hope, remaining completely silent. Bang! I found you. Lie yanked open the iron cabinet that concealed General Jack. Superhero, Jack stammered, embarrassment flooding his face as he gazed at Lie. Now, let us engage in some delightful play. Lie grinned. Superhero, what do you intend to do? I am a general of America. Oh, is that so? Lie replied mockingly. I am unlike those foot soldiers. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will face endless retribution from America. Your family, friends, all those connected to you will suffer. Jack began with fear, but as he spoke, his confidence grew, and he stood tall, even daring to meet Lie's gaze. Uffed. Ha. Lie could not contain his laughter at Jack's absurdity. What are you laughing at? Are all generals of the American military educated at the same institution? Why do they all threaten in such similar fashion? Oh, by the way, did you know? The last person to threaten me in such a manner is now a vegetable. His name was Ross. You. Jack fell silent, terror-stricken. Ross was his comrade, a man he had visited in the hospital. The horrific sight of him, utterly reliant on nurses for the most basic needs, was a memory that haunted Jack. Were it not for his rank, Ross would have long since been cremated. He had joined the fight against the superhero with vengeance for his friend in mind. Why are you always so foolish, so blind to the reality of the situation? I am now powerful enough to challenge an entire nation. How dare you provoke me? Do you not fear that I might storm the White House and eliminate all your leaders? Do you truly believe those pitiful soldiers can shield you from my wrath? How dare you? Jack exclaimed in shock. I will show you exactly how daring I am. This place is too small. Let's move outside. Lie enveloped Jack in a gravitational field and lifted him to the surface. Superhero, if you want to kill me, then do it. Why humiliate me? I am, after all, a general. Jack regained a sliver of his former courage, asserting himself. Very well, Lie replied. He then summoned 5 rabbits and transformed them into horses using a magical incantation. What? What are you doing? Jack, ensnared by the gravitational force, could only watch helplessly. I have always been fascinated by Eastern culture, particularly its intriguing forms of punishment. Today, you are fortunate enough to become my first test subject. He tethered the 5 horses at different positions, binding their ropes to Jack's limbs. Superhero, please. You are a benevolent angel. Grant me a swift end. Jack began to grasp Lie's intent, pleading in terror. Today, we shall test a punishment known as the division by 5 horses, as the name implies. It involves 5 horses tearing your body apart. Legend has it that a certain reformist in ancient Eastern times met his demise by this method. Today, you will be extraordinarily lucky to share his fate. If you survive after the horses have run away, I shall spare you. Lie chuckled. And no. Amidst Jack's anguished cries, Lie untethered the 5 horses, which immediately bolted in sheer terror. Ah, crack. Fear not. I shall also ensure your colleagues are delivered in due course. Observing Jack's dismembered state, Lie offered a silent tribute. To be continued. Chapter 54. Withstanding the nuclear bomb at the headquarters of SHIELD. Upon witnessing Lie unhesitatingly obliterate an entire military base, those who had conspired against him sought out Nick Fury once more. Fury, how did Superman ascertain that Jack was part of the plan? Did you provide him with a list? An elderly man with white hair commenced his interrogation with fervor. If it were not for core personnel, it would be impossible to know that this incident targeting Superman was orchestrated by us. You're the prime suspect, Fury. Evidence. Do you possess any evidence? Fury replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He had anticipated the repercussions of his actions and had meticulously erased all potential evidence, leaving only one intermediary, Tony Stark, who was privy to the truth. Yet, would that playboy yield to threats? That was preposterous. The elderly man was left speechless, for he indeed had no evidence. Enough of this bickering. This is not the time for disputes. The pressing issue is how to resolve the Superman predicament. Base 13 has been reduced to ruins, and even General Jack has a white-haired woman interjected, pausing as she spoke of Jack's fate. Upon hearing her words, the assembly fell silent. The brutality with which Superman had dealt with General Jack had instilled a palpable fear within them, each of them anxious that they might be next. This was why they had united in their inquiries directed at Fury. What shall we do now? That Superman is nothing short of a madman. He cares for nothing, not even missiles can harm him. Should we capitulate to him? Someone proposed, only to be met with vehement opposition. Absolutely not. We cannot yield. How can the great United States bow down? We vanquished the Soviet bear in its time. We cannot retreat now for the sake of one individual. If other nations learn of this, we will lose all face. And what you propose? We cannot counter Superman, nor will we submit. Are we to await our annihilation? The proposer retorted angrily, faced with such resistance. No, we have one final resort. A bald elder, appearing quite authoritative, declared from the center of the screen. This bald elder was evidently the leader among them, presiding over America's largest conglomerate, which monopolized nearly 30% of the nation's industries and routinely swayed presidential elections. The current president had risen to power with their family's backing, and even they treated this elder with utmost respect. The elder's involvement in this operation was driven not only by the vested interests at stake, but also by the fact that he was terminally ill with cancer. With less than 3 months to live, a consequence of his relentless chemotherapy, he could have sought Superman's assistance through negotiations. But the allure of immense profit led him down a different path, instigating this conspiracy against Superman. This meant that while others could capitulate, he absolutely could not. Given Superman's temperament, he would not be spared. Are you suggesting? Nuclear bomb. No matter how formidable Superman may be, he cannot withstand a nuclear bomb. The bald elder asserted resolutely. Indeed, as long as it falls within the realm of biology, nothing can withstand a nuclear bomb. Since Superman refuses to cooperate, we shall send him to hell. Let others witness the consequences of defying us. His words garnered unanimous agreement from the assembly. Even the one who had previously suggested submission now wore an expression of approval. Outside the screen, Nick Fury shook his head in resignation. He understood that once these individuals made a decision, he would be powerless to intervene. Thus he chose to remain silent. He was acutely aware that a nuclear bomb would have no effect on Superman. After all, Superman had previously demonstrated the ability to control gravity, having even bested Magneto. A nuclear bomb would never even come close to him. He had long presented this data to the assembly, yet they stubbornly clung to their nuclear invincibility theory. Soon, the meeting resolved to launch a nuclear bomb at the next destination Superman was headed to, Base 6. Orders were swiftly dispatched to Base 6. And under the command of the base chief, all soldiers retreated to the underground bunker, awaiting Superman's arrival. After annihilating Base 13, Lee hastened towards the next base, unaware that a trap lay ahead. Although the system possessed a godlike perspective akin to a bug, Lee could not fixate on it constantly. This ability was akin to a proactive skill. Strange. There isn't a single soldier outside. Lee mused as he hovered above Base 6, observing the desolate facility. Just moments ago, Base 13 had been teeming with armed personnel awaiting him. He quickly activated his godlike perspective and discovered that all the soldiers were hiding underground. "Boss, please be advised. A high-speed object is approaching," exclaimed Betty from his watch. She was linked to Stark Industries satellites and quickly identified the incoming nuclear bomb. "Ah, I see. They must be hoping to create a mushroom cloud. It seems they are cornered and desperate." Lee sneered. "Boss, I recommend you evade." "Thank you for the warning, Betty. But a nuclear bomb is not something one encounters daily. I intend to experience it fully, Li Yi replied with a grin. Indeed, Li Yi had no intention of evading this time. The previous encounter with laser vision had merely elicited a mild discomfort, far from satisfying. Additionally, he yearned to etch his name in the annals of human history as the first to withstand a nuclear bomb, perhaps even the sole individual to do so, thus earning a medal from the Guinness World Records. Having made his decision, he awaited the bomb's approach in silence, ensuring his watch was protected by storing it in the system's designated space. Before long, a missile carrying a nuclear warhead, trailing a long flame, soared toward him. Kulme, let me witness the power of humanity's mightiest weapon, Li exclaimed joyfully. A blinding light erupted, consuming everything in its vicinity. Boom! With a resounding blast, a mushroom cloud silently ascended from the ground, the searing heat instantaneously vaporizing every object within the base. The surrounding area transformed into a sea of flames. With shockwaves reverberating for dozens of kilometers, even the distant city of New York felt the tremors. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? What are you waiting for? Run! It's an earthquake! The chaos in New York City ensued until the police managed to calm the populace. In the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, Li Yi felt only an intense warmth, akin to being submerged in water heated to 50 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, he experienced no remarkable sensation. It is worth noting that the temperature generated at the nuclear blast's core could rival or even surpass that of the sun's core. Such devastation could not inflict any harm upon Li Yi, illustrating the formidable strength derived from the combination of the dog talisman and the horse talisman. Of course, this was merely a low-yield nuclear bomb. Whether a higher-yield bomb would have the same effect remained uncertain for Li Yi. If he could absorb the sun's energy to enhance himself, he surmised he would have long since taken residence within the sun, emerging as a golden Superman. Alas, he was not a Kryptonian, though perhaps there would be a chance to draw such a character in the future. Please note, all data is fictional. Do not take it seriously, as I am not a military expert. To be continued. Chapter 55. Refusal to negotiate. Surely Superman must be dead by now. This creature could not possibly have survived a nuclear explosion. This is the fate of those who oppose us. Since he refuses to cooperate, let him perish. The crowd, witnessing the mushroom cloud rising above Base 6 through satellite feeds, erupted into jubilant cheers. Only Nick Fury wore a troubled expression, unable to fathom why Li Yi would allow the nuclear bomb to approach him. Was he testing the bomb's potency? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. No one would be that idle. Just as the crowd was celebrating, the mushroom cloud suddenly shifted. Whoosh! A dark figure shot out from the mushroom cloud. The sonic boom and powerful shockwave, creating massive waves that dispersed the surrounding flames and smoke. The figure was none other than Li Yi. The staggering energy of a nuclear explosion had inflicted no harm upon him, not even damaging his attire. He is not dead. This monster. The nuclear bomb was ineffective against him. It's over. We are doomed. He will surely not spare us. Our fate will be worse than Jackass. As they beheld this scene, the group could no longer maintain their composure, descending into panic. They exhibited none of the elegance or gentlemanly demeanor expected of elite individuals. Calm down, the bald elder bellowed. His usual authority commanded attention, and the crowd gradually regained their composure. Sir, what shall we do now? Shall we deploy a more powerful nuclear bomb? Someone suggested to the bald elder. Is there still a chance? Another countered. Indeed. Is there still hope? Initially, we could rely on Superman's ignorance, but now that he is aware of our nuclear strike, how could he remain oblivious and allow us to detonate another? Unbeknownst to them, Superman had indeed remained stationary, ready to face them, but not out of ignorance, rather, an unwavering confidence. At this moment, the crowd turned their attention to Nick Fury. Fury, can you reach Superman? The bald elder asked softly. Yes, they are ready to capitulate. They have exhausted their last resort, yet it has proven ineffective. In the face of death, they have completely relinquished their so-called dignity and the glory of America. I warned you all long ago. Nick Fury replied coldly. It is our fault. We should have heeded your warnings sooner, but this is not the moment for that discussion. Fury, our lives rest in your hands. You must help us contact Superman. We will agree to any terms he sets, as long as he spares us. The bald elder pleaded, entirely devoid of his prior authority. Though he had only 3 months to live, he still yearned for survival. Those who have lived in high positions fear death the most. Their affluent and privileged lives have dulled their resolve. I can indeed contact Superman, but I cannot guarantee he will be willing to negotiate. Nick Fury responded, "That is sufficient. We shall handle the rest." The bald elder exclaimed joyfully. Initially, Nick Fury had no intention of involving himself further, but now he had no choice. The powerful forces behind these individuals would undoubtedly seek to oust him from his position. If Li Yi and Nick Fury had their way, employing their abilities to eliminate these people without a trace would be ideal. Unfortunately, Li Yi lacked the perspective to consider the broader implications. He acted directly. Such a person is ill-suited for politics, and even less so for leadership. Yet fate bestowed upon him immense power. How infuriating! As he surveyed the ruins of Base 6, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. The speed of this destruction was swifter than if he had acted himself. He had no intention of targeting the soldiers within the underground fortress. He had only killed previously because those soldiers had attacked first. Now, as the soldiers actively avoided confrontation, there was no need for further violence. After all, the orders came from higher-ups, and the ordinary soldiers were unaware they faced Superman. He prepared to head towards the last military base under General Jack's control, intending to deal with this base before eliminating the rest. "Boss, you have a new message. Do you wish to take it?" Betty suddenly reminded him. "Oh, at this moment, someone dares to contact me?" Lee responded with curiosity. "Let me see who it is. Accept the call." Following his command, the watch projected a screen, revealing a dark-haired egghead, Nick Fury. "Superman, greetings. Might we pause hostilities? We can engage in a proper discussion." Nick Fury proposed. "Discuss? What remains to be discussed?" Lee is scoffed. He had long anticipated the cowardice of these individuals, who bully the weak while fearing the strong. Just as the Hulk is often chased by the military. Do they truly believe the Hulk cannot overpower those American soldiers? It is merely that within him resides Bruce Banner, who abhors violence. Before Nick Fury could respond, the image shifted to the bald elder. "Superman, all that transpired today is our fault. We are willing to make amends. If you would cease hostilities, we shall agree to any conditions you propose." The bald elder promised in a humble tone. "Amends? What can you offer me? Money, power, women, anything within your possession. You me propose." Lee suddenly burst into laughter. "Is that not sufficient?" The bald elder questioned, perplexed. "You seem to consider yourselves as gods, believing you can dictate terms as you please. You initiated this conflict, and now wish to brush it aside so lightly? Superman, you misunderstand. We genuinely wish to negotiate." The bald elder explained. "Let me clarify. Negotiation occurs between two opponents of comparable strength, neither able to dominate the other. You do not appear to pose any threat to me, while I can eliminate you at will. What need have we for negotiation?" Lee retorted coldly. As Lee spoke, the bald elder began to sweat profusely. "Superman, continuing this will lead to, you might as well wash your neck and await death." Before the bald elder could finish his sentence, Lee abruptly severed the connection. As they witnessed Superman terminate the call without hesitation. The group was left bewildered. It is over. All is lost. Why do we provoke Superman in the first place? Alas, my friends, there is no hope. I shall return to arrange my affairs. I desire to be with my family one last time. Our greed has led to our downfall. Forgive me. I must depart as well. I wish to see my daughter one final time. One after another, the figures on the screen began to leave. Sigh. The bald elder observed this unfolding scene, sighed, and then cut off the connection. He subsequently summoned his steward. "Gather all the members of the family. I must publicly establish an heir." "Yes, sir," the steward replied, turning to leave. The bald elder slowly retrieved a handgun from his drawer. To be continued. Chapter 56. Reckoning Li Yi arrived at the final military base controlled by General Jack, base number 3. One might wonder why he did not directly eliminate the masterminds behind the scenes. After all, one must see things through to the end. If one vows to annihilate a military base, then it must be done, much like Liang Kun, who believes in following through on his promises. This time, The American soldiers at the military base offered no resistance and stood empty-handed on the training grounds, their weapons cast aside. Huh, are they attempting to emulate the French? Li Yi chuckled. At that moment, a soldier clad in entirely different attire stepped forward and saluted Li Yi. Mr. Superman, orders have been issued from above. We are required to fully cooperate with your actions. What? Not only surrendering, but also cooperating? The behavior of these American soldiers, or rather, the directives from the American government, was astonishingly unconventional. Yet it made sense. After all, besides the forces targeting Li Yi, many other powers were also monitoring this incident. They realized that neither missiles nor nuclear weapons could inflict any harm on Superman, and thus they sought to appease him. The age-old adage holds true. If you cannot defeat them, join them. Excellent. There is an ancient saying in the East. Those who absorb fine things are all exceptional. You are all exceptional, Li Yi praised. The American soldier, however, was left utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the profoundness of Eastern culture. Li Yi, lacking the inclination to enlighten him, issued a command. I shall reduce this military base to rubble. You have 10 minutes to vacate. Understood. The lead soldier showed no dissent, saluting once more before turning to his comrades, shouting, all personnel, evacuate the base immediately. At the fastest speed. Yes, sir. The soldiers replied with excitement. Avoiding confrontation with Superman was indeed a stroke of luck. The three bases were interconnected, and these soldiers had just witnessed the fate of those in the first base who had suffered greatly for attacking Superman. They had no desire to share that grim fate. Most enlisted for the lucrative bonuses and salaries and did not wish to become martyrs. Indeed, they might not even be recognized as such. If their superiors sought to placate Superman, they could not afford to let it be known that they had perished at his hands. They would have to fabricate a narrative of gas leaks or terrorist attacks instead. The American soldiers hurried into their designated military vehicles, speeding away at full throttle. Speeding? In the face of death, who cares about speeding? Li Yi, feeling rather bored, began the countdown. As the seconds ticked away, Betty chimed in at the 10-minute mark. Boss, time is up. Excellent. Now it is time for the performance. If those soldiers have not escaped by now, they will have brought it upon themselves. Li Yi laughed. Betty, activate the recording function. Capture this moment of my divine might. Understood, boss. Recording function activated. Betty replied. Li Yi then ascended slowly into the air, hovering above base number 3. I have always longed for such a dramatic moment. A bag of rice must be carried up several floors. Li Yi declared coldly. With arms outstretched, a blinding light flashed, and a terrifying repulsive force radiated outward from Li Yi, violently compressing everything in its vicinity. Boom! With a deafening roar, the once bustling base was reduced to a barren expanse, leaving behind a massive crater several kilometers wide. Li Yi floated in the air, his shadow elongated by the sunlight, merging with the desolate landscape below, resembling a deity of destruction. Betty, did you capture that? Li Yi's voice suddenly pierced the solemnity of the scene. Rest assured, boss, it has all been recorded. Betty replied. Wonderful. Now we shall settle the score? Li Yi sneered, activating his divine vision to pinpoint the locations of those responsible, starting with the organizer. The spectacle Li Yi had just created was recorded by various factions through satellite surveillance. Of course, this was entirely intentional, meant to showcase his destructive power and convey the consequences of provoking him. Coulson, what language was Superman speaking just now? The black-clad man inquired of Coulson. It was Japanese. Coulson's expression was peculiarly complex. Why would Superman speak Japanese? Isn't English the universal language of the cosmos? Doge face. Coulson then translated the content for the director. Feel. Pain? Does Superman harbor hatred for this world? Coulson, investigate Superman's past. See if he has any enemies or if he faced adversity before acquiring his powers. The black-clad man's brow furrowed in thought as he issued commands. Yes, sir. Coulson acknowledged. Li Yi likely never anticipated that a mere offhand remark could be dissected in such a manner by the black-clad man. Before long, Li Yi arrived at the estate of the XX family, which sprawled across an extensive area. A mere lap around the grounds would take over an hour, and those who resided there typically required a chauffeur for even the briefest of journeys from the gate to the house. The estate boasted manicured lawns, gardens, fountains, and various stone sculptures as embellishments. The residence itself was a three-story structure, larger than a football field, adorned with extravagant decorations. Ah, the evils of capitalism. I desire such luxury. This estate belonged to a type of wealth that was not easily acquired. It was not merely an ancient, storied family, but rather one that commanded 30% of the industry across America. Lee smirked. Though a voice in his mind urged him to eliminate every member of this family, he resolutely refrained. He was not a good person, but neither would he engage in indiscriminate slaughter or collective punishment. He only targeted those who had provoked him, even the soldiers at base now. 13 had initiated the conflict first. Quickly locating the bald elder's study via tracking, Lee found it devoid of any guards. Perhaps he had resigned himself to his fate. After all, even with guards, none could withstand the wrath of Superman. With a crash, Lee smashed through the window and floated inside. At long last, you have arrived? The bald elder sat neatly in a suit, composed in his chair. You have provoked the wrong person, and now you must pay the price. Lee isn't it. Huh. I never imagined that my life of cautiousness would ultimately fall victim to my own greed. The bald elder shook his head with a bitter smile, slowly producing a gun and pressing it against his temple. Superman, no one can decide my fate, not even you. Only I have that power. The elder's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming back into the formidable leader who had guided his family to greatness. Is that so? Lee scoffed. Indeed, the bald elder declared confidently, pulling the trigger. Boom! A burst of crimson erupted from his head. You think it would be so easy to die? That would be too merciful. Although Li Yi could have intervened, he opted for a more entertaining approach. With a flick of his wrist, Li beckoned towards the elder's corpse, and an ethereal figure swiftly emerged from it, only to be seized by Li Yi. What is happening? Am I not dead? The bald elder gasped in terror. Indeed, you are deceased. What now stands before me is but a specter. You claim that I am unable to determine your fate? Allow me to demonstrate my capability. Li remarked with a chilling laugh. The power of the sheep talisman is unleashed. To be continued. Chapter 57. A new task. How could this be happening? The bald elder's soul struggled desperately, yet it proved futile. The power of the sheep talisman was far more complex than merely separating the soul from the body. Possessing such power, Li could not only reach and attack the soul, but also significantly enhance his own spiritual strength. Had he pursued magical studies in Camartage, he would undoubtedly have emerged as a prodigy, potentially becoming the next supreme sorcerer, barring any hidden agendas. Regrettably, it appeared that the Ancient One had already designated Strange as her successor, while the overweight Ned was merely a jest. Now it is clear, when the body perishes, the soul endures. Only when the soul is extinguished does one vanish entirely, Li remarked with a cold smirk. Superman, please, don't. I realize my mistakes. I beg you. The bald elder pleaded. Provoking me? You lack even the right to descend into hell, Li retorted fiercely, while the bald elder's soul vanished amidst his piercing screams. Subsequently, Li replicated the process, extracting and shattering the souls of all who threatened him. News of Superman's aggression towards the populace spread rapidly, igniting a tumultuous uproar as the public engaged in fervent discussions. This is undoubtedly misinformation. Superman would never act in such a manner. It's simply the work of those malicious detractors attempting to tarnish my beloved Superman's reputation, fabricating tales of incarceration. Reason? How can you speak of reason? My Superman toils tirelessly to combat crime and save the world, often sleeping only an hour a day, which he doesn't even require. Can I remain indifferent while you slander him? Is that what you call reason? Detractors, do not even dare to associate with us. My Superman embodies light, while you, lurking like cockroaches in the sewers, cannot even begin to compare. My brother is handsome and dashing, far superior to your mediocre ilk. Superman's fans adamantly rejected the allegations, demanding that the accusers provide evidence. Yet, those spreading the rumors could produce none, ultimately facing charges of defamation and arrest. With S-H-I-E-L, Swift intervention. All surveillance footage and videos from the scene were forcibly confiscated. Even if a few managed to slip onto the internet, they were swiftly removed within seconds. Due to Superman's formidable display of power, all factions in America began to curry favor with him, leveraging their resources to suppress the scandal, flooding the narrative and obliterating any dissent. Soon, the reports of Superman's aggression were nearly silenced, with a few remaining dissenters being invited by the FBI for a coffee chat, leaving them too intimidated to speak out afterward. Dozens of media outlets that had published the false news claiming Superman possesses the ability to cure all diseases were investigated and warned, ultimately compelled to issue retractions and extend their most sincere apologies to Superman. In an instant, the fervent saga seemed to reach its conclusion. At Officer George's residence in New York City. Wonderful. I knew Superman would never harm the people. It's clear that those villains were attempting to malign him. Gwen exclaimed as she perused the latest newspaper. Daddy, look, I see it. Chief George replied helplessly. His precious daughter, since being whisked away by Superman at the city Star Award ceremony, had transformed entirely, incessantly speaking of Superman as if she had been brainwashed. However, Chief George was acutely aware that such news could not have emerged without cause. He had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of that Superman, leaving no criminals alive in his wake. At SHIELD headquarters, Director, all related information has been suppressed. Coulson reported. Excellent. Let him maintain the image of superhero. It benefits us all, at least keeping Superman's actions in check. Nick Fury responded. Director, does Superman truly care about this? If he did, he wouldn't have resorted to violence against the people in broad daylight, ruthlessly eliminating those individuals. Coulson queried, perplexed. Regardless of his feelings, preventing Superman from becoming our adversary is our greatest victory. Nick Fury sighed, expressing his uncertainty on how to restrain a being so callous, unrestrained, and terrifyingly powerful. A mysterious object has reportedly fallen in Mexico. It resembles an unknown material hammer. Locals have been unable to budget by any means, even utilizing cranes to no avail. You and Hawkeye should investigate this matter and maintain communication. Nick Fury suddenly recalled, instructing Coulson. Understood, sir. Coulson replied promptly. Clap, clap, clap. Truly impressive, boss. Even the American government has retreated. Bullseye remarked while applauding, astounded. At last, he witnessed just how formidable his new boss truly was. Even a nuclear explosion seemed trivial before him. Enough with the flattery. Yes, boss. On another note, we have gained complete control over Kingpin's territory. All defiant leaders have been eliminated. Bullseye boasted. It took you far too long. Lee expressed his dissatisfaction. Thud. Bullseye immediately knelt before him. Boss, I. Enough with the anxiety. Since you completed it within the stipulated fortnight, I shall not punish you. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. But do not expect to retain your abilities. Lee casually summoned back the Talisman Power from Bullseye. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the second main quest. Alien visitors. Mysterious extraterrestrial visitors are set to arrive on Earth, bringing calamity. Quest objective. Defeat all alien visitors and prevent a disaster. Quest reward. 1 lottery draw. Quest duration. 10 days. Quest penalty. None. Alien visitors? Are there aliens during this time frame? Lee pondered aloud. Host, allow me to offer a hint. The hammer. Thor. To be continued. Chapter 58. The God of Thunder in a quaint town in New Mexico. A golden-haired man awakens from a hospital bed. Are you all right? Inquires the doctor, approaching with a syringe. Don't be alarmed. It's merely a blood draw. However, upon hearing the words blood draw, the man becomes agitated and struggles, exclaiming, Dare you assault Odin's son? Call for help. The doctor hastily summons a group of nurses to restrain him, but the man, remarkably strong, easily pushes them aside. Quick, summon security. Security rushes to the emergency room, attempting to contain him. He bellows, resisting fiercely, pressed against the wall, still shouting, You cannot defeat the great. He is subsequently administered a sedative and succumbs to unconsciousness. This golden-haired man is none other than Thor, the illustrious god of thunder from Norse mythology. Thor, A prince of Asgard and the primary heir to the throne, was born into immense expectations, receiving the finest education and emerging as one of Asgard's mightiest warriors. Like his fellow Asgardians, Thor possesses strength far surpassing that of mortals, with a body density 3 times greater, rendering him exceptionally resilient to attacks from viruses, radiation, and toxins. Endowed with extraordinary speed and power, he can engage in prolonged battles without succumbing to fatigue. He can traverse the depths of the ocean and the expanses of outer space without any equipment. His superhuman strength, speed, and defense allow him to withstand tremendous explosions, impacts, and extreme temperatures, both scorching and frigid, while also being resistant to magic. Conventional weapons on Earth are largely ineffective against him. Thor's destructive capability is astonishing. In Avengers: Age of Ultron, alongside Tony Stark, he effortlessly obliterated an entire city with a single strike. Therefore, during his earthly battles, Thor must temper his strength to prevent catastrophic damage to the planet. Asgardians enjoy lifespans vastly exceeding those of humans, potentially reaching an astounding 5,000 years, and they grow stronger with age. Presently, Thor is over 1,500 years old, with his power set to continue growing until the end of his life. His millennia of combat experience have endowed him with exceptional battle awareness and martial skills, mastering various weapons, though his favorite armament remains his enchanted hammer. Mjolnir, affectionately dubbed the Meow Meow Hammer by Marvel enthusiasts. He can fly by twirling Mjolnir and wield it to control lightning. Thor is indeed the fabled paragon of heaven, destined to be Asgard's future king. Yet, this formidable figure has been stripped of his divine powers by his father, Odin, and exiled to Earth, finding himself subdued by mere mortals, a dark chapter in Thor's life. Thor's exile was precipitated by the invasion of frost giants during his coronation ceremony. Enraged and spurred on by his brother Loki, he led a charge against their realm, resulting in severe injuries to his friends. Despite Odin's intervention, Thor remained unrepentant, challenging his father. Odin deemed Thor arrogant, reckless, and irresponsible, unfit for kingship, and thus deprived him of his powers, casting him to Earth. However, this was not a true exile. Odin, wanting his son to inherit the family legacy, sought to instill humility and responsibility in him through trials on Earth. To facilitate this, Odin enchanted Mjolnir to aid Thor's transformation into a better being. After enduring much turmoil, Thor escapes the hospital and encounters Jane Foster and her companions. With their assistance, he gradually regains his composure, but soon sets off alone in search of his hammer. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson and his SHIELD colleagues arrive in New Mexico to gather intelligence, quickly uncovering data linked to Jane Foster and her associates, which they believe pertains to the recently fallen hammer. "What are you doing?" Jane exclaims angrily upon seeing a group of agents rifling through her research. "Miss Foster, I am with SHIELD. What does that have to do with me? You cannot do this." Jane vehemently protests, stepping forward to confront the intruders. "Jane, this is far more serious than you realize. Perhaps you should reconsider," urges Dr. Eric Selvig, standing nearby. "Reconsider? This is the culmination of my life's work," she retorts, indignant that her decades of research are being appropriated by the government just as she begins to see results. "We're investigating a potential security threat and need to requisition your data and atmospheric readings," Coulson explains calmly. "Requisition? Is that a euphemism for theft?" Jane snaps back. "This will compensate for your losses," he asserts, offering her a check. "These findings cannot simply be purchased. Most are the fruits of my labor," she retorts, pushing his hand away. "You can certainly recreate them," Coulson replies nonchalantly. "Such acts are commonplace for SHIELD, devoid of any moral burden, as they believe it serves the greater good of planetary safety. Then I can certainly sue you for infringing upon my constitutional rights," she declares, brandishing a green file in warning. "My apologies, Miss Jane Foster, but we're the good guys," Coulson counters. SHIELD. Agents find themselves above the law. Jane insists, "We too are pursuing a monumental secret. All my research is contained within this notebook and those computers. You cannot simply take them." Seeing no intention from Coulson and his team to return her work, Jane's frustration escalates. Hey, one of the agents nearby seizes Jane's notebook. Furious at the loss of her final materials, Jane rushes forward to confront him. Jane, calm down. Dr. Eric Selvig interjects, stepping in front of her. Coulson, good people do not simply seize what belongs to others. Amidst the chaos, a voice interjects, drawing their attention. Leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed and a subtle smile gracing his face, stands a striking young man of Asian descent, Li Yi, who has traveled from New York. Having been assigned a mission, Li Yi was uncertain where Thor's storyline had progressed, so he sought out Jane Foster, the future love interest of the God of Thunder, reasoning that Thor would inevitably appear by her side. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Jane, he is quite handsome. My type. Daisy whispers excitedly, tugging at Jane's sleeve. I feel the same way. Jane agrees, captivated. Beauty and attractiveness are universally appreciated, transcending cultural boundaries, much like the renowned actresses celebrated in the West. The agents, perceiving the unfamiliar figure, promptly draw their weapons. Are you planning to attack me? Li smiles, unfazit. Upon witnessing Li's smile, Coulson was instantly reminded of the soldiers at military base number 13 and urgently shouted, Lower your weapons, everyone. Immediately, the agents, perplexed, glanced at their commander. This is one of our own. Coulson hastily concocted an excuse. He certainly could not say, If you fire, we all shall perish. He then respectfully approached Li Yi. Mr. Li, what brings you here? His voice bore a hint of tension, as the events orchestrated by the Superman days prior lingered in his mind. I came for a stroll, Li Yi replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the equipment in the vehicle. Aren't you dedicated to safeguarding the Earth? When did you transition to becoming thieves? Mr. Li, we were merely borrowing. Coulson awkwardly explained. Is that so? Li Yi turned to Jian and her companions. Jian sensed that Coulson and his band of marauders were intimidated by this individual named Li Yi, and seizing the moment, she retorted angrily, What do you mean by borrowing? Taking someone else's belongings without consent is not borrowing. We were just. Coulson began to clarify. Put down those items, and you may leave. Li interrupted, uninterested in his excuses. But, do you need me to assist you in departing? Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. If it did not leave soon, the Superman might very well launch them into the sky. Mission aborted, we are leaving. He hastily signaled his subordinates to board another vehicle, leaving the one with the equipment behind. Few at last, this gang of thieves has departed. Thank you. Jian sighed with relief, grateful that her documents were finally safe. Not at all. No need for thanks. Li chuckled. Wait, you look so familiar. I feel as though I've seen you before. Nearby, Daisy seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing in confusion. Oh my, I remember now. I saw you on television. You are the Superman. Daisy exclaimed with delight. Superman? What Superman? Isn't that a character from a comic book? Jian inquired, puzzled. Yes, that's him. The Superman, a real-life Superman. I even have a newspaper featuring him. Let me find it. Daisy rummaged through her bag, producing a copy of the Horn Herald to hand to Jian. Superman truly exists. To be continued. Chapter 59. The first encounter with Thor. Are you really the Superman from the newspaper? Jane asked uncertainly. If there is no other, then it must be me. Liya Chaklet. Superman, could you give me an autograph? Daisy, who had just realized the situation, hurriedly pulled out a small notebook from her bag and eagerly handed it to Li Yi. She was also a fan of Superman, having joined various fan groups dedicated to him. The reason she had not recognized him immediately was simply because she had not expected to encounter a non-costume Superman. Cough. A Superman not in his battle suit here. Of course, Li Yi took the notebook and inscribed Superman in an elegant flourish. He was more than willing to fulfill the request of a fan, especially since this girl was particularly beautiful, especially her figure, Kate Dennings, who also played Max in Two Broke Girls. My God, I finally have Superman's autograph, Daisy exclaimed, raising the notebook triumphantly, like a child showcasing a treasure to her friends Jane and Eric. Seeing her friends' childish excitement, Jane covered her face in embarrassment. Just call me Li Yi. He corrected. Li Yi, may I ask what brings you here? Jane inquired curiously. I'm searching for a blonde man named Thor. You must have seen him. Thor! The three exclaimed in unison, for they had just encountered a blonde man who claimed to be Thor. However, he seemed a bit eccentric, insisting that he was the Norse god of thunder and behaving quite strangely, leaving a profound impression on them. Haha, do you know Thor? Li Yi asked with a smile. Li Yi, is there a reason you're looking for that Thor? Is he a criminal? Jane cautiously inquired. She felt a bit fond of the seemingly foolish, strong man and wondered why Superman was seeking him, associating the superhero's interest with a potential criminal background. I want to have a fight with him. A fight? The trio was again taken aback. Li Yi, while that Thor is indeed robust, he is just an ordinary man. He pales in comparison to you, a superhero. Why would you want to fight him? Daisy questioned, puzzled. Thor is no ordinary man. He is the Norse god of thunder. Li Yi clarified. The god of thunder? Thor? Jane responded incredulously. Even Superman says, so could it be that Thor is indeed telling the truth? He really is the legendary god. The other two shared her disbelief. But this was Superman. What reason would he have to deceive mere mortals? So you do know him? Yes. We were just with him. He mentioned something about looking for meow meow, Daisy recalled. It's Mjolnir. Exactly. That's the name. Thor said he was going to find something called Mjolnir. Thank you, Li Yi said before turning to leave. Wait, Daisy suddenly shouted, grabbing hold of Li Yi's arm. Li Yi was taken aback. The guy should be nearby. Why don't we go to our place and rest for a bit? We can help you look for him, Daisy enthusiastically suggested, her 36D figure brushing against Li Yi's arm. This girl is truly a devoted fan. All right, then I'll trouble you, Li Yi responded, enjoying the moment. Don't mention it. After all, you helped us earlier. Daisy smiled. Seeing her friend fawning over the handsome guest, Jane rolled her eyes in exasperation. Daisy usually became tongue-tied in front of good-looking men, but now, seeing Superman, she seemed eager to attach herself to him. Upon returning to their abode, the conversation flowed, mostly with Daisy asking questions and Li Yi answering, while the other two focused on their research. Wait, I think I found him, Jane suddenly exclaimed. Not far outside the window, a tall, blonde man was swaggering into a pet store. It was none other than Thor. I want a horse, Thor shouted. The shopkeeper looked up, puzzled, and replied, We don't sell horses. We only have dogs, cats, and birds. Then just give me something I can ride, Thor retorted. The shopkeeper was left in a state of bewilderment. Thor. A voice called from outside, and Thor turned, surprised to see Jane, and quickly approached her. Jane, what is the matter? Thor asked, confused. This gentleman is looking for you. Je ne pointe tout lié. Do we know each other? Thor queried, perplexed. The Norse god of thunder, Thor, it is an honor to finally meet you. I'm Li Yi, here to challenge you to a duel. Li Yi grinned. You know me? You truly believe I am Thor the god? Thor exclaimed with excitement. Since arriving here, no one had believed his identity. Now, encountering someone who recognized him thrilled him. Of course, you are quite famous. Ha! I never imagined my name had already spread to Midgard. Li Yi, your name signifies a powerful warrior. It's a pity I have lost my divine powers. Otherwise, I would surely engage you in a grand battle. Thor lamented. I'm here to help you retrieve your hammer, and once you regain your powers, we shall have our duel. You wish to help me find my hammer? Thor asked, his face lighting up with joy. He had been fretting over how to reach the place where Mjolnir had fallen, and now that Li Yi offered to assist him, he could hardly contain his happiness. When I find Mjolnir, I will certainly invite you to Asgard. We shall revel together, Thor declared heartily, evidently having taken a liking to Li Yi, who had quickly become his friend, a rather simple-minded giant. After making their decision, the two turned to the others and asked, Would you like to join us? Experience the revival of the legendary god. Can we really? I want to go. Daisy clung tightly to Li Yi's arm. Such an extraordinary event cannot be missed. Eric chuckled. Then I shall go as well. Jane added. But how do we get there? By car? Our vehicle is too small for 5 people. I will perform a wondrous display for you. Do you have a carpet or something similar? Yes. What would you like to sit on? Daisy inquired, intrigued. Have you ever ridden a flying carpet? What? Everyone gasped. After Daisy produced a 5-meter blanket, Li Yi placed his hand on it, and it transformed instantly into a flying carpet. My friend, you must be a sorcerer of Midgard. This is truly marvelous. Thor remarked in astonishment. I am no sorcerer, but this indeed is magic. Soon, The five of them boarded the flying carpet and soared towards the location where the Meow Meow hammer had fallen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coulson and his team, having been sent away by Li Yi, did not stray far and hovered nearby. With Superman present, nothing could be deemed trivial. They needed to keep a close watch. And they soon witnessed the extraordinary scene. Coulson then took out his phone and dialed. "Hello." The voice of the Black Dragon Egg resonated from the other end of the line. "Boss, Superman has appeared here." After a moment of contemplation, the voice on the phone advised, "Let us observe the situation for now. We must avoid any conflict with Superman." "Understood, boss." To be continued. Chapter 60. Lifting Mjolnir. Ali, you're so fast. Daisy exclaimed. "Is this what you call fast? I can go even faster. Would you like that?" I do. Then hold on tight." Whoosh. The enchanted flying carpet streaked through the sky like a gust of wind. Li Yi had set up a gravitational shield around them, keeping the powerful winds at bay. So even though the carpet was soaring swiftly, those aboard felt little impact. Otherwise, flying at such speed would surely leave the other three, aside from the robust Thor, gasping for breath. After several minutes of flight, a large research tent, heavily guarded by soldiers, came into view. "Indeed, this is the place. I can sense it. Mjolnir is right here," Thor declared excitedly. Despite having lost his divine powers, a faint connection to Mjolnir remained. How peculiar. When did they construct all this? "There was nothing here when we passed by yesterday," Daisy questioned, puzzled. This was precisely the spot where the three had encountered Thor the previous night. This exemplifies the might of SHIELD. This organization wields considerable power globally, primarily addressing supernatural events. Lee briefly explained, revealing no intent to keep secrets about SHIELD, as he was not one of its agents. SHIELD's dilapidated facility, thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, could hardly accommodate a figure like Li Yi. Finding a safe place to land, the group disembarked from the carpet, where Daisy cautiously folded up the blanket. "Daisy, what are you doing?" "This is a magical flying carpet. Of course, I must treasure it," Daisy replied, as if it were obvious. "This carpet can only fly when I imbue it with magic. Otherwise, it's just an ordinary blanket." Leah applied it helplessly. "What?" Daisy exclaimed, disappointed. "Let us head inside. I can't wait to see my Mjolnir," Thor urged eagerly. "But with so many people, how we get in?" Jane asked, perplexed. If it were just Li Yi, he would undoubtedly barge in. But now, with a little fan in tow, he couldn't leave a poor impression on her. After some contemplation, he decided to directly contact that black egg. "Betty, contact the black egg. Li Yi instructed Betty," who was in his hand. "Understood, boss." Betty responded, promptly dialing out. SHIELD's internet defenses were as flimsy as a mere facade to Tony, and his designed AI could easily infiltrate the Civ-like organization. Soon, the call connected, and Betty projected the Black Egg's avatar. "Superman?" The Black Egg glanced at Li Yi, puzzled. "I want to waste time. I need to bring a few people to lift that hammer you discovered. Please arrange it, as I want to be responsible for any unforeseen incidents," Li Yi stated firmly. He spoke as if he considered SHIELD his subordinates. Yet Nick Fury exhibited no reaction, having mastered emotional control to an exceptional degree as the king of agents. "Understood. I've contacted Coulson on site. He will escort you in," Nick Fury replied. Then there is nothing else. After Li Yi concluded, he severed the connection. Indeed, Coulson soon appeared from seemingly nowhere, respectfully approaching Li Yi. "Mr. Li Yi, please follow me." The group followed Coulson inside, where they observed numerous individuals surrounding Mjolnir, conducting various studies and measurements. "What are these folks doing to my beloved Mjolnir?" Thor, the hammer aficionado, instantly erupted in fury, as if someone were toying with his wife, ready to charge forward. "I advise you against that." Just then, a voice rang out from above, revealing a man holding a bow aimed at Thor, whose appearance was unremarkable except for his piercing eyes. "Who are you? Why are you blocking me?" Thor shouted. "This is Agent Barton, specifically tasked with guarding the hammer." "Agent Barton, they are not enemies. You may lower your bow." Coulson intervened. The man with the bow was indeed Hawkeye, a senior agent of SHIELD. and a future avenger. Hawkeye nodded and lowered his weapon. Thor, calm down. They are merely conducting research. They mean no harm to Mjolnir. Lee also stepped in to restrain the mighty figure. Very well. Today's research concludes here. Coulson commanded. Yes, sir. The group of researchers gradually retreated. Mr. Lee, you may now attempt to lift the hammer with your friends, but do exercise caution. It is exceedingly heavy. Coulson advised. Of course it is heavy. After all, none but I are worthy, Thor declared proudly. This boastful statement compelled Li Yi to suppress the urge to deliver a punch, mentally repeating, he is just a big fool. He is just a big fool. Do not engage. Thor, stop wasting time. Go lift it. Li Yi urged impatiently. All right, I understand. Thor, with an air of arrogance, approached the hammer. All eyes were fixed upon Thor, as if he were once again basking in the adoration of Asgard. Thor gripped the hammer's handle tightly, his face alight with excitement. As if he were on the cusp of reclaiming his powers, he began to exert force, his arm muscles tensing dramatically, yet he found himself unable to lift it. His previously elated expression deflated instantly. Thor could hardly believe that Mjolnir would reject him. With a roar, he summoned all his strength, muscles taut, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting himself to the utmost, yet the hammer remained unmoved. With a thud, Thor collapsed onto the ground, muttering, "How is this possible? How can this be?" His father had truly forsaken him. He could never return to Asgard, never see his father, mother, brother Loki, or his comrades again. This cannot be real. It cannot be. Thor broke down in despair. The onlookers reacted with mixed emotions. Jane gazed at Thor with compassion, wanting to console him, but at a loss for words. Mr. Li Yi, is your friend perhaps too? It's just a hammer. Coulson remarked, bewildered. Li Yi shook his head, offering no explanation, and approached Thor, saying, Thor, let me give it a try. What? Thor exclaimed in surprise. Li Yi, if I cannot lift it, how can a mere earthling do so? Thor, you are too proud. Of course, there are earthlings capable of lifting it, and not just one. Li instantly thought of Captain America, Vision, and even Natasha, who had lifted it in the comics. He just wasn't certain if it could happen in this world. As Li prepared to lift the hammer, all eyes turned to him once more, filled with anticipation. Especially Coulson, who knew that Superman could withstand a nuclear blast. Surely he would succeed. Li grasped the hammer's handle, and under the eager gazes of the crowd, he began to exert force, yet the hammer remained immovable, leading to further disappointment among the spectators. Li, I told you, earthlings cannot lift it, Thor stated. Li paid no heed. He was merely testing whether he could, like Captain America, gain the hammer's approval. Yet it was evident that he had failed. He was not worthy. Nevertheless, Li remained undeterred, fully aware of his own essence and the fact that he did not require a hammer's validation. He then began to truly unleash his power. As the mystical force of the bull talisman endowed him with boundless strength, one that even he could scarcely comprehend. 100 pounds, 500 pounds, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, 100 million. The ground began to tremble violently. What was happening? What could this possibly be? Could it be Li? The onlookers gazed at the quaking earth in confusion. With a great surge, Li intensified his might, causing the tremors to grow even more ferocious. The entire base seemed to experience a seismic upheaval of magnitude 7. How much power had he truly harnessed? It was astonishing. What kind of force was required to create such a commotion? Everyone braced themselves, careful not to fall. Crack! The ground beneath Li shattered instantaneously, fissures rapidly spreading until the entire base was cleaved in two, swiftly moving towards the city. Mr. Li, please cease. If this continues, the nearby city will be annihilated. Coulson shouted desperately. Unfortunately, Li paid him no mind, only amplifying his strength further. The vibrations of the base became increasingly pronounced, and just when all believed doom was imminent, Li suddenly raised the hammer high into the sky. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Amidst the brilliance of the lightning, an ancient suit of armor enveloped Li, complemented by a flowing red cape. Lifted high, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The protagonist is not inferior to Odin, Thus, he can forcefully transcend Odin's limitations. This is the premise of the narrative. To be continued. Chapter 61. Surrender. How is that possible? The most astonishing sight at the scene was none other than Thor, whose mouth was agape as if he could swallow a bowling ball. Witnessing the Mjolnir he had been denied being lifted by a mere earthling shattered Thor's entire worldview. He was acutely aware of Mjolnir's immense weight. It could only be wielded by those deemed worthy. No, there was another possibility. Only someone possessing strength equal to or surpassing his father Odin could forcibly break through Odin's restrictions. But how could such a thing occur? His father, Odin, was the mightiest among the 9 realms, the undisputed All-Father. How could anyone from the weakest realm, Midgard, surpass the strength of the All-Father? Odin, full name Odinborson, was the king of the gods in Norse mythology and the ruler of Asgard. He was the father of Thor and also the adoptive father of Loki, wielding the formidable Odin force as the supreme ruler and protector of the 9 realms. His weapon was the eternal spear Gungnir. Odin's portrayal in both comics and films is of an immensely powerful figure, possessing godlike combat prowess. Though his appearances in the films are limited, the fact that he waited for both himself and the Ancient One to depart before confronting Thanos, who had invaded Earth, speaks volumes of his might. The fire giant Surtur, capable of annihilating all of Asgard in a single blow, was ultimately defeated by Odin, who seized the source of Surtur's power, the eternal flame, and stored it within his treasury. The goddess of death, Hela, who effortlessly crushed Mjolnir and decimated the Asgardian army, was suppressed and sealed away by Odin for over a millennium. These glimpses alone reveal Odin's formidable power. Lee estimated that Odin in this world possessed at least the strength to obliterate a star. "Lee, you look so handsome," Daisy exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at Lee, adorned in Thor's attire. Jane wore an expression of admiration as well. At this moment, Lee was undoubtedly the dream lover of many young women. If before he had exuded the charm of a sunny, neighborly boy with a hint of mischief, he now embodied an invincible general, conquering the universe. Daisy, already a fan of superheroes, found her infatuation for Lee soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, Coulson discreetly took out his phone and made a call. "Sir, I can confirm that the hammer is indeed Mjolnir from Norse mythology, and that blonde man bears a striking resemblance to Thor depicted in the murals. He is undoubtedly Thor." Coulson reported. "Understood. Continue to observe and document on site. Contact me immediately if anything arises." Nick Fury responded. "Yes, sir." Coulson concluded the call. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury monitored the situation through surveillance, observing the colossal disturbance caused by Superman wielding the hammer, nearly obliterating the city. Fury frowned, recognizing the immense danger Superman posed. A mere action could lead to catastrophic destruction. When he saw Lee raise Mjolnir high, transforming into the god of thunder amidst the lightning, cold sweat beaded on Fury's forehead. Is mythology truly real? If Norse mythology is authentic, could the myths from other regions also hold truth? Are the apocalyptic monsters from those tales real as well? How terrifying! This world is exceedingly frightening. How has humanity survived until now? Fury pondered, contemplating the necessity of constructing 1,000 more bases to ensure Earth's safety, preparing to leverage this footage to secure funding from officials. In Asgard, Loki, as usual, observed his good brother Thor, eager to see what calamity had befallen him today. When he witnessed Thor approaching Mjolnir, attempting to lift it, Loki furrowed his brow. Yet, as Thor failed, Loki's expression brightened with delight. "Oh, my foolish brother, you have utterly lost your divine powers and become an ordinary man. How can you possibly contend for the throne against me?" Seeing another Earthling approach Mjolnir, Loki mocked. "A mere Midgardian believes he can lift Mjolnir? What a dreamer." Boom! When that Midgardian forcefully lifted Mjolnir, Loki's expression soured, resembling someone on the verge of tears. "How can this be possible?" Loki bellowed in disbelief. "Lee, are you now the god of thunder?" Daisy inquired, leaning closer, eagerly touching the armor adorning Lee. "Of course, let me demonstrate." Lee grinned, swinging Mjolnir a few times before pointing it skyward. A brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from the hammer's tip, roaring toward the heavens. The sky darkened instantly, thunder rumbling ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Li Yi reveled in the sensation of Mjolnir in his grasp, concluding, "Not bad. It feels remarkably comfortable, and there's a hint of sentience. No wonder Thor cherishes his hammer so dearly. Li Yi, you are too handsome. In the future, if it needs to rain somewhere, will you just fly there and summon a storm?" Daisy giggled. "This is the hammer of Thor, not the hammer of the rain god." Li Yi retorted, "Oh, what a shame. This area is often arid and dry, leaving my skin rough. If it weren't for research." Daisy rambled on. Next to them, Thor's mood plummeted further, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. He had lost everything. Even Mjolnir had found a new master. "Daisy, perhaps you should say a little less." Jane interjected, nudging Daisy. "Oh, I'm sorry. It seems I got carried away." Daisy quickly apologized, realizing her words might have hurt Thor. "It's all right. I was merely stating facts. I have utterly lost my qualifications to be the god of thunder." Thor lamented. Just then, Li Yi abruptly tossed Mjolnir back to the ground, his armor and cape vanishing swiftly, returning him to casual attire. "What?" Thor gazed at Li Yi in shock. "I merely wanted to try it out. This hammer is so significant to you. As a friend, how could I take it from you?" Li Yi chuckled. "But my father said that whoever can lift this hammer shall become the new god of thunder. Are you sure you don't want it?" Thor queried, perplexed. I'm quite content being a billionaire on Earth. I have no desire to be a god." Li Yi laughed. To him, Mjolnir was merely a large toy and did not enhance his strength. Since that was the case, he might as well take advantage of the situation to win over the affection of the big guy, whose combat prowess was commendable. Perhaps he could persuade him to become a formidable ally in the future. Had it been a treasure that could enhance his abilities, Li Yi would have seized it without hesitation. "Li Yi, thank you. You are truly a wonderful friend," Thor exclaimed, filled with gratitude. To be continued. Chapter 62. The Onslaught of the Destroyer. Yet I am still unable to lift Mjolnir. Thor instantly felt disheartened. "Do not lose hope, Thor. Perhaps your father is merely angry at the moment, and with time, he will forgive you. After all, you are the heir to the throne of Asgard. In our human realm, kings often create trials to temper their successors. No, you may not know this, but I have a brother. If I am deemed unworthy of the throne, he will ascend." Thor replied, "May I inquire, what is your brother's name?" Daisy asked with interest, eager to learn about the social structure, language, and family dynamics of these gods. "You must have heard of him. His name is Loki." "Loki? Isn't he your uncle? How did he become your brother?" Daisy queried, perplexed. "What uncle?" Thor looked utterly bewildered. Daisy then explained the relationship between the two in Norse mythology. In traditional Norse mythology, Loki is Odin's blood brother, essentially Thor's uncle. Nonsense. That is merely a rumor in your human world, a figment of imagination. Loki and I have always been brothers. We have lived and fought together for millennia." Thor exclaimed, indignant. "Millennia?" The others were astonished to hear Thor mention his age for the first time. Can gods truly live this long? They were incredulous that he measured time in thousands of years. That is enough for humanity to undergo 100 reincarnations. Thor, how old are you?" Jane asked curiously. She harbored a faint affection for Thor. Yet if gods were indeed such long-lived beings, she needed to reconsider her short lifespan. "By your human calculations, I am over 500 years old." 500 years? The group gasped in shock. It was utterly astounding. Longevity had always been humanity's pursuit, from ancient myths to modern biotechnologies, showcasing an enduring fascination with immortality. When a genuine long-lived being presented itself before them, their astonishment was palpable. "Is it just a portion of you, or?" Coulson interjected with a crucial point. "The average lifespan of us Asgardians is 5,000 years." Thor casually revealed, as this was merely commonplace for him. An average of 5,000 years? Humanity's documented history spans just over 5,000 years. How fitting for the divine. Coulson marveled. Meanwhile, Li Yi felt little astonishment. A 5,000-year lifespan meant nothing to him. He possessed the power of the dog talisman. allowing him to live for billions of years if he so desired. It was merely a question of whether he could endure solitude and loneliness. Loneliness and isolation are the greatest enemies of long-lived beings. Of course, Lee need not worry, as he could replicate his abilities for others, granting the dog talisman power to those he wished, enabling them to live together until the universe's demise. With the existence of a system, transcending this universe to achieve eternity was also a possibility, provided the creator of this world did not self-castrate. Thor, perhaps you should remain here for a few more days and see if your father changes his mind. Lee chuckled. Loki has yet to arrive. The grand drama has not yet begun. Well, all right, Thor pondered and agreed. Where'll he stay? At Jane's residence? Daisy, the rather naive girl, always posed the most peculiar questions. Upon hearing that Thor would be living with them, Jane's face turned crimson, and she playfully nudged Daisy. Oh, come on, Jane. What are you doing, chicken? Daisy frowned. Ahem. I believe I can assist with the arrangements. Coulson interjected. Thank you so much, Thor exclaimed excitedly. Although he had encountered some unpleasantness upon arriving on Earth, the people he met were all warm-hearted good souls, which endeared him to this world. Subsequently, Coulson arranged a luxurious suite for Thor, far superior to the cramped quarters he had known before. Li Yi, could you come here for a moment? Daisy discreetly approached Li Yi. What is it? Li Yi invited. Do you have a girlfriend? Daisy asked boldly. This straightforwardness took Li Yi by surprise. Girls raised in Western culture, compared to their Eastern counterparts, tended to lack subtlety but displayed remarkable courage. Images of several individuals flashed through Li Yi's mind. Gwen, mischievous, Aurora. He then replied decisively. No, he was not lying, as he had not established a relationship with any of them. I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? Daisy boldly declared, accentuating her 36D figure. Sure, Li Yi similed. With the girl taking the initiative and his own fondness for her, what reason did he have to refuse? Then come to my room tonight. So soon? Spare me the details. Later that evening, strange sounds emanated from the room, leading passers-by to believe there was a fight occurring inside, accompanied by the sounds of anguished cries. The following morning, everyone gathered for breakfast. Jane observed her friend curiously, noticing her disheveled appearance, as if she hadn't slept. Are you leaving, Li Yi? Daisy asked. No, I'll be staying a few more days to handle some matters. Until he resolved the issues with Loki and the Destroyer, his journey would not be in vain. Of course, it was not entirely in vain, as he gained a new girlfriend. That's wonderful, Daisy exclaimed excitedly. Daisy, why are you so happy? Jane inquired. Li Yi and I officially became a couple last night, Daisy proclaimed proudly. That was rather swift, Jane remarked. She then glanced at the bewildered Thor, shaking her head in exasperation. Thor scratched his head in confusion. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the window. The group turned to see four strangely dressed individuals standing outside, 3 men and 1 woman. Thor, we finally found you, one of the bearded men shouted. It's you, Thor responded with exhilaration. He then embraced the 4 with great enthusiasm. Allow me to introduce you. These are my comrades from Asgard, Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral, and this formidable warrior, Sif. After a round of pleasantries, Thor, disheartened, said, You should not be here. My father has banished me from Asgard. The storyline had slightly shifted due to Li Yi's display of terrifying power, causing Loki to fearfully refrain from coming, thus eliminating the opportunity to deceive Thor with the falsehood of Odin's demise. Thor, we have come to bring you back, Sif stated. You know I cannot return. Mjolnir still rejects me, indicating that my father has not forgiven me. Thor lamented. Thor, King Odin has fallen into a coma. What happened? Is my father all right? Thor asked anxiously. During Odin's coma, Loki ascended the throne and intends to wage war against the frost giants, which is why we sought you to return and stop him. The 4 revealed Loki's treachery to Thor. Loki, you scoundrel. Thor gritted his teeth in fury. How could he have trusted him so? Upon returning, he would ensure Loki received a well-deserved thrashing. Thor, you're in grave danger. Lee suddenly spoke up. What? Thor asked, puzzled. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from outside, prompting everyone to rush out to investigate. A brilliant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, imprinting a mysterious pattern upon the ground. As the radiance dissipated, a towering figure, 5 meters tall and entirely constructed of metal, stood in its place. "Isn't that Iron Man?" Daisy remarked, gazing at the metallic giant with bewilderment. To be continued. Chapter 63. The Unleashing of the Destroyer. Alas, it is the Destroyer. Thor furrowed his brow, naively believing that Loki's intention was merely to prevent him from returning to Asgard, rather than to take his life. Upon hearing this, Lee could not help but shake his head. This oaf was undoubtedly a commendable general, yet he was far from a worthy king, his mind consumed solely by brawn, devoid of any cunning or strategy. "What is the Destroyer?" Jane inquired, puzzled. "Is the armor my father once wielded in battle. Later, it was entrusted to the dwarves to be forged into a weapon of war," Thor briefly explained. The Destroyer armor, the ultimate weapon of Odin, the All-Father, was crafted from a URU metal of the celestial realm, rendering it nearly indestructible, capable of annihilating all known matter. The Destroyer could be autonomously controlled or operated by a user, drawing energy from Odin and the other gods. Its visage could emit continuous high-temperature beams, nearly capable of melting any substance, and it could also transform its shape. Legend has it that Odin donned this armor to combat the invading cosmic deities safeguarding the Earth. The moment the Destroyer emerged, it captured the attention of many. However, it paid no heed to the onlookers and advanced directly towards Thor. "Whoever you are, halt immediately. Your actions are severely disrupting traffic," shouted a police officer, brandishing his firearm at the Destroyer. It turned out the Destroyer had crossed the thoroughfare, causing a massive traffic jam. The Destroyer came to a stop and slowly turned towards the officer who had spoken. "Stop. I warn you to cease at once, or we'll be forced to open fire," the officer shouted, believing that a person was controlling the massive robot within. The Destroyer continued its relentless approach. "Fire. Open fire immediately." At the officer's command, the police unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the Destroyer, producing sparks but leaving no mark upon its surface. "Monster! It's a monster! Run, run!" Seeing the bullets had no effect, the surrounding officers fled in terror. The Destroyer's visage slowly opened, emitting a blinding light, and then unleashed a powerful beam. Whoosh! Bang! The white beam of destruction struck a car, resulting in a violent explosion that sent nearby civilians flying, causing numerous casualties. "Ah, the monster is killing us. Help! Someone save us!" Humanity fled like frightened animals, realizing that in that moment, everything was trivial, only survival mattered. At the nearby SHIELD base, Coulson swiftly received the news and, upon observing the robot, immediately thought of Tony Stark, for only he had crafted similar automatons. He promptly dialed Tony Stark's number. "Tony, your robot has gone rogue and is attacking civilians," Coulson demanded as soon as the call connected. "What are you talking about, Coulson? What robot?" Tony replied, bewildered. "The one causing havoc in a small town in New Mexico. Surely it's yours." "Impossible. I've been tied up with a tedious charity gala for the past 3 days. I haven't had time to work on any robots. What on earth is happening?" Coulson then briefed Tony on the situation at hand. "I'm on my way," Tony excitedly responded. He had recently upgraded his armor and was eager to test its capabilities. Little did he know that the opportunity was at hand. "You'd best hurry. Superman is also nearby." "What? That guy Lee again? I'm on my way." With that, they ended the call. Coulson had already dispatched all available armed units from a base, hoping to delay the robot's movements. Several helicopters and a dozen tanks converged from all directions, surrounding the Destroyer. Bang! A tank initiated the assault, triggering a domino effect as every tank and aircraft launched their attacks simultaneously. Ha-ta-ta-ta, bang! 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 Countless bullets and shells pounded against the Destroyer, forcing it to stagger back, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Ha-ha! How foolish are the Midgardians! Loki sneered from the Asgardian palace, observing the chaos through the Destroyer's perspective. "Destroyer, eliminate them all." Upon receiving Loki's command, the Destroyer hesitated for a moment, then unleashed its beam of destruction like a torrent. Boom, boom! Dozens of tanks and numerous helicopters were obliterated in an instant, erupting into a grand display of fireworks. Thor, you stay here. We shall confront him, the quartet from the Celestial Palace declared. They understood that Thor's divine powers had yet to be restored, and rushing into battle would surely lead to his demise. Little did they know, a being of immense power, akin to a human nuclear bomb, stood nearby. No, this situation arose because of me. I cannot hide. Moreover, Loki is still my brother. He would not kill me, Thor asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, the others could only facepalm in disbelief at Thor's lack of insight. The adversary had dispatched the destroyer to kill him, yet he still believed his brother would spare him? Thor, do you truly think Loki will not kill you? He has completely lost his sanity in pursuit of the throne. Your existence is his greatest obstacle. I advise you not to gamble with your life. Lie intergested. I. Hearing Lie's words and reflecting on Loki's past actions, Thor's earlier resolve faltered. Seeing that Lie had swayed Thor, the quartet wasted no time, drawing their weapons and charging toward the destroyer. Their silhouettes were striking, instilling a sense of security in those who looked upon them. Surely, they would prevail? Daisy thought with hope. Of course, they are among the mightiest warriors of Asgard, Thor confidently declared. Bang! An enormous explosion erupted ahead, and the four were sent hurtling backward. Is this truly your strongest warriors of Asgard? Daisy questioned, pointing at the fallen figures. Thor was momentarily speechless. Found you, my dear brother Thor. So, you are here. At that moment, Loki arrived, controlling the destroyer. Daisy and Jane quickly sought refuge behind Lie. Loki, why would you do such a thing? Thor stepped forward, raising his voice in inquiry. Why? With your intellect, it is difficult for you to comprehend. It is time to depart, my dear brother. Loki replied with a sinister grin, raising the destroyer's hand as if to strike Thor down. Bang! A fist crashed into the destroyer's face, sending it reeling back. Calling for Loki, are we? Do you not know that this is my territory? Lie's voice was cold. To be continued. Chapter 64. The battle with the destroyer, having been struck, skidded across the ground for quite a distance. Lie, go for it. Give that monster a good beating. Daisy shouted exuberantly, brimming with pride for her superhuman boyfriend. That human can actually send the destroyer flying? How could we have overlooked this? The four from the Celestial Palace exclaimed in disbelief. You, the destroyer, seemingly unfazed by the damage, quickly rose again. It was at this moment that Loki recognized Lie, recalling the creature that had forcibly lifted Mjolnir and caused an earthquake the day prior. It seems you've been watching us all along, Lie remarked with a faint smile. Midgardian, this is an internal conflict of Asgard. I advise you to stay out of it. Loki shouted, effectively taking a step back. The power of the individual before him was formidable. Although Loki had confidence in the destroyer, his cunning nature led him to prefer not to add a powerful adversary to his list of enemies. If it were an ordinary person causing a ruckus, Loki would have long since extinguished them. Thor is my friend, so of course, I have to intervene. Even if it weren't for Thor, your rampant destruction on Earth leaves me no choice. Lie retorted with a cold smile. With a mere thought, he donned his black Superman suit. Look at Superman. Superman has come to save us. Go, Superman. Defeat that monster. The surrounding crowd quickly recognized the iconic figure and cheered excitedly, believing that their safety was assured with his presence. Thank you for your support, everyone, but it's dangerous here. Please take cover. Lie waved back, ever gracious towards his fans. The crowd cheered and retreated to safety. Since you insist on intervening, then perish alongside Thor. Loki seethed with anger as he witnessed Lie ignoring him to speak with the ordinary citizens. Being the Prince of Asgard, he had never been so blatantly disregarded. The destroyer's face glimmered ominously once more as it unleashed a powerful beam of destruction towards Lie. Zap! Electric vision. Seeing this, Lie decided to test his strength, unleashing a yellow beam from his eyes to counter it. The two beams clashed, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Not bad, but still lacking. Liesikofood, promptly increasing his power. The yellow beam swiftly overpowered the destroyer's destruction beam, forcing it back. Impossible, Loki exclaimed in disbelief. The electric beam struck the destroyer forcefully, melting away half of its form. Incredible, even the URU metal-crafted destroyer. When did Midgard acquire such a powerful warrior? Sif remarked in astonishment. Thor, How did you meet this formidable fighter? Vandal inquired curiously. He approached me, claiming he wanted to help retrieve my hammer. Thor responded. Though the destroyer's form had been severely damaged, it flashed with light and quickly restored itself. What is happening? It was clearly defeated by Superman. Jane stammered, pointing at the revived destroyer in shock. The destroyer is the ultimate weapon of Asgard, blessed by the gods, and can self-repair unless utterly destroyed by absolute power. It will continually restore itself. Sif explained. How could this be? It defies the law of conservation of energy. Jane, being a scientist, retorted instinctively. Jane, this is magic, Thor stated. Jane fell silent, having never studied magic. Ha ha ha. Midgardian, did you hear your companion? You can never defeat the destroyer. Loki laughed triumphantly. Lee paid him no mind, instead taking a running stance. Indestructible? Then it makes for the perfect punching bag. With a powerful leap, Lee shot towards the destroyer, leaving a crater in his wake. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the destroyer, which had no time to react. Or perhaps Loki, controlling the destroyer, never anticipated such a powerful warrior would emerge from Midgard. Lee clenched his right fist and delivered a swift, powerful blow to the destroyer's chest, producing a deafening sonic boom. Bang! The destroyer was instantly driven into the ground, its chest caving in. The ground, unable to withstand such force, collapsed, creating a large pit with cracks rapidly spreading outward. Wow, Superman, you are incredible. Superman, my idol. The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing the destroyer's defeat. Yet, Lee remained vigilant, knowing the destroyer would recover swiftly. Indeed, a white light flickered over the destroyer, and it gradually rose again. Ha ha, I told you it would be futile. Loki laughed, controlling the destroyer's massive arm to swipe at Lee. However, the motion was far too slow, and Lee effortlessly dodged, moving in closer to deliver a fierce kick. The destroyer fell once more, yet within 2 seconds. It was back on its feet. Lee furrowed his brow, no longer holding back, unleashing a flurry of attacks with both hands and feet. A tug-of-war ensued, with Lee relentlessly assaulting the destroyer, which, moving sluggishly, was unable to defend itself, akin to a punching bag. Go, Superman! Defeat it! The distant crowd shouted excitedly, cheering for Superman. Look, he's my boyfriend! Daisy exclaimed, thrilled. Jane could only watch helplessly, realizing that this was the ultimate weapon of Asgard being pummeled by a Midgardian. How terrifying! How could such a powerful warrior exist? Such strength should join us in Asgard. The Celestial Palace Quartet marveled at Li Ye's overwhelming assault on the destroyer. Meanwhile, Thor felt a pang of loneliness, unable to partake in such a thrilling battle. He reflected on Mjolnir's rejection of him, and pondered why he had been exiled to Earth by his father. Bang! 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 Li rained blows upon the destroyer for over a minute, which showed no signs of retaliation. Loki, witnessing the humiliation, grew increasingly grim. Enough! A booming voice interrupted Li Ye's relentless assault. You wretched Midgardian, do you know who I am? I'm the king of Asgard, a god. You lowly insects. Before Loki could finish his tirade, Li seized the destroyer's foot and slammed it into the ground repeatedly. Bang! 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 Craters formed beneath their impact. That feels good, but still not enough. How about the Gnanjit Skyward? Loki felt a chill despite the vast distance separating Asgard and Midgard. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as though this Midgardian was indeed watching him. To be continued. Chapter 65. Destroying the Destroyer. What is this strange feeling? It is the Destroyer that has been struck. Loki shook his head vigorously, regaining control of the Destroyer to stand once more. What is happening? It has been destroyed by Superman countless times. Why does this monster keep resurrecting? Is it truly indestructible? Oh God, why did you create such a creature to punish us? In the distance, the crowd watched in despair as the destroyer rose once again. Like an unkillable cockroach, Lee shrugged and charged forward once more, eager to continue the relentless assault. He had yet to satiate his thirst for battle. Since his debut, nothing had withstood his blows for so long. Boom! 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 Is there truly no way to completely obliterate that robot? A voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Everyone turned to see Coulson, having arrived from who knows where. The destroyer is Asgard's ultimate weapon of war. Once activated, it will not cease unless commanded by my father himself. But he is currently in a coma, so it is impossible for him to give such an order. Thor explained, revealing Asgard's predicament without a hint of caution. What a foolish giant. This was largely due to Coulson's commendable demeanor in Thor's presence, making him regard Coulson as a good person, akin to Jane and Daisy. Is there no other way? Coulson frowned. Secretly, he had already activated a recording device, capturing Thor's words. The king is unconscious. A weapon of war. Such invaluable intelligence. Another method to destroy it with absolutely overwhelming force. But it seems Li Yi is incapable of that. He can only suppress it. This is trouble. Coulson sighed. The battle between Li Yi and the destroyer had wrought significant destruction, with cracks littering the streets of the small town. Fortunately, the crowd had evacuated to safety as the battle began. Even Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, found himself helpless against such a situation. Is this the technology of an extraterrestrial civilization? Simply deploying a robot can leave us utterly defenseless. It appears necessary to expedite research on the Tesseract. Only by developing more powerful weapons can we eradicate these damned aliens. Fury gritted his teeth. Little did he know that his actions would completely expose Earth's location in the cosmos, inviting imminent invasion. Loki sees this. At that moment, Thor suddenly dashed to the forefront of the clash, interrupting their battle. Loki, my brother, though I do not understand why you harbor such hatred towards me, or why you wish to kill me, if taking my life will quell your fury, I am willing to die. Then I shall leave Earth. It is innocent in our conflict, which should not involve others. Thor declared nobly. Loki controlled the destroyer to halt before Thor. Seeing Loki stop, Thor believed he had touched his brother's heart, and a hopeful smile spread across his face. The next moment, however, he was struck in the face as the destroyer raised its right arm, evidently intending to slay him. Boom! The destroyer was once again sent flying by a punch from Li Yi. Thor, are you here to sacrifice yourself and nourish your opponent's economy? Li Yi laughed. I want to allow Thor to awaken and steal kills. The system demands the defeat of all aliens, so naturally, I cannot relinquish the destroyer's head. Thor has stepped up for Earth, clearly regaining his qualifications to become the god of thunder, but he cannot awaken just yet. Li Yi, you saved my life again, Thor said, completely unaware that Li Yi was preventing his awakening, filled with gratitude. Enough, go to the side. With a wave, Li Yi dismissed Thor and coldly addressed the destroyer. I have had enough. Now it is time for your complete destruction. Ha ha ha. Midgardian, are you dreaming? You have no means to destroy the destroyer. That was merely a warm-up. Now, let's get serious. Loki sneered. Li Yi said nothing, his figure vanishing in an instant, moving several times faster than before when he pummeled the destroyer. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With just a swift motion, the destroyer was reduced to mere fragments on the ground. As it began to emit a glow once more, attempting to regenerate, Li showed no mercy with a wave of his hand. A powerful gravitational shield enveloped the fragments and sent them soaring into the sky. Li's right hand radiated a dazzling golden light. He propelled himself off the ground, leaving a large crater, and pursued the remnants of the destroyer. Dragon Fist! His fist struck the remnants of the destroyer with tremendous force. Roar! A dragon-shaped wave of energy erupted from his fist, roaring towards the destroyer. Impossible! Loki shouted in disbelief. Boom! Crash! The dragon-shaped energy wave instantly consumed the fragments of the destroyer, continuing its ascent into the sky, creating a massive hole in the clouds and breaking through the atmosphere, disappearing into the infinite darkness of space. Huff! 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 In Asgard's palace, Loki collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The moment the dragon-shaped energy wave approached, Loki felt the very breath of death. Fortunately, he had severed his connection to the destroyer just in time, or he would have faced death prematurely. How could that Midgardian be so powerful? Just moments ago, they were at a stalemate, and now Li Yi had effortlessly obliterated his opponent, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Li Yi, were you not unable to deal with that robot? Daisy questioned, voicing the doubts of all present. Did I ever say I was unable? I simply encountered a target that couldn't be broken, and I wanted to prolong the fun. Dia chocolate. The crowd fell silent. Regardless, the matter with the destroyer seemed resolved. No, Mjolnir still refuses to accept me. Thor lamented. Lee knew precisely why. Thor had never faced death. Odin had placed a command on the hammer. Should Thor face mortal danger, the hammer would lift its restrictions. However, that was merely a temporary setback caused by Lie's interference. I have a way to help you break free. Lie Gudinut. What method? Thor inquired, puzzled. Just stand there. The rest is up to me. Lie released a beam of white light towards Thor. Noble steed, banish all external forces. Thus, Odin's restrictions on Thor should be considered external forces. I can feel it. Divine power is returning. Thor exclaimed excitedly, then reached out towards Mjolnir. Buzz. Mjolnir seemed to respond to the call, soaring back to Thor's hand at great speed. Thor raised the hammer of the god of thunder. Boom! In an instant, the heavens changed color, dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of lightning struck down, striking Thor directly. Amidst the lightning, silver armor and a red cape slowly adorned him. The god of thunder has returned. I implore you, lend me your assistance, and kindly report this matter, please. A heartfelt plea from every angle. To be continued. Chapter 66. The Journey to Asgard. Wow. So handsome. Daisy exclaimed as she gazed at the imposing Thor, and then quickly added, but Lee is still a bit more handsome. The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. While it was true, there was no need to voice it so openly in front of others. Gwen looked at Thor, her eyes sparkling. Thor, since you have reclaimed your powers, we must hasten back to Asgard to thwart Loki's scheme. Sif interjected from the side. All right. Thor began to respond. Hey, Thor, do you remember why I came to find you? Lie suddenly interrupted him. Of course I remember, but I am terribly sorry, Lie. I have no time right now. A crisis is unfolding in my homeland, Asgard. Thor shook his head regretfully. He was a warrior at heart, and certainly yearned to engage in a contest of strength with Lie, a formidable fighter. Although Lie was indeed powerful, capable of defeating Asgard's ultimate war machine in mere moments, Thor was confident in his own abilities, believing himself to be equally strong. Thor, this isn't what we agreed upon, Lie frowned. Unless we defeat them all, the mission won't be considered complete, and I won't be able to draw a prize. What agreement did you make? Sif asked curiously. Oh, nothing much, just a battle agreement. Lie is helping me retrieve my hammer, and I want to fight him. Thor replied. How about this? I will accompany you back, and while we're at it, I'll help you quell the unrest. Once it's over, you all must face me in battle. Lie proposed. That sounds wonderful. You're most welcome to visit us in Asgard. Thor exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had come to regard the friends he met on Earth as comrades, especially admiring Lie's formidable strength. Are you all coming? Lie turned to the others. Huh? Can we really go? Daisy asked, puzzled. You can come, but there's still conflicts happening there, and you're just ordinary people. Thor glanced at Gwen, hesitating. He held a unique affection for Gwen and naturally wished to keep her safe from danger. Don't worry, I will protect them. Lie smiled reassuringly. I want to... Daisy began to raise her hand, but was pulled back by Gwen, who shook her head at her. Although Daisy longed to go, she understood that since Thor warned of danger, it would be best for them not to cause trouble. Lie, let's forget it, Daisy said, still held back. In that case, you should wait here for my return. Lie contemplated and replied. Although he intended to bestow some of his spell power upon them for their safety, he would not force them to go if they did not wish to. Thus, the group reached a consensus. Only Coulson stood by, bewildered. Don't you want to ask me? I want to go. He lamented, but Li Yi and the others paid him no mind. He could only sigh in resignation, lamenting the lost opportunity to gather intelligence about Asgard. He could only blame himself for not being a beautiful woman, but rather a middle-aged, balding man. Once prepared, Thor raised his hammer high and called to the sky, Heimdall. After a considerable pause, there was no response. What is going on? Why isn't Heimdall opening the Bifrost? Has the war already begun? The celestial beings discussed among themselves. Heimdall's primary duty, aside from guarding the Bifrost, was to open it. Without his response, they couldn't return to Asgard. Heimdall, Thor called out again, unwilling to accept defeat. Boom! This time, there was finally a response, as a loud rumble echoed through the sky, and a colorful beam of light shot down from above. Wonderful! It seems Heimdall is safe, Thor exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, the group comprising the four celestial beings, Thor and Lee, stepped into the beam of light. Thor turned to Jin and said earnestly, "Jin, wait for me. I will return." With a whoosh, the beam retracted, leaving behind an ancient, mysterious pattern on the ground. Suddenly, a great noise erupted from the sky as a red armored figure, trailing a long flame, descended before them. Where are the aliens? The visor lifted to reveal Iron Man, Tony Stark. They've already been defeated. You arrived too late. Coulson shrugged, expressing his disappointment. Darn it. The space began to warp rapidly, and Lee could clearly see the endless darkness outside the beam. Feeling as if he were riding a roller coaster in a past life, with all sense of space and direction becoming chaotic. This sensation lasted for about 10 seconds. When he could observe again, the surroundings transformed into a resplendent architectural interior. "We're finally back," Vandal shouted excitedly. The group quickly noticed Heimdall lying injured nearby. It was evident that he had used his last ounce of strength to open the Bifrost and transport them back. "Heimdall, are you all right?" Thor rushed forward to assess Heimdall's injuries. "Quickly go to the palace, stop Loki." Heimdall spoke in a fragmented manner. "Take him to receive treatment. I will confront Loki," Thor instructed the celestial beings. He then tightly gripped his hammer, ready to settle the score with Loki. "Wait, I will go with you." "Lia sudendi dejdaret." "All right," Thor replied briefly, before swiftly swinging his hammer and soaring into the sky, with Lee closely following. They soon arrived at the palace and entered Odin's chamber. "Loki," Thor shouted upon entry. Inside, besides the slumbering Odin, Loki and the goddess Frigga were present, and a frost giant lay sprawled on the floor. "Thor, I knew you would return," Frigga exclaimed, rushing to embrace her son upon seeing him safe. "Who are you?" she then asked, noticing Lee trailing behind with a look of curiosity. She had not yet encountered anyone of his appearance in Asgard. "Mother, this is a friend I met on Earth, a very powerful warrior who has come to visit," Thor explained. "Greetings, my lady." Lia offered a grandiful salutation. "Welcome to Asgard." Frigga returned the greeting warmly. "Huh, you dare bring a lowly Midgardian to Asgard? Thor, my brother, you are truly falling from grace." Loki mocked from the side. "Oh, lowly?" Lee frowned and repeated, stepping forward to confront Loki, but was suddenly halted by Thor's hand. "Lee, he is my brother. I wish to deal with him personally," Thor stated resolutely. "Very well." Lee shook helplessly. Thor fixed his gaze intently on Loki, who mirrored his intensity. Once brothers, now bitter adversaries. "Thor, deal with what? What is happening?" Frigga asked, perplexed. "Why not tell her how you sent the destroyer to Midgard to kill me and my friends?" Thor challenged Loki. "What?" Frigga gasped in astonishment. "He must have been executing Father S' last command." Loki replied innocently. "You are a cunning liar, always have been." Thor said coolly, "It is wonderful that you have returned, but I must go destroy Jotunheim." With a whoosh and a bang, he shattered the wall and dashed outside. Thor swiftly pursued, and Lee also soared through the broken opening. To be continued. Chapter 67. Meeting Odin after leaving the royal palace. Lee chose not to interfere with Thor and his brother's rekindled affection, instead meandering through Asgard. The realm, too, experienced the passage of day and night, and it was currently evening, with a myriad of stars adorning the sky, casting a shimmering glow across the expanse. Surrounding him were ancient, peculiar, and splendid edifices, all aglow, not with the harsh light of the human world, but with the soft radiance emanating from various magical sources. A thunderous explosion echoed from a distance, likely the result of a confrontation between Thor and Loki. However, Lee remained unconcerned, as he had merely come to fulfill his combat assignment with Thor. Given Thor's prowess, Loki, who relied on cunning and deceit, stood no chance against him. Indeed, the commotion soon subsided. "It seems it has concluded," Lee mused, only to suddenly recall that Thor had smashed the Rainbow Bridge. "Goodness, how could I have forgotten that?" he exclaimed, letting slip a phrase of exasperation. Now, it was too late to intervene. Thor's hammer had likely long since descended. At this juncture, He could only rely on the omnipotent system for assistance. System, is there any way to return me to Earth? He inquired. Beep, apologies host. The primary function of this system is lottery-based. Other features are merely supplementary. And interstellar travel is currently beyond our capabilities, the system replied. Well, that's unfortunate, Li Yi sighed. Regretting his oversight in not obstructing Loki earlier to elicit the next lottery reward, which you might well surmise. The distance from Asgard to Earth was neither excessively near nor far. If close, one could traverse it in a mere flash via the Rainbow Bridge. If far, it would take years of flight. Once the ruckus had died down, Thor approached, his expression laden with guilt. Li Yi, I must share some unfortunate news. I accidentally shattered the Rainbow Bridge, so you may find it impossible to return to Midgard for the time being. Thor, I must ask, was it intentional? Or merely accidental? Or perhaps intentionally accidental? Cough, cough. Li Yi, I assure you it was not deliberate. Thor replied, awkwardly. Very well. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Li Yi responded, shaking his head. Li Yi, my father has awakened and wishes to meet you. Meet me? Li Yi exclaimed, then added eagerly, lead the way. I am quite curious to meet the legendary god King Odin. The two then soared swiftly, soon arriving at a grand and ancient structure. A feast had been prepared, and the seats were filled with guests. At the head of the table sat the god King Odin, with the goddess Frigg by his side. They approached Odin. Father, I have brought Li Yi, Thor announced. You may rest for a while. Odin nodded, then turned to Li Yi. Welcome, guest from Midgard. We have prepared a grand banquet. Please indulge yourself. Thank you. Your Majesty Odin, Li Yi replied with reverence, a mark of respect for the powerful. Although Odin appeared to be a mere elderly man with white hair, much like Nick Fury, missing an eye, there was no hint of menace in his demeanor. Yet, Li Yi could distinctly sense the terrifying power concealed within that seemingly frail form, causing the runic energy within him to stir restlessly. This elder possessed star-busting strength, undoubtedly a formidable figure in the Marvel Universe, ranking among the top bosses alongside Dormammu. I have heard that you saved Thor and the others from the Destroyer-S assault. Atirifling Matef, Li responded modestly. While it may seem trivial to you, it is of utmost significance to me. No parent wishes to see their child in peril. As a token of gratitude, you may propose a request, and as long as it lies within my power, I shall fulfill it, Odin declared, immediately capturing the attention of those around them. This was a promise from the God King. Strength, authority, treasures, all within reach. No one anticipated that Odin would offer such a substantial reward, especially in front of an audience. Should one make an extravagant request, such as demanding treasures from Odin's vault, it would be challenging for him to refuse. The onlookers cast envious glances at Li Yi, eager to see what this Midgardian would request. I suppose I don't desire anything, Li Yi admitted helplessly. He truly had no specific wants. Power and wealth held no value for him. He yearned for strength, but he sensed that Odin could not augment his abilities, as their strengths appeared to be on parallel planes. Well then, I would like to arrange for me to battle the 4 warriors of the Elven Palace and Thor. Li Yi. The crowd was taken aback by Li Yi's request. What sort of demand was this? He could easily challenge Thor and the others privately. Yet he chose to squander such an extraordinary opportunity. Was this Midgardian foolish? Is this truly your request? Odin inquired, astonished. Indeed. Very well. Since you have expressed your desire, I shall promptly arrange for your duel in the arena. Odin raised his goblet, addressing the assembly. Let's welcome our guest from Midgard. Cheers. Cheers. The crowd echoed. In Odin's study, he warned Thor gravely, be cautious of this Midgardian. Father, do you harbor some misunderstanding? Li Yi is my friend. We owe our safe return to Asgard to him. Thor replied, puzzled. Upon hearing Thor's naive words, Odin shook his head in resignation. Thor, you remain immature. Have you not considered why he saved you? And to my offer, he merely made a symbolic jest of a request, without any genuine desire. Do you not find that peculiar? Odin patiently explained to Thor, fully aware of his son's naivety. He was so trusting that he might as well be sold without realizing it, even assisting others in counting their money. Thus, he had sent Thor to Midgard to mature, hoping to alter his disposition, though it appeared he still had much to learn. Moreover, I sense within him a formidable power that even instills fear in me. Regardless of his intentions, it is wise to remain vigilant. Odin instructed. I understand, Father, Thor replied, though inwardly he resisted the notion that Li Yi harbored any ill intent. After all, he was his first friend in Midgard. To be continued. Chapter 68. The duel with Thor. On the following day, Asgard welcomed its morning. Early in the day, Thor arrived at the guest room to find Li Yi. Li Yi, how did you rest last night? Not bad. Is there something of great importance that brings you here so early? Li Yi inwitted, puzzled. The arena has reopened. Did you not request to battle me with my father last night? I have come to find you, Thor exclaimed excitedly. Engaging with Li Yi, this formidable warrior, was something he had long desired, but was continually delayed by Loki's affairs. Excellent. I am ready, Li Yi replied with a smile. Soon, Li Yi accompanied Thor to the arena. This arena resembled the grand colosseums of ancient Rome, vast in size, comparable to 3 or 4 football fields, and surrounded by a throng of spectators. Look, Thor has arrived. Oh, Thor. Thor, the invincible god of war, the mightiest warrior. The audience erupted in screams and cheers upon seeing Thor, akin to the adoration Li Yi received back on Earth. Thor had spent considerable time in the arena, vanquishing countless foes and challengers, becoming an undefeated legend, adored by his fans. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thor waved to the crowd, inciting another wave of cheers. How is it? Thor boasted tulie. Not much. Let us get started, Li Yi replied, his expression unchanging. He had long since grown accustomed to such fervor. Very well. Upon noticing Li Yi's lack of reaction, Thor deflated like a puncture balloon. Next, we shall witness an epic confrontation, the host proclaimed loudly. Oh. The audience responded enthusiastically. Seeing the crowd's fervor, the host nodded with satisfaction and continued. On one side, we have the undefeated legend of our arena, son of Odin, god of thunder, Thor Odinson. With a thunderous crash, Thor raised his hammer skyward, summoning a bolt of lightning to demonstrate his might. Oh. The audience's cheers grew even more thunderous. Facing him, his challenger from Midgard, Li Yi. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience upon hearing Li Yi's name. However, Li Yi remained unfazed. These Asgardians, basking in their divine glory, naturally looked down upon Earthlings. When Asgard faced destruction, they would learn to respect those from Earth as they sought refuge in Norway. Now, let the battle commence, the host announced loudly. Li Yi, as the guest, you may attack first, Thor declared confidently. Are you sure? Li Yi chuckled. Of course. I shall not hold back. With that, Li Yi vanished in an instant, leaving only a large crater in his wake. Was that so fast? Thor exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had witnessed Li Yi's battle with the destroyer before, he had lost his divine power then. Now that his powers had returned, he was brimming with confidence, yet saw nothing. Li Yi reappeared before Thor and delivered a swift kick, sending Thor hurtling backward, carving a long trench into the ground. The once raucous audience fell into stunned silence. How is this possible? Thor was kicked away. Who is that Midgardian? Then, a thunderous uproar erupted. Damn it! Thor, known for his formidable defense, quickly rose to his feet, spinning his hammer rapidly. Yeah! With a furious shout, Thor hurled his hammer towards Li Yi. Li Yi raised a hand, catching Thor's hammer with ease. While he could lift it through sheer strength, the hammer did not acknowledge him, and its weight, combined with Thor's immense power, forced Li Yi to stagger backward, dragging deep grooves into the ground. He caught it. That Midgardian caught Thor's hammer. How can this be? Witnessing this incredulous scene, the audience's perception shattered. In their minds, apart from King Odin, no one could possibly catch the hammer. This moment obliterated their understanding. At this moment, none dared to underestimate the Midgardian. With a swift motion, Thor summoned his hammer back, and Li Yi made no effort to hinder him. Li Yi, you are indeed powerful. Let us go again, Thor exclaimed, exhilarated. Raising his hammer, he leapt into the air, preparing to strike down upon Li Yi. Li Yi simply lifted his hand, targeting Thor. Godly force, a formidable, invisible repulsion surged forth. Bang! Other repulsion struck Thor with incredible force, causing him to plummet from the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li followed up with a flurry of strikes. Thud, 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 thud. Thor had no time to react, crossing his arms to shield his head. Bang, bang, bang. In mere seconds, Thor's body was adorned with bruises. Thor roared, lightning erupting from his body, engulfing his surroundings. This successfully interrupted Li's assault, prompting him to leap aside. Li received this. Thor raised his hammer, unleashing a bolt of lightning the size of a thigh towards Li. Zzz without hesitation. Li unleashed his electric gaze. Whoosh! Bang! The yellow lightning clashed violently with the blue bolt, momentarily locking them in a stalemate. Li, if this is all you can muster, you will never defeat me, Thor shouted. Is that so? Li scoffed, promptly increasing his power. In an instant, the electric force overwhelmed Thor's lightning. How can this be? Thor gasped in shock, hastily rolling to the side to evade the attack at the last moment. The electric surge struck the ground, instantly creating two bottomless pits. Thor, the warm-up is over. Now I shall get serious, Li declared with a smile. We're not serious yet? Thor questioned, bewildered. After merely a few exchanges, he found himself in dire straits. Was this truly not Li's full power? Li offered no reply, instead charging swiftly toward Thor. Thor let out a roar. Leaping high, hammer raised overhead, and brought it crashing down toward Li. Just as they were about to collide, Li vanished again, reappearing behind Thor, delivering a kick to his back. Thor, caught off guard, had no time to react as Li vanished once more, this time appearing at Thor's side, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Li continued to strike Thor relentlessly, moving as if teleporting, sending him flying again. Thor, utterly defenseless, received one final kick to the abdomen, causing him to spit blood, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, unresponsive for considerable time. To be continued. Chapter 69. Supreme Reward. Alas, the invincible god of war, Thor, has fallen. After a moment of stunned silence upon witnessing Thor in the pit, the host shouted, Thor, you are the mightiest warrior. How could you possibly fail? Rise for the glory of Asgard. Stand up, you cannot lose like this. The audience fervently rallied behind Thor, unable to fathom how the formidable Asgardian could be defeated by the weakest of Midgardians. Despite their fervent encouragement, Li was acutely aware that his recent strike had surpassed Thor's limits. In truth, Thor remained unresponsive in the pit. Isn't it time you announce the victor? Li frowned at the host's hesitation to declare the winner. Esteemed audience, the result of this epic battle is in. The victor is Li from Midgard, the host proclaimed loudly. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Most Asgardians were unable to accept this outcome. Yet, Li remained indifferent, focused solely on completing his mission. Soon after the battle, a goddess skilled in healing magic arrived to tend to Thor, who quickly regained consciousness. Li, you are truly remarkable. No wonder my father speaks so highly of your strength. I am no match for you. Thor laughed heartily, unfazed by his defeat. As a warrior, he understood that victories and losses were part of the journey. He had faced many powerful opponents before, never receiving leniency due to his lineage as the son of the God King. Through relentless challenges, he had grown stronger, ultimately earning the title of the Invincible God of War, a title now claimed by Li. I still wish to challenge those four. Li decided, pointing at the quartet beside Thor. The four looked utterly bemused. Having just witnessed Li's triumph over Thor, they questioned the necessity of accepting his challenge, as they were far from being Thor's equals. Nonetheless, as warriors of Asgard, they could not shy away from a challenge. Without a doubt, the four would not last even a single round against Li, who dispatched them with remarkable ease. Mission accomplished, Li exclaimed, filled with anticipation for the upcoming lottery, hoping for a favorable outcome, fully aware that luck was the determining factor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Alien intruder. A mysterious alien presence is set to descend upon Earth, bringing catastrophe. Task objective: defeat all alien intruders and avert disaster. Completed. You have earned one lottery draw. System: let us proceed with the lottery. Li commanded, internally praying for a reward that was anything but rubbish. Understood, host. The system responded promptly. Before Li's eyes, A grand spinning wheel materialized, adorned with an array of items, 126, 852 in total. The pointer whirled rapidly, soon exceeding Li Ye's perception, before gradually coming to a halt. As he gazed upon it, a mysterious golden light emanated from the wheel. Congratulations, host! You have hit the jackpot and received a supreme reward. The unique, godly skill of instant transmission from Dragon Ball World, possessed by the protagonist, Son Goku. What? Li could scarcely believe he had drawn such an extraordinary skill. Instant transmission allows one to transcend the limitations of space, leaping from one point to another, automatically adapting to the current world, requiring no energy sensing, only the knowledge of the destination's location. Ha ha ha, indeed. I, Li, am a lucky sovereign, not some unfortunate soul. My previous draw was merely a fluke. Li laughed with exuberance. While the concept of instant transmission sounds straightforward, its realization in the real world is far from simple. According to Einstein's theory of general relativity, if an object possesses sufficient gravitational force or energy, it can warp space, bringing 2 points in three-dimensional space closer together. If the energy is potent enough to merge these 2 points, one could traverse through one point and instantaneously appear at the other, achieving the effect of instant transmission. Another interpretation is even more fantastical, disrupting or pausing the universe's singular timeline, allowing movement within that time frame to go unaccounted. To observers, it would appear as if instant transmission had occurred. Regardless of interpretation, achieving such feats with current human technology would require an extensive period of development. With the ability to reach near-light speed thanks to his rabbit talisman, and now augmented by this divine skill of instant transmission, Li could traverse the cosmos with ease. Even if he couldn't triumph in battle, surely he could escape. Unless he encountered an entity capable of sealing space and time. Such beings would likely be of a godly caliber. Eager to practice his newfound ability, Li activated instant transmission, vanishing from his location only to reappear a short distance away. Truly, this is the skill of a protagonist. Impressive. Now, I can return to Earth, Li declared joyfully. Meanwhile, in the halls of the Asgardian palace, King Odin sensed Li Ye's essence disappear and then reappear in an instant, furrowing his brow. What is this Midgardian up to? With a way back to Earth secured, Li bid farewell to Thor and the others. Li, are you leaving? How will you depart? Thor inquired, perplexed, noting that the Rainbow Bridge had been destroyed and not yet repaired. I have grasped a new ability, Li replied with a smile, refraining from elaboration, as such a skill was best kept to himself. Then farewell. I had hoped for another duel, Thor lamented. Li then took his leave from Odin, the ruler of Asgard. Mr. Li, you're always welcome in Asgard. Odin beamit atlie. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Lord Odin. Li responded politely. After bidding his farewells, Li pinpointed Earth's location and instantly transported himself back. What a marvelous ability. It surpasses even our Rainbow Bridge. Odin mused, watching Li Ye's vanishing figure in awe. To be continued. Chapter 70. A urgent plea from the little spider in an instant. Li materialized in a small town in New Mexico. Crack! Crack! The moment he appeared, dozens of armed soldiers aimed their weapons at him, causing Li to furrow his brow, suspecting he had walked into an ambush. Lower your weapons. Just as he contemplated eliminating this group, an anxious voice called out. It was Coulson, who hurried towards him. The soldiers, perplexed, complied and lowered their guns. Coulson sighed in relief, narrowly averting a potential catastrophe. This is one of our own. Return to your posts. Yes, sir. The soldiers turned and departed. Coulson, what is going on? Why this grand welcome upon my return? Li inquired, his tone less than pleased. Mr. Li, this is the site of the alien encounter. We had to send personnel to investigate. It was all a misunderstanding. Coulson explained. Never mind. How long have I been away? Li asked, wishing to ascertain whether the flow of time in Asgard matched that of Earth, wary of any melodramatic discrepancies that could arise. Mayday, you have been gone for 22 hours and 3 minutes, Coulson replied, glancing at his watch. It seems the time flow is indeed the same, Li murmured. Asgard is our first encounter with extraterrestrial civilization. I wonder if you might share the specific circumstances from your visit. It is of immense importance to humanity. Coulson probed, cleverly intertwining the fate of human civilization with his inquiry. However, Li Yi was not easily swayed. I'm rather exhausted and in need of rest. Next time, I promise. With that, he soared into the sky, leaving a bewildered Coulson behind. It was daytime, and Li Yi pinpointed the location of Daisy and the others, instantly teleporting to their research facility. Daisy, record this data. Sure. Within the facility, Jane and the team were diligently working. You all are busy. It seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time. Liye chaklet. Liye. Jane exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. You're back. Daisy rushed into his embrace. Apologies for the prolonged absence. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Daisy smiled. Daisy, I'm here to bid farewell. I've wrapped up my affairs here and am preparing to return to New York. Will you accompany me or remain here? Liye invited. Liye turudisori. Our research remains unfinished, so I intend to stay and assist Jane. Daisy replied regretfully. Very well. If you wish to reach me, just give me a call. And take this with you. It's essential. Li Yi handed Daisy a peculiar object, a sealing scroll reminiscent of those found in the world of Naruto, containing his shadow clone. Should Daisy encounter danger, the clone would be activated to protect her. Once triggered, Li Yi would also be instantly aware and could teleport to her side. Though endowed with a godlike perspective from the system, Li Yi could not observe everything continuously. He also imbued Daisy with a protective talisman as an additional safeguard. After all, she was dear to him, and her safety was paramount. As for the protagonists of certain cultivation novels who claim to be emotionally detached, Li Yi dismissed such notions. He could not fathom living devoid of emotion. Akin to a machine, to lose one's feelings and exist merely for the sake of enlightenment seemed futile. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Yi teleported back to his luxurious residence in New York City. The following day, brimming with enthusiasm, Li Yi delved into his newfound teleportation abilities. Boss, you have a new message from a gentleman named Peter Parker. Should I connect the call? Betty from his watch suddenly alerted him. The little spider? What does he want? Li Yi pondered, then chose to answer. Li Yi, I need your help. Peter's urgent voice crackled through. What is the situation? Tell me. Li Yi responded. The first boss I encountered was the lizard, right? Peter continued, confirming Li Yi's suspicion. I've run into a green lizard man who intends to transform all of New York's populace into lizard-like creatures. I've tried to stop him, but he is incredibly strong and adept at escaping. I can't catch him alone. Peter explained. I'm on my way. Li Yi immediately pinpointed Peter's location and teleported there. Okay, my location is... Peter began to disclose his whereabouts. I'm already here. Li Yi's voice suddenly interrupted. Ghost. Startled, Peter dropped the phone and performed a backflip to a safe distance. You are the ghost, Li Yi retorted, his expression turning dark. Li Yi, how did you appear here? This is astonishing. You were just on the phone, Peter exclaimed, overwhelmed. You couldn't have been here all along, if you were nearby. My spider sense would have alerted me. True to form, Peter rambled on. Stop. If you keep talking, the lizard's plan will come to fruition. Li Yi intergested, raising a hand to halt him. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot. The lizard is in the XX area. We must hurry to stop him. With that, Peter took the lead, swinging into action. Although Li Yi could have directly teleported to the lizard's location, he opted to accompany Peter to witness the confrontation. In the XX area, chaos reigned. Debris was strewn about, and panicked citizens fled in terror. Roar. You inferior beings, behold. This is the beauty of human evolution. Dr. Kurt Connors, transformed into the lizard, brandished a police car and shouted, Fire! Fire! A contingent of police officers surrounded the lizard, relentlessly firing their weapons. Leading the charge was a familiar face, George Stacy, the police chief of New York City. It's ineffective, the lizard bellowed, laughing maniacally before hurling the police car at Chief Stacy. Just as the vehicle was about to strike, a steady hand caught it midair. Chief Stacy, are you all right? Superman. To be continued. Chapter 71. The tyrannical lizard man director George was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Superman, for it had been quite some time since the last sighting of the hero. The previous reports of Superman allegedly attacking the public had quickly been debunked as falsehoods. However, George held on to the belief that this time it could be genuine. Are you all right? Lee placed the police car down gently and smiled at the officers nearby. Superman. It's Superman. How splendid. We're saved. The officers erupted in cheers, calling out his name in exuberance. No, my friends, there's no need to cheer for me. You are the true heroes, Lee responded, giving a thumbs up to the officers with a warm smile. Oh, Superman, why is it that I am out every day, yet receive none of the acclaim he does? Spider-Man, who had been perched atop the police car, felt a twinge of jealousy as Superman captivated everyone's attention. With a sudden burst of energy, he shot a web to a distant skyscraper and swung towards the Lizard Man, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The force of the kick sent the Lizard Man sprawling. Roar! You again, Spider-Man. You wretched pest. The Lizard Man bellowed as he regained his footing and charged at Spider-Man. Hey, buddy, could you please keep your mouth shut? I can smell your breath from way over here. Spider-Man quipped, dashing toward the Lizard Man. The two monstrous beings engaged in a fierce battle, their struggle marked by dramatic displays of strength and debris flying in every direction. The Lizard Man, despite having his tail severed by Spider-Man, quickly regenerated it. Their confrontation relied solely on brute force, devoid of any finesse, merely a test of endurance. Of course, Lee had no grounds to critique, as his own combat style was equally reliant on his formidable abilities. He opted not to intervene, instead watching with keen interest from his position. Superman, aren't you going to help? George inquired tentatively. Spider-Man can handle that beast on his own. My assistance is unnecessary. Lee replied confidently. Indeed, witnessing the scene unfold was far more exhilarating than any movie. The next moment, however, Spider-Man was sent flying by a powerful swipe of the Lizard Man's tail. Recognizing that it was time for him to step in, Lee vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of the Lizard Man. Hey, monster, allow me to join the fun. Lee taunted. Monster? I'm not a monster. I am a superior species, far beyond mere humans. The Lizard Man roared in rage, his fury ignited by Lie's words. Despite his transformation into a half-human, half-lizard creature, he adamantly refused to accept the title, envisioning a future where all humanity would share his form. This is the future of humanity. No more pain, no more bloodshed. He fantasized wildly. With claws glistening green, he aimed to strike Lee down, but Lee effortlessly seized his paw, applying tremendous pressure. Ah! The Lizard Man howled in agony, struggling in vain to free himself. Lee then delivered a swift kick to the creature's chest. Bang! The Lizard Man was sent hurtling away, his captured arm wrenched free in the process. Lee! What true monster he is! Spider-Man marveled at the sight of Superman effortlessly overpowering the Lizard Man, as if he were a mere toy. The Lizard Man struggled to rise, clutching his severed arm in pain, desperately wishing to escape, for this human was more monstrous than he could ever hope to be. If he did not flee now, he would surely perish here, spotting a nearby sewer entrance. The Lizard Man gritted his teeth against the pain and crawled toward it with haste. Superman, don't let him escape. Spider-Man shouted urgently. Attempt to flee? It won't be that easy. Lee darted toward the Lizard Man, his speed utterly beyond the creature's comprehension. He then landed a powerful punch to the Lizard Man's chest. Bang! Ugh! The Lizard Man spat out blood, once again sent crashing backward, slamming into a distant police car. At Gwen's home, she and her mother watched the live broadcast anxiously as her father led the police in pursuit of the Lizard Man. When Gwen witnessed the horrifying creature on screen, she was taken aback. How can such a terrifying monster exist in this world? It defies biological evolution. She thought, horrified, especially when the Lizard Man hurled a police car at her father, prompting her to scream and cover her eyes. Gwen, look at the television, her mother urged. No, Dad, your father is fine. Superman has saved him. Superman. Gwen opened her eyes wide, and indeed, she saw her father unharmed, standing beside the very superhero she had longed for. Meanwhile, she completely overlooked Spider-Man, who is still embroiled in battle. Thank goodness Dad is safe. Tears of joy filled Gwen's eyes as she whispered to Superman, You have saved my world once again. Thank you, Superman. If reality were a dating sim, one could see Gwen's admiration for Lee had reached its zenith. Of course, in that moment, Li Yi remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently captured yet another heart. The lizard man lay on the ground, unable to rise for some time. Oh, oh! The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing Superman's triumph over the lizard man. Let us capture that monster. Director George immediately commanded. Yes. A group of officers cautiously approached the fallen lizard man, uncertain if he would spring back to life. Wait! Spider-Man suddenly leaped in front of the officers. Click! Click! The officers aimed their weapons at Spider-Man. Spider-Man, what is the meaning of this? Are you obstructing our duty? George questioned sternly. No, no. This lizard man is not a monster. He transformed due to an accident, and I can revert him back. Spider-Man will easily explain it. The officers regarded Spider-Man with skepticism. He speaks the truth. Lia intergested. Upon hearing Superman affirm Spider-Man's words, George ordered the officers to lower their weapons. Thank you, Lia. Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. Not at all. You should hurry and change him back. Lia vavet dismissive. All right. Spider-Man nodded, retrieving a small syringe from his utility belt and injecting it into the lizard man's arm. In a swirl of transformation, the lizard man reverted to a naked middle-aged man. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Noticing reporters approaching, Li Yi soared into the sky, departing the scene. Unbeknownst to him, a bald woman was observing everything through a peculiar method. To be continued. Chapter 72. Ancient One. After resolving the brief encounter with the lizard man, Li Yi returned to his opulent residence, reclining on his bed while idly watching television. Suddenly, he sprang upright, his gaze fixed intently on the living room, filled with vigilance. A swirling, spark-emitting portal materialized in the room, expanding rapidly until it reached a height of 2 meters. On the other side of the portal stood an ancient structure, its full appearance obscured. From within the portal emerged a gentleman of African descent, clad in a flowing green robe. Who are you? Are you not aware that trespassing is against the law? Li Yi inquired, his brow furrowed, ready to unleash his dragon explosion should the stranger make any sudden movements. After all, he was the sole occupant of the residence, unconcerned about collateral damage. As for inciting panic, such matters were of little concern to him. Your Agelengilie. I am Mordo. I apologize for my impertinence in visiting unannounced. The gentleman bowed respectfully. Upon hearing the name Mordo, Li Yi was instantly reminded of the character from Doctor Strange, who bore the same name and was a loyal disciple of the Ancient One. Of course, in the original comics, Mordo was depicted as a Caucasian, but in America, a politically correct alteration transformed him into an African character, resulting in this world's Mordo being of the same descent. What brings you here? Li Yi queried. Your Excellency, my master, the Sorcerer Supreme, wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit Kamar Taj. Mordo replied with a smile. An invitation? Li Yi exclaimed, taken aback. The Ancient One's actions were entirely unexpected. He had contemplated countless scenarios. Perhaps she might have implied something, or directly warned him, or even taken action against him. However, he never anticipated that she would invite him as a guest. Indeed, Your Excellency, may I inquire your thoughts on this matter? Mordo asked. Li Yi pondered silently. His system had already fabricated a false identity for him. Hence, the Ancient One could never recognize him as someone from another world. Her approach suggested she might be observing a variable in the future timeline, likely intrigued by his presence. Nevertheless, the fact that she had not resorted to force implied her reluctance to employ violence. Even if she had intended to, Li Yi was not intimidated. His talismanic powers would not falter beneath her magic, and the Ancient One herself was rather fragile. Could one imagine the Sorcerer Supreme tumbling down from the upper floor and meeting their demise? Yet, from the narrative that followed, it seemed the Ancient One had orchestrated this intentionally, having already identified her successor, Strange. After safeguarding Earth for centuries, she was undoubtedly exhausted and wished to retire. The only complication was the Time Stone, an insidious artifact that could endlessly reset one's fate, a torment even for the dimensional demon Dormammu, who had been subjected to countless resets by Strange. Lead the way. After much contemplation, Li Yi resolved to see what awaited him. Very well, Your Excellency, please follow me. Mordo stepped through the portal, with Li Yi closely behind. Upon crossing through, Li Yi found himself in an antiquated courtyard. flanked by rows of traditional buildings exhibiting a distinctly Eastern architectural style. Within the courtyard, dozens of apprentice sorcerers were engaged in practice, some honing the most fundamental spatial gateways, while others trained with staffs, practiced swordplay, and even engaged in leg exercises. Why the emphasis on martial arts alongside magic? Lee recalled how in films, both righteous and malevolent sorcerers displayed a penchant for close combat. Even the Sorcerer Supreme herself, the Ancient One, was known to wield a magical blade in melee. The apprentices halted their activities upon seeing Mordo, paying their respects. As the Ancient One's most devoted follower, Mordo held considerable esteem among them. Notijin die. The sorcerers exhibited no signs of surprise. "This is Your Excellency Li Yi, a guest of the Ancient One," Mordo introduced. "Your Excellency." The sorcerers greeted Li Yi in unison, clasping their fists in reverence. "Thank you." Li responded politely in kind. Following Mordo, they traversed a serene path, ultimately arriving at a finely appointed courtyard. "The Ancient One awaits you inside." With a gentle push, Li opened the door to find an individual seated in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. The prominent bald head was unmistakable. It was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, the pinnacle of Earth's guardians. "At last, we meet, Li Yi. Or should I address you as Superman?" Upon hearing the door, the Ancient One set down her book, smiling warmly. "Please, just call me Li Yi. Superman is merely a moniker." Li Jaswa Li replied. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" The Ancient One inquired, pouring a cup from a nearby teapot. "Of course." Li accepted the cup and took a sip, immediately feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, his spirits lifting considerably. "This tea is enchanted," Li said. "This is a specialty of Kamartaj. How do you find it?" The Ancient One asked with a smile. "Quite delightful," Li responded. "I've added a touch of honey." They exchanged pleasantries for a moment. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Li, eager to cut through the pleasantries, directly asked. "There's no need to rush." The Ancient One chuckled. "To be honest, I am quite busy and lack the luxury of time for tea." Li opened his mouth to respond, but the truth was, he had little to occupy his time, spending most days idly in his residence. "Then I shall be straightforward. I wish to take you as my apprentice, to prepare you as the next Sorcerer Supreme," the Ancient One declared astonishingly. Upon hearing this, Li, mid-sip, sputtered tea everywhere. "What? Did I mishear you? Are you jesting?" Li exclaimed, astonished. "You did not mishear, nor am I joking," the Ancient One replied. Li set down his teacup, perplexed. "Ancient One, if I recall correctly, you have already chosen your successor, a man named Strange. I am curious. How do you possess knowledge of future events? During my numerous observations of the timeline, it seems you are well acquainted with what is to come." The Ancient One smiled enigmatically. Li hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Surely, he could not reveal that he hailed from another world, where the tales of this universe have been adapted into films, of which he happened to be a viewer. To be continued. Chapter 73. Is Superman the guardian of Earth? Li found himself at a loss for words, opting instead for silence, for as the saying goes, silence is golden. "Since you prefer not to answer, let's move on from this topic," Gu remarked lightly. She was not overly concerned. Everyone harbored their own secrets. "The reason I wish to select you as the Supreme Sorcerer is that I have observed countless timelines, and in every one, you stand out as a competent guardian of Earth, having vanquished innumerable monsters intent on invasion. Although most of these actions were not of your own volition, you nonetheless accomplished them. Furthermore, your magical aptitude is the most exceptional I have ever encountered, surpassing even my own. Should you ascend to the position of the next Supreme Sorcerer, you will undoubtedly become the most illustrious one in history. This mysterious power within you must also be a form of magic, correct? You have indeed discerned it," Li said, displaying no surprise. After all, Gu was a Supreme Sorcerer. While outsiders like Professor X and Magneto might mistake Li's power for a superhuman ability, Gu, being a practitioner of magic, recognized the essence of his strength at a glance. "How remarkable it is that there exists magic I have yet to witness," Gu claimed it. As for Strange, upon mentioning him, Gu furrowed her brow. "If there were a better alternative, I would sincerely prefer not to have that loquacious, troublesome individual who disrespects magic, toys with time, displays arrogance, pride, and obstinacy succeed me. Listening to Gu Yi's words, Li Yi reflected deeply. This was indeed characteristic of Strange, who had spoken disrespectfully to Gu Yi upon their first meeting and had been soundly chastised. Naturally, Gu Yi aimed to shatter Strange's preconceived beliefs and instill in him a belief in the existence of magic. After all, many things hinge on belief. If you believe, they exist. If you do not, they do not. I wish to inquire, how do you perceive my future self? Diye asket curiously. In the 567, 890 timelines I have observed, in some, you have ruled the earth. In others, you have stood against Strange and his allies. In some, you have held dominion, looking down upon the masses. Yet, in moments of peril, you invariably choose to protect Earth. This is precisely why I wish for you to become the next Supreme Sorcerer, Gu Yi replied. Ruling the Earth? Master Gu Yi, do you hold no reservations about someone like me? Liye questioned, intrigued. He was not surprised at the prospect of his future self ruling Earth, for in his previous life, he had indeed entertained such thoughts. Having acquired power, it was not strange to put them into practice. What puzzled him was Gu Yi's apparent lack of disapproval. Was she not a paragon of virtue? Encountering an ambitious individual like Li Yi, one would expect her to harbor at least some disdain. Yet, she seemed rather indifferent. You need not concern yourself with my perspective. I protect the Earth as a whole, not humanity alone. As long as the Earth remains unharmed, I am unconcerned with other matters, Gu Yi stated, shaking her head. Upon assuming the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer, she had already positioned herself as an observer, silently monitoring the development of the human world without interference. To her, humanity was as inconsequential as an ant on the road. For centuries, as humans engaged in mutual slaughter, the casualties far exceeded those inflicted by the invading demons and monsters, yet she never intervened. Liye nodded silently, holding Gu Yi in even greater esteem. To guard the entire world, that is true magnanimity. While he might not be capable of such a feat, it did not preclude him from admiring individuals of such caliber. What have you decided? Are you willing to become my disciple and the next Supreme Sorcerer? Gu Yi inquired. Will I need to follow in your footsteps upon becoming the Supreme Sorcerer? Liye osket perpliet. Each individual treads a unique path. My journey is my own choice. Yours will be dictated solely by your own decisions. There is no need to emulate me. The ultimate goal remains the protection of Earth. We replied. Master Gu Yi, I'm deeply grateful for your regard, but I still feel that the title of Supreme Sorcerer is not suited for me. Although Gu Yi had mentioned that he need not follow her example, there still existed a certain constraint, and Li Yi abhorred constraints above all else. He envisioned a future where, after fully experiencing life on Earth, he could venture into the cosmos for a grand tour. Few possessed the ability to traverse the universe. Li Yi was among them, endowed with not only teleportation, but also an immortal existence. Gu Yi's portals likely had distance limitations. Otherwise, these sorcerers would have long been invincible. Of course, anyone wielding the Space Stone could achieve similar feats. Did you indeed refuse? Gu Yi hit. In the timelines she had predicted, she had also extended an invitation to Li Yi, yet the probability of his acceptance was less than 1 in 1,000. Out of 1,000 instances, he would agree only once, and soon after, he would seek someone else to take over. Li Yi did not make any shameless demands to receive magical training without assuming the responsibilities of the Supreme Sorcerer. After all, he did not wish to shoulder the burdens of such a title, nor did he feel deserving of its benefits. Very well, I shall not press you further. Since you have arrived at Kamar Taj, take the opportunity to explore. I have already informed Mordo. He will come to guide you shortly, Gu Yi said with a smile, her words carrying an implicit dismissal. Master Gu Yi, I have one more humble request. I wonder if you might grant it? Liye Sudendi spoke up. Oh, do share. I wish to engage in a sparring match with you, to gauge the disparity between myself and the Guardian of Earth, the Supreme Sorcerer, Li Yi declared, brimming with combativeness. You seem to have a penchant for battle? Not quite. To be precise, I relish power. Immense power. Very well, I accept your challenge. Gu Yi replied with an air of tranquility. Then let us commence, Li Yi exclaimed eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the might of this supreme sorcerer. The films had portrayed her demise rather ignobly, albeit it was her own choice. Is there a spacious venue nearby? My destructive power is rather formidable. Follow me, Gu Yi replied nonchalantly, rising to gesture at the void, which shattered like glass, revealing a doorway. A mirror dimension. To be continued. Chapter 74. Battle against Ancient One. Li Yi followed the Ancient One into the mirror dimension, discovering a realm that mirrored the real world, albeit in reverse. The mirror space was an immensely powerful spatial magic, a unique domain entirely independent of the primary universe. Although the reality of the main universe was projected identically into the mirror space, those within the mirror dimension could not influence the real world. This meant that Li Yi could unleash his powers without fear of causing destruction in reality. The Ancient One often employed this dimension to trap her foes, utilizing the terrain to defeat them. It could be said that this was the Ancient One's domain, where she could maximize her magical prowess. The mirror space was a highly advanced form of magic. In the film Doctor Strange, aside from the Ancient One, only the later Strange utilized it, indicating that this spatial magic was not accessible to everyone. It likely required a special lineage, such as that of the Supreme Sorcerer. It could also necessitate extraordinarily high levels of magical mastery or comprehension. Li Yi and the Ancient One stood at opposite ends of a towering building. Ancient One, I shall commence my attack now, Li Yi declared with a grin. The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. With her response, Li Yi hesitated no longer. His figure vanished in an instant as he surged toward her at remarkable speed, his right fist clenched and propelled forward, breaking the sound barrier. Without raising a hand, the Ancient One summoned a circular magical shield that appeared beside her. After centuries of practice, she had honed her magical abilities to instinctive levels, even able to perceive the future and cast spells preemptively. Thus, despite the velocity of Li Yi's assault exceeding that of sound, he was unable to strike her before she invoked her magic. With a resounding boom, his fist collided with the magical shield, producing a tremendous explosion. A crack appeared on the shield. Incredible how sturdy! Li Yi marveled, fully aware of the immense force behind his strike, capable of demolishing an entire building. Yet it merely left a fissure on the shield. What if I were to launch an even faster and more powerful attack? He pondered, and with that, he unleashed a flurry of punches. The Ancient One's magical shield flickered into existence, consistently intercepting his blows at the last possible moment. The greater the force behind Li Yi's strikes, the more resilient the shield became. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, he leapt away to create distance. Ancient One, your defense is truly impregnable, Li Yi exclaimed. It is merely the result of centuries of experience, the Ancient One replied nonchalantly. She then extended her hand and twisted the air toward Li Yi's position. With a rumbling sound, the entire building began to twist and fold, collapsing toward Li Yi. What? This is quite the spectacle, he exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the scene before him. If rendered with special effects, it would surely cost a fortune. No wonder the Marvel writers hastily eliminated the Ancient One. Such power was indeed extravagant. As the buildings piled atop one another and descended upon Li Yi, he remarked, "This must weigh tons." Yet, he was not idle. He brought his hands together at his waist, rapidly condensing a yellow light of destruction. "Infernal duality, blast," he declared, unleashing a massive column of annihilating energy from his palms. This was the most potent dragon blast Li Yi had ever executed. The destructive beam shot upward, colliding with the towering structures. The resulting explosion echoed violently, affecting an area of several kilometers, rivaling the yield of the nuclear blast he had previously endured. Flames erupted, smoke billowed, creating an apocalyptic scene reminiscent of divine retribution. As the thick smoke dissipated, only remnants of the buildings remained. Li Yi, undeterred, charged toward the Ancient One once more. She remained unfazed, swiftly forming several hand signs. Suddenly, countless duplicates of her materialized. Li Yi found himself at a loss, unsure which was the true Ancient One, prompting him to halt his assault. The duplicates waved their hands, summoning magical ropes. Li Yi recalled this technique from Doctor Strange's battle against Thanos, albeit thwarted by the Power Stone. In an instant, numerous magical ropes were hurled at him. Not wishing to be ensnared, he extended his hand. Supreme gravity, he invoked, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force. The magical ropes were flung away, and the duplicates vanished upon contact with the force, while the nearby wreckage was reduced to rubble. Li Yi quickly discerned the true location of the Ancient One, vanishing and reappearing behind her, ready to strike. Confident in his abilities, he was unconcerned about any potential repercussions, for she was the supreme sorcerer, and Li Yi possessed the power of the talisman. Just as his fist was about to connect, the Ancient One's form flickered and vanished. Spatial magic? Li Yi evaded it, realizing that the Ancient One commanded not only portals, but also other forms of rapid spatial movement, a testament to her centuries of existence. As Li Yi prepared to continue his onslaught, a golden magical array suddenly manifested above him. Oh no, that was a trap, he realized. A beam of golden light descended rapidly. Li Yi swiftly maneuvered, but the golden light seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. His speed was such that afterimages trailed behind him, yet the golden light continued its relentless chase. Moreover, more beams of golden light erupted from above, rapidly multiplying. Faced with the escalating threat, Li Yi resolved to cease evasion. He pressed his hand against the ground, causing fragments of the surrounding buildings to soar into the air, forming dozens of colossal hands. Guiding these massive hands, he collided them with the golden light. The impact triggered a series of thunderous explosions. Yet the golden light above showed no signs of abating. Realizing the source of the magic was the array on his body, he invoked Talisman of the Horse, exorcise all external forces. In an instant, a burst of white light enveloped him, erasing the golden magical array entirely. Your magic can actually dispel mine? The Ancient One frowned, her expression the only sign of surprise she had shown throughout their encounter. Ancient One, my abilities are far from simple. Li Yi replied with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 75. The Crisis at X Academy. Gu Yi's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grave. Although she did not expect the earlier magic circle to defeat Li Yi, its effortless dismantling was beyond her anticipation. After all, that magic circle was a high-level enchantment she had spent centuries developing and perfecting. While she could observe countless timelines, her view could only capture the broad strokes, leaving her unable to discern every minute detail. Perhaps only the legendary creator god could perceive every intricacy. With a subtle wave of her hand, spikes abruptly emerged from the ground, swiftly advancing toward Li Yi's position. Without so much as a glance, Li Yi responded with a powerful punch. Boom! The spikes shattered into fragments. Li Yi's mind began to race with questions. Such an attack was utterly ineffective against him. So why was Gu Yi expending effort on such futility? It did not take long for Li Yi to uncover the truth. Gu Yi rotated haririst, and a green halo materialized around it, spinning in tandem with her movements. What kind of magic is this? Li Yi pondered it silently. Before he could contemplate further, Gu Yi waved her hand, and a magical sword appeared, flashing toward him for a slash. Gu Yi, you dare to engage me in close combat? Li Yi chuckled, retaliating with a punch. Boom! Gu Yi was sent flying. Huh? Why didn't she use her earlier teleportation spell to evade? Li Yi evaded it. Suddenly, Gu Yi reappeared at her previous location, transforming her fist into an open palm, which gleamed with golden light as it struck Li Yi's body. Boom! This time, Li Yi was the one who was sent hurtling away, completely beyond his expectations. What is happening? I clearly hit her just now. Why did she reappear so suddenly? Li Yi thought. In an attempt to test her abilities, he swiftly moved toward Gu Yi again, throwing another punch. Yet this time, it felt as though he were striking at an illusion. Gu Yi vanished once more, prompting him to search frantically around. Whoosh! Gu Yi reemerged at the same spot, her hands forming a palm strike that forcefully hit Li Yi's chest, propelling him away again. Is it time magic? Li Yi soudainement réalisait it. His gaze fixated on the green halo on Gu Yi's wrist. It was strikingly similar to the scene when Strange wielded time magic. Finally discovered. Gu Yi similait it. Indeed, is time magic. Although I possess many other spells, My true mastery lies in time magic, especially when powered by the Eye of Agamotto. The Time Stone, its might is formidable. Many demons and monsters that invaded the realm were stronger than Gui, yet she ensnared them within a time loop. Although she could do little against them while trapped in that loop, they too could not vanquish her, as time would continuously reset. Ultimately, they were compelled to retreat from the reality dimension, with even the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu, falling to this very tactic. Let alone Li Yi in his current state. While Li Yi was indeed powerful, he was likely on par with Odin at the so-called Father God level, and thus could not escape the constraints of time. Of course, in the future, as Li Yi grew stronger through the system, he would undoubtedly overcome such limitations. It seems this battle will conclude in a stalemate, for neither of us can claim victory, Li Yi remarked with a smile. Indeed, we know dit kindly. She then rotated the green halo on her wrist, dispelling the time loop. With a wave of her hand, the mirrored space shattered like glass, allowing both of them to return to the real world. Thank you, Master Gui. This battle has been immensely enlightening. Li Yi expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. No need for thanks. I hope you remain steadfast on your path and safeguard the earth. Gui replied with a smile. At that moment, the door swung open again, and in walked Mordo. Master, he said respectfully. Yes, please show Lord Li Yi around our Kumar Taj, Gui instructed. Certainly, Master, Mordo responded deferentially. The two then bid farewell to Gui and departed the courtyard. Under Mordo's guidance, Li Yi explored Kumar Taj before preparing for his return journey. Allow me to escort you, Lord Li Yi, Mordo offered. No need. I have my own means. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Lord Li Yi. Wishing you a safe journey. Mordo halted his actions with a smile. Please send my regards to Master Gui. Farewell. Li Yi positioned himself for teleportation and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters found itself in a state of crisis. A powerful senator proposed a bill mandating that all mutants register and be transparent to the public. Although such a measure violated the rights granted by the American Constitution to protect individual privacy, the senator deemed mutants as less than human. This incited the fury of Magneto, who prepared a retaliatory weapon, a device capable of transforming ordinary humans into mutants. He initially targeted the senator who proposed the bill, converting him into a jellyfish being. However, this transformation proved unstable, and the jellyfish being quickly dissolved into a puddle, meeting a definitive demise. Magneto intended to utilize this device to transform those political figures threatening mutant interests simultaneously with the human decree. Yet, altering the genes of even one senator consumed a tremendous amount of his powers. To modify the genes of multiple global leaders would surely exhaust him to the point of death. Yet, he was unwilling to relent. His ambition to establish a mutant nation remained unfulfilled, so he set his sights on the mischievous child. This child's ability was to absorb the powers of others, and Magneto planned to have him absorb the majority of his powers, thereby sending him to face death in his stead. Magneto and his henchmen assaulted X Academy. Cousinga massive explosion. Help! What is happening? The mutant students within the academy found themselves utterly powerless against Magneto and could only flee in all directions. As teachers, Jean Grey and Storm stepped forward to confront Magneto, but they were swiftly countered and fell into a dire struggle. Meanwhile, Magneto advanced directly toward the mischievous child, with Wolverine Logan standing protectively in front of him. Not a step closer, Logan bared his adamantium claws with a cold glare. You are encased in metal and still dare to obstruct me? Magneto smiled. With a gesture, Logan was levitated into the air, clearly under Magneto's control. Magneto was the natural nemesis of Logan. Logan's claws were forced open by Magneto's control, causing him to scream in pain. Stop! Please stop! The mischievous child shouted. Child! Shouting is the most powerless weapon. Magneto laughed. If you harm me, my friends will surely not spare you, the child threatened. Your friends? Child, do you know who you're threatening? Speak their names and let me hear them. Perhaps I'll be frightened. Magneto chuckled, dismissing the notion that a child's friends could pose any real menace. He is Li Yi. Ha ha ha. That sounds like a mere supporting character's name. Others call him Superman. Upon hearing these few letters, Magneto's expression instantly changed. To be continued. Chapter 76. The call for help. Upon hearing the name of Superman, Magneto's expression darkened instantly. The mere mention of that name evoked memories of the scoundrel who had defeated and humiliated him profoundly. Magneto, who had prided himself on his superiority throughout his life, had never been subjected to such disgrace. Reluctantly, he had to admit that he was no match for that rogue, despite the fact that he had lost nearly 100 of his subordinates to him, and he harbored no thoughts of revenge. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he could not detach himself from Superman. Child, are you deceiving me? That scoundrel does not even consider himself a mutant. How did you come to know him? Magneto demanded, forcefully tossing Wolverine aside and confronting the young girl. I am not lying. Superman is truly my friend, the girl replied resolutely. Magneto fixed his gaze on her, searching for any sign of deceit in her eyes. Unfortunately, he found none, which tightened his chest with unease. If given a choice, he would rather avoid a confrontation with that scoundrel. Suddenly, Sabretooth emerged from behind and seized Magneto by the neck. Let go of this child, Eric, he said coldly. It was evident that he was being controlled, and the only one capable of such manipulation was Professor X. Though Magneto possessed formidable powers, he was still, at his core, an ordinary human. He found himself utterly unable to break free from Sabretooth's grip. Charles. Magneto instantly deduced that it was his old friend behind this. Why don't you come out and show yourself, Charles? What do you want with this child? He challenged. Did you not read my thoughts? Magneto laughed suddenly. With a wave of his hand, countless steel spikes were aimed at the fleeing students. What will you do now? Will you save that girl? If so, you must kill me, Charles. But what would be the consequences? If they pass that bill, they will chain you and brand your prisoner number on your forehead. This will never come to that, Professor X replied, though his conviction was evidently wavering. He had long understood the inherent flaws of humanity. Then it seems you must kill me. I am waiting. Magneto chuckled. If you cannot do that, then release me. Professor X remained motionless. His nature was such that Magneto was a longtime friend, and they had once fought side by side. Although they had parted ways due to differing ideologies, he still cherished that friendship deep within. Very well. Now let us see your dear students. Magneto sneered. He then directed the steel spikes toward the girl. The girl fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the steel spike. Do you wish to gamble your luck again, Charles? I cannot promise to control all the spikes accurately next time. Magneto continued to threaten. Professor X closed his eyes, and after a torturous deliberation, he commanded Sabretooth to release Magneto. Are you still unwilling to make sacrifices? That is your weakness. Magneto mocked. Suddenly, Mystique piloted a helicopter, descending slowly. Farewell, Charles. Magneto ordered his subordinates to seize the girl and board the helicopter to depart. Though he did not wish to oppose that scoundrel Superman, the plan had reached this juncture, and no one could deter him. The group gathered in the conference room. You said they were after me. Logan questioned Professor X. I made a grave mistake. For some reason, his helmet blocked my telepathy. By the time I realized who he truly wanted to capture, it was already too late. Professor X responded. Logan donned his coat and walked out with a stoic expression. Where are you going? Storm inquired. She was taken right in front of me. I must rescue her, Logan declared. Logan, you cannot take on Magneto alone. Join us in the fight. Storm urged. Fight alongside you? Join the X-Men? Logan mused. Later, the group encountered the escaped Senator Kelly and learned of Magneto's plan. Professor X attempted to use the brainwave amplifier to locate Magneto, but was knocked unconscious. Jean, enduring agony, managed to pinpoint Magneto's location. But can we really rescue the girl with just us? Storm questioned skeptically. We have reinforcements. Jean replied. Reinforcements? Where? Logan asked in confusion. Superman, Jean declared. Upon hearing that name, Cyclops, who had remained silent, instantly turned pale. At the former Stark Tower, now the headquarters of the Dawn, a subordinate knelt before the boss. Boss, our influence has now spread beyond New York City. Indeed, li replied nonchalantly. The power had merely been a diversion for him, and he had not given it much thought. It's that Spider-Man. He keeps ruining our business. The subordinate complained. Spider-Man? A superhero? The Avengers. Li mused, fixated on the image of Spider-Man on the screen. The Avengers. Why shouldn't I create a superhero alliance of my own? As the thought crossed his mind, Li leapt to his feet, startling his subordinate. Yes, a superhero alliance, he exclaimed. Why should this world only have the Avengers and not another superhero alliance? If this world has Superman, then it cannot lack the Justice League. If it doesn't exist, I shall create it myself. Spider-Man, you shall be the first. Li laughed. Boss, you have a new message from a lady named Aurora. Would you like to take it? Just as Li Yi was envisioning the future, his assistant reminded him. Aurora, does that girl miss me? Li chuckled, then chose to answer the call. Hello, Li Yi, we need your help. The girl has been captured by Magneto. Aurora's urgent voice came through the line. What? To be continued. Chapter 77. The Rescue of Little Mischief. Goodness, it's that old fool again. Wasn't he supposed to be off drinking tea and dancing in the square? How's he back again? It seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. Li Yi mused to himself. I'm on my way, he declared before abruptly ending the call. Little Mischief was his cherished companion, and of course, he must save her. He opened the system to locate her position and then teleported directly to her side. How's it going? Logan inquired urgently. He said he would arrive soon, but I hadn't even revealed our location before he hung up. Aurora replied. Huh, he doesn't even know where we are yet claims he will arrive promptly. I suspect he harbors a grudge from last time and has no intention of assisting. Sneered Cyclops. That scoundrel Superman had turned himself into a pig, enduring 3 days of humiliation, and subsequently earned the moniker Laser Pig. Even though some time had passed, students still whispered the name behind his back, a title that would likely haunt him for life. All of this was due to that wretched Superman, and Cyclope's loathing for him had reached a boiling point. Scott, be quiet, Jean exclaimed furiously upon hearing Cyclops still fixating on these matters. Jean, you. Cyclops faltered, taken aback by the unprecedented fury displayed by Jean. Although I am unaware of Superman's circumstances, I am certain he will come. Aurora interjected. Enough of this, let's move out. Logan urged impatiently. Liberty Island. Tonight, world leaders are set to convene here to discuss the Mutant Registration Act, and Magneto's objective is also this very location. Isn't it magnificent? Magneto mused as he gazed at the distant Statue of Liberty. I've seen her before. Little Mischief responded. The first time I laid eyes on her was in 1949, when America aspired to become a tolerant and peaceful nation. Are you going to kill me? Little Mischief inquired, disregarding his sentiment. Indeed. Why? Because there is no such thing as a truly tolerant nation. Your sacrifice will ensure our survival. Little Mischief fell silent. Put her in the machine. Tonight will be a momentous occasion. Magneto commanded Mystique. Understood, Mystique replied, proceeding to confine Little Mischief within the apparatus. No, Liye. Hurry and save me. Are we not friends? Little Mischief cried out in despair, writhing against her confines. You had best remove your hands. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. Who goes there? Shouted Magneto's henchman. Liye. Little Mischief exclaimed in surprise. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing Li Yi, who had teleported there. I apologize for my tardiness. You are safe now, Li Yi reassured Little Mischief, then turned his gaze toward the now visibly perturbed Magneto. Old fool, how dare you abduct my companion? It seems my previous lesson was not sufficient. Magneto, with a grim expression, inquired, Superman, do you truly intend to thwart my plans? Isn't that self-evident? Li Yi scoffed. Why can't you comprehend my actions? These individuals control the fate of all mutants. If I transform them into mutants, they will ally with us, and our grand vision of establishing a nation for mutants will become a reality, Magneto passionately proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the mutants surrounding Magneto gazed at him with worshipful admiration, resembling fervent cult followers. That has nothing to do with me, Li Yi retorted dismissively, clearing his ears. You traitor to mutants. Magneto fumed, still stubbornly believing Li Yi was one of their own. Do as you wish. I can no longer be bothered to explain. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. You all retreat. I shall handle him personally. Magneto instructed the other mutants. Recalling how Superman had mercilessly slain nearly 100 of his subordinates last time, and he dared not send them to their deaths again. The mutants began to withdraw. Superman. Magneto unleashed his powers. The entire island began to tremble violently, drawing the attention of the crowd outside. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Quick, run! A massive panic ensued, and the discussions regarding the Mutant Registration Act were forgotten as people fled in all directions, desperate to escape. This unusual phenomenon quickly caught the attention of SHIELD. Investigate the cause of the tremors on Liberty Island immediately. We cannot afford any issues. Director Nick Fury ordered urgently. The world leaders were gathered there, many of whom were allies of America. Should anything happen to them, even the might of America would be jeopardized, offending numerous nations at once. American hegemony did not rely solely on its own strength. Without the support of its allies, it would crumble in an instant. Sir, I believe we have identified the cause, Coulson said, tapping on his computer. The screen revealed a scene. Magneto hovering majestically in the sky, while Superman stood on the ground below. It's those two. Nick Fury gasped in astonishment. Either one of them could obliterate Liberty Island. If they clash there, we must intervene immediately. Yes, contact Lee. We cannot allow them to engage in battle. Magneto summoned his powers, manipulating countless metal structures in the vicinity, lifting them into the air. Boss, you have a new message from an unknown source. Just as Lee prepared to charge at Magneto, Betty interjected. Who could it be at this time? Answer it. Lee commanded. Nick Fury's image promptly projected from his watch. What do you want? I'm rather occupied. Lee replied impatiently. Lee, you absolutely must not engage Magneto in combat on Liberty Island. The consequences would be dire. Nick Fury succinctly explained the situation. So why should I care? The fate of America is of no concern to me. Lee shuru dismissive. Wait, there are many civilians there. You wouldn't want them to be caught in the crossfire of your battle, would you? Nick Fury attempted to reason with him differently. If they suffer misfortune, so be it, Lee declared, abruptly severing the connection. Betty, block all incoming communications. He instructed. Understood, boss. Betty replied. Well then, it seems it's time for a proper showdown. Lee smirked at the hovering Magneto. To be continued. Chapter 78. The resurrected statue of Liberty Magneto commanded countless metallic objects to soar through the air, casting a shadow over the landscape. At that moment, he resembled a deity, an oppressive aura emanating from him, drawing closer. This formidable force evoked a sense of insignificance in those who beheld it. Superman, today we shall settle this, Magneto declared coldly. Old man, I truly wish to avoid a confrontation with you. Lee shrugged, expressing his reluctance. Less chatter. With a swift gesture, Magneto sent a dozen heavily armed trucks hurtling towards Lee. This attack alone could obliterate over 90% of metahumans, but alas, it was futile against someone as extraordinary as Lee. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lee activated his powers, effortlessly suspending the hundreds of tons of metal in midair with his immense gravitational force. Observing this, Magneto waved his hand again, unleashing a torrent of metallic debris that surged towards Lee like a waterfall. Lee extended his hand, halting the oncoming wave of metal, rendering it immobile in the air, reminiscent of Neo freezing bullets in the Matrix. Old man, you still fail to learn your lesson. What you can control, I can too. What you cannot control, I still can. How do you intend to fight me? Lee shook his head. Superman, do not become overly complacent. Magneto retorted with a scoff. He gestured again, disassembling the massive metal into countless small parts. Those fragments began to whirl around him, encasing him in a manner akin to a transformer, ultimately coalescing into a towering metal giant over 50 meters high. Superman, this is a new technique I have specially developed for you. Magneto laughed triumphantly. Quite interesting. I did not expect you to create a giant akin to Ultraman. The chocolate in response. The colossal metal figure instantly captured the attention of the crowd. What? What is that thing? Is it a monster? Are you blind? That's obviously a robot, undoubtedly a new type of weapon developed by our great America. Regardless of what it is, I think we should make a quick escape. The crowd, which had previously felt secure, scattered in panic, fleeing the island. Those with means boarded their luxurious yachts, while the less fortunate squeezed into overcrowded ferries. The agents of SHIELD monitored the chaos via satellite. Are these two lunatics intent on destroying the entire island? Nick Fury remarked, astonished at the sight of the towering metal giant. Director, what should we do now? Li Yi has severed all communications. We cannot reach him. Coulson inquired. Nick Fury fell into deep thought. Contact Tony Stark. See if he can deploy his Iron Man suits to assist Superman. However, the notion of needing assistance for Superman struck him as peculiar. All right, I will reach out immediately. Coulson replied, turning to leave. D. Zupoman. Magneto commanded the metal giant to swing its massive arm towards Li Yi. Ha ha ha, who is afraid of whom? Li is scoffed. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself towards the metal giant, leaving a crater in his wake. Clenching his right fist tightly, he struck the incoming metallic arm with tremendous force. Boom! The metal arm exploded, scattering fragments across the sky. Magneto quickly activated his powers, drawing the pieces back together, reconstituting the arm. Ha ha ha! As long as I am alive, this giant will recover from any damage it sustains. Magneto boasted with glee. Not much to be proud of. Lia dismissed him. If you truly exerted yourself, that blow could have pierced the giant entirely. You are merely toying with it. Suddenly, Li's gaze shifted to the distant Statue of Liberty, and an idea sparked in his mind. Haha, how delightful, he mused. Superman, let us continue. Magneto, controlling the metal giant, prepared to attack once more. Wait, Li suddenly called out. What? Magneto, bewildered, was utterly perplexed by Superman's antics. Your opponent is not me. It is her. Li pointed towards the horizon. Her? Magneto questioned, puzzled. Indeed. Li extended his right hand, and a beam of white light shot forth, striking the Statue of Liberty. Power of the mouse talisman transforms stillness into motion. Arise, my goddess! Li shouted. Amidst the white glow, the Statue of Liberty gradually transformed from stone into a young maiden clad in white, holding a torch and a book. Who am I? A voice emanated from a statue. Ah, this cannot be real. The Statue of Liberty has come to life. Oh God, this is utterly insane. The surrounding crowd gaped in disbelief at the spectacle, their perception shattered. Superman, you must be the pampered pet of a goddess, Magneto remarked, astounded. The ability to animate the inanimate was beyond anything he had encountered. It transcended human capacity and approached divine authority. Bang! Nick Fury slammed his hands down on the table. Superman? Is he even human? How is this possible? Fury exclaimed in disbelief. To transform a lifeless stone into a living carbon-based entity is, from any perspective, an impossibility. Coulson gasped. But it has indeed occurred with Superman. Fury responded. How many more abilities does Superman conceal? Who am I? The Statue of Liberty repeatedly questioned herself. Lia teleported to her shoulder. You are the embodiment of liberty, democracy, and justice. He proclaimed. I remember now. I am the embodiment of liberty, democracy, and justice. The Statue of Liberty murmured, turning to regard Li Yi on her shoulder. And who are you? I am your creator who has resurrected you. Li replied. You speak no falsehood. The power within me indeed originates from you. The Statue of Liberty nodded in acknowledgement. But what is your reason for reviving me? That creature over there seeks to trample upon liberty and democracy, aiming to obliterate it. Li indicated the metal giant in the distance. Very well, my creator, the Statue of Liberty affirmed, raising her torch towards the metal giant. Evil demon, vanish. Boom! The flame atop the torch expanded into a pillar of fire, surging towards the metal giant. To be continued. Chapter 79. The Statue of Liberty versus Magneto, a towering column of fire, surged rapidly towards the metallic giant. Magneto swiftly commanded the surrounding metal to form a colossal shield before him. Bang! The fiery column collided with the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The terrifying heat caused the entire shield to glow a fierce red. Seeing the Statue of Liberty's combat style, Li Yi was taken aback. Is she using magic? Shouldn't she be wielding her torch to strike? He lamented. The scene was not as he had envisioned. He had hoped to witness the Statue of Liberty in her graceful form, brandishing her torch. Yet he had never heard of her breathing fire. Host, do not concern yourself with such trivialities. The beings you resurrected with magic naturally possess supernatural powers. The system interjected. Indeed, the inaudit in agreement. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, creatures revived by the mouse talisman transcended the mundane and exuded evident supernatural strength. Realizing her initial attack was futile, the Statue of Liberty cast her plaque skyward, which transformed into a longsword amidst a burst of light. The plaque bore the date of the issuance of the American Declaration of Independence, imbued with profound significance. The statue raised the sword high and advanced towards the metallic giant, striking down with force. Whoosh! The metallic giant, caught off guard, was cleaved in two. Damn it! Magneto quickly restored the giant to its former state. A sword? Ha 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 ha! How foolish to employ metal in my presence. Magneto attempted to seize control of the statue's sword, but to his astonishment, it remained unyielding. How can this be? It is clearly metal, he exclaimed, bewildered. Evil fiend, your wicked powers hold no sway over me. The Statue of Liberty retorted coldly. As a magical creation, her conjured sword was likewise enchanted, rendering Magneto's abilities ineffective. Regardless of what you are, perish. Magneto roared, commanding the metallic giant to engage in combat with the statue. Clang! 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 The scene resembled a bizarre clash between a robotic behemoth and the iconic symbol of freedom. Witnesses felt an uncanny dissonance, akin to observing Sun Wukong battling Optimus Prime. The metallic giant, encumbered by its weighty form, was far less agile than the Statue of Liberty, failing to land a single blow while being relentlessly sliced apart by her sword, only to be restored again. The titanic struggle left the vicinity in ruins. Li observed with rapt interest, refraining from intervening. Finding close combat ineffective, Magneto distanced himself, summoning countless metal fragments to form a tempestuous storm of metal, charging towards the Statue of Liberty. The metallic tempest surged like a cataclysmic wave, threatening to engulf her. The statue lowered her sword and aimed her torch at the swirling storm, proclaiming, "Any malevolent demon that tramples upon freedom and democracy shall be consumed by the sacred flames." The flames from her torch coalesced into an immense column of fire, meeting the relentless metallic storm. Bang! The clash of fire and metal produced a cataclysmic explosion, shrouding the area in thick, acrid smoke from the chemical reactions. For a moment, the two forces were at a stalemate. Go, Statue of Liberty! Defeat that mechanical monstrosity! The crowd rallied, despite their confusion over the unfolding events. As the emblem of America, she symbolized justice, and their support for her was unwavering. Yet the harsh reality did not bend to human will. The fire column began to falter against the metallic storm. Creator, I can barely hold on. My sincerest apologies. The Statue of Liberty communicated to Li Yi. Fear not. You have performed admirably. Now, harness my power to vanquish it. Li Yi replied with a smile, bestowing the strength of the dragon talisman upon her. Power! I feel an immense power. Is this the Creator's gift? The statue exclaimed, exhilarated. Evil fiend, prepare to meet your end, she declared as the fire column thickened several-fold, forcefully pushing back the metallic storm. The overwhelming heat swiftly melted all metal in its path. The blazing pillar struck the metallic giant, which could not withstand the intensity and was instantaneously reduced to a pool of molten iron. Bang! Magneto narrowly escaped the devastating attack, barely avoiding annihilation. Damn it, Superman! You dare assist her? Magneto seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration over his near victory. Ha ha ha, old man, are you mad? She was resurrected to confront you. Of course, I will aid her. Die Skofud. Since I cannot fulfill my plan, I shall take everyone down with me. Magneto raged, soaring into the sky once more. He unleashed his powers, encompassing the entire island, as vast quantities of metal ascended into the air. The metal fused rapidly, growing larger until it formed a massive iron sphere over 500 meters in diameter, casting a shadow over the land. What is that? A balloon? Fool! How could there be such a gigantic balloon? If that thing rises so high, will it not fall back down? The crowd speculated anxiously upon sighting the colossal iron sphere. Has Magneto lost his mind? What is he planning? Nick Fury observed, astonished by the unfolding events on screen. It is evident he intends to drop that massive iron sphere. If it falls from such a height, no living creature within dozens of kilometers will survive, Coulson replied gravely. We must stop this madman. Quickly contact Superman and urge him to act. We still cannot reach Superman. What Tony Stark? He's en route. Damn it. Superman, this is your doing. Let this city be destroyed with you. Magneto bellowed, abandoning all restraint. He had endured enough failures and sought only retribution against humanity and Superman. He commanded the colossal iron sphere to plummet. Creator, the Statue of Liberty, turned to Li Yi. Leave the rest to me. Li Yi responded with a grin. Bang! Li Yi soared into the sky towards the massive iron sphere. I have yet to test my strength against an asteroid. Clenching his fist, he began to accumulate power before unleashing a tremendous strike. Bang! The sound of an earth-shattering explosion resonated, enveloping the surroundings, compelling the onlookers to shield their ears. To be continued. Chapter 80. The mischievous confession. Li Yi's fist effortlessly pierced through the colossal iron sphere. The immense force exerted on the metal, rendering it incapable of withstanding such power. With a resounding explosion, the iron ball shattered, devastating much of the once intact city. How is this possible? Magneto exclaimed in shock, utterly unable to fathom the extent of Superman's strength. Just as he contemplated his next move, Li Yi, unwilling to prolong the encounter, teleported behind Magneto and struck with a precise chop. Magneto collapsed, rendered unconscious, and was easily lifted by Li Yi as if he were a mere chick. Nick Fury observed the scene through satellite surveillance, his expression one of utter disbelief. Superman defeated Magneto so easily, he murmured, astonished. But why didn't he do that from the start instead of allowing half the city to be destroyed? He probably just found it amusing, Coulson replied with resignation. While most individuals strive to minimize losses, Superman seemed indifferent to such concerns, acting with reckless abandon, unconcerned with any rules. Even more alarming was their complete lack of means to counterbalance Superman's might. What should we do next? Fury pondered, his voice low. We must immediately deploy our personnel to suppress this incident. We cannot allow it to spread. Once again, SHIELD became a scrubbing tool for Superman, diligently working to cleanse his image. But what choice did they have? Superman was utterly unconcerned about his reputation among the populace, yet they dared not take any risks. Should the truth about Superman's nature come to light, public outrage would undoubtedly ensue, leading to a frenzied condemnation of him. And would Superman tolerate such backlash? It was likely that the consequences would be far more catastrophic than mere bloodshed. It was precisely these considerations that compelled Fury to repeatedly sanitize Superman's image. Not just this time, but in the future as well. Unless they could devise a method to restrain Superman, all hope rested upon the owner of the Red Communicator. Thank you, Creator, for vanquishing this evil fiend and safeguarding the ideals of freedom and democracy. The towering Statue of Liberty approached Li Yi, expressing her unwavering belief in his words. No witties. You put in a great deal of effort to defeat him as well. Li Yi replied with a smile. Creator, my mission is complete. Please transform me back. Oh, you have only just become a true being, and you wish to return to your former state? Li Yi asked, puzzled. The sensation of life is exquisite, and I am immensely grateful to you, Creator, for bestowing life upon me. However, I believe there are things more significant than life itself, such as the ideals of freedom and democracy that I represent. I wish to continue standing here, safeguarding this precious treasure. The Statue of Liberty declared with a smile. More important than life? Li Yi murmured to himself, utterly perplexed. In his worldview, life was the paramount concern. He could generously share many things with others, but his own life was something he would never relinquish to anyone. In his previous life, Li had contemplated how he would choose if placed in Tony's position during Avengers Endgame. Without hesitation, he would opt to sacrifice others for the sake of his family's survival. Very well, since that is your choice, I shall honor it. Thank you, Creator. The Statue of Liberty responded with a smile. She then returned to her original position, and Li Yi retracted the power of the mouse talisman, transforming the Statue of Liberty back into the iconic figure holding the torch. The future might hold great longevity for her, or she might meet the same fate as certain statues that were destroyed. Who could say for certain? Li Yi teleported back to the side of the mischievous one, lifting the gravitational barrier surrounding her. Li Yi, so scared, she exclaimed, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Don't worry, everything is fine now. Li Yi susurred her. Suddenly, the mischievous one leaned in and began kissing him. Wait, mischievous one. Li Yi stammered, taken aback. Idiot, don't talk. She quickly interrupted. The two embraced in a passionate kiss. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the sky as a futuristic fighter jet appeared, the X-Men arriving to rescue the mischievous one. My goodness, what has happened here? Did Magneto's plan succeed? Aurora observed the surrounding ruins, perplexed. Look over there. Logan pointed to the two locked in an embrace not far away. It's Li Yi, Aurora exclaimed, filled with joy. Strange. How did he get here faster than us? Our craft is the latest model. And how did he know where to find her? Perhaps he has his own methods. I knew Li Yi wouldn't be the type to abandon the mischievous one. Jean chuckled softly, a flutter of emotion stirring within her as she gazed at Li Yi's silhouette. That rascal, Cyclops, who had remained silent, glared at Li Yi's figure, muttering curses under his breath. He longed to remove his visor and shoot the so-called Superman full of holes. Yet he understood that such an action would be futile. He had already cranked the power to maximum last time and had failed to inflict any harm. Haha, how marvelous. Without even engaging in combat, our mission is complete. What shall we do now? Should we descend to witness their display of affection, or simply return? Logan laughed. Let's head back first, Jean replied. Thus, the X-Men arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Li Yi was well aware of the situation above, but at this crucial moment, he had no intention of disrupting the atmosphere. After a while, the two finally parted. Li Yi, I like you. Be my boyfriend, the mischievous one declared, gazing intently into his eyes. Ahem. Well, mischievous one, before we continue, there's something I must clarify. I actually have a girlfriend named Daisy, who is currently conducting research in a small town in New Mexico. Li Yi said, feeling awkward. What? The mischievous one's face turned ashen, and she panicked, releasing her grip on him. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. She stammered, tears streaming down her face. With that, she covered her face and attempted to flee. Li Yi, not the foolish protagonist of a romantic comedy, refused to let such a thing occur and pulled the mischievous one back into his embrace. Mischievous one, I like you too, he whispered in her ear. But you have a girlfriend. So what? Can't the three of us be together? He replied. Rest assured, I possess a talisman of immortality. I won't come to harm. To be continued. Chapter 81. Aftermath in an instant. The mischievous girl ceased her tears, gazing at Li Yi with astonishment. Li Yi, what are you saying? She questioned, her voice laced with indignation. Although she harbored feelings for Li Yi, she believed it beneath her to lack boundaries. My words are sincere. Li Yi gazed at her with deep affection. I truly like you. Seizing the moment, he pulled the still-dazed girl into his embrace, caressing her silky hair. You are all incredibly important to me. You are my wings. Without any one of you, I cannot soar but would plummet into the abyss. Whispering sweet nothings in her ear, Li Yi gradually softened her initially resolute stance. Her uncontrollable abilities had rendered her quite lonely at Xavier Institute. The appearance of Li Yi, unaffected by her powers, became a radiant beacon in her life, marking the arrival of her first friend since awakening her abilities. His timely intervention during her darkest hour left an indelible impression on her heart, leading her to gradually develop feelings for him. So, what about that, Daisy? What were her thoughts? She inquired softly from within his embrace. Upon hearing her question, Li Yi felt a surge of joy. It indicated that her inner resolve was beginning to waver, even if her words remained defiant. I will address the situation with Daisy. This is all my fault for being greedy, wanting to possess you both. Whatever issues arise, leave them to me. Lia asurit hergenti. I don't know. I need to think this through. She stammered. Li Yi understood that she had already agreed in her heart, but needed time to convince herself. He knew he must not press her too hard, lest it backfire. "Take your time, my dear. I shall wait for you." Just as they were exchanging tender words, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. A magnificent red iron suit, trailing a long flame, soared in from the distance. It was none other than the illustrious Iron Man. "Tony Stark." "Lee, what is that?" The girl gasped, bewildered, as she turned to him. "Fear not. It is merely a flamboyant playboy. Tony Stark, the famous Iron Man. You must have heard of him." The suit landed gracefully on the ground. "Hey, Lee," Tony greeted as he lifted his visor. "Long time no see." "Tony," Lee replied. "Greetings, lovely miss." Tony addressed the girl, displaying an unexpected, gentlemanly demeanor, entirely shedding his usual roguish charm. "Hello," the girl responded shyly. "Allow me to introduce her. She is my girlfriend, Anna, but you may call her mischievous girl. Lee annonschit. Oli ye, you lucky dog. You found such a beautiful girlfriend." Tony teased. Lee, don't say such things. I haven't agreed to anything." The girl's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation upon hearing Li Yi refer to her as his girlfriend. It seems you have some work to do. Tony shook his head, sighing. "Tony, that's none of your concern. You arrived too late. The battle is already over. You always just miss it by a hair. Perhaps you should change your name from Iron Man to Latecomer Man." Li Yi jested. "I can't help it. I had planned to enjoy a romantic evening with Pepper, but that black egghead called me, saying, if you don't come to stop it, the entire city will be destroyed, so I had no choice but to come." Tony shrugged helplessly. Looking around at the ruins, he added, "It seems that Black Egghead was indeed correct. That is not my affair. It was all Magneto's doing. Moreover, I must thank myself for intervening, or he would have obliterated the entire city just now." Lee pointed at Magneto, who lay nearby. "Oh, he is still alive," Tony exclaimed in shock. In his memory, Lee acted decisively and ruthlessly, and very few enemies survived his encounters. "I simply chose not to kill him." Lee shuruk nonchalantly. He would not divulge that it was due to Magneto having two beautiful daughters. "What do you plan to do with him?" Tony inquired curiously. "I initially intended to send him to prison. Since you are here, I will leave that to you. Just a reminder, this fellow can control metal, so you'd best create a prison devoid of any." With that, he soared into the sky, cradling the mischievous girl, leaving Tony in a state of bewilderment. Because of the mess he made, I now find myself as the one cleaning it up. After a moment, Tony finally grasped the situation. "Never mind. Jarvis, contact that black egghead." Tony sighed. "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded. Lee held the mischievous girl as they flew beneath the starry night sky. Although he possessed the ability to teleport and could have instantly brought her back to Xavier Institute, he recognized that it was a perfect opportunity to nurture their bond, thus opting to fly back. His pace was leisurely, allowing them to appreciate the enchanting night scenery along the way. "Lie, I am curious. How did you acquire such a plethora of superpowers? You possess an array of peculiar abilities, even the capacity to resurrect the Statue of Liberty," she asked, intrigued. "My abilities are not superpowers. They are magic. I am a magician," Lee replied with a smile. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, one he intended to keep from everyone. Magic? Does it truly exist in this world? Of course. There is a place called Comartage, home to a group of sorcerers who protect the earth from shadows. Lie Ape. The two engaged in casual conversation as they returned to Xavier Institute. "Lee, you sly fellow. We all thought you would refrain from intervening. Yet you managed to rescue the mischievous girl before we even arrived," Logan exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Li Ye's chest. "I was too anxious at that moment to explain," Li Ye responded. "By the way, where's the professor?" he queried, having not seen Professor X for quite some time. "The professor was poisoned while searching for the mischievous girl. He is still unconscious," Jean explained beside him. "I believe I can heal the professor." "What? Really?" Jean's excitement surged. She had been by the professor's side since her awakening, and he had played both mentor and fatherly roles in her life. Jean then led Li Yi to their laboratory, where they encountered Cyclops walking towards them. As soon as Cyclops saw Jean with Li Yi, he erupted in fury. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome," he shouted. "Oh, I recall this property belongs to the professor, Who do you think you are? Leah Mulkit. You bastard. Cyclops began to retort. Enough, Scott. Jean interrupted him with a sharp tone. Jean, why do you always defend him? I am your boyfriend, the one who has been by your side. I do not wish to discuss this now. The professor is still inside, unconscious. Jean replied, exasperated. Why? We must clarify this today. Who, indeed, is your boyfriend, and whose favor do you seek? Laser Eyes erupted in frustration. He had endured enough. Why did everyone gravitate toward that damned outsider, who did not even belong to their clan? Well, we're done now. Are you satisfied? What do you mean by that? Laser Eyes' expression shifted to one of dismay. Is it not clear? We are breaking up. I am leaving you. Jean exuded an air of formidable authority, entirely contrasting her usual gentle demeanor. Upon hearing Jean declare their breakup, even Li Yi, who stood nearby, was taken aback. Were Jean and Laser Eyes truly parting ways just like that? Was it because of him? Laser Eyes pointed accusingly at Li Yi. And what of it? Jean boldly seized Li Yi and pressed her lips against his. Are you content now? Laser Eyes fell silent, lowering his head with a blank expression before departing. I'm sorry. I only did that to... Upon seeing Laser Eyes leave, Jean stammered an explanation to Li Yi. It's all right, I understand. Li Yi replied with a smile. Thank you. Jean responded with a sweet smile in return. They then proceeded inside, where the professor lay, bound with various instruments. Do you require any tools? We have a full array here. No need, it will only take a moment. Li Yi shook his head, releasing a beam of white light toward Professor X, which swiftly enveloped his entire being. All done. Li Yi grinned. Is that it? Jean asked, perplexed. Just as she was pondering this, the professor slowly awakened. Professor. Jean rushed to his side. Jean. Li Yi. Professor, you were poisoned. Li Yi saved you. Jean explained. I see. Thank you, Li Yi. There's no need for gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort. Li Yi replied modestly. Li Yi also rescued Little Rascal. The professor remarked after a moment of contemplation. Li Yi, I cannot thank you enough for this. From now on, you shall be a friend of Xavier Academy. You're always welcome here. It is an honor to be a friend of Xavier Academy. Li Yi Beamit. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Yi bid farewell to Xavier Academy. Unnoticed by anyone, Laser Eyes exited Xavier Academy and walked into the darkened woods, never to return. To be continued. Chapter 82. Press conference at the Dawn headquarters. Li Yi stood on the balcony, overlooking the sprawling expanse of New York City. Boss. Target. I stood respectfully beside him. How is the preparation for the plan progressing? We have already notified the major media outlets in New York City. Our associates have visited them amicably, and they will cooperate with us splendidly in 3 days. Target, I replied. Excellent. Remember, if anyone dares to disrespect me, they shall be sent to hell. Understood? Li Yi was always one to act immediately upon having an idea, never one to procrastinate. After conceiving the notion of forming an alliance a few days prior, he promptly set the wheels in motion. He secured a large base in a bustling district of New York City and began organizing a press conference for 3 days later. The upper echelons of various factions were already aware that the Golden Power had a new master, one so formidable that even the American government had to yield. Thus, few dared to create obstacles, especially in light of the recent events that had showcased Superman's might. Provoking Superman meant that even the American government would be unable to protect you. 3 days later, the largest opera house in New York City was teeming with people. Under Dawn's arrangements, this venue had been transformed into the site for Li Yi's press conference. Not only were major media outlets present, but countless fans of Superman and curious onlookers had also gathered. This was Superman's first voluntary appearance before the public media, naturally drawing fervent attention. With a whoosh, Li Yi chose not to descend from the skies in his superhero attire as he typically would, but instead opted for a more understated entrance. Dressed impeccably in a sleek black suit, he arrived at the venue in a luxury car worth millions. Wow, look, Superman is here. Darling, come out and see the deity. I mean Superman, the hero of New York City, the pride of America. I can't take it anymore. He is so handsome. Superman, I want to bear your child. Oh my, Superman's physique is simply divine. That muscular form, those calves, that prominent. Superman, I adore you. No matter the peril, the presence of Superman rendered it trivial. Just days ago, during the disturbance caused by Magneto on Liberty Island, it was Superman who intervened and resolved the chaos. We should reshoot a Superman movie, and the lead should definitely be modeled after Mr. Lee's face. Superman, Iron Man, the pride of New York City, you are the coolest. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers upon seeing Superman arrive. Boss, a subordinate respectfully opened the car door for Lee. Thank you. Your support means the world to me. I love you all, Lee exclaimed as he stepped out, waving to the ecstatic crowd. The exhilaration from his wave incited another wave of screams and cheers. Superman's image had always been impeccable, aside from a few slanders during specific times. He remained America's most beloved hero. Since Lee's arrival in this world, he had neither harmed the interests of ordinary people nor shied away from stepping up during crises. Furthermore, his recent destruction of a military base and the elimination of its mastermind had instilled deep fear among various factions. They unleashed their propaganda machines to praise and rehabilitate his image. Currently, the public perception of Superman was one of strength, integrity, kindness, and approachability. Even if Superman had any shadows in his past, they would swiftly be obscured and concealed. Of course, all of this was orchestrated behind the scenes by the American government and SHIELD. They were more eager than anyone for Superman to maintain a positive reputation. For such a powerful figure, they would eagerly bestow upon him the persona of a benevolent hero. Regardless of Superman's apparent indifference, as long as he grew accustomed to the accolades from all walks of society, this would subtly influence him. Should this Superman truly embody the archetype of a saint as depicted in comics, they would awaken from their dreams with joy. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, Lee seized the opportunity to enter the venue. The hall was packed, capable of accommodating thousands, a testament to the grandeur of this press conference. Major media outlets were present, their equipment fully prepared, awaiting Lee's address. As he walked past rows of seats to reach his designated area, reporters clamored to pose their questions. Look, Superman is here. Superman, hello. I'm Barton from the New York Times. Why did you choose this moment to hold a press conference? Superman, I'm Lilith from the Economic Tribune. May I ask? Superman, I'm Porter from the Southern Daily. Can I inquire? Superman, I'm Grace from the Herald. May I ask? As the media reporters caught sight of Lee, chaos erupted, each vying to pose their questions. Lee raised his hand to restore order, and the journalists fell silent. Complying with his request, they had been thoroughly warned by their boss to cooperate with Superman's actions, for the consequences of failing to do so would extend far beyond mere dismissal. To be continued. Chapter 83. The establishment of the Hero Association. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude for your presence amidst your busy schedules. Lee commenced with a courteous remark. Since the advent of a new era, the number of superpowered individuals has been on the rise. Many of these extraordinary beings are capable of restraining their desires, utilizing their powers to combat crime and uphold peace. We refer to them as superheroes. I have observed that superheroes have long operated independently, each fighting their own battles. This not only makes them susceptible to being overwhelmed individually, but also prevents the optimal unification of their strengths in the pursuit of justice. Some heroes, while basking in the public's applause, lead lives of destitution, struggling even to pay their rent. In light of this, I have resolved to establish an organization dedicated to serving superheroes and regulating their conduct, a sanctuary solely for superheroes, the Hero Association, an organization exclusively for superheroes. The Hero Association? What is this entity? The regulation of superhero behavior is certainly commendable. The actions of some so-called superheroes are indeed questionable. Having Superman at the helm is a sensible choice. Given his immense strength, it is surprising to learn that even glamorous superheroes endure lives of hardship. Lee's words ignited a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Subsequently, he offered a brief overview of the Hero Association's framework and regulations, elucidating its purpose and operational dynamics. Naturally, Lee's initiative would inevitably encroach upon many interests, yet he remained indifferent to such matters. He believed in embracing joy, and if there were dissenters, they could settle it with their fists. After Superman proposed the establishment of the Hero Association, Iron Man Tony Stark was the first to step forward in support. At the SHIELD headquarters, Leah's press conference was being broadcast live, and SHIELD was attentively monitoring the proceedings. What on earth does Superman intend to accomplish? Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, which could no longer withstand the force, and shattered instantly. Poor table. It had borne the brunt of Fury's wrath many times, and now it could finally rest in peace. Fury was seething with rage. Uniting superheroes was an idea he had long harbored, and he was already in the implementation stage. Little did he expect Superman to emerge halfway through with his own plan for a hero league, which felt like a slap in the face to Fury. Agent Coulson, how is the Avengers initiative progressing? Fury inquired of Coulson, who stood nearby. We are still grappling with manpower issues. We are severely understaffed. Our situation differs from Superman's. He is simply too powerful. He could single-handedly form a league. Coulson replied with a shake of his head. Currently, SHIELD had only a handful of agents available, with Hawkeye and Black Widow being the only notable figures, while Captain America, retrieved from the Arctic, remained in a comatose state, and it was uncertain when he would awaken. This is infuriating, Fury exclaimed, yet he felt utterly helpless. At the New York City Police Department, an officer expressed his discontent. Is Superman attempting to legalize those so-called superheroes? Upholding peace and combating crime has always been our duty as police officers. Yet now it seems Superman is encroaching upon our territory. In a nation driven by capital, any absurd legislation could potentially pass if backed by sufficient wealth. Superman, alongside Tony Stark and his formidable powers, could easily facilitate the legalization of superheroes. Previously, police could arrest these so-called superheroes under charges of obstructing justice. However, henceforth, any superhero registered with the Hero Association would act within the bounds of the law, thereby establishing a competitive dynamic with the police. There's nothing we can do. We have entered the age of superheroes, sighed Chief George. He felt a sense of powerlessness since the terrorist attack incident. Following the Lizardman incident, the reputation and standing of the police plummeted further in the eyes of the public. Faced with extraordinary events, the police were indeed powerless, a far cry from matching the capabilities of superheroes. Moving forward, they might only be able to handle petty thefts, illegal vendors, and neighborhood disputes. In the power center of America, the White House, a critical meeting was convened regarding Superman's initiatives. Any matter concerning Superman was of paramount importance. Military officials, representatives of major corporations, and key political figures were all in attendance. What are your thoughts on Superman's proposed Hero Association? The President of the United States inquired. To be frank, Superman's plan does not significantly impact us. Indeed, if it holds little consequence, then we need not concern ourselves with it, echoed various representatives of the corporations. They were genuinely intimidated by Superman. They still had great wealth to enjoy and did not wish to meet the same fate as those who had fallen before him at his hands. After all, he was a creature capable of withstanding even nuclear blasts. To be continued. Chapter 84. The System of the Hero Association Bang. I vehemently disagree. If we concede today and retreat tomorrow, the prestige of our great America will be utterly diminished. How will other nations perceive us in the future? An elderly general, clad in military uniform, slammed his palm onto the table in a fit of rage. General, if you find this situation unacceptable, why not take the lead in confronting the superhuman? I am certain General Jack would relish the opportunity to reminisce with you. By the way, I still possess the last video of General Jack. I can provide you with a copy for your leisurely viewing. A bespectacled congressman in a black suit interjected. You. The general was rendered speechless. His earlier bravado was merely a habitual fade. The military must project strength, even if it were just an act. How could this scoundrel see through him so easily? Enough, enough. Let us speak candidly. We currently have no means to restrain the superhuman. The weapons at our disposal are ineffective against him, and he could effortlessly eliminate everyone present. Therefore, until we discover a way to counter him, it is best to turn a blind eye to his actions. Another congressman proposed. That seems the only course of action. I concur. Let us all retire for the evening. There's a newly opened nightclub. Shall we go for a drink? Okay. I've heard it's owned by the Superhuman S faction. As the absurd discussions escalated, the President of the United States felt a vain throb on his forehead. Enough. This meeting is adjourned. The President bellowed. Following the press conference, Lee promptly applied for the establishment and legalization of the Hero Association. Unsurprisingly, the process encountered no obstacles whatsoever. Lee himself was appointed as the president of the association. In a live broadcast, Lee called upon all individuals capable of becoming heroes to join the Hero Association and transform into superheroes. When danger arises, step forward and resolve the crisis. Do you aspire to be a superhero? Then join the Hero Association. Such slogans were plastered throughout every street and alley by the following day. Tony Stark unequivocally announced his membership in the Hero League as its first member, infuriating the Black Egg to the point of a headache. He had invested a considerable amount of time persuading Tony Stark, even invoking his father, Howard Stark, yet Tony brushed him off and joined the Hero Association instead. The management and services provided by the Hero Association would encompass various aspects. Firstly, the qualification for becoming a hero would be determined through written examinations and physical fitness tests. A perfect score would be 100, with 50 points allocated to the written test and 50 to the physical test. Achieving a score of 70 or above would earn one a hero license issued by the association. The written test would cover topics such as action protocols, rescue techniques, and efficient and safe handling of emergencies. Specialized instruction would be provided, ensuring that diligent candidates could pass. The physical test, as the term suggests, would assess whether one meets the association's minimum physical standards. Ordinary individuals are ill-equipped to handle extraordinary events. Thus, possessing a physique far superior to that of an average person is essential. The headquarters of the Hero Association was established in Manhattan, New York City, a location chosen by Li Yi to prepare for the impending Chitauri invasion. Imagine the Chitauri arriving, armed with an array of lethal weapons, only to be met with formidable Earthlings who could not only withstand their assaults, but also retaliate with ease. What a captivating scenario that would be. The Hero Association categorized threats into 5 levels: God, Dragon, Ghost, Tiger, and Wolf, arranged from least to most severe. Wolf represents a certain threat to ordinary lives, such as petty thefts and robberies. Tiger, capable of endangering numerous lives, including various terrorist attacks. Ghost could halt an entire city's operations or even lead to its destruction. Dragon, capable of devastating several cities. God represents an existential threat to humanity, truly a cause for widespread panic. Moreover, heroes would be classified based on their combat abilities and contributions to society into 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D. D rank. Ordinary individuals or slightly above average, primarily addressing D rank incidents, with the association providing the best equipment to maximize hero protection. C rank, significantly stronger than ordinary people, capable of handling a small team, addressing Tiger rank incidents. B rank, possessing powers far beyond that of the average person, capable of managing multiple Tiger rank incidents. A rank among the strongest in the world, able to cope with Ghost rank incidents. S rank, possessing power that completely surpasses current human capabilities, capable of addressing Dragon rank incidents. Additionally, the Hero Association instituted various policies, such as a remuneration system for heroes. While many who volunteered to become superheroes possessed a spirit of sacrifice and dedication, often working without compensation and being misunderstood, Li believed they should not bear such burdens unrequited. Although some heroes hail from affluent families, many like Spider-Man, Falcon, and the reawakened Winter Soldier, lead ordinary or even impoverished lives. Their commitment to saving others often came at the expense of their own time, hindering their ability to work and earn a living, potentially leading to reprimands or even job loss due to tardiness or absences. Therefore, the Hero Association would provide them with subsidies, not merely monetary aid, but comprehensive support in various aspects. Any damage incurred by superheroes while protecting the public will be compensated by the association. To mitigate the risk of psychological distress leading to corruption, professional psychologists would be made available for regular counseling sessions. Every measure taken was aimed at ensuring that true heroes would not be forsaken. The Hero Association aspired not only to be a gathering of superheroes, but also a genuine source of motivation and encouragement for heroic endeavors. One day in the future, heroes would not be solitary figures. Everyone would embody the spirit of a hero. Lee, have you lost your mind? I'm the very first member of the Hero Association, and I'm only classified as a B-rank hero. Tony protested indignantly. Tony, I would love to elevate your hero rank, but it is determined based on actual performance. Your iron armor currently only qualifies as B rank. I cannot in good conscience elevate you to A or S rank. But if an event were to arise that could lead to the destruction of an entire city, you wouldn't want to send someone who would be a liability, would you? Can't your iron armor be upgraded? Once you enhance it sufficiently, your hero rank will naturally rise. Lee chuckled. Damit, Lee, just you wait. I will develop an anti-Superman armor that will defeat you, and then I shall become an S-rank hero. Tony seethed. The renowned Iron Man, merely a B-rank hero? This was an intolerable reality for him. I look forward to it. After all, I am currently far too formidable. Leah laughed. The sole S-rank hero of the Hero Association, Superman. To be continued. Chapter 85. The hero testing ground. The Hero Association had just been established, with only Li Yi and Tony present, and Li Yi even called upon a nearby target to join. This left the target utterly astonished. Having spent a lifetime as an assassin, taking countless lives, now the boss wanted him to save people and become a hero? Reluctant, yet unable to defy the boss's orders, he was reluctantly thrust into the role of a hero. To swiftly augment their ranks, the Hero Association promptly initiated the first round of hero testing. Thanks to the association's excellent promotion, a steady stream of individuals arrived to participate in the hero test. After all, everyone harbors a dream of becoming a superhero. Unfortunately, the participants varied greatly in ability, with only a scant few able to pass the hero test. Li Yi, intrigued, activated the surveillance to observe the proceedings. The Hero Association boasted an expansive testing ground exceeding 5,000 square meters, divided into 5 levels corresponding to 5 tiers of heroes. Testers could freely choose the level that matched their abilities. However, most of the attendees were merely D-class heroes, with the more formidable heroes watching from the sidelines. Attention, all testers. This testing session is divided into 5 stages. The announcement detailed the test content. A green-clad clown and a little girl with purple hair, dressed entirely in black and wearing a black mask, approached the staff. Hello, we would like to register for the Hero Association's test. The green-clad clown exclaimed. The staff, particularly wary of the little girl, frowned. I'm sorry, but the minimum age to participate in the hero test is 18. You seem to not meet the requirements. What? When was this regulation established? The clown shouted in agitation. It's stated on the announcement outside. The staff member pointed towards the entrance. My apologies. We didn't read it carefully, but I'm 18 this year. The clown replied awkwardly. You may participate, but your sister does not meet the age requirement. The staff member stated after a thorough inspection. Fantastic. The clown joyously jumped. I did not meet the requirements, the purple-haired girl said, narrowing her eyes slightly. She swiftly drew a dagger from her waist and held it against the staff member's neck, coldly remarking, What about now? The child's movements were remarkably swift and decisive. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of her actions. Clearly, she has undergone training. No wonder she dares to participate in the hero test at such a young age. But who would be so cruel as to train such a small child indeed? At her age, I was still in school. The girl's speed astonished everyone present, igniting a flurry of murmurs throughout the crowd. Please don't harm me. I'm just adhering to the regulations. The staff member stammered in panic. Wait, hit girl. We are here to participate in the hero test, to become heroes, not to cause trouble. The green-clad clown quickly interjected in an attempt to calm his companion. Lower your weapons. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of nearby guards, who surrounded the pair with weapons drawn. Don't shoot, don't shoot. This is just a misunderstanding. The clown waved his hands frantically. Hit girl, there's no need to be afraid. I'll help you fight our way out. The little girl retorted. The two were indeed Hit girl and the green-clad clown. Fight our way out. You're nearly killing me with your antics. You brought me here. Thus, the two began to bicker, creating a scene of utter chaos. Hit girl? The green-clad clown? How amusing. Lee observed the scene through the surveillance, chuckling to himself. He then summoned a supervisor to defuse the situation. What are you doing? The supervisor bellowed upon his arrival. Supervisor, it's these two. A guard briefly explained the situation. I understand. Lower your weapons. The supervisor commanded. Yes, sir. The guards promptly holster their weapons. Seeing the supervisor's compliance, Hit Girl also sheathed her dagger. Greetings. The Hero Association's regulations stipulate that participants must be at least 18 years old. We have no choice but to follow the rules. The supervisor explained. What nonsense. What's wrong with being young? Can't young people be heroes? How many of you here could defeat me? Hit Girl challenged defiantly. Isin shiridi apologize, mang. We are merely following the regulations. Please don't make it difficult for us. The supervisor continued with a smile. Oomph. Hit Girl snorted coldly and stormed out, leaving the green-clad clown behind. But can I still take the test? The clown asked awkwardly. Although Hit Girl's disruption was unintended, she was indeed his companion. Of course, sir. As long as you are 18 or older, you may test. The supervisor replied. Yay, that's wonderful. The clown exclaimed in excitement. Following the staff's guidance, the clown began the registration process. It is worth noting that the Hero Association's registration does not require disclosing one's true name or appearance. Once an individual passes the hero test, a unique card will be issued, into which all hero-related earnings will be deposited. These cards are managed by Stark Industries, functioning like regular cards without exposing personal data. To access the card's information, one would need hacking skills formidable enough to breach the dual defenses of Betty and Jarvis. Two top-tier artificial intelligences. The first test was a speed assessment. The staff led the clown to the testing area. Sometime later, he completed all the tests, achieving results slightly above the average level of an ordinary person, just barely qualifying. Congratulations, sir. You have passed our test and are now a D-class hero of the Hero Association. Here is your identity card. Please follow me to receive your equipment. The staff member said with a smile. I passed. I really passed. This is incredible. I have finally become a true superhero. The clown exclaimed with exhilaration. He then followed the staff to collect his equipment, which included various modern gear, bulletproof vests, helmets, batons, and more, fully armed for action. This was merely a fraction of what the Hero Association's testing entailed. To be continued. Chapter 86. Recruitment. The hero testing continued. And Lee commenced his recruitment efforts, targeting none other than our good neighbor, Spider-Man. With a swift motion, Spider-Man landed gracefully atop a building. Hey, Lee, he greeted. Hello, Spider-Man. What brings you out today? Lee invited. Cut the act. You know exactly why I'm here. So what do you say? Will you join our Hero Association? Lee laid his cards on the table. Spider-Man immediately lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, Lee, I truly appreciate your invitation, but I'm afraid I must decline. Oh, may I ask why? Lee asked, puzzled. Compared to being part of a team, I'm more accustomed to working alone. Besides, I wish to keep my identity concealed. Spider-Man responded. Spider-Man, you have not fully grasped the regulations of the Hero Association. Within our ranks, there is no need to disclose your identity or appearance. A code name suffices for registration. What? Such an organization exists? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Furthermore, don't you think that being a superhero has significantly impacted your life? I know you've been struggling to pay rent lately. Lee succinctly outlined the benefits of the Hero Association. Spider-Man found himself at a loss for words. Although he had aided many and received their gratitude, it had undeniably disrupted his normal life. Currently, he was working as an assistant in a laboratory, where his repeated tardiness and absences had drawn the ire of the supervising doctor. Moreover, having moved out from Aunt May's, he required substantial funds for rent, yet he had no time for a part-time job. Lee, I didn't become Spider-Man for these reasons. He replied, I understand you bear the weight of this responsibility, but there is no rule stating that heroes must live in hardship. Why not help others while also earning a deserved reward to improve your own life? If heroes are to give selflessly without recompense, who would still wish to be a hero? Li Yi's persuasive words struck a chord, and Spider-Man appeared increasingly uncertain. Also, don't you find it exhausting to go solo? Dealing with petty thieves is one thing, but facing formidable foes like the Lizard is another. Spider-Man was suddenly reminded of his last encounter with the Lizard, which sent a shiver down his spine. All right, I have made my decision. I will join the Hero Association, Spider-Man declared. Excellent, a wise choice. Our Hero Association is in dire need of individuals like you. Lia exclaimed, retrieving an identity card from his system space that he had prepared for Spider-Man. This is your identification. Henceforth, your hero remuneration will be credited to this card. Spider-Man accepted the card, which read, Hero Association B-Level Hero, Spider-Man. B-Level? Spider-Man queried, puzzled. The Hero Association categorizes heroes into ranks S, A. Lee briefly explained the association's hierarchy. Got it. Understand now. Spider-Man nodded in realization. Oh, and you must attend a Hero Action Guidance class once a month. Wait, what? After securing Spider-Man's agreement, Lee promptly set his sights on his next target, the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. This establishment is among the places with the highest concentration of superpowered individuals. Lee, aren't you busy with that Hero Association business? What brings you here? Logan inquired. Puzzled. I have an important matter to discuss with the professor. Lee replied with a smile. The professor is in the underground laboratory, Jean said in a low voice. It was then that Lee noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. What's wrong with you all? He asked, confused. The atmosphere grew silent. It's Scott. He has left the academy. Aurora finally spoke to clarify. What? Lee exclaimed in shock. Isn't he a loyal follower of Professor X? How could he leave? Lee recalled his previous conflict with Cyclops and thought, could it be because of me? He pointed at himself. Of course, this has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault. Jean said solemnly. No, this was Scott's choice. At that moment, a voice emerged as Professor X approached slowly. Professor, your leg? Lee was astonished to see Professor X standing. I owe you my gratitude. That white light you emitted not only eliminated the toxins from my body, but also allowed my legs, which have been paralyzed for years, to move again. Professor X replied. Does this include expelling all external forces? Old man, you are truly remarkable. Lee marveled. Professor, what you just implied. Scott has changed. He is no longer the same person he once was. Since he has chosen to leave the academy, we must respect his decision and not feel guilty. Professor X stated. Lee, I hear you have something important to discuss with me? Professor X inquired. Indeed, I wish to propose that the X-Men join the Hero League. Lee stated directly. What? Everyone present gasped in astonishment at Lie's words. Lee, you are aware of the public's attitude towards mutants. Professor X said uneasily. I'm well aware. This is also an opportunity to alter the public perception of mutants. An opportunity? The fear surrounding mutants stems from their unstable powers that often lead to great destruction. If we can bring mutants into the spotlight, demonstrating that they are human too, just a bit different, becoming heroes is an excellent way for the public to become familiar with you. Why do you think movie stars are so beloved? It's because they have a well-crafted public persona. I want to package all of you as heroes. Imagine it. When you are celebrated in the human world, wouldn't that change the public's view of mutants? Lee eloquently elaborated for nearly 3,000 words, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Is this truly feasible? Professor X pondered. Rest assured, Professor, I will protect you. No one will dare to target you. Lee assured confidently. Those who dare will find their bodies floating in the sea the next day, Lee silently added. Well then, very well. Professor X realized that his lifelong ambition was within reach and finally made his decision. To be continued. Chapter 87. The Rampage of the Green Giant. Lee Yi produced the identification cards he had prepared in advance and distributed them among the group. Lee, are we all B-level heroes? Logan inquired with a hint of confusion. Lee briefly elucidated that the Hero Association's ranking system is evaluated based on combat prowess and contributions. However, the primary reason they currently held such low ranks was their inherent weakness. For instance, if it weren't for Logan's formidable regenerative abilities, he would likely be on par with Captain America. Storm, too, was incapable of large-scale weather manipulation at present, despite the vast potential her abilities held, which could one day allow her to conjure cosmic phenomena such as solar winds. As for Jean, the host of the Phoenix Force, even though the cinematic universe greatly diminished her powers, her awakening could obliterate planets in mere moments. At this juncture, only a handful of X-Men were present, and the students were still too inexperienced. The professor had declined to allow them to engage in combat. Lee felt a twinge of regret, as he held considerable faith in some of the students, particularly Iceman. Afterward, Lee temporarily parted ways with the group and returned to the academy to seek out Little Mischief. Lee, I heard you established a hero association? Little Mischief queried. Nestet indiese embraje. What? Do you aspire to be a superhero as well? Lee chaklet. What? Can I? Little Mischief responded, astonished. Of course, as long as you desire it. I certainly do, but my abilities, she lamented. Her power involved absorbing energy from others, including life energy and mutant abilities. But it regrettably required physical contact to execute. Otherwise, it would be an almost game-breaking capability. Little Mischief, though your abilities are currently limited with persistent training, they will undoubtedly grow formidable in the future, Li Yi reassured her. That's all in the future. Right now, I just want to fight alongside you. She expressed with disappointment. That's not out of the question. What do you mean? I can bestow my abilities upon you, transforming you into a superwoman. What? Really? Little Mischief exclaimed, sitting up in excitement. Absolutely. When have I ever deceived you? Li Yi replied with a grin. Wait, if you give your power to me, won't you? Fear not. I will remain unaffected. That's incredible. Li Yi, you're amazing. Little Mischief exclaimed, showering Li Yi's face with affectionate kisses. This is all thanks to the system. Li Yi musit inyardli. Observing Little Mischief's actions, he teased Little Mischief. Does this mean you've agreed to be my girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Little Mischief froze, her cheeks flushing instantly, and she subtly nodded. Oh dear, will you accept or not? Li Yi find ignoranje, vesting. You foolish, fickle-hearted rascal. She has indeed accepted you. Little Mischief retorted, burying her face in Li Yi's embrace, flustered. Go ahead and speak for yourself. Of course. Li Yi, may I ask you a question? Little Mischief suddenly inquired. Ask away. Li Yi responded josually. Will you ever seek out other girls in the future? Ah, well. You insatiable flirt. I'll bite you to death. No, Little Mischief. Your dog. In a small town within the American XX region, Bruce Banner was desperately fleeing. Ever since Hulk was unexpectedly thrown into the outskirts after being beaten by an unknown assailant, he had not resurfaced, allowing Banner to enjoy a brief respite. He chose to hide in this town to avoid unnecessary troubles, aware that many desired and feared the power of Hulk. Despite his caution, he was soon discovered by those with ill intentions. What followed was an endless pursuit, forcing Banner to embark on the run once more. Attention! Target spotted at XX location. A heavily armed soldier reported into his communicator, fixated on Banner from shadowy corner. Received. Keep eyes on him. We're en route. Before long, a considerable force surrounded Banner, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Heh, I just want to be an ordinary person. Why can't you all leave me be? Banner sighed resignedly at the soldiers before him. Dr. Banner, we hope you will cooperate with us. The squad leader replied coldly. I strongly advise against any reckless actions. Otherwise, dire consequences will ensue. Banner warned. Go. The squad leader signaled as Banner showed no intention of compliance. Several soldiers rushed forward to restrain him. Why must you provoke me? Banner's tone turned icy, veins bulging green as he emitted a primal growl. What's happening? The soldiers were instantly thrown into disarray at this bizarre scene. They had been ordered to apprehend a treasonous scientist, entirely unaware that they faced the green giant, Hulk. Roar! With a furious roar, Banner transformed into Hulk, shredding his clothes, leaving only his indestructible pants intact. Run! Run for your lives! The squad leader shouted in panic. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Hulk's fists rose high and crashed into the ground. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept through the area, toppling soldiers and causing them to bleed from their orifices. This was merely the beginning. Once Hulk's rage was ignited, it could not be easily quelled. He leaped onto the bustling streets of the town. Boom! Hulk crashed down, causing violent tremors that drew the attention of the surrounding populace. Ah, a monster! Help! Run! Seeing the terrifying Hulk, the townspeople scattered in all directions, wishing for multiple legs to escape. Hulk paid them no heed, smashing anything in reach, seeking only to release his pent-up fury. Attention! Attention! A green monster is wreaking havoc in Glupus Town within the XX region. The creature's destructive capacity is immense. Having devastated multiple areas, the event level is classified as catastrophic. Heroes from the association are urgently needed. The blaring alarm resonated throughout the entire Hero Association headquarters. Catastrophic? An event threatening the entire town? Tony furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the screen. Damn it! We need heroes of A rank or above. But the Hero Association has just been established. Where are we to find A-level heroes? Only Lee stands as an S-rank hero. Tony glanced at his own B-level hero status. Discontented. Jarvis, contact Betty and instruct Lee to handle this. Understood, sir. Jarvis responded. To be continued. Chapter 88. The battle against the Green Giant at Xavier's Academy. Lee swiftly received a notification from Tony. A catastrophic threat? The Green Monster? It could only be the Hulk, he mused. After bidding farewell to everyone at Xavier's, he summoned the system to pinpoint the Hulk's location and immediately teleported there. Upon arriving in Glupus Town, Lee witnessed the Hulk wreaking havoc on a street. It seems you're having quite a bit of fun in there. Hulk, I'm back for another round, Lee shouted as he soared towards the Hulk. The Hulk, deeply engrossed in his destruction, momentarily turned at the sound of his name. Suddenly, a fist propelled at an incredible speed struck him squarely in the face. The impact sent the Hulk flying, scattering several teeth into the air and reducing a nearby building to rubble. The Hulk shook his head and slowly began to rise. Long time no see, Hulk. I'm here for another fight, Lee called out with a grin, waving at the Hulk. Upon seeing Lee, the Hulk instantly recalled the last encounter where he was bested and let out a thunderous roar. A wave of sound surged towards Li Yi, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Ah, my ears! Help! The remaining townsfolk clutched their ears in agony as the terrifying sound wave inflicted severe damage to their eardrums, blood streaming from their hands. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Li Yi. To prevent the Hulk from causing further harm, Li Yi sprang into action, teleporting directly in front of the Hulk. Before the Hulk could react, Li Yi's fist, cutting through the air with a deafening crack, struck him once more. With a resounding crash, the Hulk was propelled outside the town, and Li Yi quickly pursued him. The Hulk collided heavily with the ground, but rather than sustain damage, it ignited his fury, causing him to grow to a fearsome height of 6 meters, towering a full meter over his previous form. Previously, the Hulk had been affected by a serum injected by Blue Doctor, which had significantly dulled his powers. Hunk! The Hulk roared again, charging at Li Yi with astonishing speed. Intrigued by the Hulk's current strength, Li Yi also rushed towards him. The two collided with a deafening boom, the ground beneath them shattering as cracks spread outward. The Hulk swung his massive fist towards Li Yi, who skillfully intercepted it, employing Master Ma's technique, receiving and transforming, to dissipate the Hulk's force. Grasping the Hulk's arm, Li Yi executed a powerful shoulder throw. With a thud, the Hulk crashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Hulk, you seem a bit underwhelming, Li Yi taunted, smiling at the fallen giant. Hyuk! The Hulk bellowed, scrambling to his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi accelerated, landing a double-fisted blow to the Hulk's abdomen, lifting him off the ground. In midair, the Hulk flailed helplessly, unable to find leverage. Relentless, Li Yi unleashed a barrage of punches upon the Hulk, who could only cower, futilely roaring in frustration. In mere seconds, Li Yi had landed over 100 strikes, concluding with a kick that sent the Hulk plummeting downwards like a meteor. With a resounding crash, the Hulk struck the ground, creating a massive pit and sending shockwaves that disturbed the surrounding landscape, enveloping the area in dust. While it would be simple to incapacitate the Hulk before he could unleash his wrath, Li Yi had no intention of doing so. Instead, he aimed to provoke Hulk further, testing his limits to see if he could truly embody the boundless fury and strength portrayed in the comics. After all, the films had never fully explored the Hulk's limits, consistently interrupting his rampages. Lee speculated that the Hulk indeed possessed limits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been subdued by Thanos' relentless assault. In this desolate, uninhabited wasteland, there was no concern for collateral damage. A low rumble echoed from the ground. Lie's relentless assault had ignited the Hulk's fury to a near-tangible form, his eyes glowing red with a terrifying malevolence, reminiscent of an ancient beast. Roar! A primal roar erupted from the Hulk, shaking the very earth. Indeed, you've evolved again. Come on, Hulk, show me your limits. Lie exclaimed, ehilated. As anticipated, the Hulk's body trembled violently before inflating like a balloon. He soon surged to 10 meters in height, his muscles grotesquely bulging. What once were shoulders wide enough for a horse now boasted muscles thicker than an adult's waist, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Keep going, Hulk. Lie bekoned eagerly. The Hulk roared once more, swinging his massive fist towards Li, the air crackling with the force of his blow. Li, eager to gauge the Hulk's newfound strength, stood his ground, refusing to dodge. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk's fist struck Li, sending him hurtling backward. Wow, that power is truly formidable. If it had hit the ground, it might have caused an earthquake. Li thought to himself. To dissipate the kinetic energy, Li activated his gravitational control, suspending himself mid-air before launching back toward the ground. The Hulk, pleased to see the annoying adversary sent flying, leaped around like a child, creating craters beneath his feet. I'm back, Hulk! Li shouted, drawing the Hulk's attention once more. The Hulk, bewildered by how this irritating foe remained undeterred despite his full strength, bellowed again. Hulk, is this truly your limit? If you cannot grow stronger, then there is little reason for this game to continue. Lie's voice was cold. Despite the Hulk's incessant roaring, his size and strength no longer increased, perhaps indicating his limits or a lack of sufficient rage. Alas, he is not the Hulk capable of infinite strength as depicted in the comics. Lie seeked, his gaze sharpening as he instantly teleported before the Hulk, channeling his power before unleashing a mighty blow. Hulk! The Hulk, sensing impending doom, screamed in terror. With a deafening explosion, Lie's strike resonated, stirring clouds of dust. As the air cleared, the Hulk's colossal form had vanished, leaving behind only an unadorned white man. Anyone witnessing this scene from afar would surely be astonished. The towering mountain hundreds of meters high had simply vanished. To be continued. Chapter 89. The first A-class hero observing Bruce Banner sprawled on the ground. Lee retrieved a blanket from the system's space and gently draped it over him, as he had no inclination to gaze upon the man's nakedness. Without hesitation, Lee unleashed a spark of electricity upon Banner's posterior, albeit at the lowest intensity, ensuring it would not prove fatal. Banner yelped in pain, clutching his rear as he sprang to his feet, emitting a cry of distress. You're finally awake. Lee remarked. After bouncing around for a moment, Banner noticed a young Asian man standing beside him. Who are you? Where am I? He queried, bewildered. Do you not recall what transpired moments ago? By the way, I seem to have transformed into the Hulk again. Banner suddenly recalled his recent ordeal and anxiously asked, I didn't harm anyone, did I? No. Phew, that's a relief. Banner exhaled deeply. But wait, you obliterated an entire town. I knew it. Banner sighed despondently, feeling like a deflated balloon. Each time the Hulk emerged, he exhibited unparalleled fury, wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. Bruce Banner lamented being the unluckiest man in the world. Once a renowned scientist with a beautiful girlfriend, he had been a quintessential success. Yet, due to that cursed accident, he lost his girlfriend and became a monstrous entity, forced into an endless fugitive existence. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Hulk, believing it had destroyed his life. He had even attempted to take his own life, but the Hulk always seemed to thwart his plans at the most critical moments. Recently, the Hulk had finally vanished, allowing him a brief respite of normalcy, only to be unfortunate enough to attract the attention of unknown forces, compelling him to transform into the Hulk once more. Though unclear about the specifics, he sensed the Hulk's overwhelming rage, greater than ever before. Subsequently, the Hulk appeared to have suffered a fierce attack and retreated, granting Banner the opportunity to emerge. Wait, were you just battling Hulk? Banner exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Li Yi. Are there others here? Li Yi, exasperated, replied, the Hulk is immensely powerful. Who exactly are you to have been able to stop him? Are you not aware of me? Have you not been following the news lately? Li Yi asked, puzzled. It was astonishing that he was globally recognized, yet someone remained oblivious to his existence. I've been too preoccupied with hiding to pay attention to the outside world. Banner scratched his head. Take a look for yourself. Li pondered for a moment before retrieving the very first phone he had purchased upon arriving in this world and tossing it to Banner. Banner caught the phone and began scrolling through the latest news. Superman, hero of New York City, Hero Association. The unfamiliar headlines left him utterly astounded. It had only been 2 months since he last engaged with the world, and now had transformed beyond recognition. You're Superman? The one from Broadway? Banner gasped in disbelief. Indeed, Li nodded casually. Wow, I never anticipated such a monumental shift in the world in just 2 months, Banner remarked, returning the phone to Li Yi, saying, Superman, I sincerely appreciate your intervention with the Hulk. Otherwise, I can only imagine the extent of destruction that would have ensued. Consider this phone a gift. I already possess a new one. Oh, that is unacceptable. Enough chatter. Take it, and be on your way. Li retorted impatiently. Well, all right then, Banner acquiesced. What are your plans now? Li inwided. Indeed, Li was contemplating the prospect of recruitment. Although the Hulk in this world was not as formidable as in the comics, he still possessed the potential to devastate nations. The 10-meter-tall Hulk had the capability to level any country on Earth, including the United States. Such immense power warranted an invitation to join the Hero Association as Li Yi's ally. I had planned on anything. I can only continue to hide. Banner replied helplessly. How about joining our Hero Association? Li Yi proposed. What? Banner exclaimed in shock. Me? Join the Hero Association? Yes. The Hulk possesses tremendous power. Wouldn't it be a shame not to utilize it for something meaningful? Li Yi similed. In this world, the adage with great power comes great responsibility resonated deeply. But the Hulk is completely uncontrollable. Banner's expression darkened. Have you considered training him? What? Train the Hulk? Banner replied incredulously. The Hulk is akin to a child, devoid of understanding of good and evil. He was born from you. You are like a father to him. Your fear and hatred have confined him deep within your consciousness. And when he breaks free, it's with unbridled rage, leading to utter devastation. Banner, you must accept some responsibility for the carnage wrought by the Hulk. Is it really my fault that the Hulk has become this way? How utterly wretched, Banner lamented. Yet, it is not too late to amend your ways. Join the Hero Association, and I shall assist you in training the Hulk, guiding his power towards righteousness. If the Hulk goes berserk, I can intervene swiftly. Surely, you do not wish to inflict further harm upon others. Li said earnestly. Banner fell silent, aware that, as a scientist, if he could truly bear the psychological burden of indiscriminate slaughter, he would have resolved everything by now. Furthermore, by joining the Hero Association, he would receive assistance in dealing with those forces targeting him, allowing him to live a normal life. Is that true? Under Li Yi's coaxing and tempting words, Banner was visibly swayed. The life of constant evasion and turmoil was no existence for a man. He longed to leave it behind. Absolutely, Li Yi affirmed. Then, I shall join. Banner finally made his decision. Splendid. Welcome to the Hero Association, the first A-class hero. A-class hero? To be continued. Chapter 90. Side quest completed. This will be explained later. For now, the most pressing matter is to find you some clothing. Surely, you do not wish to arrive at the Hero Association headquarters in the nude. Li Yi chuckled. I have grown accustomed to it. Every time I transform into the Hulk, my clothes are torn to shreds. Banner replied helplessly. In order to procure an outfit for Banner, Li Yi guided him back to the ravaged town. Witnessing the desolation of the town weighed heavily on Banner's heart. The scene was filled with ambulances and fire trucks, diligently rescuing those affected. The Hulk's rampage had devastated several streets, resulting in dozens of fatalities and nearly 1,000 injuries. If the Hulk were to unleash such destruction intermittently, there would be nothing left unscathed. It was no wonder that Thor had remarked, "The earth hates you," which had thoroughly rattled the Hulk. "I truly bear a heavy burden," Banner lamented. "It is never too late to mend fences. From now on, I shall ensure that the Hulk is guided to channel his strength for noble purposes." Li Yi replied. In truth, Li Yi was the least qualified to preach about power misuse, as he himself often wielded immense strength irresponsibly. However, unlike other heroes, he did not chastise himself inwardly. The scene was abuzz with rescue efforts, and no one paid attention to the two men. At most, they found it peculiar to see a man wrapped in a blanket running about in the nude. Li Yi tossed a wad of cash to Banner, instructing him to buy a few sets of clothes before teleporting them both back to the Hero Association. Upon their return, Tony immediately began chattering excitedly. "Li Yi, you have truly surpassed yourself. You single-handedly took down such a formidable creature, and merely the force of your punch shattered that towering mountain. Perhaps you should stop calling yourself Superman and instead adopt the moniker One Punch Man." Who is this?" Tony asked, noticing Banner standing beside them. "Bruce Banner. He is the Hulk." Li Yi introduced. "Dr. Bruce Banner, what an honor. Your paper on biotechnology and the future was simply brilliant," Tony exclaimed, displaying great enthusiasm. Seeing Tony's warm demeanor, Banner couldn't help but smile, finding the renowned playboy rather amiable. But in the next instant, Tony revealed his acerbic wit. "Dr. Banner, that hulking fellow you transform into is quite the menace, smashing things left and right." Banner's expression darkened immediately. Lee stifled a laugh at the situation. Tony relished teasing others. If not for his billionaire status, he would have undoubtedly faced many a beating. "Dr. Banner officially joins the Hero Association today as our first A-class hero. Li announced it. A-class hero? Dr. Banner, you are impressive indeed. Arriving as an A-class hero while I am merely a B-class hero." Tony marveled. "Heh, I would prefer to be an ordinary person without this power." Banner replied with a wry smile. "Tony, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging matters for Banner." "Why me? You are the president of the association," Tony protested. "To those who can, more is required," Li Yi remarked, teleporting away before Tony could retort. Upon returning to his residence, Li Yi summoned the system. "System, check the side quests." Li Yi suddenly remembered the side quests he had forgotten earlier. "Certainly, host." A panel materialized before Li Yi. Side quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Completed. Reward. 1 lottery draw. Current completion. 2. 589 for 153,10,000. Side quest 2. Achieve 1,000,000 reputation points. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Requires completion of current task. Current reputation. 50,000,000,000. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Requires completion of current task. I completed side quest 1. When did I save so many people? Li Yi did it. Ding. During the battle with Magneto, had your final strike not shattered his attack, it would have resulted in numerous casualties, thus saving those individuals. The system replied, "That does seem to be my doing. Is that permissible?" Li Yi said, suddenly struck by an idea. If he were to intentionally create a disaster and then rescue people, could he not accumulate points rapidly? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Though Li Yi was reckless, he was not devoid of morals to that extent. "Let us proceed with the lottery system," Li Yi commanded. "Understood, host." The enormous wheel of fortune reappeared, filled with 126,852 items. The pointer began to spin rapidly before gradually coming to a halt, golden light shimmering across the wheel. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the T-virus serum from the world of Resident Evil," the system announced. "What on earth, system? How could you produce such a hazardous item?" Li Yi exclaimed in shock. It is known that the world of Resident Evil fell victim to this very substance. Nearly all 7 billion humans perished, leaving only a scant few struggling to survive, all due to a fool who shattered a vial of T-virus serum for profit. Host, the lottery is entirely random. The system lacks the ability to control outcomes, and what you draw is solely a matter of luck. The system clarified. Could it be that I exhausted all my luck previously and now have plummeted to the depths? Li Yi said ironically. Previously, He had enjoyed a stroke of luck, drawing a god-tier spatial skill, teleportation. Hence, his current misfortune of acquiring this utterly useless and perilously dangerous T-virus. He hastily stored the T-virus serum within the system's space without hesitation. Such a perilous substance ought to remain contained within the system's realm. Perhaps in the future, while traversing the cosmos, he could discard it on an unwelcoming planet, though he questioned whether it would affect extraterrestrial life. Host has claimed the reward. Side Quest 1 has been updated. Side Quest 1. Save 10,000,000 people. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Requires completion of current task. Current completion. 2. 589. 453 10. 000,000. A substantial increase to 10 million presents a significant challenge. There have been no particularly momentous events as of late. Suddenly, he felt a tingle of anticipation for Ultron, a being intent on hurling a city as a meteorite to obliterate all of humanity. If he were to thwart such a plan, it would be equivalent to rescuing 7 billion lives. Furthermore, if he were to eliminate Thanos before the infamous snap, it would mean saving half of all life in the universe. Liye pondered it. To be continued. Chapter 91. The New Heroine. Supergirl. On a bright and sunny morning, Liye decided to grant himself a day off. Although he usually had little to do, he sought a justification that would appear more legitimate. Boss, you have a new message from Miss Anna. Would you like to take it? Betty reminded him. Little mischief? Could there be something important? Liye replied, answer it. Good morning, Liye. Shall we go shopping today? It seems we Haven T had a proper date like normal couples. Little Mischief suggested, her youthful exuberance evident. Of course. I happen to be free. Liye responded. Thus, the two decided to spend the day as a typical couple. Liye swiftly transported Little Mischief from Xavier Academy using teleportation. Liye, look at this. That doll is so adorable, she exclaimed. Hurry, let us ride that attraction. We can watch this movie afterwards. Throughout their outing, Little Mischief was filled with joy, bouncing along with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on a bridge, a man in a suit removed his shoes and approached the edge, contemplating suicide. Having lost all his savings in stock trading and with his wife running off with another man, he felt life had lost all meaning. Hey! A voice interrupted his dark thoughts. The man turned to see a monstrous figure resembling stone, startling him. Although extraordinary beings like Superman, Iron Man, and Spider-Man had emerged in America, this stone creature was beyond human comprehension. Do you think you are the only one with problems? Friend, look at me. How much worse can it get? I see you. The stone man attempted to dissuade the man from his grim intentions. The man, terrified, stepped back towards the edge, perilously close to the rushing traffic below. Hey, don't go out there. I said stop, you fruitcake. No, don't come any closer. Stop messing around. Come here. The stone man continued to plead. No. The man lost his footing and fell. A heavy truck was barreling towards him. Without hesitation, the stone man leaped after him. Bang, bang, boom. The truck collided with the stone man, flipping over and causing a catastrophic chain reaction of accidents. The severity of the incident quickly drew police attention. What on earth is this? Officers arrived at the scene, their expressions morphing into shock upon witnessing the stone figure. Don't move. Raise your hands. They commanded, weapons drawn. Hey, I mean no harm. I just wanted to save him, the stone man said, complying with their orders. Suddenly, a nearby damaged cable emitted a shower of sparks. Fire. Shoot. The officers, alarmed by the sparks, opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. To their surprise, the bullets merely sparked against the stone man's body, leaving him unscathed. Enraged by their continued aggression, the stone man shouted, back off. Help! A monster! Run! The monster is going to kill. Panic spread among the crowd. In another part of town, Liye and Little Mischief were enjoying their day. Wait, I think I heard someone calling for help. Liye's enhanced hearing, imbued with mystical powers, detected the cries. What? Is something happening? Little Mischief asked, her surprise evident. Let's check it out, Liye declared, lifting Little Mischief into the air as they soared towards the bridge. Liye, look. There's a monster preparing to attack the crowd. Little Mischief pointed out the stone man. What is that? The thing from the Fantastic Four. It seems events in this timeline revolve around Tony revealing his identity as Iron Man. Lee recognized the stone creature as Ben Grimm. Do you want to experience being a superhero? Lee asked with a smile. Now, she replied, excitement bubbling within her. Indeed, he bestowed upon her several of his own powers. Is this what you meant by granting abilities? I feel so powerful, Little Mischief exclaimed, floating independently in awe. Exactly. You now possess a part of my strength. Go forth and uphold justice, Supergirl. Supergirl? That title is rather childish. She retorted, but flew down to confront the Stone Man. Stop right there, big guy, she commanded, landing in front of him. Who are you? The Stone Man questioned, surprised to see a flying woman, evidently another super being. Did you see that? She can fly, like Superman. Is she a newly emerged hero? The crowd murmured in amazement. I am Supergirl. Your actions have severely violated the law. Surrender peacefully, she declared with authority. I didn't intend to cause trouble. I only wanted to save him, the Stone Man quickly explained. Regardless of your intentions, you've caused significant damage. I suggest you speak with the judge, Little Mischief asserted resolutely. Lee nodded approvingly from above. Little Mischief was truly embodying her role. He pondered creating a Wonder Woman-inspired outfit for her. No, I told you I didn't mean to cause trouble, the Stone Man shouted, stepping forward clearly agitated. It was evident that the crowd's misunderstanding had overwhelmed him. It seems I must calm you down. Little Mischief frowned. Don't push me, the Stone Man roared. Ignoring his threats, she instinctively activated her powers. Buzz, the gravitational field around the Stone Man, intensified dramatically. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, struggling to support his weight with his hands. What is happening? He gasped in astonishment. I've warped the gravitational field around you, Little Mischief explained. Fantastic! Supergirl has subdued the monster. The crowd cheered. Should we take him to the police station or notify the Hero Association? They are far more equipped to handle this. The officers approached cautiously, observing the Stone Man's futile struggles. Wait, shouted 3 individuals, 1 woman and 2 men, rushing toward the scene. To be continued. Chapter 92. The Fantastic Four, the trio, consisting of Susan, Reed, and Johnny, had ventured out in search of Ben. Who are you? Questioned the leading officer nearby. Officer, we are his companions. This is all a misunderstanding. Reed hastily stepped forward to explain. You are associates of this monster? The officer retorted. Hey, do not refer to him as a monster. He became this way due to an accident. Reed countered, moving closer to the Thing. Ben, is that you? Yes. It's me. The Thing hesitated momentarily before choosing to acknowledge. I apologize. It was merely an accident. He is our friend and has no criminal record. Susan quickly added. Criminal records are inconsequential. What matters is that he caused such a severe incident. The officer frowned. Just then, amidst their heated exchange, a distant fuel truck erupted in a violent explosion. Fiery flames surged toward them in an instant. The crowd, trapped by the accident, had no time to escape and could only wail helplessly. Just as Johnny was about to intervene, the flames halted midair. The onlookers beheld Susan extending her arms, an invisible force field shielding them from the fire, which gradually extinguished. The other 3 displayed their unique abilities as well. Johnny discovered he was unafraid of the flames, while Reed's arms stretched like rubber to save a person about to fall from the bridge, and Ben halted a vehicle teetering on the edge. The crowd erupted in applause. Hooray! Superheroes! Thank you! They cheered. Suddenly, Li Yi, donning a superhero costume, descended from the sky. Oh my, is that Superman? Gasped someone in the crowd. Superman is here too? What a day filled with superheroes. I can't take it. Superman is so handsome. My heart is racing. Li's presence instantly captivated the surrounding crowd. You all did splendidly. He commended the 4, exuding a charm that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Superman praised us. Look, Johnny exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for Superman was his idol. Now, endowed with superpowers, he aspired to become a superhero like him. The other 3 appeared more reserved, particularly Susan, whose eyes flickered with an odd expression. It seemed this fellow did not recognize her. Would you be interested in joining our Heroes Association? Li Yi seized the moment to extend the invitation. What? The Heroes Association? Us? Johnny exclaimed with enthusiasm. Absolutely. Your abilities are remarkable, and most importantly, you all possess hearts of justice. Liesimilet. We would certainly like to join, Johnny began, but was abruptly silenced by Susan's hand over his mouth. Superman, we truly appreciate your invitation. However, we must first ascertain whether this mutation will pose any complications for our bodies. Reed interjected. I fear it already has. Ben Greenberg. Why is it that everyone else gains powers without altering their appearance while I am stuck as this ugly, hideous thing? His abilities were formidable, arguably the strongest among them. Yet his appearance was a burden. In a society that favors beauty, he felt particularly unfortunate, especially since his fiancée had left him. Naturally, if he could freely control his transformation, he would be more than willing. After all, who wouldn't want to be something extraordinary, like a superhero? Superman had set an exemplary model for them. Very well. I shall not press further, Li Yi replied, turning to leave. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he added, if you require assistance, feel free to contact me through the Heroes Association. I believe I can help with your mutation issues. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by Johnny. Wonder Woman is following Superman. What is their relationship? Could Wonder Woman be Superman's girlfriend? The crowd buzzed with speculation. I cannot believe I heard correctly. Did Superman just say he could resolve our mutation issues? Ben exclaimed in disbelief. Li Yi, how did I perform just now? Johnny asked, blinking his large eyes. Remarkably, your expressions and demeanor were identical to those valiant heroines in comic books. Li Yi Pires. Of course. Do you not know who I am? Johnny retorted with pride. You are Wonder Woman, Superman's sidekick. What? I am not a sidekick. The following day, the newspapers ignited a frenzy across America. Shocking. Does Superman have a girlfriend? The New York Times, Superman spotted in a romantic relationship. Economic Special Report, new hero, Wonder Woman. Superman's charming girlfriend. The Pioneer Daily on the day of disaster. Where was Spider-Man? The Horn Daily, most headlines centered on Superman's romantic endeavors. While only a few lesser publications reported on the multi-car pileup on the XX Bridge and the emergence of 4 new superheroes. They dubbed the quartet the Fantastic Four. What do you think about the news of Superman's romance? Reporters queried Superman's female fans. Nonsense. This is absolutely false. Superman could never have a girlfriend. He's mine. You wretched liars, stop spreading rumors. I will sue you. Superman has never claimed that woman is his girlfriend. How did you arrive at that conclusion? You media folks are always spreading falsehoods about my brother Superman. Do you not know that spreading rumors can lead to imprisonment? Be careful, or my brother will have you all in court, doomed to spend your lives behind bars. Rationality. Rationality. How can you expect me to be rational? Watching you spread lies about my brother without any reaction is what you call rational. My brother Superman will never have a girlfriend. He belongs to all of us girls. The news of Superman's romance caused an uproar among his female fans, who vehemently denied the claims, believing it to be mere media fabrication. To be continued. Chapter 93. Superhero Fan Meeting at the Headquarters of the Hero Association. Li Yi, you extraordinary fellow. Merely a hint of your romantic involvement has generated such fervor. This enthusiasm surpasses the excitement I experienced when I revealed Iron Man's identity, Tony Stark remarked, clutching a newspaper that bore the sensational news. Who is he? A billionaire, a playboy, a renowned inventor, a philanthropist. The valiant Iron Man, Tony Stark, finds himself eclipsed in popularity by Li Yi. How could he possibly endure such a blow? Tony, there is no helping it. After all, I am just that formidable. That exceptional. Li Chakret. You really are quite the narcissist, Tony retorted. Tony, you're the true master of narcissism in this regard. Li shot back. The two exchanged playful jabs, a routine they shared. Betty, how have things been progressing with the Hero Association lately? Li inquired, calling for Betty. Reporting boss. The Hero Association has been flourishing recently. We've recruited numerous heroes. The list is as follows. S-Class heroes, 1 A-Class heroes, 2 B-Class heroes, 10 C-Class heroes, 132 D-Class heroes, 1678. Betty enumerated. Excellent work, Betty. You've done splendidly. Lia Pires. Thank you for your kind words. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Betty responded. Lee, you certainly have it easy, delegating everything to Betty. Tony laughed. Why live life so exhaustingly? Lee replied nonchalantly. By the way, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Feel free. Given your immense power, why expend such considerable resources to establish the Hero Association? Tony questioned, puzzled. To defend against extraterrestrial invasions. Lee answered. Extraterrestrials? You've seen the footage from New Mexico. You know this world is home to aliens, correct? Indeed, humanity, after millions of years of evolution, has claimed dominion over Earth, appearing formidable. Yet, the vast cosmos harbors countless races and civilizations, many of which are far more powerful than humanity, should they choose to invade Earth in the future. Current human technology would stand no chance against them. You speak truthfully. Tony's expression grew somber. Undoubtedly, superheroes represent the pinnacle of human strength, yet they cannot fight alone. Thus, I have united them to unleash their collective power in defense of Earth. Lies poco passionate. I still do not comprehend. You are so powerful, nearly transcending existing civilization. If even you cannot resolve certain issues, what can the other superheroes achieve together? Tony, do you believe I will remain on Earth indefinitely? What? You intend to leave Earth? Tony exclaimed, astonished. Li Yi is the most formidable warrior on Earth. His departure would significantly increase the likelihood of invasion. Indeed, I have devised a plan, and at the appropriate moment, I shall embark on a journey through the cosmos. Li Yi replied. Tony fell silent, contemplating a novel notion. If humanity cannot safeguard Earth, perhaps there is an alternative. Betty, please arrange the upcoming superhero fan meeting. Li Yi instructed. A fan meeting? Tony queried incredulously. Precisely. We must meet our fans. Li Yi grinned. The Hero Association established a dedicated website showcasing superhero rankings, resolve incidents, and corresponding battle footage. Within a mere few days, the site garnered over 200 million logins, an undeniable testament to its popularity. Citizens could vote for their favorite superheroes on the website, and if a superhero exhibited misconduct, complaints could be lodged. The Hero Association would promptly investigate, and if the complaints were substantiated, the accused hero could face disciplinary actions, including potential revocation of their hero license. This initiative not only facilitates a deeper understanding of the challenges superheroes face in executing justice and saving civilians, but also serves to monitor their conduct, preventing the emergence of false heroes akin to the Seven from the Boys. Superheroes also possess personalized spaces on the site, allowing them to interact with fans and share glimpses of their daily lives and photographs. Currently, the most popular hero on the Hero Association site is Superman, with an astounding 10 million votes. Ranking second is not Iron Man Tony Stark, nor our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but the formidable Wonder Woman Anna, who has garnered 5 million votes. Despite appearing only once as Superman's rumored girlfriend, she naturally attracted fervent attention, bolstered by her considerable strength and charming appearance. Notably, the ratio of Wonder Woman's fans to detractors stands at a staggering 1, meaning for every 5 million fans, there are also 5 million critics, primarily comprising Superman's female admirers. The pressure on her as Superman's rumored partner is immense, for Superman is overwhelmingly popular among women. Upon the Hero Association's announcement of the superhero fan meeting, it immediately sparked fervent interest and discussion across America. Countless citizens from various regions converged upon New York City, leading to a scarcity of hotel accommodations in certain areas. Days later, the superhero fan meeting was held as scheduled in New York City's largest park. Eager to meet their beloved heroes, fans arrived early at the venue. The park was teeming with people, bustling with energy, and it was estimated that no fewer than 300,000 fans were present. Welcome, everyone, to the superhero fan meeting hosted by the Hero Association, a prominent supporter shouted. Oh, the crowd erupted in ecstatic screams. Now, please welcome our superheroes to the stage. First, we present the mightiest and most beloved superhero, Superman. As the host introduced him, Lee descended gracefully from the sky, clad in a black battle suit. Oh, Superman. Superman, I will always support you. Superman, I love you. I want to bear your children. Superman. Superman. Hero of New York City, champion of America. The fans screamed wildly, expressing their adoration for Superman. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your support, my friends. Lee smiled and waved in greeting. He was well-versed in this routine. Another wave of screams ensued. Following this, one superhero after another made their entrance. Spider-Man swung down from a nearby building. Iron Man descended with a long trail of flames. Wonder Woman made her entrance in a manner similar to Superman, further fueling speculation about their relationship. Awesome, Iron Man. A true man should embrace technology. Iron Man, I want to duel with you. Spider-Man, you're a favorite among mothers. Wonder Woman, your new outfit is stunning. Wonder Woman, show them that we women are just as capable as men. Fans shouted and screamed excitedly, rallying for their favorite heroes. To be continued. Chapter 94. The assault on the headquarters of the Hero Association. Since Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, the world seems to have fast-forwarded into a new era. Superpowered individuals and supernatural events have proliferated. Faced with these extraordinary forces, law enforcement appears utterly powerless, while the emergence of superheroes has effectively filled this void. They uphold justice, combat evil, and have become an immensely popular faction globally, overshadowing even the most celebrated Hollywood stars. After all, one may portray a hero only in the realm of fantasy, while the other exists as a genuine hero in reality. Just as in life, if one has a girlfriend, who besides a select few otaku would choose to obsess over a mere animated character. Thus, young man, do not remain idle. Strive for greatness. On another front, this phenomenon is undoubtedly bolstered by Lee Ye's promotional strategies. In America, while one might disregard the president's authority, one cannot afford to ignore Superman's. This sentiment resonates across all major powers. After all, angering the president may provoke a subtle retaliation, but angering Superman could lead to a direct and fatal encounter at your doorstep. Furthermore, the Hero Association in this world is not like the one depicted in One Punch Man, tainted by corruption and serving the interests of the wealthy. Although numerous capitalists desire to invest in the Hero Association, Lee has resolutely declined their offers, insisting that money remains while they depart. Even when funds are taken from them in a manner akin to robbery by Superman, these powerful entities dare not protest, instead masquerading their contributions as charitable donations. Lee operates with unabashed audacity, unconcerned with conventional rules. If necessary, he would simply overturn the table, for he is an entity of cosmic strength, indifferent to earthly matters. At the very moment when the superhero fan meeting was in full swing, the Hero Association's attention was largely diverted to the event, presenting a prime opportunity for us to execute our plan. Let's make a grand move. Everything is for the organization. Hail Hydra! In the shadows, a conspiracy against the Hero Association was unfolding. A truck approached the headquarters with deliberate slowness. Sir, this is a restricted area. Please present your identification. Security personnel swiftly intercepted the truck, clad in top-tier gear and armed with the latest weaponry. Each guard was a battle-hardened soldier, carefully selected for their skills. Many had been recruited by the Hero Association after retirement, drawn by excellent benefits and a monthly salary of $30,000, which made their loyalty to the association unwavering. Identification? Seek it in hell. The truck driver sneered, flooring the accelerator as the vehicle barreled past the barricade, aiming directly at the two security guards. Fortunately, the guards evaded the impending collision with remarkable agility. Report. We are under attack. They urgently relayed the situation back to headquarters. With a resounding bang, the rear doors of the truck flung open, and a cadre of fully armed assailants surged forth, unleashing a hail of gunfire. Bang! Oh! Help! Run! Nearby civilians scattered in panic. Take cover! The squad leader commanded the security team to secure advantageous positions and return fire. Everything is for the organization. In that moment, the truck driver swung the vehicle around, targeting the headquarters building. He slammed the accelerator once more, propelling the truck forward. Stop that truck! Block that truck! The squad leader shouted, but it was already too late. Bang! The truck collided violently with the building. Boom! A massive explosion ensued, ferocious flames consuming everything in their vicinity, even impacting the nearby streets and resulting in hundreds of casualties. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Retreat. The assailants dashed towards another approaching vehicle, escaping amidst the chaos of the explosion. At the fan meeting, Li was enthusiastically engaging with the audience. Boss, the headquarters has been attacked by unidentified individuals, resulting in 345 casualties. Betty suddenly alerted him. What? Li exclaimed in shock, quickly overwhelmed by a wave of fury. How dare they invade my territory? After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Tony. What is happening, Li? Tony inquired, puzzled. The headquarters has been attacked. I must return immediately. I am uncertain if they will target this location next, so be particularly vigilant. Contact me at the first sign of trouble. With that, he vanished before the astonished crowd. Where did Superman go? Why is he missing? The fans expressed their confusion and concern. Cough, cough. Tony cleared his throat, redirecting the audience's attention to himself. This morning we had a few burgers. Perhaps they were not the healthiest, which is why Superman needed to return. You understand? So try to avoid junk food. Tony's quip elicited laughter from the crowd. Li instantaneously teleported back to the headquarters, swiftly scanning the area from above, yet finding no trace of the attackers. It seems those scoundrels have escaped. He fumed inwardly, then turned his gaze toward the explosion-ravaged building. Thankfully, the structure remained relatively intact, only charred on the surface, with minimal additional damage. However, the streets outside lay in disarray. My leg! My arm is broken. Save me! Help me! Victims on the ground cried out in anguish. Li pondered for a moment before descending, releasing a sphere of white light from his hand. The moment the white light touched the afflicted, their injuries began to heal instantly. Broken legs restored, severed arms reformed. The incantation of the horse talisman, banishing all external forces, was activated in an instant. Oh my hand is healed. How miraculous. My foot too. It was definitely broken just now. All my wounds have vanished. The victims expressed their astonishment and joy. The souls of those who had perished still lingered. After restoring their bodies with the power of the horse talisman, Li utilized the goat talisman to draw their souls back into their corporeal forms, thus resurrecting the deceased. To be continued. Chapter 95. Hydra Li intervened to rescue these individuals because they were personnel from the Hero Association, thus considered allies. Li has always been benevolent toward his own. Had they been mere victims of other attacks, he would not have exerted his abilities to save them. The Hero Association had already sealed off its headquarters, meticulously searching for traces at the scene. Have we identified the culprits? Tony inquired immediately upon returning from the fan meeting. His anger was palpable. After all, who in America was unaware that the Hero Association was founded by him and Superman? The audacity to brazenly assault the association's headquarters was a blatant disregard for his authority. The truck was laden with explosives, which led to such a massive explosion. However, the perpetrators have been elusive, and we currently possess no information. Tony, share your conjectures. Who do you think is behind this? Well, that's difficult to ascertain. There are numerous organizations with such capabilities, yet I cannot conceive of any force that would dare act against the Hero Association. Knowing your connection, Tony shook his head. Indeed, Li mused thoughtfully. Deep down, he already harbored a suspicion. Given the organization's propensity for madness, if they had set their sights on him, they would certainly disregard Superman's threats. After all, their oft-repeated motto was, cut off one head, two shall grow in its place. Precisely. Li surmised that it was the infamous Hydra. Only an organization capable of infiltrating SHIELD could execute such clandestine operations. The origins of Hydra trace back to 1,400 years ago when the Kree and Skrull were embroiled in war. The Kree, in dire need of warriors, ventured to the solar system and conducted genetic experiments on Earthlings, modifying primitive humans to possess superhuman abilities. However, the genetic alterations failed, leading the Kree to abandon the unsuccessful subjects on Earth. These subjects, known as Inhumans, were not entirely failures. They acquired superhuman powers and identified themselves as the Inhuman race. The first of these, Hive, possessed the ability to control other Inhumans, inciting fear among his kin, which resulted in his exile to another planet. As time progressed, a faction of the Inhumans came to revere Hive as a deity, and they united, seeking to worship him and bring him back from exile. This coalition eventually formed Hydra. During World War II, Red Skull adopted the Hydra philosophy inspired by Hive to serve his own nefarious ambitions, with the motto, "Cut off one head. Two shall grow in its place." After suffering defeats at the hands of the Allies and Captain America, Red Skull inadvertently touched the Tesseract during a struggle with Captain America and was transported to the planet Vormer to guard the Soul Stone. The remaining Hydra members were absorbed by SHIELD's predecessor, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, and under the leadership of their mastermind, Arnim Zola, they concealed themselves and grew in power, ultimately infiltrating SHIELD entirely. I initially had no intention of meddling with you clowns, but who would have thought you would dare provoke me? Truly a death wish. Lee scoffed. Do you know who it is now? Tony asked, puzzled. I have a slight inkling of the mastermind. With that, Lee departed, leaving Tony in a state of confusion. The following day, news of the attack on the Hero Association headquarters erupted, causing an uproar. Who would dare to so openly assault the Hero Association, a bastion of superheroes? With Superman, the strongest superhero on Earth, as their protector, it was unfathomable who could possess such audacity. What a joke the Hero Association is. Having just been established a few days ago, it has already been blown to smithereens. It might as well close up shop. This world does not need any superheroes. They should get out of New York, get out of America. Last time, a so-called superhero damaged the street near my home, and to this day, no one has taken responsibility for the damages. What do you suggest we do? Isn't the Hero Association responsible for such compensations? That superhero wasn't affiliated with their association, so they aren't liable. Isn't that quite normal? The Hero Association is only responsible for their own heroes. How can you twist that? I'm just fed up with this. What is it to you? Come at me. A faction of individuals discontented with superheroes and some paid trolls seize the opportunity to vehemently vilify and insult the Hero Association online. Hey, you upstairs. No one is forcing you to like them. If you don't, then don't watch. Exactly. You think you can just tell us to leave America? Is it yours to dictate? A bunch of shameless trolls. I don't care what you say. My town was spared from destruction by monsters thanks to Superman's presence. I encountered some thugs in an alley last time, and it was only with Spider-Man's help that I emerged unscathed. The emergence of superheroes has made our society better. Fans of various superheroes swiftly mounted a counterattack, resulting in a fierce online battle between the two factions. The controversy escalated to such an extent that it ultimately caused the website to crash. In a secret Hydra base, the leader of the Hydra faction in America, Alexander Pierce, formerly the director of SHIELD, before Nick Fury, was furiously reprimanding his subordinates. Who authorized you to provoke Superman? This foolish subordinate had recklessly stirred up trouble with that formidable being, pushing Hydra closer to peril. If Superman discovered that they were behind this incident, he would scour the earth to find them. Fortunately, they were still managing to remain concealed. Leader, Superman is the strongest being on this planet. If we could harness his power, world domination would be within our grasp. One subordinate retorted, harness Superman's power? What is your plan? To provoke Superman at the risk of exposing our organization? I merely wanted to test their reactions. Test? Utterly foolish. Alexander Pierce exclaimed in fury. I'll let you off this time due to your past performance. Next time, you won't have a seat in this position. Why, yes, leader. The subordinate nodded vehemently, terrified. Just then, Pierce's communicator beeped. Upon checking, he found it was Nick Fury. What does this man want now? Has he discovered something? Pierce murmured to himself. Given Fury's suspicious nature, Pierce dared not let his guard down. He promptly chose to answer the call. To be continued. Chapter 96, The Female Spider-Man. Upon returning to headquarters, Lee pondered for a moment before reaching out to Nick Fury. Superman, what brings you to contact me? Nick Fury inquired, his brow furrowed, clearly in a less than pleasant mood. The arduous planning of the Avengers Initiative had been abruptly interrupted by Li Ye's Hero Association, raising concerns about the availability of sufficient heroes. You're aware that the headquarters of the Hero Association was attacked, correct? Li asked. I just received the news. Nick Fury replied. Do you have any leads on the perpetrators? We currently lack any information. Their movements are exceedingly clandestine, evading even our SHIELD intelligence network. Nick Fury responded. This is no trivial matter. The SHIELD intelligence system is renowned in America, possessing insights that even the military is unaware of. Are you familiar with Hydra? Of course. Do you suspect they are behind this? Nick Fury chuckled incredulously. After all, Hydra had been vanquished by Captain America during World War II. Are you certain? Li retorted with a smirk. Have you never heard that if you cut off one head, two more shall grow in its place? Suli Isaaki absorbed many of Hydra's scientists post-war. Are you implying? Nick Fury's eyes widened in realization. He quickly recalled the peculiarities within SHIELD, reflecting on how they had been unaware that their very headquarters had been infiltrated. You make a compelling point, Director. Apologies, Superman. I have matters to attend to, so our conversation must end here. Nick Fury grimaced as he ended the call, his demeanor as dark as ever. Hydra, consider this a prelude to the troubles I shall unleash upon you. The remaining accounts shall be settled in due course. Liisikofut, contemplating the necessity of eradicating Hydra completely. However, he understood that merely dealing with the few known members was insufficient. It would be more prudent to let Nick Fury extract them all, ensuring none would escape. After hanging up, Nick Fury contemplated before summoning Coulson and Natasha. Although he trusted no one entirely, he recognized that he alone could not unearth every Hydra member. Thus, he sought the assistance of these relatively trustworthy allies. Coulson had been with him for a long time, while Natasha, having defected from the Soviet Union, posed the least likelihood of being a Hydra member. Nick Fury divulged the news to them. What? Hydra still exists, and they are concealed within SHIELD. Coulson exclaimed, astounded. It was unfathomable that an organization thought to be obliterated could resurrect and thrive within SHIELD, drawing sustenance from it. Natasha frowned in agreement. Indeed, that is what the Superman implies. Director, what can we do? You two are the only ones I trust. I need your collaboration to root out all Hydra members within SHIELD. Understood, Chief. At Gwen's residence. She was on the phone with her best friend, Nis. Gwen, aren't you the biggest fan of Superman? Why aren't you attending the fan meeting hosted by the Hero Association? Nis's voice chimed from the other end. There are too many people. It's impossible to get in. I'd rather not join the throngs. Gwen replied lazily. That is true. I heard over 300,000 people are expected to attend. What a crowd. Indeed. When can we hang out again? I haven't seen you in ages. Gwen, I miss you. Cut out. You just want me to buy you snacks. Huh. You caught me. After chatting for a while, Gwen ended the call with a deep sigh. In truth, she wished to attend the superhero fan meeting. Yet she had been experiencing peculiar changes in her body that made her reluctant to venture outside. A few days prior, she had a strange dream in which she swung through skyscrapers like a spider, fighting for justice. Upon awakening, she discovered her strength had dramatically increased. A mere flick of her wrist could snap a doorknob, and she could even scale walls like Spider-Man. Have I mutated? But why do my changes mirror those of Spider-Man? Gwen mused quietly. As a top student with a profound understanding of biology, she recognized that two entirely different beings could not undergo identical transformations, especially since mutations are inherently unpredictable. After careful consideration, she decided to reach out to another academically gifted peer, Peter Parker, hoping he could assist her in investigating the changes occurring within her. They arranged to meet at a library. Peter was visibly excited. Gwen was the campus beauty, the dream girl of many male students, countless whom had been rejected by her, as she often dismissed them as too immature, not her type. In contrast, Peter felt he had little to offer beyond his academic prowess. often labeled a lazy genius by professors due to his frequent tardiness and absences. Naturally, he was thrilled at the prospect of a meeting with the girl of his dreams. Peter arrived early at the library, securing a spot. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I got caught in traffic." Gwen hurriedly apologized upon her arrival. "And no problem. I didn't wait too long." Peter stammered, feeling nervous speaking to the goddess. Gwen cautiously scanned their surroundings. The library was sparsely populated in the afternoon, leaving them alone. "I wanted to ask for your help with something." Zula. "What is it?" "Well, I've been experiencing some unusual changes, and I can't figure it out alone. I was hoping you could help me investigate." "Unusual changes?" Peter's face was a canvas of confusion. "Yes, my strength has increased tremendously. Come outside and I'll show you." With that, Gwen led Peter to a nearby alley, where she effortlessly bent a steel pipe with her bare hands in front of him. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. "And look at this." Gwen placed her hands against a wall and began to climb upward. "Am I dreaming?" To be continued. Chapter 97. Silk thread surprising, isn't it? Gwen laughed at Peter's astonishment. What is happening? Did you get bitten by a spider too?" Peter exclaimed, his shock palpable. "I don't know. I merely had a dream, and when I woke up, I found myself like this." Gwen shrugged, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "No. What I mean is, why does your ability resemble Spider-Man's so closely?" Huffing, Gwen responded, "Didn't I just say, I don't know?" "Wait. I need a moment to process this. It's utterly insane," Peter replied, an internal tempest brewing within him. He was acutely aware of how he had become Spider-Man, bitten by a mutated spider that irrevocably altered his genes, granting him spider-like powers, speed, and balance. Coupled with his self-engineered web shooters, he could traverse the cityscape with ease. Initially, he believed he was the sole bearer of such a bizarre experience, but now, another had emerged, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Moreover, she hadn't been bitten by a spider, nor had any extraordinary experience. She merely fell asleep and awoke with abilities. This was simply unfathomable. "What do you say? Care to assist me?" Gwen, growing impatient at Peter's silence, pressed him. "Of course," Peter replied hastily. "Wonderful, Peter. I knew you were a good soul." Gwen beamed. Peter felt a flush creeping onto his cheeks at her smile. "First, we need to check if your genes have changed. Such mutations are often uncontrollable," Peter asserted. Fortunately, we have no classes today. We can utilize the school's laboratory," Gwen recalled. The two then made their way to their university, finding the lab deserted. Gwen fabricated a story about needing the lab for an assignment, easily deceiving the guard. "We may need a bit of your blood," Peter suggested. "That's simple enough," Gwen replied. They commenced their experiment. "My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Your genes are identical to those of a normal human, with no alterations whatsoever," Peter exclaimed. "But how do I explain this ability?" Gwen frowned. "This phenomenon is entirely beyond the scope of current science." Peter shook his head. Silence enveloped them, as they realized their efforts had yielded no answers. "What are you planning to do?" Peter inquired. "What do you mean?" Gwen questioned, confused. "Your abilities. Having such powers means you can no longer easily blend into ordinary life." "As for me," Gwen replied with a mysterious smile, "I wish to join the Hero Association and become a superhero." "A superhero? Are you certain?" "This path may be exceedingly challenging." Peter was taken aback. "Absolutely. Superman is my idol. I admire him immensely. I want to be someone like Superman. It would be perfect to partner with him." Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Someone like Superman?" Peter recalled Li Ye's carefree demeanor, involuntarily twitching his mouth. "I first need a unique name for myself. What should it be? Spider-Woman? Lady Spider? Sky Spider? Ugh, this is so troublesome. Why did Spider-Man have to take that name?" Gwen tugged at her hair in frustration. "Well, I suppose I must apologize for claiming that title." Peter mentally scoffed. "How about Silk?" "Yes, that's it. What do you think?" Gwen suddenly had a bright idea. "Silk? That's a splendid name." Peter concurred. "Gwen, I consider you a dear friend, so please keep this secret from me." Gwen recalled how many superheroes concealed their identities and did not wish for her parents to know, turning to Peter. Peter pondered for a long moment, hesitating to reveal his own identity. After much contemplation, he decided to share it. He had always been alone and felt quite lonely. Now that someone with similar abilities had appeared, it felt comforting. Actually, am Spiderman. Gwen's face was a canvas of confusion. Peter, are you joking? Not at all. Peter shook his head fervently, then leapt onto the rooftop, placing his hand upon it. My goodness. Am I insane, or is this world mad? At the base of a towering building, a reporter called out, Mr. Doom, what are your thoughts on the recent decline in your IPO? How do you respond to rumors regarding your company's takeover? No comment. Victor Von Doom, his expression dark, evaded the journalist. Victor Doom is the formidable antagonist known as Dr. Doom from the Fantastic Four. Born in a small Eastern European nation, Latveria, to a Romani, which was rumored to be proficient in magic, he later earned a scholarship to the State University of New York through sheer determination, thus escaping the feudal rule of Latveria. There, he encountered his lifelong nemesis, Reed Richards, who would later become Mr. Fantastic. Throughout their university years, Doom maintained a competitive rivalry with Reed, even pursuing Reed's love interest, Susan Storm, who ultimately rejected him. After graduating, he built a successful, publicly traded company from the ground up. He was indeed a quintessential success story. However, misfortune struck due to his investment in Reed's ill-fated research, particularly the recent space station incident, which left him with a financial shortfall and stripped him of control over his company. Enraged, he sought out Reed Richards. Your research is nothing short of catastrophic. You have ruined the lives of 5 people. No, 4, as you seem to be quite content. Doom pointed angrily at Reed's chest. First and foremost, I sincerely apologize. This was not my intention. But to put it politely, we share the responsibility. I warned you that you should have halted the project. Halt? I invested my company, my reputation, and billions into this. And now you make me look like a fool. Victor, we must first clarify things. I don't want clarification. This isn't your research plan. I simply want to remedy the situation swiftly. As he spoke, the surrounding lights began to flicker wildly. Reed seemed to realize something upon witnessing Victor's agitation. What was happening? Suddenly, the thing emerged slowly. No problem, Ben. Quickly settle your electricity bill so you can get back to work. Victor Von Doom spat, turning to leave. Inside the elevator, Victor slammed his fist against the wall, leaving a dent in the steel. My hand. To be continued. Chapter 98. The arrival of the Invisible Woman in Li Ye's luxurious residence. He stretched lazily and pushed aside Daisy's hand. How did Daisy end up here? That is a long story. Recently, Li Ye had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Hero Association, neglecting the fact that he was juggling 2 relationships simultaneously. Consequently, he found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. The rumors of Superman and Wonder Woman spread throughout America, and naturally, Daisy had caught wind of it. Upon discovering that her boyfriend was a cad who was cheating on her, Daisy's fiery temperament could hardly tolerate the betrayal. She promptly called to confront Li Ye. Despite his attempts to placate her, could not succeed. In desperation, he teleported to bring Daisy back and employed his ultimate strategy, time and affection. The results were evident. After a night of earnest effort, Daisy, initially defiant, eventually pleaded for mercy and accepted the reality of Li Ye's polyamorous situation. Li Ye se movement startlet Daisy avake. Good morning, Daisy. Li Ye greeted with a smile. However, upon seeing Li Ye's face, Daisy turned her head away with a huff. Sigh. It seems the lesson from last night was insufficient. Li Ye sighed, his hand already resting on Daisy's waist. Do you still want to continue? Please no. Daisy exclaimed in fear. Daisy, I am quite dissatisfied with your earlier attitude. Oh dear, I was just joking. I woke up feeling bored and wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Daisy immediately clung to Li Ye's arm in a playful manner. All right, I shall let you off this time. Li Ye chuckled softly. Thank you, darling. Daisy inwardly sighed in relief, having nearly been overwhelmed by his antics last night. Daisy, have you finished your research? Would you consider moving in with me? Li Ye inquired as he dressed. Not so soon. It hasn't been long since we last met, and I've barely completed 1/3 of my research. Daisy replied, That research is of little consequence. I have more than enough money to last several lifetimes. From now on, I shall support you. I'm not a pig. I have hands and feet. Why would I need your support? Daisy retorted indignantly. The two continued their playful banter as they washed up, then enjoyed breakfast together. "Lee, please take me back," Daisy said. "I understand." Lee wrapped his arms around Daisy's waist and transported her back. "Lee, you aren't planning to find another woman while I'm away, are you?" Daisy suddenly asked before they parted. "Oh, well, Daisy, I must take my leave." He quickly activated his teleportation, leaving Daisy in a daze. Hero Association headquarters. "I'm sorry, miss, but you cannot enter without an appointment." The security guard blocked a blonde beauty at the entrance. She was none other than the Invisible Woman, Susan. "Could you not relay a message for me?" Susan frowned. "I'm afraid that is against protocol." The guard replied expressionlessly. They were trained soldiers, impervious to manipulation unless. "Very well, I shall return another time." Susan turned to leave. Suddenly, the guard's communicator beeped. "Hello." "Yes, understood." After hanging up, the guard swiftly stopped. "Susan, ma'am, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea you were acquainted with Mr. Lee. You may enter now." "Huh?" Susan looked bewildered, but followed the guard's lead into the building. On the top floor of the Hero Association headquarters. "Invisible Woman, why have you come alone?" Lee asked, puzzled. It was only after Betty spotted Susan on the surveillance that Lee realized she was here to see him. Soon, Susan arrived at the top floor. "Welcome," Lee greeted. "Your Hero Association headquarters is indeed impressive," Susan remarked with a smile. "Of course, I invested a considerable amount." Lee replied. "Would you like something to drink?" "A simple coffee will suffice." "Very well." He summoned his secretary to prepare 2 cups of coffee. After exchanging pleasantries, "Superman, is it true that you can resolve the mutations we're experiencing?" Susan inquired. "Of course. Reed has failed, hasn't he?" Lee responded. "Indeed, he has failed to revert the changes and is now consumed by guilt. I can assist you in resolving this issue, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Susan asked, intrigued. "Quite simply, the 4 of you must join the Hero Association," Lee declared. "Agreed." Susan breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Lee might make an unreasonable demand. "Then it is settled. When would you be available?" "Anytime." They chatted a bit more. "You truly did not recognize me?" Susan suddenly posed the question. Lee was taken aback, puzzled. Had he met her before? It seemed that in the 3 months since his arrival, he had not. Beep. "Host, you do not need to guess. You have indeed never encountered this woman." The system interjected. "Then how is the system that has arranged this for you? In the virtual life I crafted, you had a girlfriend in college, but you parted ways due to incompatible personalities. That girlfriend is the very woman before you." The system explained. "Wow. System, you are practically my father." Lee exclaimed in surprise. He had always admired the actress who portrayed Susan in the film Fantastic Four. However, since Susan and Reed appear to be quite close, he had not anticipated this twist. Finding it quite fortuitous that the system had arranged for him to have a past relationship with her. "Beep, host. This system does not possess a gender and cannot be your father," the system stated seriously. "Huh." Lee waved the system away. "Of course I recognize you, Susan." His expression grew solemn. "I struggled to move past that unforgettable chapter of my life, and now you reappear before me, forcing me to feign ignorance to mask my emotions." 99 points. Lee rated his own acting skills, leaving 1 point aside for humility. "I thought," Susan began, "being with you was the most unforgettable time of my life. I shall never forget. I must take my leave." Susan hastily stood and fled, for she too had never forgotten Lee and had refrained from engaging in any romantic relationship since, even turning down Reed's advances. To be continued. Chapter 99. Healing the Thing. The following day, Susan brought Lee back to their laboratory. For the past few days, they had been diligently researching and honing their abilities there, even crafting a specialized set of battle attire from unique materials. This battle gear not only fit them perfectly, but also synergized with their powers. For instance, Johnny, known as Human Torch, would no longer scorch his clothes while utilizing his fiery abilities. Susan's outfit could render her invisible alongside her, and Reed's could extend with him. Alas, the unfortunate thing, Ben, had no such attire, resembling the Hulk with merely a pair of shorts. Upon seeing Lee, the other 3 expressed their delight, especially Johnny, who was exceptionally thrilled that his idol had come to visit. "Superman, welcome, welcome. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last time." I am Jonah, currently nicknamed Human Torch. I'm your devoted fan. Could you possibly give me an autograph? I would love to flaunt it to those jerks. Johnny rambled on excitedly. Johnny. Seeing her brother's fervent adoration, Susan couldn't help but interrupt him loudly. Superman is here for serious matters. My apologies. I got too carried away. Johnny scratched his head sheepishly. No worries. I'm honored to have you as a fan. Lee replied with a smile. Superman, I sincerely apologize for declining your invitation last time. Reed stepped forward to express his remorse. Feeling quite embarrassed, Reed recalled how Superman had kindly invited them to join the Hero Association, only for them to refuse. Now, seeking help from him felt quite humiliating for Reed, who prided himself on his intellect. After exchanging pleasantries, Lee asked Ben, have you made your decision? I have. I would rather forsake my superpowers than remain a stone monster. Ben replied sadly. The severance of his engagement had devastated him, shattering his spirit and dreams due to that wretched accident. I'm sorry, Ben. Reed felt immense guilt, recalling how he had persuaded Ben to join him in space, leading to this unfortunate transformation. Who said you must relinquish your superpowers? Lee suddenly interjected. Superman, what do you mean? Ben inquired, perplexed. My offer was for all four of you to join the Hero Association together. How could I allow you to lose your powers? The Hero Association does not accommodate the idle. I have a method to enable you to transform freely between your stone form and your human self. Lee grinned. What? His declaration sent shockwaves through the group. How is that possible? Reed responded incredulously. He couldn't even revert Ben's form himself. And now Superman claimed he could allow Ben to switch between forms at will, which utterly shattered Reed's understanding. Of course it's possible. Let's get started right away. Lee laughed. The reason Ben couldn't maintain his human form like others was due to excessive radiation exposure. As long as the energy within him remained balanced, he could retain his superpowers while reverting to his human shape. Now, please follow me. We have a most advanced equipment. Reed instinctively assumed Li Yi would employ some scientific method to transform Ben back, even planning to glean some knowledge from the process. No need. Right here will suffice. Li shook his head, summoning a beam of white light that activated the talisman's power. As the light enveloped Ben, his body rapidly shrank, and in no time, he transformed back into a human. Oh my, I finally changed back. Ben exclaimed, elated. What? What is this? This isn't science. Reed marveled in astonishment. Of course it isn't science. This is magic. Magic. Does such a thing truly exist? Isn't it right before your eyes? And that's not all. Talisman power, balance of yin and yang, activate. With a wave, Ben transformed back into the thing amidst a flurry of changes. Did it fail? Johnny asked anxiously. Despite their apparent discord, he still cared for Ben deeply. You should feel it. Show them. Lee encouraged. Yes, I can indeed feel it. Ben, focusing his thoughts, swiftly alternated between his stone and human forms several times. Success! The four erupted in jubilant cheers. Earlier, Lee hadn't completely expelled the radiation energy from Ben's body. Instead, he had removed a small portion while using the talisman to maintain a balance between the radiation and the life energy, thus achieving the ability to transform freely. I have finally returned. Ben rushed to Lie's side. With a thud, he knelt before him. Superman, my life is yours from now on. I will face any peril without hesitation. Ben declared resolutely. Beveriza. There's no need for such formality. Simply join the Hero Association as previously agreed. Lee said, grasping Ben's hand to help him up. Ben was taken aback by the sheer power emanating from Lee. Superman's strength is incredible. Lee then retrieved the prepared identification cards from his system space and tossed them to the group. B-level hero, Human Torch. B-level hero, Invisible Woman. B-level hero, Mr. Fantastic. A-level hero, Thing. Superman, we are all B-level heroes. Why is this big guy an A-level hero? Johnny questioned, puzzled. The hero ranking is evaluated based on various factors, with strength being paramount. Ben's power surpasses all of yours. Lee elucidated. The Thing's body had been transformed by cosmic rays, rendering it as hard as diamond, which endowed him with formidable resilience. Not only was his defense astonishing, but his attack power was also fearsome. His strength exceeded over 100 tons, capable of delivering blows that could level cities. It could be said that aside from speed, the thing possessed no weaknesses. In another universe, he had even held his own against the Hulk in direct combat, justifying his A-level hero status. This clumsy brute? Johnny scoffed. What? Are you disputing this? Ben threatened, waving his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Of course I am. Then let's have a match. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Thus, the two began to bicker, prompting Reed to intervene and mediate. Witnessing this scene, Susan couldn't help but cover her face and roll her eyes, questioning why she had teamed up with such a bunch of fools. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Li Yi waved farewell to the four. Wait, let me walk you out. Susan suddenly chased after Li Yi. Seeing Susan take the initiative to accompany a man, the other three paused their quarrel and exchanged glances. Am I about to gain a brother-in-law? Johnny exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Reed's expression darkened as he realized he had harbored feelings for Susan for quite some time. To be continued. Chapter 100. The beginning of the Avengers in the vast and boundless cosmos. 3 colossal spacecraft traversed the void, the largest of which was named Sanctuary Eye. Its master was none other than the Harbinger of Destruction, the Dark Titan, the Mad Titan, the Lord of Darkness, the Tyrant of the Galaxy, the Universal Butcher, Thanos, also known as the Mad Titan. Originally, Thanos belonged to the Eternal race residing on Titan. In his youth, he was ostracized by his kin due to his unusual appearance, yet he retained a benevolent disposition. However, a catastrophic event irrevocably altered his path. The overpopulation of Titan, coupled with its scarce resources, led to an ecological collapse, bringing about the planet's demise. Before Titan's destruction, Thanos proposed a radical solution to eradicate half of the population to restore ecological balance, a notion met with derision by his fellow Eternals, who branded him the Mad Titan. Ultimately, Thanos became the sole survivor of Titan. This experience imparted upon Thanos a profound understanding of the delicate equilibrium between life and resources. While life could reproduce endlessly, the universe's resources were finite. Thus, he resolutely took on the role of the chairman of the Universal Family Planning Committee, leading his army to annihilate overpopulated planets. On every world he encountered, he would exterminate half of its inhabitants, leaving behind a legacy of terror. In his quest for the Infinity Stones, which he believed would aid him in achieving his grand vision, Thanos became a formidable force, unmatched in might, possessing a deep understanding of the philosophies of the Eternals. This endowed him with unparalleled strength, stamina, regenerative abilities, and agility. In a confrontation with one of Earth's mightiest heroes, the Hulk, Thanos dispatched him with ease, rendering the green giant incapacitated. His defenses were nearly invulnerable. His skin could withstand cold, heat, electricity, toxins, aging, and disease, even enabling him to survive in the vacuum of space. In Avengers: Infinity War, Iron Man led a coalition of heroes against Thanos. Yet they could inflict minimal harm upon his formidable physique. In the end, Iron Man's utmost effort barely left a scratch on Thanos' face. He was capable of withstanding the explosive power of 6 Infinity Stones and could even grasp the Power Stone with his bare hands. Thanos' mental fortitude was equally remarkable, rendering him largely immune to most psychic attacks. Even when ensnared by numerous superheroes or hypnotized by the Mantis, he could swiftly awaken. Moreover, Thanos was a strategic mastermind, possessing knowledge that far surpassed Earth's technological advancements. In essence, he epitomized a boss-level character, wielding cataclysmic power alongside a vast fleet. His madness deterred even the 3 great empires, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire, from provoking him lightly, for each empire possessed hundreds of habitable planets. Even if they could vanquish Thanos, the cost would be exorbitant, inviting opportunistic attacks from the other 2 empires, rendering such an endeavor futile. Thanos, astute as he was, always avoided the territories of the 3 empires during his purges. Thus, a precarious balance was established between the 3 empires and Thanos. At this moment, Thanos sat upon his elevated throne, receiving an unexpected visitor. Beside the throne, The slender yet remarkably elegant ebony maw bowed in deference. Great master, Prince Loki of Asgard has come to pay his respects. It is your master, not mine, Loki retorted with a smirk. Indeed, the mysterious guest was none other than Loki, the brother of Thor, who had seemingly vanished from Asgard. During a confrontation with Thor, he had inadvertently fallen into the temporal rift, leading his guardians to believe he had perished. However, he had fortuitously escaped the rift and sought out the infamous Mad Titan. Is it? Ebony Maw's formerly composed visage contorted with a frown. His unwavering loyalty and reverence for Thanos allowed no room for disrespect towards him. He glanced at Thanos, silently inquiring whether to eliminate the intruder. God? Prince? In their eyes, he was but a pitiable insect, easily extinguished. However, I wish to serve you, the illustrious Emperor of the Cosmos, Lord Thanos, Loki declared, wisely bowing in submission. Unlike his foolish brother, he understood that adaptability was essential for survival. Satisfied, Ebony Maw nodded and inquired, Prince of Asgard, what brings you here? Esteemed Lord Thanos, Honorable Ebony Maw, though these events transpired not long ago, I must confess that I no longer belong to Asgard. I instigated a failed coup, bested by my foolish yet remarkably fortunate brother, and now I am adrift in the cosmos. Lord Thanos, I seek your strength for vengeance, and in gratitude, I shall present you with the Space Stone from the Infinity Gems. Loki replied. Ebony Maw's eyes flashed with disdain upon hearing Loki's words. Blaming his failures on luck was the mark of a fool. Loki raised his hand, and a clear image materialized in his palm, revealing the S.H.L.D. headquarters. A group of individuals clad in white surrounded a glowing object suspended in the air. The Tesseract, the Space Stone. The Space Stone. Thanos finally spoke, his voice gravelly and laden with fatigue. Esteemed Lord Thanos, I shall procure this Space Stone for you in exchange for dominion over Midgard, known as Earth. Loki humbly proposed. What do you require? Thanos inquired. An army, an invincible army. Loki exclaimed with delight. Thanos signaled to Ebony Maw, who understood the unspoken command, and opened the door, allowing a fierce extraterrestrial clad in silver armor to stride in. Great Master, how may I serve you? The alien knelt before Thanos' throne, humbly addressing him. Led your people's forces to assist this Asgardian prince in seizing the planet known as Midgard. Thanos commanded. Yes, my great master. The alien responded. The Chitauri Legion under my command shall aid you. Thanos declared to Loki. Esteemed Lord Thanos, you underestimate Earth. They have a remarkably powerful warrior. To be continued.